Chapter 1. A Blow to the Face. As Qingxue was reborn, she was forcefully poisoned, leaving her with only 10 days to live. Her soul and body had yet to fully align, and she felt like a discarded rag, cast aside on the ground. Before her stood Yabing, a youthful girl in a pink dress, smiling as she tilted her head, looking down at her with an air of superiority. Do not fear, dear sister. If you obediently follow my instructions, I shall provide you with the antidote in 10 days, Yabing said, regarding her as one would a mere insect. Her tone was almost tender, as if administering poison to her elder sister and manipulating Qingxue was an everyday occurrence. When sister was still at the estate, I was already deeply infatuated with Prince Ding. We are bound by love, destined to be together thus. I must trouble you to personally annul the engagement with Prince Ding. The familiar words, the familiar personal echoes from Qingxue's previous life. Enduring the pain that spread through her body and soul, she propped herself up and sat on a chair behind her. Closing her eyes, she was the legitimate daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis. But at the tender age of 2, she was sent to a remote estate, spending 15 years away from her parents. It was only recently that she had been brought back due to her impending marriage to Prince Ding. Now, having returned to the Marquis residence for merely 3 days, her younger sister, much like today, had poisoned her and threatened her to annul the engagement, claiming that she would provide the antidote after 10 days. Though she had never met Prince Ding and felt no affection for him, being manipulated in such a manner was still deeply distressing. Yet, her family implored her to comply with her sister's wishes, as if her refusal would tarnish their love, rendering her utterly unforgivable. She had thought her return to the Marquis estate would signify a family reunion. Having been cast aside for 15 years, she longed for acceptance and affection from her family, which led her to heed Yabing's commands. All she truly desired was a home. 10 days later, Yabing indeed provided her with an antidote, but it merely prolonged her life without granting her a quality existence. Day after day, she languished in torment. The effects of the poison would ultimately impair her mind, leading her to actions beyond her control, reducing her to a mere backdrop, against which Yabing's beauty, purity, and grace shone a dignity trampled into the dirt, culminating in a death most ignoble. Qingxue abruptly opened her eyes, her brow marked by frost. Unaware of her change, Yabing continued, I have already arranged for the person you shall bring Qingxue, who grew up alongside you at the estate. Qingxue was brought forth, his bare torso marked by thorns that had torn his skin, blood oozing from the wounds. It was early spring, yet the air remained cold. His lips were pale, shivering, yet he glared fiercely at Qingxue. Prince Ding has come to discuss the details of your engagement, accompanied by Princess Ruijia. They are currently in the front hall, Yabing declared. You need only take Qingxue to the front hall, kneel before Prince Ding, and inform him that you have long pledged yourselves to one another, thus failing to honor the imperial decree. You must say that you are unworthy of Prince Ding, and therefore wish to apologize to Qingxue. Yabing giggled, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Prince Ding is magnanimous and will surely forgive your transgressions. However, an active withdrawal from the engagement would be detrimental to his reputation, especially since it was an imperial decree. In that case, my second aunt will insist that I marry him to atone for your transgressions. Thus, she would become the rightful Princess Ding. Qingxue raised her gaze, her eyes icy as she fixed her stare upon Yabing. So, you wish to have me relinquish the marriage that my father secured with his life, and in doing so, bear the weight of public scorn. Her father was a general of the Dezhou kingdom, and when Prince Ding was 12, he nearly perished at the hands of enemy forces. It was her father who sacrificed himself to save the prince. Consequently, the emperor decreed their marriage. Though her father was gravely injured, he expressed to the emperor his desire for the betrothed to be the legitimate daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis, which is why the imperial edict clearly stated the name Qingxue. Thus, Yabing required her to destroy herself and bear the blame for the annulment. You are merely occupying the position of the legitimate daughter beyond that. What makes you worthy of Prince Ding? Yabing Sikofut. Now that our father has passed, I have a profound connection with Prince Ding, and you, being poisoned by Fracture Moon Orchid, have but 10 days left. If you wish for the antidote, you must obey me. Qingxue gripped the armrest of the chair and slowly rose to her feet. Yabing, who had been looking down at her, was forced to straighten up and take a step back. Perhaps out of a moment of guilt, Yabing said, "You are the legitimate daughter of the Marquis estate, and so am I, as long as there is a daughter from the loyal and brave Marquis to marry into the Ding residence. Who will care if the bride is replaced?" Indeed, who would care? Qingxue thought bitterly. True family would never abandon her for 15 years without a word. True family would only, like her father, arrange what they believed to be the best marriage for her. But her father had passed, and where were her family members in the loyal and brave Marquis residence? In her previous life, her 15 years at the estate had encompassed her entire existence. She had never witnessed the true malice of human nature, and it was truly foolish of her to harbor unrealistic fantasies about her family in the loyal and brave Marquis residence, ultimately leading to the destruction of her life and dignity. As she approached Yabing, her voice icy and resolute, Qingxue declared, "Prince Ding is currently the most favored candidate for the new crown prince. Marrying him would potentially elevate you to the position of crown princess, making you the mother of a nation. Yet Yumi, dear sister, wish for me to relinquish such a favorable match, while also bearing the burden of public scorn to enhance your own reputation. Truly, you are quite the schemer." "Why," Yabing, enraged, retorted, "Sister, there's no need to speak so harshly. You grew up in the countryside, lacking refinement and education. You are utterly unacquainted with the arts. Marrying into the Ding residence would only bring shame. Should you disgrace yourself, it would not only tarnish your reputation, but also that of the loyal and brave Marquis. It would even impact Prince Ding's standing. My marrying in your stead would be for your benefit, as well as that of our family. You conspire against your own sister, merely a heartless wretch unworthy to take my place?" Qingxue's voice was low and fierce as she suddenly raised her hand and struck Yabing across the face. The sharp sound echoed in the room, sudden and swift, leaving not only Yabing stunned, but also the maids and attendants who stood by. No one had anticipated that the timid Qingxue, who had been tiptoeing around the Marquis residence for 3 days and who had been poisoned with her life in the hands of others, would dare to slap Yabing. It was utterly unbelievable. Yabing's fair face quickly swelled, a clear imprint of fingers appearing on her cheek. Her beautiful eyes blazed with fury, her dignified demeanor shattering in an instant. "Dare to strike me? You shall pay dearly." Chapter 2. Ruin your beauty with her face concealed. Yabing suddenly approached, her wide sleeves sweeping dramatically. "Are you aware that today's scheme to poison you, compelling you and Qingxue to seek forgiveness before the Duke, is not merely my own idea? It is orchestrated by my second aunt from behind the scenes. The current management of the loyal and valiant Duke's residence lies in the hands of Lady Min from the second branch." And Yabing's words implied that she has the backing of Lady Min. Yabing continued, "The desires of my second aunt reflect my elder brother's intentions, and indeed the sentiments of our entire family. Qingxue, the Duke's wife, cannot possibly be a girl raised in the countryside. The Duke is destined to become the crown prince, and his legitimate spouse must possess both prestige and elegance. Even Qingxue, who grew up alongside you and shares a childhood bond, harbors the same thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have appeared in your chamber today." Qingxue turned her gaze towards Qingxue, who met her eyes with an expression of resolute determination. Qingxue stated, "Though you are the eldest daughter of the Duke's residence, you have long been cast aside by the family, rendering you no different from us. Do not attempt to elevate yourself by associating with His Highness the Duke. In the future, I shall treat you well." Yabing sneered coldly. "Thus, Qingxue, you possess no alternative but to obediently comply." This signified that everyone in the loyal and valiant Duke's residence tacitly permitted Yabing to seize her marriage, even resorting to administering the deadly poison Broken Moon orchid upon her. In truth, she had no allies. Even Qingxue, who had grown up alongside her, had betrayed her. Fortunately, she no longer harbored illusions of relying on anyone or possessing any family. A frigid smile curled at the corner of Qingxue's lips, piercing Yabing's gaze. She commanded in a deep tone, "Were you all standing there for? Seize Qingxue at once. If she refuses to comply, feed her beauty dream, confining her with Qingxue, and let everyone witness her disgrace." Beauty dream? At the mention of those words, Qingxue's lips tightened. It was a potent aphrodisiac. and even a minuscule amount could overwhelm a creature as mighty as an ox. Lai and two matrons, advanced to restrain Qingxue. She merely smiled coldly, drawing forth the whip at her waist with fierce momentum, akin to a tempest, sweeping Lai and two aside, sending them tumbling to the ground, their faces pale and daunted. Before Yabing could react, Qingxue delivered a powerful kick, sending her sprawling to the floor in a most undignified manner. What? Yabing felt as though her insides had been displaced, her face contorting in pain. But what shocked her more was that she had not only received a slap, but had also been hurled to the ground by Qingxue. She could scarcely believe the events unfolding before her. Hanyu, apprehend her! Yabing bellowed angrily. Hanyu, her personal maid, possessed remarkable martial prowess, and today, aside from Xiangzhou, she had only brought along Lai, Tu, and Hanyu. The trio had executed their task with great success, having administered the Broken Moon Orchid to Qingxue without resistance. Yabing was confident that Hanyu would easily subdue Qingxue, and Hanyu shared this confidence. As soon as Hanyu launched her strike, the whip in Qingxue's hand surged forth like a mighty dragon, aimed directly at her face. Hanyu deftly evaded the attack, yet the whip seemed to possess a will of its own, ensnaring her arm and violently tossing her to the ground. Hanyu struggled to regain her balance, but Qingxue's whip struck again, wrapping around her leg and pulling her down. Hanyu fell to the floor as Qingxue's whip lashed against her, producing sharp cracks that left her skin torn and bruised, rendering her utterly defenseless. Dongbai! Qingxue called out, and Dongbai burst through the window, swiftly subduing Hanyu. Yabing, witnessing the scene in stunned silence, was astounded by Qingxue's remarkable skill. Her mastery of the whip was so profound that even Hanyu was no match for her. Qingxue, do you remember where this is? How dare you commit such violence here? Yabing shouted, her eyes blazing with anger as she struggled to rise. Qingxue's whip met her with a resounding crack, causing Yabing to cry out in pain, nearly losing consciousness. Help! Help! Qingxue is trying to kill me. Despite her agony, Yabing remained lucid enough to understand that if word of this incident spread, Qingxue would undoubtedly be expelled from the loyal and valiant Marquis, forever barred from becoming the princess consort. With determination, Yabing struggled to her feet and stumbled towards the door. Close the door, Qingxue commanded. Outside stood the people she had brought back from Qingzhou, whom she had never allowed to act against her in her previous life, believing this place to be her home, a sanctuary where she could never harm her family. But this life was different. Her father was dead, and she had no family left. Moreover, with only 10 days to live, she resolved that rather than languishing in despair, she would embrace madness. As Yabing reached the door, she heard a resounding bang and watched helplessly as the door shut swiftly before her eyes, nearly causing her to crash into it. With a whip in hand, Qingxue advanced towards her, draining the color from Yabing's face as she pressed against the door in sheer terror. What do you intend to do? This is the loyal and valiant Marquis. His Highness the Crown Prince is just in the hall. If you dare to lay a hand on me, he will have you torn to shreds. Don't you want the antidote? Qingxue tucked the whip into her waist. Yabing silently exhaled, relieved that this wretched woman was evidently afraid. Her earlier use of the whip must have been a mere impulse. Yet she vowed to avenge the slap and the whip that had struck her. Qingxue drew a dagger concealed within her sleeve, the blade glinting ominously against Yabing's pale face. Yabing froze momentarily, her mind racing with alarm as she attempted to shove past Qingxue to escape. However, Qingxue was quicker, seizing her hands and pinning them against the door, her legs straddling Yabing's, rendering her immobile. The icy dagger pressed against her face. Qingzhou is home to many sheep, and during busy seasons, there were never enough hands to slaughter and skin them. Thus, I began learning the craft at the tender age of 5. At first, my efforts were clumsy, but eventually, I became proficient enough to skin them whole. Now, I can confidently say my skills are not merely exceptional. They are exquisite, Qingxue declared. Fear filled Yabing's eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. What do you intend to do? I am your own sister. You profess a deep connection with His Highness the Crown Prince, asserting that you are inseparable. This leads me to ponder. If I were to mar your exquisite visage, would His Highness still hold affection for you? Would he remain resolute in his intention to wed you? My curiosity is quite piqued. A frigid smile graced Yi Qingxue's face, her voice soft yet venomous, akin to a serpent's flickering tongue, caressing Yi Yabing's cheek. Yi Yabing, engulfed in fear and fury, retorted, "No, you cannot do this. If you dare lay a finger on me, you shall never acquire the antidote. In 10 days, your demise is assured." However, Yi Qingxue remained unresponsive, suddenly exerting force. The dagger slicing through Yi Yabing's face, instantly revealing a crimson line. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their shock surpassing that of witnessing Yi Yabing being struck. They could hardly believe that Yi Qingxue would dare to brandish a knife against Yi Yabing, assuming it was merely an intimidation tactic. Yet, the blade had indeed made contact, a stark reality that they struggled to accept. No, this cannot be true. Yi Yabing gasped in pain, a cacophony of cries escaping her lips, cold sweat beading upon her brow. She attempted to free herself from Yi Qingxue's grip, yet found herself utterly immobilized. This is my first experience in disfiguring another's face. My technique may be lacking. Dear sister, please bear with me. With each subsequent strike, the scars upon Yi Yabing's face deepened, blood staining her garments. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried hoarsely, "Mama, second aunt mother. Your Highness, save me. Do not ruin my face. I refuse to become a hideous creature." Yi Yabing's desperate pleas finally roused the bystanders from their stupor. Lai Momo, who had faithfully attended to Yi Yabing, forcibly shoved Dong by his side, her expression fierce. "The second miss is destined to become the crown princess. You wretched girl dare to mar her beauty? Mark my words. Not even 10 days will pass before you meet your end." At last, Yi Qingxue ceased her assault, turning her gaze upon Lai Momo, a faint smile playing upon her lips, yet her eyes were as cold as ice. "Lai Momo, I have taken note of you." Chapter 3. To kill you, Lai Momo is a formidable warrior by Yi Yabing's side, the fiercest and most biting of dogs. In her previous life, this very person rendered her winter white poison helpless, leaving her utterly unprotected, and then forcibly administered the dream of beauty to her. The two toxins rampaged through her body, and in her weakened state, she was utterly defenseless, her mind already clouded. In the forest, she subdued an injured man and committed unspeakable acts against him. As her body boiled with fervor, she bled from every orifice and perished in a most tragic manner, while Yi Yabing merely watched from the sidelines. Hatred spread in her heart, malevolence enveloped her, and a murderous intent emerged from the depths of her eyes as Yi Qingxue cast aside Yi Yabing and approached Lai Momo. She declared, "Whether I survive today remains uncertain, but you shall certainly perish before me. What kind of ability is it to curse me in such a manner?" Lai Momo, confident in her robust health, presumed that Yi Qingxue would not dare to take her life, concluding that she was merely cursing her. Not only did Lai Momo think this way, but Tu Momo, Han Yu, and Xiang Zhou shared the same belief. Although they were astonished and shocked by Yi Qingxue's attack on Yi Yabing's face, they thought this was the extent of her capabilities. Killing, they believed, was something Yi Qingxue would never dare to attempt. She was just 17, having grown up in a village, and had never seen the world. With a ferocious expression, Lai Momo retorted, "If the young lady knows what is wise, she should not be issuing threats to me at this moment, but rather kneel and pray for the restoration of the second young lady's face. Otherwise, not only will the Marquis' residence not tolerate you, but even outside its gates, you will be directly slain by the prince's men. You must understand, you have harmed not merely our Marquis' legitimate daughter, but also the future princess of the Ding Kingdom, the future matriarch of the Great Zhou." Han Yu, Xiang Zhou, and Tu Momo all glared at Yi Qingxue with malice, clearly in agreement with Lai Momo's words. Lying on the ground, Yi Yabing continued to gasp, weep, and endure pain, yearning to touch her own face, but afraid to do so. Yet, she absorbed every word exchanged between Lai Momo and Yi Qingxue, her heart ablaze with fury and murderous intent towards Yi Qingxue. "Lai Momo, stop wasting time and kill her." Yi Yabing trembled all over, gritting her teeth. She regretted not having poisoned Qingxue directly at that moment, denying her any chance of resistance. Once a life is extinguished, everything could be fabricated by them. Why must she endure such suffering now? May her face still be salvageable. No, it must be. Yes. I will kill this wretched girl right now. She dared to lay hands on the second young lady. 100 deaths would not be enough. Lai Momo proclaimed, indeed advancing menacingly towards Qingxue. Despite being a woman, she was stout and imposing, resembling a small hill as she approached, exuding an aura of intimidation with her fearsome visage. If it were another village girl, she would likely be terrified, but Qingxue stood her ground, unyielding. Yi Yabing forced poison down my throat, assuring my death within 10 days. I have merely ruined her face. What wrong have I committed? Qingxue's voice was soft yet laden with sarcasm. Is a face truly more valuable than a life? Lai Mama snared coldly. Had you merely obeyed and followed the second Miss's instructions, you would have lived, but your defiance leaves you no choice but to perish. Furthermore, the second Miss shares a deep bond with His Highness, the Crown Prince. Her future as a queen renders her face far more precious than your life. If you comply and accept your fate, you may at least retain your whole corpse. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As she spoke, Lai Mama advanced menacingly, aiming to twist Qingxue's neck and smash her against the pillar, intending to end her life brutally. However, upon reaching Qingxue, she was met with a cold smirk. Oh, is that so? If we are to measure worth, I am still the eldest daughter of the Marquis' residence, and your life hardly holds more value than mine. Yet, I would not mind escorting you on your final journey. With that, Qingxue swiftly brandished her dagger, the glint of the cold blade reflecting ominously on Lai Mama's face. The latter, taken aback, instinctively turned to evade the attack. But Qingxue's dagger pierced her throat without hesitation, the blade fully thrust in, leaving only the hilt visible. Lai Mama's eyes widened in horror as she struggled to open her mouth, only able to emit a rasping sound. Qingxue withdrew the dagger, and Lai Mama's blood gushed forth, staining her garments. She reached out with trembling hands as if to grasp something, yet her body collapsed onto the ground with a thud, shocking everyone present. In her final moments, Lai Mama's eyes remained wide open, refusing to close. Yi Yabing, peering through the blood mist, stared in disbelief at Lai Mama. Is she truly dead? Lai Mama is really dead? A heavy silence enveloped the room, chilling to the bone. Fear gripped Yi Yabing's throat like an invisible hand, and she, drenched in blood, slowly made her way towards the door, dragging a trail of crimson behind her. Qingxue observed her in silence. Overwhelmed by boundless terror and unbridled rage, Yi Yabing, in a frenzied state, locked eyes with Qingxue and shouted, Qingxue, what good is your massacre? Today's events are known not only to His Highness, the Crown Prince, but also to the reigning Empress. They have tacitly permitted and supported our poisoning of you. Qingxue was not surprised. She had already known what Yi Yabing revealed from her previous life. Had the Empress and the Crown Prince not secretly endorsed such actions, the loyal Marquis' residents would not have dared to act so brazenly. Yi Yabing continued, once I become the Crown Prince's consort, I shall not only ensure your demise, but also that of your 4 maidservants and everyone from your estate in Qingxue. Qingxue said nothing. Instead, she approached the dressing table, picked up a small mirror, and returned to kneel before Yi Yabing, placing the mirror in her hands. To become the Crown Prince's consort? To wish death upon my entire estate? Perhaps you should take a look at your own face. Yi Yabing trembled all over, slowly yet urgently gazing into the mirror at her own visage. In that moment, every drop of blood in her body seemed to freeze. She had descended into hell. Qingxue remarked, unless you undergo a complete transformation, not even a deity could remedy the flaws of your visage. Yi Yabing let out a piercing scream before fainting, while Granny Tu finally recalled the urgency of seeking out Madame Min in the front hall. Qingxue did not hinder her. She permitted the old woman to proceed. As Granny Tu hurried away, she glanced back, her steps unsteady, nearly tripping over the threshold. Once beyond the threshold, she darted out of the Guanju courtyard like a frightened rabbit, as though a malevolent spirit were in pursuit. And was it not a malevolent spirit? Upon reaching the outside, She heard Qingxue's icy voice questioning Xiangzhou. "We have been childhood companions. Why do you treat me thus?" Granny, too, felt an overwhelming sense of dread, believing that Xiangzhou was on the brink of demise. Chapter 4. So arrogant. In the grand hall of the Marquis' residence, Madame Min entertained Princess Ruijia and His Highness the Prince of Ding for over a quarter of an hour. Having savored the tea and pastries, Madame Min silently calculated the time in her mind, knowing that soon Qingxue would arrive with Xiangzhou to offer their apologies. With the assistance of Nurse Tu and Han Yu, the matter concerning Yi Yabing should pose no difficulty. All she needed to do was patiently await their arrival. However, Princess Ruijia remained blissfully unaware of this. As the maternal aunt of the Prince of Ding, her purpose in coming today was primarily to fulfill her elder's duty by facilitating the marriage between the prince and Qingxue. The auspicious day for the betrothal was merely 2 days away, and unless other matters arose, the prince's residence would send someone to propose marriage. "What are your thoughts, madam?" inquired Princess Ruijia. Madame Min smiled, stating that the most pressing matter for the Marquis' residence was indeed to see the eldest daughter married, and the arrangements for the betrothal would be left to the prince's discretion. The prince frowned slightly, absent-mindedly sipping from a fresh cup of tea, his gaze impatiently scanning the screen. Why had Qingxue and Xiangzhou yet to arrive to offer their apologies after waiting for a quarter of an hour? Regarding this marriage, his mother had informed him. The crown prince had already fallen from grace, and even if his current whereabouts were unknown, it was certain that he would never rise again. Moreover, he had escaped while gravely injured, leaving him with no chance of survival. Now, as the legitimate son of the Empress, possessing exceptional talents, he would eventually ascend to the position of crown prince. His future consort would be the crown princess, the mother of a nation, and the nation could never allow a rustic girl from the countryside to assume such a role, as she would provide no support and only prove to be a burden. The eldest daughter of the Yi family had been abandoned by her family at the tender age of 2. Regardless, the second daughter was undoubtedly a better choice, as she would at least spare him from public scorn. "My son, you must strategize carefully regarding this matter." The prince understood the queen's words well. They had painstakingly brought down the crown prince. How could they allow a country girl to hinder his progress? Yet, as he sought to become the crown prince, he could not afford to be the subject of gossip. Thus, Qingxue must bear the brunt of the blame. As long as he married the biological daughter of the old Marquis, it would serve as a repayment for the old Marquis's past kindness, and no one could speak ill of him. Madame Min inquired, "Though the misty clouds of Lushan in our residence may not rival those of the princes, they have been carefully selected by our staff. Do you find them to your liking, your highness?" The prince smiled slightly, exuding an air of dignity and grace. "Madam, you are too kind. This tea is delightful, rich and smooth. It is truly commendable." Princess Ruijia wished to ask Madame Min about specific details regarding the marriage, but was interrupted by hurried footsteps approaching from the back door. The words she had intended to speak vanished in an instant. Madame Min listened intently, but the sound soon faded away. It must be that her head maid, Hongzhu, had stopped the intruder. Who could be so thoughtless as to intrude upon the presence of esteemed guests? Could it be Qingxue and Xiangzhou? After a brief moment of waiting, Madame Min saw Hongzhu emerge from behind the screen. After greeting the princess and the prince, she leaned in to whisper something in their ears. It was the nurse, too, who arrived by the side of the second young lady, reporting that the poison of the shattered moon orchid had been administered to the eldest young lady. Yet, the eldest lady refused to yield, instead inflicting harm upon the second young lady and even killing the nurse Lai. When Tu arrived, she was drenched in blood. Lady Min's heart tightened. This was inconceivable. Since Qingxue returned to the residence 3 days ago, she had been cautious and deferential. How could she resort to violence? Hongzhu could hardly believe Tu's words. But the bloodstains on Tu were all too real, and she appeared utterly terrified, her mind so disoriented that she nearly rushed into the main hall, only to be stopped by Hongzhu. Taking a deep breath, Hongzhu continued, "Nurse Tu has specifically come to request your presence, madam, to uphold justice. They cannot subdue the eldest lady. She wields a dagger and can even use a whip, having bested Han Yu as well." Each word that fell from Hongzhu's lips was akin to heavy stones cast into the tranquil waters of Lady Min's composure, creating ripples that stirred up tumultuous waves. In her shock, Lady Min inadvertently knocked over her teacup, and although Hongzhu swiftly caught it, the tea spilled across the table, dripping onto the floor. Nursey quickly produced a handkerchief to wipe Lady Min's hands and summoned others to tidy the chaos. The Duke of Ding immediately inquired, "Madam, has something urgent transpired?" Realizing her lapse in demeanor, Lady Min steadied herself with Nurse He's assistance, rising to bow before the Crown Princess and the Duke of Ding. "I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I beseech the Crown Princess and His Highness not to take offense. The matter that Hongzhu and I spoke of is indeed astonishing." The Crown Princess pressed for details. "What is it?" "It concerns the eldest lady," Lady Min sighed. "Upon learning of the Crown Princess and His Highness's visit today, I had instructed the second young lady to invite her, yet she stubbornly refused and even struck the second young lady, resorting to violence against Nurse Lai as well." The Crown Princess was taken aback. The Duke of Ding was not only surprised but also enraged. That wild country girl had indeed shown her rudeness and audacity by laying hands on Yaya. The Crown Princess spoke sternly. "Is there truly such a brazen individual in the world? Even if she is unwilling to meet us, she ought not to harm her own sister, let alone draw a blade against a servant. If such a girl were to be wed as the Duchess of Ding, what chaos would ensue?" Lady Min hastily clarified. "The eldest lady has only returned to the residence for 3 days. She is unfamiliar with our household's customs and has grown accustomed to a life of freedom in the countryside, leading to such transgressions. I shall ensure she is properly educated. I implore the Crown Princess and His Highness not to be angered." The Crown Princess glanced at the Duke of Ding. It was he who would take a wife, and the Emperor who would grant the union, even if she now deemed the eldest lady unworthy of being the Duchess. It was not within her purview to call off the engagement. The Duke of Ding furrowed his brow in silence. Lady Min continued, "I believe the eldest lady did not intend such behavior. Perhaps she was too anxious and hesitant to meet the Crown Princess and His Highness, fearing she might err in the presence of nobility. Regardless of her upbringing or naivety regarding our customs, or her nervousness, to the Crown Princess, such excuses were simply unacceptable. The dignified princess finds it challenging to step into the Grand Hall, lest she becomes the subject of ridicule in the future." The princess, though displeased, remained silent, merely waiting for today's events to conclude before entering the palace to discuss the matter with the Emperor and Empress, allowing them to make their own decision. "Madam, I shall stay here to accompany the princess and Prince Ding as we continue to deliberate on the wedding arrangements. Please go to the eldest sister's chamber and urge her to make her way to the Guanju courtyard." Persuading the young lady to maintain decorum in light of the princess and Prince Ding's visit today, Lady Min instructed softly, a smile returning to her face. Having regained her composure, she speculated that perhaps the incident involving the poison had incited Qingxue's fury, leading her to rashly take the life of Granny Lai in a fit of rage. However, in pursuit of an antidote, Qingxue would undoubtedly come seeking forgiveness. Otherwise, her demise would be inevitable. Who does not fear death? As for the matter of guiding the children, it is not within my purview as an aunt. Thus, I must trouble the eldest sister. Madam, he complied and withdrew. Having served Lady Min for decades, she understood that Lady Min intended for the eldest lady to threaten Qingxue into compliance, compelling her to come forth and accept responsibility for the broken engagement. The threat from a biological mother would undoubtedly bear more weight than one from an aunt. Chapter 5. The blood has yet to cool, alas, it is dreadful news. My lady, upon entering the courtyard of Madame Zhou, Granny, he burst into tears. What has transpired? Madame Zhou immediately sat up from her couch. Taken aback by Granny, his uncharacteristic display of distress. Surely, there must have been some mistake regarding the eldest daughter's marriage? Since the demise of the late Marquis, the eldest son of the second house, Yi Tsunjin, was adopted under the late Marquis' name, inheriting the title. And thus the loyal and brave Marquis fell entirely under the stewardship of Madame Min from the second house. Even the marriage arrangement between Qingxue and His Highness the Prince of Ding was orchestrated solely by Madame Min, leaving Madame Zhou as the biological mother, with no say in the matter. She had long accustomed herself to this reality. In her lifetime, she bore no son, even though Yi Tsuanjin called her mother. It was merely a fade, for Yi Tsuanjin remained closer to Madame Min. In any conflict between the two women, Yi Tsuanjin would invariably side with Madame Min, choosing to let Madame Zhou endure grievances, compromise, and yield. Within the loyal and brave Marquis, Yi Tsuanjin, the young Marquis, stood as the pillar of support. How could she contest Madame Min for control of the household? She merely wished for peace, hoping that Yi Qingxue's marriage would proceed smoothly, after which Yi Qingxue would belong to the Prince of Ding's household, regardless of whether she proved to be a harbinger of disaster or misfortune. She would no longer be a burden to the loyal and brave Marquis. This would allow her to hold her head high and live her life, while the second daughter, Yi Yabing, could pursue her own matrimonial prospects without hindrance. Upon entering the room, Granny He, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "Today, the Grand Princess and His Highness the Prince of Ding came to visit, which should have been a joyous occasion. However, the eldest daughter has secretly pledged herself to a young man named Xiang Zhou while at the estate, and this was discovered by both Madame Min and the second daughter. The marriage between the eldest daughter and His Highness the Prince of Ding was bestowed by the Emperor. Her actions have truly placed the entire Marquis in jeopardy. Consequently, Madame Min ordered Xiang Zhou to be bound and demanded that the eldest daughter bring him to the front hall to publicly apologize to His Highness, thereby voluntarily annulling the engagement. To their astonishment, the eldest daughter resolutely refused, injuring the second daughter and even resulting in the death of Granny Lai. "Madam, you must hasten to persuade the eldest daughter, if she does not willingly bring Xiang Zhou to atone for her actions, and allows the second daughter to take her place in marrying into the Prince of Ding's household, the entire Marquis may pay with their lives." As her emotions surged, Granny He wiped away her tears, her expression a tempest of urgency and fury. Madame Zhou, in shock, sprang to her feet. She could neither believe nor accept the words of Granny He. "Look, madam, Granny Tu has just come from the Guanju courtyard, and the blood upon her is still fresh." Granny He pushed Granny Tu before Madame Zhou. The sight of the glaring bloodstains caused Madame Zhou to gasp in horror. Without uttering another word, she gathered her attendants and stormed towards the Guanju courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, a gentle breeze carried the chill of early spring, mingling with the scent of blood that invaded Madame Zhou's nostrils, causing her head to spin. She immediately recognized the truth of Granny He and Granny Tu's claims. Disappointment and fury surged within her as she quickened her pace, rushing towards the main gate. The gate stood ajar, left open since Granny Tu had fled. The daylight streamed in, illuminating the scene, where Yi Qingxue confronted Xiang Zhou, questioning him about his betrayal after having grown up together. Xiang Zhou was utterly terrified by the death of Granny Lai and the disfigurement of Yi Yabing. Although he had grown up alongside Yi Qingxue, he never imagined she could be so cold-blooded, so willing to destroy and kill without a second thought. She was merely a 17-year-old girl. In his memories, she was a vibrant spirit, galloping joyfully across sunlit meadows while tending to sheep. Despite being the young mistress of the estate, with nannies and maids at her service, she was unpretentious and often engaged in the same labor as everyone else: shepherding, slaughtering sheep, selling mutton, delivering goods, and shopping. She did everything within her capability. Moreover, she was deeply considerate of every hard-working individual at the estate, advocating for meat and vegetable subsidies, as well as monetary support during the busiest seasons. How could someone like her be connected to murder and disfigurement? Xiang Zhou constantly shifted his position, retreating to a corner, yet Yi Qingxue relentlessly approached, squatting before him, awaiting an answer. He felt as if he could scarcely breathe, his chest swelling to the point of bursting. Yet Yi Qingxue loomed over him like an immovable mountain, and in his despair, he exclaimed, "Miss, I simply adore you too much, yearning to be with you. Which is why I acquiesced to them and approached the gates of the Marquis' residence." Yi Qingxue found his words both amusing and chilling. "You claim to love me, so you conspire with Yi Yabing and the others to drag me into the mire. stripping me of my status as the exalted young mistress of the Marquis' house. Believing this would make you worthy of me? Is that your implication? Qingxue wished to deny it, yet the truth was undeniable, and with a knife in her hand, how could he refute her? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, miss, spare me this once. I promise I won't dare again. I truly just like you too much. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with snot. Qingxue responded, I have never looked down upon your status. You are correct in saying that I was abandoned by the Marquis' household at the age of 2. You still have your parents and family. While I have none, my status is no more exalted than yours. However, what you have done today is profoundly filthy and shameless. I have not disdained you for your origins, yet your actions are deserving of contempt. In her past life, she had never resisted Yi Yabing, obediently following her commands. Unaware of the sordid thoughts that plagued Qingxue, she believed he, like her, was a victim. There is no fault in loving someone, but it is wrong for Qingxue to drag her into the mire merely to possess her. Qingxue stood up, turning her back on him, not sparing him another glance. She coldly instructed Dongbai, give him 53 lashes. If he survives, it will be a testament to his luck. If he dies, it will be his fate to perish here today. Qingxue felt as if struck by lightning, his pupils dilating sharply. The number 53 resonated within him. In Qingzhou, there was a temple with 53 steps. When he was 10 years old, he fell gravely ill with a high fever, and his parents wept, believing he would not survive. Qingxue, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, knelt upon the steps of the temple, prostrating herself with each movement, a total of 53 bows, causing her young forehead to bleed. She genuinely regarded him as a friend, yet he sought to drag her into the mire. When Madame Zhou and the others burst through the gates, they were met with the harrowing sight of Dong by wielding a whip, mercilessly lashing at Qingxue, leaving him on the brink of death, his flesh torn and bloodied. Meanwhile, Qingxue stood to the side, observing with an impassive gaze, her youthful visage betraying not a single flicker of emotion. Blood was splattered throughout the room, and there lay Yi Yabing, unconscious on the floor, her face a gruesome mask, rendering her unrecognizable. Granny, he gasped in horror, questioning whether the second young lady had been splattered with blood or had suffered disfigurement. Surely it was merely blood, for how could Qingxue dare mar her beauty? Nearby, a lifeless body lay. Granny lay, her eyes wide open. Granny, he approached to examine her, noting the absence of breath, as the corpse gradually grew cold. In the esteemed chamber of the loyal and valiant Marquis' eldest daughter, the scene resembled a veritable sea of blood, evoking terror and dread. Chapter 6. Why haven't you died earlier? Madam, he clutched a handkerchief, wiping the blood from Yi Yabing's face, but instead revealed gaping wounds that exposed bone, causing her to collapse in shock. Disfigured, truly disfigured, the second young lady was beyond hope with such grievous injuries. Yi Yabing had only just regained consciousness when those words shattered her spirit once more, sending her into unconsciousness again. Madame Zhou was momentarily at a loss, either cold or furious. Her entire being trembled as she beheld the injuries on her younger daughter's face, unable to believe her eyes, yet the scars were all too evident. Still oozing blood. Wretched child, she is your sister. How could you inflict such cruelty upon her? Madame Zhou's gaze finally settled on Qingxue's face, her eyes cold as ice and ablaze with fury. She strode toward Qingxue, raising her hand to strike her face with force. Qingxue met her gaze without flinching. Did her mother truly intend to deliver that blow? You brought me into this world, yet if you strike me, it would sever the bond of our mother-daughter relationship. Madame Zhou hesitated for a moment, then summoned all her strength to her arm and swung her hand fiercely toward Qingxue's face. The slap resounded with a loud crack. Qingxue's ears rang, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Madame Zhou, still unsatisfied, nearly screamed in rage. You have harmed your own sister and killed Granny Lai. This slap serves as your lesson. She commanded Granny to take the second young lady away and summon the physician at once. Madame Zhou glared at Qingxue. If anything were to happen to your sister, I shall not forgive you. Qingxue smiled, revealing a set of immaculate white teeth, blood pooling between them. Having acted as I have, Yi Yabing's face is beyond redemption, even by divine intervention. Does that not count as something happening to her? Madame Zhou was so enraged she nearly fainted. She bellowed, "You truly are a harbinger of disaster. Just return home, and already you have stirred chaos throughout the household, causing suffering and death. Why didn't you perish sooner?" Such words, harbinger of disaster, Yi Qingxue had heard throughout her childhood. The villagers claimed that she was a calamity, which was why she had been sent to the countryside to fend for herself. The duke's household cast her aside. Her parents abandoned her. When she was 2, Yi Yabing was born on the same day as her cousin, but cried incessantly every night, refusing to eat. Despite having numerous doctors consulted, nothing improved. Her grandmother summoned a master, who divined that she was indeed a calamity. Her existence was the source of her siblings' relentless wailing. If this continued, they would surely perish because of her, and any future offspring would also be difficult to nurture. Thus, she was sent to the village of Qingxue. After her departure, her siblings ceased their cries, able to eat and sleep, further solidifying the notion that she was a harbinger of disaster. For 15 years in Qingxue, her mother never came to visit. Each time she saw other children rush into their mother's embrace, she fantasized endlessly about what her mother might look like. In her imagination, her mother needed not possess exquisite beauty, but rather have eyes filled with love. Her hands need not be fair and soft, but should carry a hint of calluses and warmth. Her figure need not be graceful, but her embrace must be filled with affection. However, upon truly encountering her mother, she discovered that the woman bore no resemblance to her fantasies. Her mother was strikingly beautiful. Even at nearly 40, her visage was devoid of wrinkles. Her skin fair and smooth, her hands soft and callus-free, her figure graceful. Yet within her gaze, there was no trace of maternal affection. Her hands had never caressed her, nor had her embrace ever been offered. "Even if I am a calamity, you are the one who brought me into this world. You have given me life, but not nurtured or educated me. You have not yet fallen victim to my supposed ruin. So why should I perish first?" Madame Zhou, incensed by her words, felt her eyes redden as she raised her hands, as if to strangle her. Yi Qingxue held her neck high, chin raised defiantly. "Mother, I am now 17. Should you choose to end my life, it is too late. If you attempt to do so now, I shall ensure you regret having provoked me." Madame Zhou's hands trembled, her complexion pallid, caught in a moment of indecision, whether to strangle her or to refrain. "It is rather amusing, mother, that you wish to discipline me in your role as a mother, seeking to end my life. Yet since your arrival at the Guanju courtyard, you have not inquired about the events that led me to act against Yi Yabing and Granny Lai. Is this how a mother should behave? What right does such a mother have to take my life?" Madame Zhou inhaled deeply, her gaze sharp as a sword. "I need not inquire further. I am well aware of your actions against your own sister and Granny Lai. Now, accompany me to the front hall to atone for your misdeeds. I shall summon a physician to treat your sister's injuries." With that, she seized Yi Qingxue's wrist, intent on dragging her to the front hall. Just before stepping away, she recalled something and turned to Granny too. "Do not delay in summoning a physician for the second young lady. Whoever dares to utter a word about her injuries shall face dire consequences." Granny too quickly complied, ensuring that the other maidens sought the physician. As Madame Zhou pulled Yi Qingxue along, Yi Qingxue shook off her grip. "My betrothal to the Prince of Ding is a gracious decree from His Majesty. How could I possibly annul it? To defy the imperial edict would invite the annihilation of our entire family. Who do you wish to see perish? The troubles that arise from your desire to annul the engagement shall be resolved by your elder brother and second aunt. You need not concern yourself. You are unworthy of the Prince of Ding. Do not entertain delusions of ascending to greatness through this marriage. I am the legitimate daughter of a Marquis. His Majesty himself has bestowed this union upon me. Who dares to declare that I am unworthy of the Prince of Ding?" Yi Qingxue's voice was firm, disregarding the blood at the corner of her mouth. "Or is it that you, mother, believe my upbringing in the countryside renders me unworthy of the prince? But was it not you who personally sent me to the countryside? Was it not you who neglected my upbringing? I have, as you wished, lived as a rough girl in the countryside for 15 years. Today, I shall no longer heed your command to annul the engagement and tarnish my reputation. Madame Zhou, consumed by fury, declared, I am your mother, and I command you to annul the engagement. My mother? My mother would not abandon me in the countryside for 15 years without a care. My mother would not remain indifferent while I, poisoned by Yi Yabing's treachery, am left with but 10 days to live, only to force me to bear the stigma of breaking the engagement? Yi Qingxue lifted a cold smile, her voice as frigid as frost. Regardless of my dwindling days, no one shall compel me to undertake actions against my will. Madame Zhou, filled with fury, exclaimed, What poison? What 10 days of life? Your sister has been yearning for your return day and night. How could she possibly poison you? Your thoughts are truly malicious, tarnishing your own sister's beauty and bestowing upon her the vile reputation of a poisoner. Upon hearing this, Nurse he let out a sinister laugh and said, The physician of the manor will soon arrive to treat the second young lady. Why not have the doctor also examine the eldest young lady to ascertain if she has been poisoned? The madam must not be deceived. Madame Zhou retorted, Very well, we shall await the doctor. Chapter 7. Strike me 17 times. The house physician was summoned with utmost urgency. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene in Yi Qingxue's chamber, he was genuinely taken aback. Granny, he remarked, the second young lady has sustained multiple injuries, and it is impossible to attend to them all at once. However, examining the eldest young lady's pulse requires but a moment. Let us attend to her first. Madame Zhou turned her gaze toward the physician and instructed, Dr. Qin, please examine the eldest young lady's pulse to ascertain whether she has been poisoned. Dr. Qin hastened to Yi Qingxue's side. Granny, he attempted to cover her wrist with a handkerchief, but Yi Qingxue declined, rolling up her sleeve and extending her wrist toward Dr. Qin. The blood-soaked floor and the presence of the deceased made it evident to Dr. Qin that the day's events were indeed grave. He set aside all other concerns and proceeded to examine Yi Qingxue's pulse. After his initial examination, Dr. Qin found something perplexing in her pulse, prompting him to check a second and third time before withdrawing his hand. The eldest young lady's pulse was steady and strong, indicating robust health, with no signs of poisoning. Winter White exclaimed in indignation, My lady was administered the deadly poison of the fractured moon orchid. How could there be no signs of poisoning? You are a quack. Can you even diagnose properly? Both she and her lady had trained in martial arts, and any severe poisoning would certainly be perceptible to them. If her lady had indeed confirmed the poisoning, it could not be false. However, Dr. Qin firmly stated, part of my limited eyesight, I truly cannot detect any signs of poisoning in the eldest young lady. If you do not believe me, you may seek the counsel of another expert. Winter White was about to retort, but Yi Qingxue raised her hand, signaling her to refrain from further discussion. Yi Qingxue had come to understand that Dr. Qin was the house physician of the Marquis' residence, under the authority of Madame Min. With a mere command from Madame Min, even if she were on the brink of death, Dr. Qin could easily turn a blind eye and declare her well, claiming she would soon be lively and thriving. Granny He, having served Madame Min for many years, should have recognized this reality when she insisted on having Dr. Qin examine her pulse. Granny He continued, As the eldest young lady is unharmed, we can rest assured. However, we must trouble Dr. Qin to examine the second young lady, as her injuries appear quite severe. Dr. Qin acknowledged her request and proceeded toward Yi Yabing. She bore a single whip wound, yet her face was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh intermixed, with much blood having flowed into her hair, rendering it difficult to clean at once. Dr. Qin advised, Do not move her for the time being. I shall first staunch the bleeding. The wounds on her face are deep. If not treated promptly, even if the second young lady regains consciousness, her condition will remain precarious. Granny too cradled Yi Yabing in her arms, allowing Dr. Qin to tend to her wounds and apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Madame Zhou approached Yi Qingxue. You have accused your own sister of poisoning you, disfigured her visage, and then had her attendant killed, all while grievously injuring your childhood companion. What more do you have to say for yourself? I certainly have much to say. Yi Qingxue's eyes blazed with intensity. You wish for me to bear the infamy of a broken engagement. Such a notion is utterly impossible. Madame Zhou was engulfed in a fury, her gaze darting around as if searching for a sharp weapon to confront Yi Qingxue. Yet, The only implements in sight were Winterwhite's whip and Yi Qingxue's dagger. You are truly malicious, utterly irredeemable. Madame Zhou trembled with rage and commanded, "Bring the eldest girl here. I shall personally end her life." The mocking expression on Yi Qingxue's face vanished. Her eyes momentarily reddened. She approached Madame Zhou, as if emerging from the unfathomable darkness of hell, her entire being seemingly cloaked in frost. "Am I truly your flesh and blood? You trust not a word I utter. Yet you willingly step into the traps set by others. And now you wish to take my life with your own hands? Very well, strike me." Yi Qingxue cast a whip at her feet. "Mother, after 17 years, you may strike me 17 times. Should you fail to end my life, our maternal bond shall be severed, and from this day forth, I shall owe you nothing." She feared not the pain of punishment, but rather the debts that remained unsettled. Hatred and love tore at her heart, rending her flesh and blood, leaving her tormented in life and restless in death. In her past life, she had obediently followed her mother's commands, yearning for her affection and love. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, her mother had never believed her, insisting she endure, compromise, and sacrifice. Why? She and Yi Yabing were both her biological daughters. Yet, her mother remained an indifferent spectator to her suffering, allowing her to become sustenance for Yi Yabing's ascent. Enough was enough. Let this severance be final. Yi Qingxue knelt, her back straight, inviting the punishment. After 17 lashes, all familial ties would be irrevocably broken. Madame Zhou bent to retrieve the whip, clutching it tightly. Yi Qingxue gazed upon her mother's delicate, pale hand, which had never caressed her head. The first time it would touch her was to wield the whip to sever their bond. Winterby rushed forward, embracing Yi Qingxue, and shouted at Madame Zhou, "For 15 years, you have neglected the young lady. When she fell, you did not offer your hand. When she fell ill, you did not administer a single dose of medicine. When she was humiliated, you did not protect her. You have shown no concern for her tears or joys. Why do you have to strike her now?" Tears streamed down Winterby's face, advocating for Yi Qingxue. Now, with the second young lady's schemes leading to her demise in just 10 days, Madame Zhou, as a mother, not only showed no compassion, but sought to end her life. "You are unworthy of the title of mother." The young lady's marriage was procured at the cost of the old Marquis' life. Even he recognized his debt and sought to remedy it with what he deemed the best match for her. "But what have you done, madam? You lack the right to demand she bear the shame of annulment." Yi Qingxue grasped Winterby's shoulders, pushing her aside. "Winterby, whether fate or misfortune, I have always owed her a debt of life. Step aside. Today, I shall settle this matter with her." Winterby cried out, "Miss." The 3 maidservants outside rushed in, wailing. Yi Qingxue spoke firmly, "Withdraw." Madame Zhou remained unmoved, tightening her grip on the whip. "Binger has grown before my eyes. I know what she is. You lack self-restraint, engaging in clandestine vows with others, and yet you dare to slander your sister. All I see is your malice, your cruelty, and your heartless brutality. When a master declared you a scourge, I should have drowned you then, rather than waiting for you to reach the age of 17 to wreak havoc upon our family. Your father sacrificed his life to secure such a favorable marriage for you. Yet you have acted in such a manner that, should your father be aware from the netherworld, he would undoubtedly regret his choices and find no peace in death. Today, I shall avenge your father, your sister, the deceased Granny Lai, and everyone within the loyal and valiant Marquis' household by ending your life." The whip was raised high and came crashing down with a resounding crack, the searing pain causing Yi Qingxue's face to turn pale. The 4 maidservants instantly shed tears, yet they stifled their cries. Yi Qingxue remained silent, gritting her teeth as she said, "One lash down. Mother, strike with all your might. May it take 17 lashes to kill me." Chapter 8. Not mother. But Madame Zhou perceived Yi Qingxue's words as a blatant provocation. With a fierce swing of her whip, she continued her relentless assault. Crack, crack, crack. The whip struck repeatedly, each sound reverberating with an unsettling intensity. With each lash, Yi Qingxue cried out thrice, "Mother! Mother! Mother!" Sweat streamed down her face, her garments tattered, revealing distinct welts upon her skin. Blood oozed from lacerations, yet she refrained from weeping. With every strike of the whip, she summoned every ounce of strength to call out, "Mother!" Her hands, clenched into fists at her sides, bore the brunt of the whip's sting, leaving marks upon her skin and face. "I shall ask you once more. Having committed such a grave mistake, do you not realize you are unworthy to wed the prince? Will you not go to his highness and offer your apologies, voluntarily retracting your engagement?" Madame Zhou inquired, her voice heavy with authority. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingxue replied, "Mother, I am not in the wrong. I shall not go." Madame Zhou's whip continued to descend, each strike imbued with fury. Crack, mother, crack, mother, crack, mother. 17 lashes, each one fueled by rage and contempt, tore into Qingxue's flesh, shredding her clothing and leaving her marred in blood and bruises. Despite her stoic demeanor, after the 17th strike, Qingxue's strength faltered, and she collapsed to the ground, hastily catching herself only to spew forth a mouthful of blood. As Madame Zhou prepared to strike again, Qingxue's gaze sharpened, and with bare hands, she seized the whip. The ordeal of 17 lashes had concluded. Having survived, she proclaimed, "You shall never have another chance to strike me again, madam." The distance from calling her mother to addressing her as madam encapsulated the despair that had blossomed within Qingxue. It reflected her hopes, her yearning, and her pleas, now transformed into a profound sense of desolation. Madame Zhou, taken aback, looked down to see Qingxue's blood-stained visage and the frostiness in her reddened eyes. With determination, Qingxue yanked the whip from Madame Zhou's grasp. The once pampered lady was no match for the strength of one who had endured the laborious toil of life. Though Madame Zhou attempted to tighten her grip on the whip, she was thrown off balance by Qingxue's force. Regaining her composure, Madame Zhou seethed. "If you are so defiant, why commit such a transgression? If you have erred, why do you not admit it? If I cannot vanquish you, does that mean your brother will not?" With the whip firmly in her grasp, Qingxue slowly rose, wiping the blood from her lips. "The Marquis of loyalty and valor does not dictate my fate. Summon Madame in to speak with me." Unable to overpower or intimidate Qingxue into submission, Madame Zhou felt a sharp pain in her chest, her temples throbbing as darkness clouded her vision. "Please, summon Madame in," she commanded, leaning heavily against Granny, who, unable to stand, the anguish of her daughter's rebellion pierced her heart like 1,000 arrows. How could Qingxue be such a wayward child? In the main hall of the Marquis' estate, discussions between the princess and Madame Min had reached their conclusion. Yet, Qingxue and Xiangzhou had yet to arrive to offer their apologies and request the annulment of the engagement. As time passed, Madame Min grew increasingly concerned. Did Qingxue truly disregard her mother's words? Or had some unforeseen circumstance arisen, preventing the reconciliation from occurring? Although His Royal Highness the Ding Wang remained silent, he too contemplated the situation. If matters within the Marquis' residence were not resolved, his continued presence would not only be undesirable, but could also invite trouble. Thus, it was prudent to return and await further details from the Marquis' household before devising the next course of action. With this thought in mind, the Ding Wang stood and, with a respectful gesture, addressed Madame Min. "Since our discussions have concluded for today, I shall take my leave with the esteemed princess. I will send someone to your residence in 2 days to finalize the engagement." He hoped that, before the engagement, Madame Min would resolve the issues in the inner courtyard and replace his intended bride with Yi Yabing. Otherwise, he would not show leniency towards the loyal and valiant Marquis' household. Madame Min promptly rose and replied, "I respectfully escort the esteemed princess and His Royal Highness." Once they exited the Marquis' gates, she wasted no time and hurried towards the inner courtyard. Granny, he had already arrived and informed her of the situation in the courtyard, including the incident that had disfigured Yi Yabing. Madame Min abruptly halted, grasping Granny He's arm, her voice trembling slightly. "What? Has the second young miss truly been disfigured?" Granny, he replied tremulously, "Madam, yes. This old servant has witnessed it firsthand. The wound is deep enough to expose the bone. I fear the second young miss's face may not be salvaged." Consequently, Madame Zhou lashed the eldest young miss 17 times, but she refuses to admit her fault. Madame Min staggered, and Granny, he quickly steadied her. "Madam, please do not panic. My knowledge is limited, What I say may not be entirely true. If we were to find a divine physician, perhaps the second young Mrs. Face could still be saved. Madame Min's grip tightened suddenly, causing pain to Granny He, who remained silent. If the second young Mrs. Face is indeed ruined, I shall have Yi Qingxue torn to shreds, Madame Min declared, her words emerging as if forced through clenched teeth. Granny He summoned 10 guards to Guanju courtyard, since even her mother is powerless against her. I shall see whether she can withstand 10 guards. Granny He complied and quickly instructed Hongzhu to gather the men. When Madame Min arrived at Guanju courtyard, her presence was imposing, rivaling that of Madame Zhou. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her hair and strode confidently to the entrance. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked ground, she was utterly taken aback. The accounts relayed to her and the reality before her eyes were worlds apart. Here, she finally confirmed that Yi Qingxue, who had returned to the Marquis' residence 3 days ago and had been exceedingly cautious, was indeed capable of violence and even murder. She had severely underestimated Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue approached her and halted a distance of 10 paces away. Madame Min scrutinized her. Her clothes were tattered and stained with blood, her face bore injuries, and her hair was disheveled, presenting a picture of both despair and fragility. Looking past Yi Qingxue, Madame Min turned her gaze to Dongbai and the others. The 4 maidens obstructed her view, preventing her from discerning the situation inside, where she could neither see Yabing nor Granny Lai. Indeed, I observed Lady Zhou, supported by someone precariously standing to one side, awaiting her intervention for justice. Taking a deep breath, and another, Lady Min finally spoke. My dear young lady, I am unaware of the grievances that have befallen you, to the extent that you unleash such violence within the confines of the Ho residence, gravely injuring your own sister, and even taking the life of old Madame Lai. If you harbor any distress, you may confide in me directly, and I shall assist you in resolving it. But your current demeanor, does it signify discontent towards me, or are you attempting to incite rebellion against the Ho family? There is no need for pretenses of compassion. Yi Qingxue retorted, the source of my anguish is none other than you. You conspired with Yi Yabing to administer the deadly poison, fractured moon orchid, while coercing me and Xiang Zhou into the hall to plead for forgiveness, all to facilitate Yi Yabing's marriage to the crown prince. I do not require your assistance. You are my greatest dilemma, and it is you whom I intend to confront. Chapter 9. Unwilling. Yi Qingxue's gaze was piercingly sharp, causing a sudden tremor in Madame Min's heart. Was this girl, before her, truly the same timid country girl who had not dared to raise her voice for the past 3 days? How could one individual undergo such a profound transformation in merely 3 days? Could it be that the poisoning incident had left her so discontented that she was willing to risk everything, even the entire Marquis, in a desperate act? Madame Min could hardly believe her own eyes. At merely 17, did she not desire the antidote? What astonished Madame Min the most was Yi Qingxue's audacity to declare that she was the real problem and that she intended to resolve it. Madame Min doubted her own hearing. Yi Qingxue, you wretched child, what nonsense are you uttering? She is your second aunt. How can you be so unfilial? Before Madame Min could voice her thoughts, Madame Zhou had already shouted in anger. Madame Min's expression darkened, her gaze sharp as a blade. Has the young lady forgotten how to communicate respectfully? You have committed a grave mistake, endangering everyone within the loyal and valiant Marquis. And now you dare to speak ill? If that is the case, seize the young lady at once. When she acknowledges her error, I shall converse with her properly. Though a woman of the inner chamber, Madame Min spoke with an air of authority that commanded respect, for the title was bestowed upon her own son, and the entire Marquis was under her dominion. The insignificant Yi Qingxue was not worthy of her consideration. Disobedience warranted capture. A thorough reprimand would suffice. Later, she would use the matter of the antidote to torment her, instilling a deep sense of regret for her actions today. 10 guards summoned by Hongzhu, armed with long swords, charged forward in unison. The maids, Mama He, Mama Tu, and Hanyu, finally felt the thrill of vengeance. Ever since entering the Guanju courtyard, they had been oppressed by Yi Qingxue, and now they awaited the moment to see her subdued. Indeed, they were convinced that Yi Qingxue would be apprehended. It was an undeniable truth that she had been poisoned by the fractured moon orchid's deadly toxin, which would impair her martial prowess. Moreover, she had just endured 17 lashes from Madame Zhou, and given her frail stature, she was likely gravely injured inside. How could she possibly withstand 10 guards? As they contemplated this, their expressions hardened with malice, eagerly anticipating the moment when Qingxue would be captured, so they could rush forth and tear her apart. Qingxue stood in the center of the room, her garments stained with blood, wielding a long whip. As the wind swirled, it billowed her sleeves. Yet she did not so much as blink. When the guards lunged at her, she raised her whip in a sweeping motion, as if imbued with the force of 1,000 pounds, effortlessly sending several men sprawling in an instant. How could this be possible? The fallen guards were astounded, and those who remained halted, staring in disbelief at Qingxue, a frail, injured woman, who had managed to fend off so many with a single strike. Surely, they had underestimated her, granting her the opportunity to retaliate. The guards exchanged glances, propelled by a renewed determination. They leaped into action to attack Qingxue once more. Just then, Dongbai entered the fray. In the face of Dongbai, they were alarmed to discover that they could not approach Qingxue even a single step. Dongbai's martial prowess was extraordinarily high. The combined efforts of the 10 of them merely allowed them to hold their ground against him. Furthermore, Dongbai had Qingxue as his ally. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground and anguished cries echoed continuously, and in a brief moment, the 10 guards fell, landing at Lady Min's feet, almost forming a circle around her. Lady Min's complexion turned ashen, an overwhelming fury surging within her. Previously, she had refrained from striking out solely out of respect for her young mistress. But now, with their lack of worthiness for such respect, they dared to seek their own demise. Dongbai, his sword stained with blood, remarked with derision. Lady Min suppressed her anger, taking a deep breath. My dear, my intention in bringing you away is to guide you properly. Our Marquis acts in your best interest. Yet now do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Her expression was one of profound sorrow. In the great Zhou, we govern with filial piety. I, despite my shortcomings, am still your elder. Your mother is here watching, and yet you are so unfilial? Even if you were to triumph over the guards of the estate today, what of it? The laws of the great Zhou will not spare you. Do you think you can defeat the emperor's thousands of guards? Release the whip and come with me. The last sentence carried an unmistakable threat. However, as soon as the words left her lips, something was thrust towards her, and she instinctively caught it, only to find it was Yi Yabing. After Dr. Qin had treated Yi Yabing's wounds, she had awakened, but was confined within a room, only to be tossed over by Qingxue moments ago. She grasped Lady Min's arm tightly. Second aunt, save me. Lady Min steadied her shoulders, glancing at her face, which was indeed a gruesome sight, marred and bruised beyond recognition. It was ruined. Her visage was utterly destroyed. Overwhelmed with a mix of pain and fury, Lady Min nearly spat blood. She swiftly removed her cloak and wrapped Yi Yabing from head to toe, handing her over to Hongzhu. In a hushed tone, Lady Min instructed, protect the second young lady back to her courtyard. No one must see her face. She is merely slightly injured, and her beauty will recover. Hongzhu complied, shielding Yi Yabing as they departed. Once Yi Yabing's figure receded from view, Lady Min turned back, intent on holding Qingxue accountable. Yet, as her gaze landed upon Qingxue, a corpse was flung before her. Instinctively, Lady Min recoiled, her eyes narrowing to discern that it was the body of Granny Lai. Her fury escalated, an all-consuming blaze threatening to obliterate her reason. Alongside the corpse, they also tossed in the battered and barely conscious Yang Zhou, amusingly still bound by the rattan strips that had not been loosened. Standing at the entrance, Qingxue gripped her long whip, her eyes scanning the crowd with palpable hostility before finally resting upon Lady Min. Qingxue, was abandoned by the Marquis at the tender age of 2. Yet, I have a father who has not forsaken me. Each time he returns victorious from battle, he visits me at the manor, teaches me martial arts. And when the emperor was willing to grant a marriage, he pledged me to Prince Ding. The esteemed Prince Ding Wang of the Great Zhou is a paragon of talent, admired by numerous women in the capital, including your second daughter, Yi Yabing, having been raised in the Marquis' residence. Yi Yabing shares a profound bond with Madame Zhou and Madame Min. To facilitate Yi Yabing's ambitions, Madame Min has devised a scheme to usurp my engagement. They feign to retrieve me from Qingxue village, administering a lethal poison, coercing me with an antidote to renounce my betrothal, thus tarnishing my reputation. Yi Yabing, as my sister, will subsequently claim my position under the guise of atonement, marrying Prince Ding Wang as his consort. I refuse. This engagement, fought for by my father, represents my lifelong honor, and I will not yield. Yi Qingxue articulated each word with icy precision, her tone resolute, as if slicing through ice and snow. I have marred Yi Yabing's visage. I personally ended the life of Granny Lai, and Xiang Zhou, complicit in their tyranny, now lies on the brink of death. Who among you dares to approach? Their current fate will mirror your own. The guards fell silent, gripped by fear and astonishment. Yi Qingxue turned her gaze once more to Madame Min. Madame Min, I summoned you here not to ensnare me or to threaten me anew, nor to distort the truth before the crowd. I intend to expose your malevolent deeds to the world. Chapter 10. We take action. Madame Min had encountered numerous schemes and deceptions, and she was quite the expert in the subtle maneuvers of the inner quarters. However, she had never anticipated that one day a young maiden would stand before her, fearless of life and death, determined to expose her misdeeds to the light of day. This revelation left her utterly astounded, unable to overpower or refute the girl, who displayed an utter disregard for her own safety. Madame Min felt utterly vulnerable. A wave of emotions surged through her, causing her legs to weaken, nearly leading her to collapse. Nurse, he supported her, and leaning against the nurse, a plan formed in her mind, tears cascading down her cheeks, her eyes reddening. Dr. Qin has already checked your pulse. You have not been poisoned. Madame Min wept, saying, as for your relationship with Xiang Zhou, never mind. I shan't speak further. We only wish to guide you for your own good. It appears you believe we are harming you. Enough, enough. Whenever you come to your senses, we shall meet again. You are young and have erred. Your second aunt will not hold it against you. We are, after all, one family, and the well-being of the Ho residence depends on us all. I hope you will come to understand soon. Wiping away her tears, Madame Min, with the devoted Nurse Lai by her side, prepared to leave, intent on ensuring a proper burial. After all, she was a long-standing member of the Ho family. She would provide her family with 50 taels of silver as a form of condolence. Take Xiang Zhou down as well, and tend to his wounds properly. He has grown up alongside the young lady. Now that he is at the Ho residence, he is a guest. Madame Min offered no opportunity for Yi Qingxue to respond, speaking rapidly without pause until she finished and hastily departed. She understood that confronting Yi Qingxue head-on would yield no benefits. It was wiser to temporarily withdraw and allow time and space for public opinion to shift in her favor, waiting for her eldest son to return home to discuss matters further. Furthermore, the immediate priority was to assess the extent of Yi Yabing's facial injuries and whether there was any hope for recovery. It was imperative that no one learned of Yi Yabing's disfigurement. She must become the princess consort of the duke, and that was non-negotiable. With these considerations in mind, Madame Min quickly called for ceasefire. Mrs. Zhou, filled with disappointment, cast a glance at Yi Qingxue before turning away, troubled by Yi Yabing's condition. Dongbai, seething with rage, remarked on Madame Min's cunning, noting how she had managed to retaliate against their young mistress even in such dire circumstances. I shall seize her and teach her a lesson, Dongbai declared. Let her understand the consequences of attacking our mistress. Previously, when they accompanied Yi Qingxue into the Ho residence, they had sensed an uncomfortable atmosphere permeating the place. However, at the behest of their mistress, they had chosen to endure. Now, with their mistress poisoned and left with only 10 days to live, they felt justified in unleashing their wrath. What more is there to tolerate? Qiu Shan grabbed her arm, saying, there is no need for that. While Madame Min is indeed despicable, she spoke a truth. We can manage 10 guards, but what of 100 or 1,000? This is the Ho residence. Once the young Marquis returns, summoning 1,000 guards would be a trivial matter. Dongbai retorted angrily. Are you suggesting we should flee now? The young lady was poisoned with a lethal toxin. They merely took the life of an old woman and marred a person's beauty. Lady Min, guilty of heinous crimes, faced no consequences, and we just fled? Is there to be no vengeance? Qiushan replied, It is not that we will not seek revenge, but rather that we shall do so through a different means. Lady Min must be attending to Yi Yabing's injuries. Our immediate priority is to find a physician for the young lady to assess whether the poison known as shattered moon orchid can be counteracted. She continued, Dr. Qin is the physician of the Marquis' household and is bound to obey Lady Min's orders. If Lady Min instructs him to declare that the young lady has not been poisoned, then everyone will believe it, which will only embolden Lady Zhou to act with even greater malice towards her. The whip of Lady Zhou appeared to strike Yi Qingxue. Yet Qiushan understood that each lash fell upon the heart of Yi Qingxue, shattering all her hopes and dreams of a mother. Blades from outsiders can be borne, but the beratings from one's own kin can lead to utter despair. Donbai cast a glance at Yi Qingxue, who had been poisoned and injured, and had just endured a prolonged confrontation with Lady Min. She sat upon the blood-stained ground, silent and utterly exhausted. Her tattered garments clung to her wounds, a sight that was painful to behold. Chun Xian and Xiaogu stepped forward, assisting her to rise from the ground and sit upon the couch, wrapping her in a blanket. Chun Xian said, I shall fetch some warm water to wash your face. She exited the room. Qiushan grasped Yi Qingxue's hand and asked, How do you feel now? Donbai added, I will seek a doctor. I have heard that the legendary Xiangxi is a master at antidotes. If we can summon him, the poison in the young lady can surely be dispelled. Qiushan and Xiaogu gazed at her in silence, for the existence of Xiangxi was merely a legend. With no one knowing his whereabouts, or even if he were male or female, Qiushan declared, I will find a physician. Even if we cannot locate Xiangxi, I shall return with a capable doctor. The Marquis' residence is a den of peril. Lady Min will surely strike at the young lady again. Donbai, your martial prowess is commendable. Remain by the young lady's side. If you cannot fight, you can at least flee. Though Donbai longed to seek assistance herself, she conceded that Qiushan's reasoning was sound. The young lady was poisoned and injured, and only she could safeguard her. Xiaogu concurred, saying, I also support Qiushan's venture. Though her skills may not match yours, she possesses some foundation and is wise and cautious, making her more suited for this task. Donbai nodded in agreement, and thus the three reached a consensus. Qiushan wasted no time and prepared to depart, but Yi Qingxue grasped her arm. Qiushan inquired, Young lady, do you have any instructions? Yi Qingxue replied, There is no need to go. The shattered moon orchid's toxin is incurable. I have encountered this poison in my past life, and there is no antidote that can eradicate it completely. Even if Yi Yabing were to provide me with an antidote, it would merely prolong my suffering. After 10 days, I would still be in excruciating pain. Rather than cling to life like a wretched rat in a gutter, my dignity trampled into the mud, I would prefer death. Yi Qingxue continued, Even if you were to find Xiangxi, and he could indeed cure the poison within me, the time it would take for you to go and return would not suffice. There is no need to expend such effort. The three maidens' eyes quickly brimmed with tears, and Xiaogu could not contain her sorrow, hastily turning her face away. As the autumn deepened, Qiushan spoke with a choked voice, Miss, even if there is no solution, I must give it a try. Only by attempting will I find peace. Donbai added, Indeed, I stand with Qiushan. Xiao Lu remarked, Miss, allow Qiushan to attempt it. Trying is better than not trying at all. What if? Yi Qingxue, witnessing their earnestness, could not bring herself to shatter their hopes. Were she in their position, she too would undoubtedly seek to try, for otherwise, she would find it hard to be at peace. Thus, she nodded her assent. Within 10 days, regardless of the outcome, remember to return. Yi Qingxue said, When I die, having you all accompany me on my journey would suffice. With tears in her eyes, Qiushan nodded emphatically, leaving with a promise that she would return. Chun Xian prepared hot water to cleanse the blood from Yi Qingxue's face and tended to her wounds. Donbai sprinkled medicinal powder on her injuries, while several maidservants collaborated to tidy the room, and soon it was noon. Chun Xian and Xiao Lu went to prepare lunch, while Donbai changed into fresh attire, remaining by Yi Qingxue's side. Yi Qingxue instructed Donbai, procure some ginseng and prepare extra healing salves. We shall venture out this evening. Donbai replied, Miss, you need rest. Yi Qingxue countered, Yi Yabing's actions today are undoubtedly orchestrated by Madame Min behind the scenes. If Madame Min dares to act so boldly, she must have colluded with His Highness, the Prince of Ding. This marriage must be annulled, come what may. However, I cannot wait for them to strike again before I retaliate. If I do, I shall only endure further blows. We must take the initiative, successfully terminate the engagement, and ensure they bear the brunt of public scorn. My time is limited. We must set forth tonight. Chapter 11. The Lame Brother After a Moment of Silence. Dongbai suddenly remarked, "No wonder when we departed from the manor, Aunt Xing insisted on stuffing our luggage with ginseng and medicinal herbs. At that time, she mentioned that although the Marquis' residence possessed these items, we had grown accustomed to the wilds of the manor, often sustaining injuries. While it was acceptable to occasionally procure remedies from the Marquis' estate, over time, the need for daily supplies would surely become burdensome. Carry it with you for unforeseen circumstances." At that moment, she observed the old maid, Xing, discreetly wiping away her tears. It seemed she anticipated that even if the young lady returned to the Marquis' residence, she would have no one to support her. Should she inadvertently sustain an injury while procuring medicinal herbs from a market, she would likely face reprimand and disdain from others. Indeed, it had only been 3 days since their arrival, and they had already utilized both the herbs and ginseng. Yet vingure market. Once the affairs of the Marquis' residence are resolved, we shall return to the estate in Qingxue. After all, it is not far. A 2-day carriage ride will suffice. 2 days. Qingxue was suddenly startled. She had initially believed she had a lifetime to reunite with her family, viewing those 2 days as but a fleeting moment in the vast expanse of eternity. Yet now, she realized that only Qingxue village could truly be called home, for it was there that her family resided. The longing to return was overshadowed by the grim reality that it would cost her 1/5 of her remaining life. She needed to seize the time to exact her vengeance, and then strive to return to Qingxue village. If she were to perish there, she would have no regrets. The loyal and brave Marquis' residence was tainted with filth, and she had no desire to meet her end in such a place. In the ensuing hours, Qingxue diligently tended to her wounds, obediently consuming the concoctions brewed by Chunqian, sharing meals with the third maid, and eventually lying down to rest. Sleep eluded her, her mind racing through a myriad of scenes like a flickering lantern, yet she compelled herself to lie still, clearing her thoughts to gather strength. As evening approached, she took another dose of medicine, had her meal, and swallowed 3 painkillers. Then, she called the third maid to her side, assigning tasks to each individual before setting off towards the western gate of the Marquis' residence with Dongbai. The residence was ablaze with light. While Yi Yabing's courtyard buzzed with activity, people constantly coming and going. In stark contrast, the western gate appeared eerily quiet, locked and devoid of any guards. The distant lanterns cast no light in this direction, and darkness seemed to seep in from the depths, creating an expansive void. To reach the western gate, Qingxue and Dongbai needed to traverse this shroud of darkness. In the distance, a solitary lantern hung at the gate, its light dim and feeble. Qingxue led the way with Dongbai close behind, their steps swift and purposeful. As they proceeded, Qingxue abruptly halted. Someone collided with her. She attempted to retreat, but it was too late, and she could only brace herself. Who could it be? Winterbai swiftly ignited a fire starter, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Qingxue then discerned the figure sprawled on the ground. It was Yi Tsuanxi, the second son of the second branch. Yi Tsuanxi was born on the same day as Yi Yabing and reportedly entered the military at the tender age of 12 for training, proving to be an exceptional talent. It was said that just a year prior, he had accompanied the commander in quelling bandits, successfully capturing several of them, showcasing his remarkable prowess. However, shortly after his commendable achievements, he fell victim to an unknown incident that rendered his right leg permanently crippled. Upon his return to the Marquis' residence, he was deprived of any further connection to the military or the battlefield. In her previous life, Yi Qingxiang was tormented by poison, while Yi Kunqi seldom appeared in public. Their encounters were so rare that they merely acknowledged each other's existence upon sight. However, Yi Kunqi was the youngest son of Madame Min, who presided over the Marquis, leading Yi Qingxiang to believe that despite his limp, his life in the Marquis would not be too dismal. Yet, the youth she now beholds raises questions. What is the meaning of this? On a chilly, early spring night, he was clad in such thin, tattered garments. And what was it that fell to the ground as he tumbled? Hey, perhaps? Qingxue seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden influx of light. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, aware that he had collided with someone. However, he chose silence, instead opting to move aside with a wooden bucket filled with fodder, turning his back to the illumination. The intention was evident. He was clearing a path for Qingxue. Yet, he displayed no concern for whom he had encountered, as he did not even bother to glance at Qingxue. "Are you the second young master, Qingxue?" Qingxue inquired, extending her hand towards the youth. "It is cold on the ground. Let me help you up." Qingxue gazed at the delicate, slender hand before him, its alabaster beauty captivating. A tremor coursed through his body, and for reasons unknown, his eyes began to well with warmth, his nose tinged with an unexpected acidity. He wished to suppress such emotions, yet he found himself unable to do so. His gaze followed that exquisite hand to Qingxue's face, her resolute brows, elegantly shaped eyes, a proud nose, and alluring lips, the upper half of her visage reminiscent of her uncle, while the lower half echoed her mother's features. At that moment, he confirmed that this was indeed Qingxue, the young lady of the Marquis' residence who had been cast away to Qingxue village since childhood. Until now, he had only known of her existence. Today, he finally beheld her. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "I am but a useless man, now relegated to the tasks of feeding and grooming horses at the Marquis' estate. There is no need for you to curry favor with me. I can offer you no assistance." The son of Madame Min, even with a broken leg, remained the second son of the Marquis' household. Could Madame Min truly accept such a fate for him, reduced to a mere stable hand? According to Madame Min's disposition, she should have sought out renowned physicians to treat Qingxue. Qingxue became intrigued and squatted down before Qingxue, asking, "Is this state of helplessness truly a choice you've made for yourself? Does your mother also consent to your becoming a wastrel? Let us refrain from mentioning mothers." Qingxue's expression of numbness was instantaneously replaced by fury. Not all women in the world are worthy of being mothers. He trembled all over, his jaw clenched tightly, and his eye sockets were bloodshot, evidently indicating that the mention of Madame Min struck at his very heart. Qingxue was once again taken aback. Madame Min treated Qingxue exceptionally well, and she was equally kind to her niece, Yabing. Yet, Qingxue claimed that she was unworthy of being a mother. Qingxue, valuing her time, refrained from engaging in riddles with him and directly inquired, "Could it be that your mother sent you to tend to the horses and perform such tasks? You have suffered an injury to your leg, yet she refuses to seek out a reputable physician for you, denies you the opportunity to recuperate, and instead insists that you perform menial tasks?" Qingxue glared at her with indignation. Although he remained silent, Qingxue was aware that her words struck a chord. She persisted with her inquiry. "Did Madame Min not say that you had committed an offense in the military camp and must face punishment, which is why you were assigned the task of feeding and grooming the horses?" Qingxue remarked, "What? Do you take pleasure in witnessing others being mistreated by their own mothers?" Qingxue smiled lightly, unperturbed and unruffled, and replied, "I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. Not every woman in this world is worthy of motherhood." Qingxue's expression momentarily faltered as he contemplated her circumstances, suddenly comprehending the essence of her words. Qingxue extended her hand towards him, saying, "Rise, for the ground is indeed frigid. Others may have forsaken us, but we must not abandon or relinquish ourselves." Though Qingxue remained filled with anger, his eyes brimmed with tears once more. Since the incident, only Qingxue had spoken such comforting words to him. Taking the initiative, Qingxue clasped his hand firmly, gently pulling him to his feet. "If you continually position yourself as a victim, everyone will seek to harm you. Yet, if you steadfastly assert your agency and refuse to yield, all will come to regret crossing your path." Chapter 12. Yabing's collapse. Upon finishing her words, Qingxue brushed past Qingxue and departed. The spot where Qingxue stood was once again engulfed in darkness. He gazed for an interminable period in the direction of Qingxue's departure before finally withdrawing his gaze, offering himself a wry smile. Lacking his mother's affection and burdened with a limp, he had become the jest of the entire Ho residence. How could he take charge of his own destiny and compel others to regret their entanglement with him? In the darkness, he gazed towards the direction of the Qingxue pavilion, where Yi Yabing's courtyard lay, the most spacious and elegant place in the entire Marquis residence, aside from the main courtyard and his grandmother's garden. His mother treated this niece with far more affection than she ever showed her own son. When he was brought back after having his legs broken, she had visited him once with a physician, confirming his lameness. Regardless of the truth, she immediately imposed punishment upon him. And then, what else was there to say? He was compelled to vacate his original courtyard and take up residence in the servants' quarters, sharing their meals and living arrangements. Primarily tasked with the duties of feeding and grooming the horses, no longer the second son of the Marquis. Once, he believed that although his mother was distant, she did not treat him harshly. In fact, she even sent him to the military camp for training, presumably hoping he would achieve something noteworthy and not become too feeble. However, after his misfortune, he realized that his mother's aloofness was not a sign of her desire for him to succeed. Rather, she was genuinely indifferent to him and even sought to undermine him. Where is his mother now, and what is she doing? However, could one engage in conversation and alleviate boredom in Yi Yabing's room? Yi Xuanxi had long ceased to concern himself with matters of the estate, and thus remained oblivious to the events that transpired in the Guanju courtyard that morning. His sole focus lay upon the horses he tended, pondering whether they were sufficiently plump and robust. However, he did surmise one truth. Indeed, Madame Min was presently in Yi Yabing's chamber, though not engaged in idle conversation with her. Yi Yabing's visage had been utterly disfigured. Dr. Qin had exerted considerable effort to successfully staunch her bleeding, administer medication, and meticulously bandage her entire face with white gauze. At this juncture, neither Madame Min nor Yi Yabing possessed the inclination for conversation. Since awakening, Yi Yabing has been in a state of distress, easily succumbing to despair. Madame Zhou has remained by her side for most of the day, attempting to console her and cursing Yi Qingxue, yet to no avail. Madame Min, while encouraging Madame Zhou to take a break, also dismissed the other servants and maids. Immediately, Yi Yabing fell into her embrace, exclaiming, "Aunt, you have always treated me the best since childhood. You must find a way to heal my face. I still wish to marry Prince Ding as his consort. If my appearance is truly marred, His Highness will surely disdain me. If I were to marry into the prince's residence bearing this face, the other concubines and maidens would surely torment me." Madame Min held her close. The vivid image of the deep, bone-revealing scars on Yi Yabing's face etched clearly in her mind. The difficulty of healing such wounds was indeed formidable. However, she is not one to concede easily. Yi Yabing is someone she has nurtured with her own hands, and she does not believe that Yi Yabing could be outmatched by Yi Qingxue. She gently patted Yi Yabing's shoulder and said, "Dr. Qin possesses only ordinary medical skills, which is why he can only serve as a physician in the estate. It is quite normal that he cannot restore your face. Do not worry. I assure you that my second aunt will tirelessly seek out renowned doctors across the land to help restore your visage to its former glory. In due time, you shall boldly enter the Duke's residence as a bride. Second aunt, I have faith in you." Yi Yabing felt tears welling up again, a blend of pain and fear. However, recalling Dr. Qin's admonition that tears might hinder her wound's healing, she stifled her emotions once more. "Aunt, with Yi Qingxue's formidable demeanor today, would she truly be willing to annul her engagement with His Highness the Dingwang? If she is unwilling, what course of action should I pursue?" At the mention of Yi Qingxue, Madame Min's expression turned icy, as if enshrouded in frost. "I shall ensure she complies. If one strategy fails, another shall be employed. What difficulty lies therein? The art of war encompasses 36 stratagems, and we have merely executed the first. Why should you fear?" Observing her aunt's demeanor, Yi Yabing understood that her betrothal to the Dingwang was no concern of hers. Yi Qingxue was hardly a match for Madame Min. "By the way, aunt, when I was injured today, was His Highness present in the residence? Is he aware of my disfigurement?" Madame Min replied, "I have kept this matter under wraps. No one knows of your disfigurement. only that you were gravely injured by Yi Qingxue. Yi Yabing exhaled in relief. As long as His Highness remained unaware, she felt reassured. Aunt, it grows late. Please send someone to find a miraculous physician for me. Recalling the reflection of her visage in the mirror, given by Yi Qingxue before she lost consciousness, sent shivers coursing through her. I have already informed your elder brother to dispatch someone to search for assistance. We shall await their return. As she spoke, Madame Min narrowed her eyes. Your face shall not be marred. Your brother has assured me that a renowned physician known as Qingxue possesses the power of resurrection. I shall certainly procure him for you. That is wonderful news, Yi Yabing replied. If such a miraculous healer exists, the scars upon my face shall surely be remedied. I fear not, for one day I shall ensure Yi Qingxue experiences the bitter taste of disfigurement herself. At that moment, Granny He knocked and entered. Madame Min tidied Yabing's hair, draped over her shoulder before inquiring, "What has transpired to cause such alarm?" Granny He responded, "The eldest young lady, accompanied by Dongbai, has stealthily exited the residence through the western gate. Our people stationed outside Guanju courtyard overheard a conversation between Chun Qian and Xia Lu, stating that the eldest young lady encountered a pair of siblings on her journey back to the capital. Feeling aggrieved within the residence, she departed hastily to seek solace from them. Is this true? Send someone to monitor Guanju courtyard immediately. No one is to enter or exit," Madame Min declared. "Had I known Yi Qingxue had made the acquaintance of an outsider, I would not have needed to arrange for Xiangzhou by merely making her uncomfortable within the residence. She would inevitably seek out that outsider to lament her woes. I could then catch her in the act, and Yi Qingxue would be utterly ruined. Such a bloody affair need not have occurred today. Nevertheless, just as I was vexed by the lack of opportunity to deal with Yi Qingxue, she has now unwittingly placed herself in peril. Perhaps the venom of the fractured moon orchid has rendered her incapable of enduring the pain, thus seeking comfort in a secret rendezvous with an outsider. Yi Qingxue is destined to perish, yet the engagement must also be annulled. If it is confirmed that she has indeed left the residence, ensure that all entrances to the estate are closely monitored and prevent her return," Madame Min commanded sternly. Granny He acknowledged the order and promptly exited. In the early spring, as the verdant summer approached, Chun Qian and Xia Lu remained indoors, listening intently to the commotion outside, confirming that an increasing number of guards had discreetly surrounded the Guanju courtyard. They felt a sense of relief wash over them. The intelligence regarding Yi Qingxue's nocturnal rendezvous with a gentleman was a mission entrusted to them by Yi Qingxue herself. Although the western gate was locked, Dongbai was a master at lock-picking. With a slender piece of wire, she could effortlessly disengage the lock. Once the two of them slipped through the western gate, they merged into the darkness. After a short while, they spotted a carriage waiting for them by the roadside, a meticulous arrangement made by Dongbai during the day. As they settled into the carriage, Dongbai seized the opportunity to lower her voice and inquire, "Miss, why were you so candid with the second son? He is the biological child of Madame Min," with a hint of cold amusement curling at the corners of her lips. Yi Qingxue replied, "Precisely because he is Madame Min's flesh and blood, I must lay bare my heart to him. I shall eventually bring about Madame Min's demise, but the anguish of her death will resonate more profoundly if it is inflicted by Yi Qingxue's own hands." Chapter 13. A most miserable prince, though such words were spoken. Dongbai furrowed her brow. Blood is thicker than water. Now that the second young master has faced punishment, his hatred for Madame Min has intensified. However, should Madame Min treat him with kindness in the future, it is conceivable that he might reconcile with her, for they are, after all, mother and son. In such a scenario, he could very well side with Madame Min against the young miss. Yi Qingxue responded coldly, "Then let them both perish." It must be noted that Madame Min is an exceedingly selfish individual, fiercely protective of her own. Regardless of Yi Qingxue's shortcomings, she would undoubtedly shield him. Yet, the manner in which she treats Yi Qingxue invites profound contemplation. Yi Qingxue leaned closer to Dongbai and whispered, "Tomorrow, when you have the opportunity, probe into the grave mistake Yi Qingxue committed in the military that led to his leg being broken and him being cast aside. Given the current circumstances, The relationship between Madame Min and Yi Kunsi is quite intriguing. The wheels turned, and the carriage creaked forward along the desolate streets, the sound echoing in the stillness. Yi Qingxue lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze outside. There were few pedestrians on the street, and the night breeze carried a chilling atmosphere. The reason for this somberness was the incident involving the crown prince that had unfolded 7 days prior. Rumor had it that the crown prince was a paragon of virtue, possessing both literary and martial prowess, commanding the loyalty of his subjects and the hearts of the people. Yet, no one could have anticipated that just 7 days ago, he had become entangled with the young and beautiful Li Fei, a newly favored concubine in the emperor's harem, following the Lantern Festival banquet. The scandal sent shockwaves through the court, inciting the emperor's wrath. Li Fei and her entire household were executed on the spot. Some were beaten to death, while others faced the sword, transforming the opulent palace into a river of blood. At that moment, several ministers reported that the crown prince had colluded with bandits, harboring ambitions of usurping the throne. Even more scandalous were claims that he had disrespected his biological mother, the late empress, by desecrating her statue with blood, an act deemed utterly sacrilegious. All evidence was presented before the emperor, who ordered the crown prince's deposition and arrest. With a D sitting in the carriage, she felt no chill. "Thank you, Miss Pan, for waiting for me so late," Yi Qingxue expressed. Her acquaintance with Pan Jing was not profound. They had merely crossed paths on the return journey from Qingxue. At that time, Pan Jing had just descended from the temple after offering incense, her carriage having broken down, and thus she had taken Yi Qingxue's carriage home, leading to their introduction. When parting, Pan Jing had mentioned that should Yi Qingxue ever require assistance, she should not hesitate to seek her out at the Pan residence. Little did Yi Qingxue anticipate that she would reach out so soon. Pan Jing's grandfather had once served as the crown prince's tutor, and he had held great satisfaction in the crown prince, resulting in a close affiliation between the Pan family and the crown prince. Even Pan Hung, the eldest son of the Pan family, was a companion to the crown prince. The Pan family was indeed a prominent supporter of the crown prince. Following the crown prince's misfortune, the Pan family, being closely associated with him, found themselves in peril. During dinner, Pan Yuanzhou, Pan Jing's father, remained in his study, unable to swallow a morsel. Pan Yuanzhou was acutely aware of the implications of the crown prince's downfall, especially with the ambitious Duke Ding, born of the current empress, seeking to usurp the crown prince's position. It was inevitable that the duke would eliminate all those loyal to the crown prince and replace them with his own allies. The Pan family, having maintained a close relationship with the crown prince, stood at the forefront of this impending disaster. In his study, Pan Yuanzhou pondered the Pan family's potential escape routes. After much contemplation, he discerned two possible paths. The first was to resign from his official duties and swiftly withdraw his family from the capital, the epicenter of power. Yet, would the duke and the empress allow them to escape? Even if they could flee, would the duke and the empress not pursue them with lethal intent? Having devoted himself to public service for the welfare of the realm, abandoning it felt like forsaking the common people, a notion he could not bear. The second option was to swiftly achieve merit, to establish a firm foothold in the court, earning the emperor's trust and reliance. Even if the duke and the empress conspired against him, they would find it difficult to bring the Pan family to ruin. However, securing merit was no simple feat. What commendable achievements awaited him? Would it involve locating the crown prince and delivering him to the emperor, leaving the emperor to decide his fate? An endeavor that neither the emperor nor the duke could accomplish seemed insurmountable for him. As for aligning with the duke and the empress, that path was one Pan Yuanzhou preferred not to contemplate for the time being. Both routes he contemplated were fraught with difficulty, leaving him in a state of deep distress. Perhaps resigning and retreating to his hometown to safeguard his family's lives was the most prudent course. The newly favored consort Li, once highly cherished, had witnessed the massacre of the entire palace, a scene of horrific carnage, with her maternal family suffering the same fate of slaughter and exile. Determined, yet suffocated by anxiety, Pan Yuanzhou was lost in thought when a knock sounded on his study door. "Father, the young lady Yi, whom I mentioned to you earlier, has arrived." Pan Jing's voice resonated from outside. The eldest daughter of the Yi family was betrothed to the Duke, with the young Marquis of the Yi family being a subordinate of the Duke. Thus, Pan Yuanzhou felt a certain reluctance towards their visit. However, given his daughter's previous kindness from the Yi family, he felt compelled to meet with her. With this thought in mind, Pan Yuanzhou took a deep breath and stepped forward to open the door to the study. His gaze briefly flickered over Yi Qingxue, and his tone carried a hint of sharpness and aloofness. "If there is something to discuss, please come in." Yi Qingxue entered, followed closely by Pan Jing and Dong Bai. Pan Yuanzhou took a seat, and Yi Qingxue greeted him. "Greetings, Master Pan." In the past, Miss Yi had offered a ride to a young lady, and the Pan household was immensely grateful. "If Miss Yi has any instructions today, please do not hesitate to speak. Whatever can be accomplished, I shall see to it." Pan Yunzhou's words implied that this meeting was solely due to the past kindness of the ride. Otherwise, he would not have entertained the presence of the Yi family. Furthermore, he hoped that Yi Qingxue would not make excessive demands, sparking unnecessary discomfort. "Master Pan, I have not come this evening to seek recompense for favors," Yi Qingxue replied, "neither submissive nor overbearing. Rather, I am here to alleviate your pressing concerns." Pan Yuanzhou was nearly amused. "Miss Yi, do you truly comprehend what my pressing concerns are? To suggest that you could assist me is indeed the height of ignorance and arrogance." Chapter 14. This is not my dilemma. Yi Qingxue surveyed the study. Noticing that Pan Yuanzhou had no intention of calling Pan Jing and Dong Bai out, it seemed he did not believe she could articulate the pressing concerns of the Pan family. Yi Qingxue was not surprised. After all, she was merely a girl from a rural village. "Dong Bai, you step outside and ensure that no unauthorized personnel approach Lord Pan's study," Yi Qingxue instructed. Although Pan Yuanzhou doubted her ability to reveal anything of significance, she felt it prudent to take precautions. It would be perilous if the discussions of a minister's household were to be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals. Dong Bai complied promptly and exited. Pan Yuanzhou regarded Yi Qingxue with skepticism, perceiving her as someone who was merely indulging in theatrics. He lifted the cup of now-cold tea to his lips. The study fell into silence. Yi Qingxue maintained her composed demeanor and began, "Lord Pan, your father served as the crown prince's tutor in life, and your family has always enjoyed a close relationship with the crown prince, rendering you akin to his faction. Now that the crown prince is in peril, Prince Ding is undoubtedly seeking to ascend to the throne and will likely devise means to target the Pan family, executing a warning by sacrificing the chicken to scare the monkey. The entire Pan lineage could face annihilation." Pan Yuanzhou's hand trembled, spilling a few drops of tea as he looked at her in disbelief. How could a girl raised in the countryside perceive the vulnerabilities of the Pan family? "What should we do?" Pan Jing inquired immediately, sensing the tension that had enveloped their home in recent days, though unable to articulate its cause. She had attributed it to the crown prince's predicament, believing her father and brothers were distressed, unaware of the grave danger that loomed over the Pan family. Pan Yuanzhou cast a silent, warning glance at Pan Jing, cautioning her against speaking too hastily, for her words threatened to tighten the noose around their family's neck. Yi Qingxue remained unfazed by Pan Yuanzhou's demeanor. Their relationship was one of mutual cooperation, each seeking their own benefit. The solution for the Pan family lay in swiftly convincing the emperor and others that Lord Pan's loyalty had always been to the imperial authority, rather than to the crown prince, Prince Ding, or any other royal offspring. Pan Yuanzhou was acutely aware of this. They had previously pledged allegiance to the crown prince under the misconception that they were serving the imperial power. The recent turn of events had illuminated the fact that they had unwittingly strayed from their path. Now, with the crown prince's crisis, the lives of the entire Pan clan hung precariously beneath an invisible blade. This urgency spurred his desire to achieve merit swiftly and demonstrate his stance to the emperor. However, he had already dismissed that notion, feeling powerless to execute it. Pan Yuanzhou scoffed. "Miss Yi speaks as if it were simple." Yi Qingxue replied with a slight smile. "It is not difficult to implement." Pan Yuanzhou's thoughts echoed with the words, "The ignorant are arrogant." If it were truly simple, he would not be in such torment. With a tone of authority, he asked, "Then do enlighten us." Yi Qingxue responded, "The Minister of War, Wei Jingtong, is corrupt and engages in malfeasance. What? Pan Yuanzhou exclaimed in shock. Wei Jingtong seemed to lead a life of poverty, with nothing to his name. How could he possibly be corrupt? All officials of the great Zhou dynasty were corrupt, yet it seemed inconceivable that Wei Jingtong could be among them. Moreover, the third young lady of the Wei family is betrothed to his eldest son. How is that even conceivable? Yi Qingxue remarked, for many years, the borders of our great Zhou have been plagued by incessant invasions, and the emperor occasionally dips into the national treasury to send gold and silver to our adversaries in a bid to quell the hostility, leading to inevitable depletion of the treasury. If Minister Pan can unearth the ill-gotten gains of Wei Jingtong and prompt the emperor to confiscate the Wei family's assets, he could acquire a substantial sum. This would not only remedy the emperor's fiscal shortcomings, but also extricate the Pan family from its current predicament. Should this matter be handled adeptly, Minister Pan would emerge as a loyal subject of the emperor and a great benefactor to the people, making it prudent for the crown prince and the future empress to think twice before attempting to undermine the Pan family. Pan Yuanzhou abruptly stood, his aged face flushed and veins bulging, still unwilling to accept the notion of Wei Jingtong's corruption. There was no outward indication, none whatsoever. Although Wei Jingtong held the esteemed position of Minister of War, the cost of living in the capital was exorbitant, and with a large household to support, his meager salary barely sufficed for their subsistence, leaving them in dire poverty. It was rumored that during his mother's recent illness, he had borrowed silver from colleagues to afford a physician, and previously, he had taken out loans to provide a proper dowry for his eldest daughter's marriage. Miss Yi, do you realize that falsely accusing a high-ranking official could result in capital punishment? Even if your fiancé is the esteemed Prince Ding, it would not save you. As Pan Yuanzhou spoke, an epiphany struck him. Indeed, Yi Qingxue was the betrothed of Prince Ding, and with the crown prince's predicament, the prince might seek retribution against the Pan family now. Yi Qingxue was essentially leading him into a trap, digging a pit in which he could fall, to see his family obliterated. Yi Qingxue had been sent by Prince Ding. The treasures were concealed in Qingzhou, and she added, if Minister Pan is willing, I can provide the exact location and a map of where the loot is hidden. You need only lead your men to retrieve it. In her previous life, she had endured for 3 years, during which Yi Yabing married the prince and sought thrills by engaging in intimate matters, deliberately drawing close to her so that she could overhear and observe. Through fragmented information, she had learned of Wei Jingtong's embezzlement and the location of the hidden treasures. Are you truly able to provide the precise address? Pan Yuanzhou inquired, unable to suppress his intrigue. Yet, doubt crept in. Could Yi Qingxue be luring him into a snare? To have him apprehended by the prince and his guards at the very moment he arrived at the treasure-laden site, branding him a corrupt official? After all, the notion that such a high-ranking official in the impoverished great Zhou could embezzle was utterly bewildering. Yi Qingxue replied, I can indeed provide the exact address. If Minister Pan wishes to achieve merit and save his family, he should send someone to investigate. Once it is confirmed that there is indeed contraband, you may then approach the emperor with this revelation. Pan Yuanzhou said, the young lady who just left, was her name Dongbai? Miss Yi has supplied the address. I shall have Miss Dongbai accompany my men to investigate the treasures. As it is late, I kindly request Miss Yi to stay the night at my residence. And once Miss Dongbai returns, I will personally ensure your safe passage back to the Yi family. Yi Qingxue smiled, for Pan Yuanzhou's words were indeed eloquent. It was nothing more than a means to coerce Dongbai into compliance. Even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, Dongbai would serve as a shield. To have her reside in the Pan residence was, of course, to treat her as a hostage. Yi Qingxue remarked, Dongbai and I can escort your men to Qingzhou, but upon reaching the borders of Qingzhou, we shall not proceed further. Your men may utilize the map to locate the stolen goods on their own, as Dongbai and I have other matters to attend to. Pan Yuanzhou, displeased, voiced his concerns directly. Miss Yi, your decision places me in a difficult position. How can I ascertain that this is not a trap? It was indeed a predicament. Yi Qingxue nodded slightly. However, this predicament belongs to you, not to me. If you suspect this is a trap, then it is incumbent upon you to devise a means to avoid falling into it. That is not my concern. The solution has already been provided. Addresses and maps pertaining to the stolen goods can be given, but the decision of whether or how to act is entirely yours to ponder. Yi Qingxue's demeanor irked Pan Yuanzhou, yet he found no fault in her logic. After all, this was solely a matter of life and death for the Pan family. With no bearing on Miss Yi, Pan Yuanzhou inquired, "May I ask, what benefit do you derive from assisting my family in this manner?" Determining her motives might yield insights into whether Wei Jingtong's greed for stolen property was indeed a trap. Chapter 15, He is the missing piece. She needs Yi Qingxue did not respond immediately. Instead, she listened intently, finding no signs of life. Dong Bai stood vigilantly, ensuring that no one approached the study. Finally, she spoke. "I grew up in a rural village. His Highness the Ding Wang would surely disdain someone like me. I fear that if I were to marry him, I would bring him shame, turning him into a laughingstock in the capital and causing him to miss the opportunity for the crown prince position. Thus, he wishes to rid himself of me swiftly. When he was 12, my father died from grave injuries sustained while saving him. Yet he is so ungrateful and cruel-hearted. I am resolute in not allowing him to have it easy. Oh, by the way, Wei Jingtong is also under the patronage of His Highness the Ding Wang. He has embezzled for so many years without being discovered, mainly due to the protection provided by the Ding Wang himself." Pan Yuanzhou was engulfed in profound shock. If what Yi Qingxue claimed was true, then indeed, Wei Jingtong's corruption would be exceedingly difficult to uncover. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. The Ding Wang had orchestrated such a scheme long ago. Even more alarming was the fact that he had always believed that the eldest son and the third daughter of the Wei family were a splendid match. "Jinger, go summon your elder brother," Pan Yuanzhou instructed. "I need to discuss matters with him." The latter part was directed at Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue replied, "That is acceptable. While you confer, I shall sketch the cartography. Time is of the essence and cannot be wasted." Pan Jing was dispatched to fetch her elder brother, Pan Heng, while Pan Yuanzhou personally prepared paper and ink for Yi Qingxue. As he pondered, he inquired, "Given that you grew up in the countryside, can you read and write?" "I merely grew up in the countryside. I have not completely severed ties with the Yi family. My father engaged a tutor for me," Yi Qingxue replied. Pan Yuanzhou regarded her, finding her demeanor excessively composed and unyielding. Her words struck like a hammer, each syllable delivered with such finality that one felt compelled to listen, devoid of any inclination to jest with her. Instead, one would regard her with the respect accorded to an equal rather than a junior. Would such a woman, wed to the Ding Wang, bring him disgrace? No, she would only hasten his ascent to the position of heir apparent. It was truly lamentable that the Ding Wang, possessing such a fiancé, would willingly push her away. Pan Heng arrived, and Pan Yuanzhou stepped outside the screen to confer with him, while Yi Qingxue stood at the desk, poised to draw the map. For a fleeting moment, her thoughts wandered to her father's efforts in hiring a tutor for her. Given the Yi family's attitude towards her, it seemed unlikely that anyone would wish to provide her with an education, especially not Madame Min, who would prefer her to remain illiterate. Perhaps her father had secretly engaged a tutor without the knowledge of the Yi family, including Madame Zhou, Madame Min, and even her grandmother and elder brother. Her father had once said that had he been at home when she was sent to the village rather than on the battlefield, he would never have allowed such a fate to befall her. Yet, her father was perpetually busy after spending 2 days with her in the village. He lamented that his duties on the battlefield prevented him from constantly protecting her. He believed that residing in the village would spare her many troubles. Her father loved her dearly, with a love that was profoundly burdensome. Yet, there were those who sought to usurp the marriage contract that her father had secured at the cost of his life. And the very person he saved showed not the slightest gratitude. Hatred surged once more within her, and Yi Qingxue's eyes reddened in an instant. Drawing a deep breath, she lowered her head and hastily put pen to paper, striving to contain the tumult of her emotions. After the passage of a single incense stick's time, Yi Qingxue had completed the map. It depicted 2 principal mountain ranges, several notable peaks alongside the main and minor paths, as well as the names of various locations. The task was not particularly arduous, resulting in a rather simplistic cartographic representation. Pan Yuanzhou entered with Pan Heng, and after mutual introductions, Pan Yuanzhou stated, "Miss Yi, we have resolved to test the method you proposed. Should it prove effective, you shall be a great benefactor to the Pan family. Primarily, we have no alternative course of action." His eldest son had advised him to treat the situation as a dying horse might be treated as a living one. The youth, brimming with audacity, impressed Pan Yuanzhou, who held his eldest son in high regard and chose to heed his counsel. A marriage arrangement paled in comparison to the family's survival. And if Wei Jingtong was indeed guilty of embezzlement, he deserved punishment. Yi Qingxue cast a glance at Pan Heng, who was in his early 20s, tall and handsome, exuding the air of a scion from a prominent family. Pan Heng was indeed a crucial component of her plan. Yi Qingxue declared, "Since we have reached an agreement, we must promptly gather a team to investigate the stolen goods in Qingzhou. Once you ascertain their whereabouts, assign a portion of your men to keep watch, and swiftly send word back to the capital. Master Pan must inform the emperor at once, so that His Majesty can dispatch personnel to investigate the stolen items," leaving Wei Jingtong with no opportunity to resist. Pan Yuanzhou and Pan Heng exchanged glances, realizing that Miss Yi had even considered the operational details for them. This course of action was optimal. Any delay could lead to complications. If this task were to be undertaken, it should be completed decisively and thoroughly. Pan Heng insisted, "Father, I shall exercise utmost caution. Await my news at home, and before my return, regardless of what transpires, you must refrain from any rash actions." "Enough of this," Pan Yuanzhou interjected. "Hurry and assemble the men, and proceed to Qingzhou. Nightfall will facilitate our endeavors." Pan Heng smiled briefly, then advised Pan Jing to look after their parents before striding purposefully out. Given the risk of detection in large numbers, Pan Heng selected just 4 guard from the household, donning night attire for each, including Yi Qingxue and Dong Bai. Mounted on horses, they set forth into the inky darkness of the night. The distance from the capital to Qingzhou was approximately 150 miles. Previously, Yi Qingxue had taken 2 days to arrive by carriage. However, the carriage was slow and demanding of road conditions, whereas tonight they rode horses, allowing for greater speed and shortcuts, thus entering the territory of Qingzhou within 2 hours. As they approached the end of the hour of the dog, Yi Qingxue felt the night breeze from Qingzhou, and with a sigh, she reined in her horse. Pan Heng immediately turned to her. "Yi Qingxue stated before we departed, I informed Master Pan that Dong Bai and I would only reach the borders of Qingzhou and would not accompany you to the site of the stolen goods. The remainder of the journey must be undertaken by you, Master Pan." Pan Heng replied, "I shall leave someone behind to protect you." Yi Qingxue smiled. "As I mentioned, I have matters to attend to. If the eldest son leaves someone to watch over me, it may actually hinder my efforts. I cannot guarantee that he will survive until your return." Yi Qingxue's bluntness caused Pan Heng's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "When and where shall we reconvene?" he inquired. Yi Qingsheng declared, "We shall reconvene here in 3 hours." Pan Heng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, replying, "Miss Yi, until we meet again." Yi Qingsheng smiled once more, her expression resolute, as if she were determined to wait for him before departing. A sudden stir coursed through Pan Heng's heart. The cold beauty smile, illuminated by the moonlight, was dazzlingly bright, prompting him to hastily ride away. They did not enter the city, but instead followed the map's guidance. Circumventing Qingzhou, the rhythmic sound of galloping hooves soon faded into the distance. Yi Qingsheng and Dong Bai also bypassed the city, making their way to a small town situated at the foot of the mountains, which lay quiet beneath the stillness of the night. For ordinary folk, candles and oil lamps were precious commodities, and sleep would not be spent on their use. Thus, the entire town was shrouded in darkness, save for a few distant flickers of light, leaving the rest to be bathed in soft moonlight. Prior to entering the town, Yi Qingsheng and Dong Bai tethered their horses beneath a distant tree, and now proceeded on foot, making no sound as they walked. At last, they arrived at the entrance of an alley, where Yi Qingsheng came to a halt. In a voice barely above a whisper yet firm, Dong Bai remarked, "There is a scent of blood." Chapter 16. We have a common foe. The moonlight was obstructed by the houses, casting the alley into a profound darkness, cluttered with various debris, rendering it impossible to discern the situation within. no matter how many times one might gaze. Initially, the entrance to the alley was blocked by a pile of dry bamboo. Qingxue and Dong, by carefully removed each stick, exerting their utmost effort to remain silent. Yet, the stillness of the night rendered even the sound of their grasping the bamboo excruciatingly loud. Once the bamboo was moved aside, bloodstains became visible on the ground, dark and dried, but a fresh, acrid scent of blood wafted from the alley. They could see neither living beings nor any corpses, leaving them in uncertainty about what lay hidden within, where it was concealed, or the extent of the injuries. However, Qingxue sensed that with their arrival, the opposing party held their breath, indicating that even in grievous harm, they remained acutely aware of their approach. The moonlight illuminated the wall, casting half-shadows of Qingxue and Dong by as they navigated around a heap of clutter, stepping over countless pieces of refuse, ultimately arriving at a patch of weeds deep within the alley. The atmosphere was foreboding. The weeds, likely once used for bedding by some household, had been discarded here over time, carrying a foul odor of urine, medicinal remnants, and even a pungent, decaying scent. Qingxue and Dongbai exchanged glances. With a swift motion, Dongbai unsheathed her sword and lifted the weeds, revealing a figure lying on the cold ground. The individual had previously exerted great effort to conceal their presence, but as the weeds were disturbed, a palpable aura of hostility mixed with an overwhelming murderous intent surged towards Qingxue and Dongbai. Qingxue bent down, her hand striking swiftly to seize the man's wrist, where he gripped a long sword. In the darkness, his gaze was sharp, as if striving to pierce through the shadows to discern her identity. Qingxue did not flinch. Their hands clashed in a struggle, and ultimately, due to his waning strength, she wrested the sword from him. She then stuffed something into his mouth, which he resisted. "It is ginseng, to replenish your energy and nourish your blood," she asserted. Subsequently, she took some medicinal powder from Dongbai and applied it to his numerous wounds, staunching the bleeding. The pain caused the man to sweat profusely, yet he uttered not a word. "Your Highness, bear with it. We are here to save you." Qingxue's voice emerged softly, yet resolutely. "Your Highness." Dongbai was taken aback. The Emperor and the Duke of Ding had searched for 7 days and nights without success, only for him to be found by her young lady. Moreover, the prince was hiding in such dire circumstances. It was truly tragic. Qingxue, however, remained tense and wary. "Who are you? Why are you saving me? Who sent you?" His voice was hoarse, and his chest heaved with each breath, filled with suspicion towards Qingxue. Yet Qingxue was forthright. "My name is Qingxue, the fiancé of the Duke of Ding. Though I am on the verge of breaking off the engagement, he looks down upon me and seeks to harm me, and I can no longer tolerate him. However, I do not have much time left, so I save the prince, hoping that in the future, your Highness can bring him down and see him perish." Her candor could alleviate numerous troubles. Furthermore, she and the prince shared a common enemy. Qingxue, with a hoarse voice tinged with cold mockery, remarked, "Since you have come here to rescue me, you must be aware of the transgressions I have committed. My father cannot tolerate my presence. My reputation lies in tatters, and no one comes to my aid. All those who once stood by me have been executed, leaving me utterly alone. Furthermore, I am gravely injured, and whether I will recover remains uncertain. You truly harbor hopes that I could topple the crown prince?" He laughed bitterly at his own plight, as well as at Qingxue's naivety. Dongbai grasped Qingxue's arm, turning away to shield her from Qingxue's view. Leaning in, she whispered, "Miss, the crown prince is the legitimate son of the late empress and the first in line to the throne, possessing a significant advantage in status. He has already been appointed heir apparent, yet he was still deposed by the crown prince. This illustrates that his capabilities pale in comparison to those of the crown prince. How could he possibly unseat him?" Qingxue listened intently, feeling the weight of their words. In these times, it seemed that people spoke ill of others while avoiding direct confrontation, but their evasive manner was painfully transparent. Although he had no retort, the truth stung. Dongbai continued, "Currently, the forces of the crown prince and the empress are dominant within the great Zhou dynasty. If we were to save the crown prince, it would likely bring us peril. He would need to expend far more effort to survive, and relying on him for vengeance would be folly. It would be more prudent for me to infiltrate the crown prince's residence and assassinate him directly. Qingxue interjected, the odds of assassination are slim, and it would only result in a needless sacrifice of life. Moreover, even if you could slay the crown prince with a single blow, do you think you could eliminate all his allies in one stroke? Should the crown prince perish, the world would only mourn his untimely death, unaware of the crimes that justified his demise. I have but 10 days left to live. Should I provoke danger, it will ultimately engulf the loyal Marquis' household. After a brief pause, Qingxue asserted with unwavering conviction, moreover, I believe that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince can indeed bring down the Crown Prince Qingxue. The Crown Prince shuddered at her words. This woman professed faith in him? Her tone was so resolute. Why was that? Qingxue turned to face Qingxue. In her previous life, the Crown Prince had been missing for 3 years, deliberately found by the Crown Prince, who sought to humiliate him by exploiting her, joining forces with Yi Yabing to ensnare her in a dream of beauty, compelling her to endure unspeakable indignities at the hands of the Crown Prince. Despite such humiliation, the Crown Prince bore it all in silence. In that life, she perished in the Crown Prince's embrace. After her death, her spirit lingered, only to learn that the Crown Prince had risked everything to draw the Crown Prince into a trap. Upon her demise, he had unexpectedly turned the tables, leading to the Crown Prince's disastrous defeat. The Crown Prince was no ordinary individual. As Dongbai had stated, he was born into privilege, blessed with exceptional abilities and an untroubled life, a spirited youth regarded as the favored heir, which had led to his underestimation of the Empress and the Crown Prince, resulting in his tragic fate. In this lifetime, she had only 10 days to live. Thus, she must unite every possible force within that time frame and deliver a decisive blow to all her adversaries. The Crown Prince sipped some water, suppressing the hatred swelling within him. Qingxue opened a bamboo tube, propping Qingxue up and offering him a drink. As the sweet water flowed into his mouth, Qingxue was pleasantly surprised to find that she had added sugar to it. Sugar was of utmost importance to him at this moment. After a brief respite, he felt invigorated. Is the Crown Prince feeling better? If so, we must return to the capital under the cover of night. It will be unwise to act in the daylight, Qingxue advised. Do you intend to lead me back to the capital? He inquired, astonished at the notion of returning after his arduous escape from the city. Qingxue replied, indeed. The Crown Prince shall reside in the rear courtyard of the Loyalty and Valor Marquis' estate to recuperate. For no one would suspect that the escaped prince is concealed within the Marquis' abode. Furthermore, no one would anticipate that a mere woman from the inner chambers could save the prince. In my courtyard, he shall be safe. Qingxue pondered. It may not be the most prudent plan, yet it is the best option available at this moment. With him in their grasp, it seemed he possessed no power to refuse. Qingxue and Dongbai each stood to one side, assisting Qingxue to rise from the ground as they gradually exited the alleyway. Upon stepping out, Qingxue detected a familiar presence. Splendid, Qingxue had arrived. He had concealed himself amidst the weeds for 3 hours, awaiting Qingxue's arrival. He could have chosen to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude. Now, being in Miss Ye's hands, it would be unwise to let Qingxue act recklessly, for if Miss Ye had any ulterior motives, Qingxue would not hesitate to defend her. For now, it was best to accompany them. Chapter 17, not a robbery, but a massacre. As the 3 companions emerged from the alley, they were met with the cacophony of approaching footsteps, a throng rushing towards the town. The rhythmic clatter of hooves caused the ground to tremble slightly, indicating a considerable number of individuals. Dongbai pushed Qingxue towards Qingxue and declared, I shall investigate. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she had already leapt to the rooftop to gaze in the direction from whence the sounds emanated. Estimating the gathering to comprise 30 to 50 individuals, she discerned the flickering flames of torches and noted 5 of them mounted on horses, while the rest sprinted behind, all donned in the garb of bandits. They have effectively blocked all the exits of the town, Dongbai remarked. Should we attempt to leave now, we would undoubtedly confront them. Are you certain they are not merely passing through? They seem intent on obstructing all exits, Qingxue queried. With unwavering conviction, Dongbai affirmed. They are not just passing by. They have indeed sealed off every exit. Could it be their intention to plunder this town entirely? A sense of foreboding gripped Qingxue. She suspected that these bandits harbored intentions far more sinister than mere robbery. The number of 30 to 50 seemed insufficient for the task at hand, considering the town's substantial size, which far surpassed that of a mere village. Are you certain it is only 30 to 50? Might there be others pursuing from behind? She pressed on. Dongbai scrutinized the scene a moment longer before shaking her head. There are no others in pursuit, just those 30 to 50. Shall we make our departure now? Qingxue bit her lip. Leaving at this moment would surely alert them, inviting a pursuit that would compromise her and Dongbai's clandestine entry into Qingzhou that very night, jeopardizing her future plans. Yinzhua, leaning against her, suddenly spoke. They do not seek to rob this town. Their aim is to annihilate it. If we do not leave now, we may find ourselves unable to escape later. Qingxue was abruptly reminded of the incident involving Princess Rongqing, who had been abducted by bandits. The princess had been missing for a day, allegedly at the hands of these marauders, who sought to vent their wrath on the crown prince. The royal family was in a frenzy, and from the highest nobles to the common folk, there were murmurs of the prince's cruelty. When she and Dongbai had departed the capital, the princess's whereabouts remained unknown. Perhaps those who had abducted the princess were not true bandits, but rather individuals masquerading as such, or perhaps they were colluding with the bandits, using the prince's ire as a pretext to tarnish his reputation, repeatedly placing him in peril after his grievous injuries, rendering his resurgence impossible. The intent behind tonight's bandits, aiming to massacre the entire town, likely mirrored this ulterior motive. Once the town lay in ruins, if this group claimed to be bandits acting on behalf of the prince, even if the prince were to face calamity, they would still profess loyalty to him, thus tarnishing his name irrevocably. Even if he survived, returning to the capital to vindicate himself would be an impossibility. What a ruthless scheme. It was clear that their objective was to ensure not only his demise, but also to render his survival futile. Perhaps this endeavor also sought to draw the hidden prince out of the shadows. To this end, they were willing to entangle the innocent 7-year-old princess in their machinations, showing no regard for the lives of the townsfolk. Perhaps there are still other common folk within their sights, yet they have not yet had the opportunity to strike. Yinzhua, upon receiving the information provided by Dongbai, immediately comprehended the adversary's intent and his own precarious situation. Qingxue gently set him down against the wall, stating, I shall assess the situation and determine whether to flee directly or to confront them. Without waiting for Yinzhua to respond, Qingxue leaped onto the rooftop, leaving behind a faint aroma of fine tea that wafted through the air, subtly permeating Yinzhua's nostrils. Alongside it came the acrid scent of blood and medicine, causing Yinzhua to furrow his brow. She was injured, yet still moving? Was it truly for him, the target of universal disdain? The prince who had fallen into the mire, with no tomorrow, only this moment? Yinzhua chewed on a piece of ginseng, attempting to steady himself, but grasped at emptiness. Only then recalling that his precious sword had been seized by Qingxue. He clutched a bamboo pole, propping himself up, and exchanged a glance with the hidden cheese eye before following the direction in which Qingxue had departed. The bandits had set fire to the town. Flames began to flicker from every corner, reaching skyward, accompanied by the rising sounds of panic, fleeing, and cries for help, all swallowed by the inferno. Escape was impossible. Every one of the town's 7 or 8 exits was guarded, and any commoner attempting to flee would be met with death. The populace congregated towards the center of the town, yet the fire surged from all directions toward them, the searing light and suffocating smoke perpetually threatening their lives. Though the main gate had yet to ignite, the ground was strewn with numerous corpses, their scalding blood soaking into the earth, while the assailants remained unflinching. Those behind dared not flee towards this area. The guards here were the most numerous. Aside from a few leaders on horseback, they were flanked by 10 underlings. The second-in-command yanked Princess Rongqing from her mount and strode towards a nearby building, with the third following closely behind. The young princess wept and cried for help, her voice hoarse and barely recognizable, her diminutive frame filled with terror. Yet, neither the second nor the third paused in their advance. Yi Qingxue and Dong Bai concealed themselves within a building, aware of the assailants' intentions. They sought to defile and then murder Princess Rongqing. At merely 7 years old, her fate was indeed a testament to madness, causing Dong Bai to grit his teeth in anger. The leader glanced at the second and third, but made no move. He found no pleasure in this prey. Too tender and unrefined for his taste, yet he would not impede his subordinates from their actions. The more tragic the demise of Princess Rongqing and the townsfolk, the deeper the hatred would fester among the people of other regions, the court officials, and numerous noble heirs toward the prince. As he pondered, the leader noticed someone tumbling out from the corner of the building, their bodies seemingly ablaze, rolling on the ground and revealing skin that glowed brilliantly in the firelight. As the flames extinguished, the woman propped herself up and gazed at them, her eyes filled with pleading. "Please, kind sir, save me. I do not wish to die." The tears of fear in her eyes silently begged, effortlessly awakening the primal instincts within. In a fleeting moment, the leader's body tensed sharply, and the second brother instantly lifted his gaze. Having been occupied with tasks outside for an extended period and deprived of meat, he was astonished to discover such a captivating woman in this place. The desire for indulgence surged within him, and he resolved to act without delay. He dismounted from his horse and strode purposefully toward her, seizing her from the ground and forcefully kicking open the nearby door, which swung ajar. He pressed himself against her, tearing at her garments. The woman ensnared his leg, drawing him into the shadows, where a sudden assault left him vulnerable, a cold dagger pressed against his throat. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye, and once he regained his senses, the only recourse left for the man was to slowly raise his hands, his breathing becoming cautious. A chilling voice pierced his ear from behind. "Tell your men that tonight's operation is entirely canceled. Withdraw to 10 miles beyond." Yi Qingxue stood there, her tone as frigid as ice. The man remained resolute, but the dagger sliced through his skin, a sharp pain radiating through him as the threat of death enveloped him. It was only then that he bellowed to the outside. "Tonight's operation is completely canceled. All brothers, withdraw 10 miles at once." Chapter 18. A good deed should be remembered. The 10 henchmen outside were utterly astonished, if they had not misjudged. The person led into the room by the leader was an incredibly slender girl, adorned with tears like pear blossoms, her demeanor one of pitiful supplication, frail and helpless, evoking deep sympathy. Yet, in such a brief moment, the leader had inexplicably fallen into her grasp. What was this woman's true identity? "Are you not moving? Get out of here, 10 miles. The voice of the second master erupted from the adjacent room, imbued with fury. The 10 henchmen dared not linger any longer, fearful of greater ambushes and realizing that staying here could cost them their lives. They swiftly scattered to inform their comrades and execute a hasty retreat. Outside, only the crackling of flames and the anguished cries of the townsfolk remained, with no further stirrings of the bandits. The leader still held his hands aloft, his complexion ashen, yet his tone remained relatively composed. "Miss, I have complied with your request. May I be released now?" "Yes," replied Yi Qingxue, her tone cold and devoid of sentiment. The man exhaled in relief, his mind racing with thoughts of how to retaliate against Yi Qingxue, to teach her a lesson that would leave her groveling at his feet like a dog. But before he could act, the dagger in Yi Qingxue's hand sliced through his throat. A slender yet deep gash erupted, blood gushing forth, staining his clothing with a searing warmth that propelled him towards the abyss of death. Yi Qingxue pushed him forward, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed onto the lifeless body of the third master, who had perished a short while ago. Yi Qingxue's arm was left empty, devoid of any burden. In the shadows, Yunzhua observed everything unfold, his gaze momentarily still. Did Yi Qingxue's actions not count as releasing the leader? She had made no promise to spare his life. In the next room, Dong Bai similarly ended the second master's life, pushing him forward to land upon the corpse of the already deceased third master. Without a second glance at them, Dong Bai lifted the trembling and nearly shattered spirit of Princess Rongqing and exited, reuniting with Yi Qingxue. The leader, the second, and the third are dead. The remaining ones are insignificant. Go inform the townsfolk that they are safe now and instruct them to prepare to extinguish the fire. I will wait for you ahead, Yi Qingxue instructed. Dongbai inquired. Will they not return? The fourth and fifth masters are still alive. They have their leader. Ye Qingxue responded. The swiftness of the demise of these three heads will lead the others to believe we possess formidable support. Otherwise, how could a single woman have vanquished them? Thus, for them, to return would be akin to courting death. They will not dare to turn back. Dongbai comprehended her words. After entrusting Princess Rongqing to Yi Qingxue, he swiftly departed. Yi Qingxue hoisted Princess Rongqing onto her shoulder. The young girl trembled violently, unable to utter a single word. As Yi Qingxue watched Dongbai's figure vanish around the corner, she spoke softly. How long will His Highness remain hidden in the shadows? It is time to return to the capital. Yunzhua pressed down on Qi's eye's head, submerging him into the darkness, and staggered towards Yi Qingxue, leaning on his bamboo staff for support. The distant glow of flames cast a light upon him, revealing his tattered clothing and a face marred by dirt, obscuring his original appearance, save for his tall and slender figure. Yi Qingxue gently averted her gaze, cradling Princess Rongqing as she made her way out of the town. The horse was tethered beneath a tree 2 miles from the village. Upon arrival, she settled onto a stone, allowing Princess Rongqing to sit upon her lap, and unfastened a bamboo tube to offer her water. Princess Rongqing resisted vehemently, struggling to roll out of her embrace and onto the grass. Yi Qingxue did not press her, patiently waiting until the girl had exhausted her struggles, shed tears, and trembled in fear before softly speaking. I am Yi Qingxue, Dongbai, and I rescued you from the clutches of evildoers. You are safe now, and I shall take you home. Soon, you will be reunited with your parents. Though Princess Rongqing remained trembling, curled up in a ball, she eventually noticed, after a considerable wait, that no slaps nor whips came her way, nor were there any filthy hands violating her space. Her clothing remained untouched. Cautiously, she glanced at Yi Qingxue, the moonlight too dim to reveal much more than a blurry silhouette. Yet Yi Qingxue's gaze was gentle, piercing through the darkness and enveloping her in warmth, softer than the moonlight itself. Yi Qingxue lifted the bamboo tube. Are you thirsty? It contains fresh water, sweetened with sugar. If you wish to drink, come and take it. She placed the bamboo tube before Princess Rongqing, propping it up with a stone the size of her fist to prevent it from tipping over, and then lifted her gaze to the crescent moon, awaiting Dongbai's return. As she admired the moon, the clouds sprawled on the ground nearby seemed to watch her, occasionally glancing at the curled figure of Princess Rongqing. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, the cold air of early spring devoid of even a single insect's chirp. After a prolonged silence, Princess Rongqing tentatively reached for the bamboo tube. Just as her fingers were about to graze its surface, a gust of wind rustled the leaves above, causing her to retract her hand in fright, trembling all over. Yet, after a moment, the anticipated harm did not materialize. Peeking through her fingers, she observed Yi Qingxue, still seated upon the large stone, gazing at the moon, utterly motionless. Princess Rongqing extended her hand toward the bamboo tube once more. This time, she touched it, her eyes fixed on Yi Qingxue, who remained unperturbed. Clutching the tube, she brought it to her lips and drank eagerly, greedily. Whether it was sweet, she could not tell. All she knew was that she felt parched, as if she might ignite from within. Should she refrain from drinking, she would surely crack like arid earth. The bamboo tube, though small, contained limited water, and she drained it in one breath, still feeling unsatisfied. Yi Qingxue, sensing her need, did not turn her head but spoke softly. We are fleeing for our lives. Carrying too much water is impractical. Once you are back with your parents, you may have whatever you desire to eat or drink. Her sudden voice startled Princess Rongqing, draining the color from her face, yet this time, she did not shrink away, but continued to regard Yi Qingxue intently. After a lengthy pause, she hoarsely inquired, will I truly be able to return to my parents? Of course. Yi Qingxue finally turned her head, offering her a gentle smile. Dongbai will escort you home, and by dawn, you shall meet them. The crescent moon hung in the sky, and Princess Rongqing gazed at her, a subtle sweetness rising from her throat. She was now certain that Yi Qingxue had spoken the truth. There was indeed sugar in the water, and she could feel it now. May I touch your hand? Princess Rongqing inquired, her voice youthful and sincere, despite the scars marring her face. She climbed beside Qingxue and touched her hand. Your hand is somewhat warm. Is this how a celestial being's hand feels? You must be a deity. Otherwise, how could you have rescued me from the clutches of those wicked individuals? They were truly malevolent. Qingxue smiled and gently stroked her head. I am not a deity, dear princess. Remember, I am Qingxue, the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Zhongyou. The tightly wound tension suddenly dissipated. After all, Princess Rongqing was but a child. She nestled beside Qingxue, resting her head on her lap, and soon fell asleep. It was at this moment that Dongbai returned. Chapter 19. Is the corpse intact? At first, the common folk were skeptical that those people had truly departed. I forcibly took a few villagers to the crossroads, and upon seeing that no one was brandishing swords to block the way, they finally believed it. By the time I left, they had already begun to extinguish the flames. Winterby remarked. Very well, Qingxue responded. Before dawn breaks, you must escort the crown prince and princess Rongqing back to the capital. I fear that the Marquis' residence is now heavily guarded, and you will not be able to return there with the crown prince. Once you reach the capital, find a suitable place to shelter his highness, and then return Princess Rongqing to the residence of Qingxue, informing the royal couple that we were the ones who rescued her. Winterby furrowed his brow. I am uneasy leaving the young lady here alone. Qingxue replied. I am not alone. Young Master Pan will soon return. I will wait for his arrival before heading back to the capital. She beckoned Winterby closer, whispering additional instructions in his ear. This matter must be handled by you, so you must return to the capital ahead of me. With a weighty responsibility upon his shoulders, Winterby mounted his horse, cradling Princess Rongqing. Qingxue's steed was prepared for the crown prince to ride back. However, the crown prince was gravely injured and had not eaten or drunk for several days, leaving him exceedingly weak. He could only lean on a bamboo staff to follow Qingxue to this point, relying solely on a previous sip of syrupy water and the ginseng in his mouth. Yet, this was already the limit of his endurance. When Qingxue called for him, she discovered that he had fainted without her noticing, and his wounds had begun to ooze blood once more. He needed to be swiftly returned to the capital for rest and healing. Together with Winterby, she hoisted the crown prince onto the horse, cutting a length of reins to secure him and tying the reins of his mount to the neck of Winterby's steed. As Winterby galloped ahead, the horse would follow closely behind. Once their figures vanished entirely into the darkness, Qingxue suddenly became aware of the profound silence enveloping her surroundings, as if she were the only person left in the world. In the past, traversing the night roads in the village had never evoked such a feeling. During her 15 years in the village, she had lost sheep on several occasions while herding, and in the dead of night, she had searched the hills with the villagers, occasionally losing track of others. Yet she had never sensed the profound stillness that enveloped her now. Back then, she firmly believed that those sheep could not escape her grasp and would inevitably be found. She also held the conviction that parting ways with others was merely temporary. Perhaps they would reunite around the next corner, or the corner after that, or even the one after that. She was certain they would come together again. Life then was filled with hope. She believed that someone loved her and that there were those worthy of her affection. Thus, even when lost on the mountains, though silence prevailed, love flourished in her heart, nourishing her soul and banishing solitude and loneliness. But what of the present? She stood upon the relatively even path. The night and the faint moonlight felt like a cold tide, submerging her. She sensed that she would never again reunite with anyone who loved her or whom she loved. Her future was shrouded in hatred and death. She walked step by step to the boundary between Qingzhou and the capital, selecting a lofty spot to await Pan Heng's return, and to anticipate the dawn when Dongbai would successfully secure the crown prince and deliver Princess Rongqing to the Yu Wangfu. At that moment, the Yu Wangfu was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair, rendering it nearly suffocating. As the sky gradually brightened, the strands of gray at the temples of the Yu Wang grew more pronounced. Princess Rongqing was his and the Wang Fei's youngest child, their only daughter amidst 4 sons, cherished as if she were the very apple of their eye. Now, having been abducted and gone missing for merely 12 hours, his Wang Fei was on the verge of tears, nearly blinded by grief. Another night passed without a word regarding their beloved daughter. It was evident to all that her fate was dire. He found himself unable to face his Wang Fei. Yet at that moment, she emerged from the chamber, supported by a maid. Her eyes were severely swollen, veiled with a mist that obscured her vision, rendering her only capable of discerning direction, but not clarity. The Yuang's heart ached painfully as he swiftly rose from his seat to gaze upon her. Before he could utter a word, he was choked with emotion, unable to speak, merely grasping his Wang Fei's hand tightly. The Yu Wang Fei spoke. Little Tuan has never spent a night apart from me. I cannot rest easy about her. If she suffers any misfortune, I shall accompany her. Their sons, being slightly older, could endure their mother's absence, though it pained them. She urged the Wang to take special care in guiding them henceforth. This sounded like a final testament. A pang of dread seized the Yu Wang's heart as he tightened his grip on her hand. Do not speak such foolishness. Little Tuan is blessed and will assuredly return safe. Yet, the Yu Wang Fei remained unerringly composed. A day and a night have passed without news. She is but a girl, and those men will not allow her to return alive. I can only hope that her death is not too tragic. After a night spent waiting indoors, she had finally reconciled herself to the grim reality of her daughter's predicament, relinquishing all hope. She was willing to accompany her daughter into the afterlife, but she did not wish to lose her sanity, forgetting even the thought of death. Her daughter would be alone and frightened in that place. The Yuang wished to say something further, but suddenly hurried footsteps echoed from outside. This time, it was the Wang Fei who grasped his hand tightly, feigning calmness. Is there news of the princess? After a brief pause, she added, Is her body intact? The Yuang nearly heard the sound of his own heart shattering. No, Your Highness, a woman has arrived from outside, claiming she has found the princess. She is alive, but you must go to retrieve her yourselves. I cannot ascertain the truth of this matter, hence I have come to report to you. The attendant was beside himself with excitement. What? The princess is alive? Who is she? Quickly let her in, commanded the Yuang, his palms slick with sweat, tears streaming down his cheeks in an instant. He held his Wang Fei's hand, pacing nervously, while her condition was not much better than his. One moment filled with hope. The next, she forced herself to suppress any premature joy, fearing that perhaps this individual merely sought to extort money, delivering nothing but false tidings. As Dongbai was invited inside, she was swiftly pulled up by the prince and princess of Yu before she could perform her customary greeting. With tears brimming in her eyes, the princess choked out, You say my youngest daughter is still alive? Is it true? Dongbai glanced around and inquired, Your Highness, might we ask everyone to step outside? What I am about to reveal must remain confidential for the moment. Assuming this was related to their daughter's reputation, the royal couple quickly ordered all attendants and servants to leave the room. Once alone, Dongbai continued, Your Highnesses, Princess Rongqing is indeed alive. Last night, my young lady was in Qingxue on business when she encountered the band of mountain robbers who had kidnapped Princess Rongqing. We managed to rescue her. I have temporarily placed Princess Rongqing outside the city, and I kindly request that you personally take a carriage with me to bring her home. Given the Crown Prince's unique situation and his serious injuries, it would be challenging to bring him into the capital. Thus, she had no choice but to hide both the Crown Prince and Princess Rongqing outside the city, asking the prince to retrieve them under the guise of misdirection. The princess of Yu grasped Dongbai's hand, tears streaming down her face as she trembled with emotion, yet smiled as she exclaimed, My youngest truly lives? My husband and I will follow you immediately to the outskirts and bring our child home. Who is your young lady? Yes, you. My husband and I will pay our respects in person afterwards. Dongbai replied, Please prepare the carriage, and let us first go to the outskirts to fetch her. I will explain who my young lady is and how she saved Princess Rongqing along the way. Very well, I shall have the carriage readied at once. The Prince of Yu trembled as he wiped away his tears and called out, Quickly prepare the carriage. I must leave the city. Zongbai yin dazet, Zohai. We can only bring 2 attendants. Too many will not do. This statement fell upon the eager heart of the prince like a bucket of cold water. Only 2 attendants could it be that the news of their daughter's survival was merely a ruse, designed to lure them outside the city for an ambush? Chapter 20. This makes much more sense. The Crown Prince is utterly deranged. Not only has he engaged in illicit affairs with the emperor's consorts, but he has also conspired with bandits, harboring treasonous intentions. How foolish can one be? As the heir apparent, does he truly fear that he might not ascend to the throne? After his disastrous defeat, he even abducts his youngest daughter to exact revenge on the court. Such cruelty! The once charming and courteous crown prince was nothing but a fiancé. The young lady before them may very well be in league with the crown prince. The princess of Yu felt the hand of the prince of Yu clasping hers, unbothered by the presence of several attendants. Her sole desire was to reunite with the living Xiao Tuan. It was only after a moment that she began to sense the prince's unease. She lifted her gaze to him, noticing his furrowed brow and the flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Comparing his demeanor now to before and recalling Dongbai's words, the princess of Yu quickly grasped the reason for his distress. Though initially startled, she resolutely declared, "My lord, I trust this Miss Dongbai. As long as it pertains to Xiao Tuan's life or death, I would brave mountains of knives or seas of fire, even without a single attendant. I shall go." Although Dongbai was not particularly astute, she too understood the prince's apprehensions upon hearing the princess's words. However, she refrained from elaborating further. How could she explain? Should she admit that she needed to conceal the crown prince in the carriage to return to the capital? Once the crown prince is exposed, the outcome is but one word: death. Thus, she remained silent. The princess of Yu continued, "If you are concerned, my lord, then stay at home and await our return. I shall accompany Miss Dongbai out of the city. If it is indeed a trap, it shall not endanger you. Should Xiao Tuan be alive, and I forfeit this opportunity, I would surely regret it for all my days, and when I descend into the earth, I would have no face to meet Xiao Tuan. Therefore, she must go, even if it were a grand gamble." Releasing the prince's hand, she stepped forward to grasp Dongbai's. "Let us depart at once." The prince of Yu, lips pressed tightly together, ultimately followed suit, taking the princess's other hand. "Be it mountains of daggers or seas of fire, I shall accompany you, my lady, especially since we are going to retrieve our daughter." With such resolute determination from the princess, what did he have to fear? If they lost the gamble, it would merely cost them their lives, but if they won, they could bring Xiao Tuan home. After all, losing her would leave them in unbearable anguish. Death would be a release. The prince of Yu pondered, approaching 40. With half of their lives already buried in the earth, having enjoyed the splendors of life, they need not fear death. The luxurious carriage of the prince of Yu set forth, containing the prince and princess, along with Dongbai, while the coachman drove, followed by 2 attendants. As they exited the royal residence, Dongbai suddenly smiled. "Prince of Yu, send the others back. If they pursue us, I will not lead you to Princess Rongqing." The prince's heart skipped a beat. On the surface, he had indeed agreed to bring only 2 attendants, yet secretly, he had arranged for 10 guards to follow. How could this young lady, Dongbai, have discovered his deception? Dongbai gazed steadily at him, and the princess of Yu did the same. The prince of Yu pursed his lips, summoned the attendants, and whispered something in one of their ears, prompting the attendant to swiftly retreat. The carriage advanced quietly, and Dongbai no longer sensed the presence of anyone following them in secret. She softly informed the prince and princess of Yu about the perilous situation the esteemed princess Rongqing had faced, nearly falling victim to unspeakable horrors. The couple's faces turned ashen, their lips pressed tightly together, their hearts racing with fear. What astonished them even more was the revelation that it was none other than the eldest daughter of the loyal and valiant Marquis' residents who had orchestrated their rescue. How could this be? Could a lady from the Marquis' household possess such capabilities? Was Dongbai spinning tales of the supernatural to deceive them? Upon exiting the city gates, the carriage veered further off the beaten path, distancing itself from the rural homes until it finally halted in a secluded valley. The prince and princess dismounted and followed Dongbai, and upon rounding a bend in the hills, they beheld a small clearing where a figure lay. The person was diminutive, resembling a child, yet their tattered clothing and disheveled hair, along with numerous wounds on their face, spoke of hardship. The couple clasped each other's hands tightly, supporting one another as they hastened forward. With each step, their hearts pounded like drums, and at last, they recognized the figure on the ground as their beloved child. Tuan. Just as they were about to rush forward to embrace their daughter, Dongbai intervened, cautioning them against approaching. To prevent wild beasts from carrying her away, I have scattered poison around her. Please keep your distance. I shall retrieve her for you. The couple halted, their eyes glued to their daughter, as Dongbai stepped into the poisoned circle and lifted Princess Rongqing into her arms. Slowly, the princess awakened, and upon seeing her parents before her, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. The prince and princess enveloped their daughter in a tight embrace, their own tears flowing freely, words lodged in their throats, unable to express the multitude of emotions swelling within them. The fairy sister said she would take me home. She did not deceive me. I have finally seen my father and mother, Princess Rongqing sobbed. The prince gently wiped her tears away. Who is this fairy sister? He inquired. She said her name is Qingxue, the princess replied. The couple exchanged startled glances, realizing at last that Dongbai had indeed spoken the truth. Dongbai continued. My lady's attendant suffered grave injuries while rescuing Princess Rongqing. I implore Prince Yu to allow us to return to the capital together. So, there was indeed a valiant attendant who risked his life to assist. This explained how the noble Miss Yi had managed to save their daughter, making it all the more reasonable. It is only right that we repay the kindness shown to our Tuan Tuan. Whatever you require of us, we shall gladly comply, the princess said, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Dongbai entered the forest, hoisting Yunzhua from the horse's back and placing him directly into the carriage. The carriage was prepared for Princess Rongqing, equipped with bedding and cushions. After laying him inside, Dongbai covered him with a blanket. Subsequently, she joined the prince and princess in the carriage, shielding Yunzhua's body. When they reached the city, the guards at the gate dared not act out of line, recognizing it as the prince's carriage, and they were granted passage without difficulty. Prince Yu, my lady, has grown up in the countryside, often looked down upon by those of the loyal and valiant Marquis' household. She did not return home last night. If this news were spread, her family would surely punish her. I kindly ask that you and the princess refrain from disclosing her actions from last night, Dongbai requested. The prince and princess replied in unison, understood. Dongbai remarked, I cannot bring this guard back to the manor for the time being. It would undoubtedly raise suspicions and be difficult to explain. The princess of Yu responded, I have an inn where this guard can be temporarily accommodated. You may take him there. The eldest daughter of the loyal and valiant Marquis is betrothed to the Prince of Ding, so the news of her being sent to the countryside has reached their ears. The princess of Yu continued, later, my husband and I will devise a plan to ensure both you and your young lady can return safely to the Marquis' residence. Your act of rescuing him is commendable, and you should not be punished for it, nor should you be deprived of your home. I am deeply grateful to the princess of Yu, came the reply. Thus, the carriage proceeded directly to the back door of the inn owned by the princess of Yu. Dongbai, wrapped in a blanket, carried Yunzhua down from the carriage and made her way to the inn's upper room. Throughout this entire process, the couple from the Yu royal family had not caught a glimpse of Yunzhua's face, nor had they had the opportunity to discern his height. Once Dongbai had settled Yunzhua, she swiftly exited to inquire about any news concerning her young lady. Subsequently, she sought information regarding the second son of the Marquis, Yi and the circumstances that led to his leg being broken and sent home. Yi Qingxue stood amidst the mountains, facing the east, welcoming the morning breeze as she observed the sun gradually rising, casting a crimson hue upon the mountain peaks. Time, like flowing water, cannot be retained. Her life now dwindled to merely 9 days. Chapter 21. Deceived, a sharp pain began to radiate from the very marrow of Yi Qingxue's bones, an unbearable torment. She retrieved her painkillers, consuming 3 without relief, followed by 2 more, and only after a moment did the agony gradually subside. Her complexion was ghostly pale, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead. She unfurled her bundle and donned a light blue garment in a secluded spot. Pan Hung rode up, and Yi Qingxue descended the mountain, awaiting him by the roadside. With a sharp exhale, he reined in his majestic steed. Observing his expression, the weight of anxiety that had shrouded his brow dissipated, indicating that matters had proceeded smoothly. Yet, a trace of melancholy lingered on his visage, likely due to the predicament concerning his fiancé, Yi. He had confirmed Wei Jingtong's embezzlement, a substantial sum capable of salvaging the Pan family. Yet the third daughter of the Wei family was undoubtedly doomed. As her betrothed, he found it difficult to account for this to her. "Why is it only Miss Yi here?" Pan Heng inquired. "Has Miss Dongbai not returned yet? Do you require assistance?" Yi Qingxue replied. "She has already returned to the capital." "Did you deliberately wait here for me, Miss Yi?" Pan Heng was taken aback, surprised by her commitment to her word. A young lady waiting for him alone in this desolate place for half the night. Was she not afraid? Her pallid complexion and the sheen of sweat suggested she might indeed be frightened. Pan Heng pressed on. "Where's your horse, Miss Yi?" "After the eldest son departed last night, Qingfeng town nearby suffered a massacre, and my horse was injured and taken back by Dongbai," she explained. Pan Heng furrowed his brow in disbelief. How audacious were those who dared to slaughter an entire town. Yet, his priority was to ensure the safety of the Pan family. He glanced at his steed, then at Yi Qingxue, suddenly hesitant about his next move. Yi Qingxue smiled suddenly. "If the eldest son does not mind, I would gladly ride with you." Her radiant and untroubled smile, illuminated by the morning light, was ethereal and dreamlike, causing Pan Heng's throat to involuntarily constrict. He quickly averted his gaze. "I certainly do not mind, but it may tarnish your reputation." Fortunately, he had left 3 guards behind to watch over the area, taking 1 personal attendant with him back to the residence. His personal attendant, Shuangrue, galloped up beside him. Pan Heng dismounted, sharing a mount with Shuangrue while offering his horse to Yi Qingxue. She, unfazed, mounted gracefully, and together they rode alongside Pan Heng and Shuangrue. As they entered the capital, the sun had already risen high, and unseen eyes were already watching them. News of Yi Qingxue's late-night escapade with Pan Heng, the eldest son of the Minister of Rites, spread like wildfire. Shortly after entering the city, Yi Qingxue dismounted and returned the steed to Pan Heng, subsequently parting ways. The gossip had already begun circulating. The eldest daughter of the Yi family, after being received back into the Marquis' residence for merely 3 days, could not bear solitude and ventured out for a midnight rendezvous with a man. The identity of this man, the eldest son of the Minister of Rites, Pan Heng, shocked many. Thus, the speed at which rumors spread surpasses even that of a galloping steed. Not long after Yi Qingxue dismounted, she found herself amidst a crowd, already hearing the disdainful and scornful remarks directed at her and Pan Heng. Words such as improper conduct and unworthy of His Highness the Crown Prince all served to vilify her. A slight smirk graced Yi Qingxue's lips. This uproar of malicious words was precisely what she desired. Winter White had orchestrated this spectacle quite well. Upon entering a tea house, Yi Qingxue chose a seat by the window, ordered a pot of tea and 2 plates of pastries, leisurely sipping while patiently awaiting Winter White's arrival. Is this true? The man Yi Qingxue clandestinely met last night is none other than the eldest son of the Pan family? Lady Min of the Marquis' household received the news promptly. Last night, they merely knew of Yi Qingxue's secret meeting with a man, but today was different, as even the man's identity and name were laid bare. This was a tangible piece of evidence. This time, Yi Qingxue had not only tarnished her own reputation, but also jeopardized her engagement to His Highness the Crown Prince. Moreover, the blame lay squarely upon her shoulders. It seems that the poisonous effects of the shattered moon orchid were not entirely without merit, for they compelled Yi Qingxue to seek solace beyond her confines. After all, she was a simple girl raised in the countryside, naively foolish. "How exhilarating!" exclaimed Granny He. "We stationed outside clearly saw it was the eldest son of the Pan family. I sent someone to inquire and learned that a few days ago, the young lady encountered the Pan siblings whose carriage had broken down on their way back to the capital from Qingxue. The young lady kindly offered them a ride, and it is likely that she became acquainted with the eldest son of the Pan family during that time. On that day, Yi Qingxue had evidently only accommodated Pan Jing, her personal maid, and Granny, yet the rumor mongers, in their quest for credibility, had included Pan Heng in their fabrications. Furthermore, the tale was woven with such conviction that it became widely accepted. Of course, Winter White also played a notable role in this deception. Lady Min smiled thinly, her eyes glinting with frost. "Excellent. Since she has taken a liking to the eldest son of the Pan family, we should facilitate her desires. How could we allow her engagement to His Highness the Crown Prince to constrain her?" After her eldest son inherited the title, he began working under His Highness, and she recalled her son vaguely hinting that the crown prince wished to eliminate the Pan family. Qingxue's actions, to her, were a serendipitous opportunity. She could surprise her son while also delivering a shock to Yi Yabing. She beckoned Granny He over and whispered words meant solely for their ears. This time, she was determined to see Qingxue utterly disgraced, thus relinquishing her engagement to His Highness the Crown Prince and transferring it to Yi Yabing. I shall make the arrangements at once. This time, the young lady shall face the consequences, Granny He declared, her excitement palpable. Pan Yuanzhou had scarcely slept the previous night, rising before dawn to pace anxiously in the courtyard, awaiting news of his eldest son. He could swallow nothing but water. The result was a thunderclap of shock. Outside, it was rumored that his son had been secretly meeting with Yi Qingxue. He gazed up at the sky, the sun already soaring high, perhaps nearing noon. According to the address provided by Yi Qingxue, his eldest son should have returned home by the hour of the snake. Yet, the son had not yet returned, and instead, rumors of his clandestine meetings with Yi Qingxue began to circulate. Pan Yuanzhou felt a tumult of anger and helplessness. He started to regret believing Yi Qingxue's words the previous night. Perhaps it was indeed a trap designed to ensnare his son. What if the Duke of Ding arrived with his men, accusing his son of seducing the Duke's fiancé, Yi, and subsequently imprisoned him? The union between the Duke of Ding and Yi Qingxue was sanctioned by the emperor. These days of anxiety had taken their toll, and his prolonged lack of rest had left him ill-prepared for the gamble he chose to take. He had been deceived. Yi Qingxue was a dagger sent by the Duke of Ding to destroy the Pan family. In a desperate bid to protect his clan, he had fallen into the trap. Suddenly, unfamiliar footsteps echoed from outside, causing Pan Yuanzhou's heart to tremble. Were the guards of the Duke of Ding at his doorstep? Chapter 22. Humiliation at the door. Pan Yuanzhou had misjudged the visitors. They were not from the Dingwang mansion, but rather Lady Wei, along with her eldest son and the third young lady. Upon their arrival, Pan Yuanzhou felt a wave of relief and promptly sent someone to invite the lady to be received. Soon, Pan Yuanzhou, the lady, and the Wei family members were all seated in the front hall, where tea and pastries were served in succession. Polite yet somewhat anxious, Pan Yuanzhou inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit today, esteemed Lady Wei?" Lady Wei leisurely sipped her tea, her demeanor marked by an air of superiority. She remained silent, as did the third young lady seated beside her. It was the eldest son of the Wei family who responded, his tone laced with indignation. "The eldest son of the Pan family has long been betrothed to my sister. Yet last night, he spent the entire night in clandestine company with a lady from the Zhongyong Marquis household. This blatant disregard for my family is unacceptable. Shouldn't Lord Pan provide us with an explanation?" The third young lady wept as she lamented, "Even before our marriage, the eldest son of the Pan family has betrayed me. If we were to wed in the future, would he not then take numerous concubines and mistresses? How am I to endure such a life? His actions are not only a violation of the Wei family's dignity, but also a profound affront to my own." The gravity of these accusations left Pan Yuanzhou and his wife exchanging glances, both rendered speechless. The Pan family, already in dire straits, had resorted to a desperate gamble the previous night, only to find themselves ensnared in a far graver predicament. At that moment, Pan Yuanzhou was convinced that Yi Qingxue was indeed sent by the Dingwang, and his eldest son had been dragged into perdition, with the entire Pan family facing inevitable ruin. The Wei family's accusations were merely the beginning. The Dingwang would surely come next to confront the Pan family. Lady Wei slammed her teacup onto the table, declaring, "Lord Pan, Lady Pan, your son has acted in such a manner that our third young lady is simply not a match for him. Let this engagement be dissolved." She continued, "You have insulted our family first. The dowry will not be returned, but please do tear up the marriage contract." Pan Yuanzhou's wife, alarmed, turned pale and exclaimed, "Indeed, Hunger has left home, but he is engaged in urgent matters and is not involved with the lady from the Zhongyong Marquis household." The accusations from the Wei eldest son and the third young lady seemed excessively severe. Until the truth was revealed, she could not acquiesce to the annulment. Even if Lady Wei wished to break the engagement, it should wait until my son returns to clarify the circumstances. I cannot allow my hunger to suffer such an unjust loss. Moreover, setting aside the character of the third young lady who resorted to tears to voice her grievances, it was crucial to consider the implications for her son. If the engagement were to be dissolved, he would be forever marked by the disgrace of having spent the night with another lady before marriage. Wherever he went, he would be the subject of ridicule. And how could he continue to live a dignified life thereafter? The reputation of a young lady is indeed of great importance. Yet the honor of a young man must also be fiercely protected. Lady Wei stated, "The information regarding the clandestine meeting between the eldest son of the Pan family and the lady of the Zhongyong Marquis household comes from the Marquis residence. Presently, both the young lady and Lord Pan are absent from their homes. Is there any doubt left regarding the truth of their clandestine rendezvous? Furthermore, their late-night departure from the city and subsequent reentry was witnessed by the entire town. Who does not speak of their indiscretions? I understand Lady Pan's fervent desire to protect her child, yet I cannot allow my daughter to endure such humiliation without taking action. Since Master Pan already has a beloved, our young lady shall never engage in such an unscrupulous act of stealing love. The Wei family has but one request at this juncture: the dissolution of the engagement. The master has already informed her that the Duke of Ding intends to target the Pan family, making an example of them to eradicate the Crown Prince's faction. The Pan family's demise is imminent. Previously, the master arranged for the third young lady to be betrothed to Pan Hung to conceal the fact that their lord is, in reality, under the Duke's command. Now, with the scandal involving Pan Hung and the daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis, it presents an opportune moment for the engagement to be annulled. Furthermore, the Pan family bears the blame, while the Wei family emerges as the victims, allowing them to retain the betrothal gifts without jeopardizing the future prospects of their third young lady. Of course, unbeknownst to all, she has already secured a new suitor prior to this occasion. Upon hearing that others have witnessed his eldest son entering the city, Pan Yuanzhou deduces that his son is nearing his return. He wishes to await his son's arrival to ascertain the situation before deciding whether to consent to the dissolution of the engagement. However, the Wei family seems intent on resolving matters swiftly. Suddenly, the third young lady of the Wei family draws a dagger from her flowing sleeves and presses it against her throat. She implores Master Pan and Lady Pan to respect her determination to end the engagement. The humiliation inflicted upon her by Master Pan is unbearable, and should they refuse, she is prepared to end her life here. The eldest son of the Wei family, filled with rage, retorts, "Is this the kind of son you have raised in the Pan family? Dishonorable and shameless as he is, must you also risk my sister's life before you relent?" Pan Yuanzhou, having served in office for many years and with an exceptional eldest son, had never before endured such an affront. His blood surged, nearly causing him to faint. Lady Pan's condition was no better, her body swaying with anger, supported only by a maidservant. The young lady is threatening her life, reducing their son to a mere shadow of worth, and the couple found themselves momentarily at a loss for words in their indignation. Pan Hung galloped into the hall, coincidentally overhearing the Wei siblings. His brow furrowed as he strode inside, an icy demeanor upon his countenance. It is now confirmed that Wei Jingtong has embezzled funds, specifically for the Duke of Ding. It seems that the previous engagement between the Wei and Pan families was merely a a diversion. Now, as they seek to annul the engagement and accuse him of clandestine meetings with the eldest daughter of the Yi family, it is likely just a pretext. The deeper motive being the Duke's intent to eliminate the Pan family, and they intend to sever ties with them opportunistically. Given that the third young lady of the Wei family is so resolute, even threatening her life to annul the engagement, I shall grant my consent, Pan Hung stated solemnly, striding into the hall. Upon seeing him, Pan Yuanzhou and his wife were instantly moved to tears, feeling a renewed sense of hope. Lady Pan, unaware of his activities the previous night, nonetheless knows her son well. She is certain that Pan Hung would never engage in any scandalous behavior. As Pan Hung approached her, she grasped his hand. What truly transpired between you and the eldest daughter of the Yi family? If you reveal the truth, I shall advocate on your behalf. Pan Hung contemplated that this matter must await his father's entry into the palace to inform the emperor of Wei Jingtong's embezzlement. Only then would the emperor dispatch someone to seize the ill-gotten gains and investigate the Wei family. Otherwise, it would merely serve to alert the snake in the grass. Although the distance from the capital to Qingxue was not insubstantial, it was not excessively far either, necessitating a considerable amount of time. Within a few hours, various uncertainties could arise. Thus, he closed his eyes and assumed a pained expression, murmuring to his mother, "Please, agree to withdraw the engagement with the Wei family." Pan Yuanzhou approached him with astonishment, exclaiming, Pan Heng subtly shook his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. This piercing look struck terror into Pan Yuanzhou's heart. Indeed, Wei Jingtong had embezzled funds, and Yi Qingxue had not deceived him. This gamble, akin to treating a dead horse as a live one, had turned out to be a victory for the Pan family. Chapter 23. The Pan Family, Unforgiving. The realization that the lives of the Pan clan could be preserved surged through Pan Yuanzhou like a refreshing stream, invigorating him to the point of trembling extremities. "Madam, present the marriage certificate and tear it asunder on the spot. From henceforth, our Pan family shall have no further dealings with the Wei family." As Pan Yuanzhou uttered these words, his lips quivered, prompting the three members of the Wei family to assume he was merely incensed. Lady Wei interjected, "Let me clarify. It was Master Pan who wronged our daughter. We shall not return the betrothal gifts." Standing resolutely beside his mother, the Wei family's eldest son displayed an intimidating demeanor, suggesting that should the Pan family refuse their demands, a confrontation was imminent. Wei San, the youngest daughter, still brandishing a dagger, stood defiantly by her mother, equally poised for violence. Pan Heng, with a cold sneer, recognized the Wei family's impoverished state but was taken aback by their audacity. Nevertheless, upon reflecting that their destitution was merely a facade for Wei Jingtong's embezzlement, he found their current behavior unsurprising. He retorted, "Very well, you refuse to return the betrothal gifts. However, the pittance you have consumed shall not disrupt the livelihood of my Pan family." With circumstances reaching such a critical juncture, and both husband and eldest son consenting to the dissolution of the engagement, Madame Pan refrained from dissent and instructed the maid to retrieve the marriage certificate, which she handed to Pan Heng. Unfolding the certificate for the Wei family to witness, Pan Heng proceeded to incinerate it before their eyes, reducing it to ashes. "From this day forth, I, Pan Heng, shall have no further relations with the youngest daughter of the Wei family. Our marriages are severed, and we are henceforth unconnected." His resolute stance incited Lady Wei's ire, prompting her to cast a disdainful glance at him and spit derisively. "Marriages? The entire Pan clan is on the brink of ruin. It is inconceivable that Pan Heng shall ever have the opportunity to discuss matrimony again. How audacious!" With a dismissive huff, she regarded them as one would a dying creature and declared, "Let us depart." Wei San sheathed her dagger and followed her mother, while the eldest son of the Wei family cast a menacing and contemptuous glare at the Pan family. The betrothal gifts, once of concern, were now beneath the Pan family's notice. Yet he smirked, knowing that should the Pan family face misfortune in the future, they would be foolish to attempt reclaiming what was lost. Having delivered his scorn, he too turned to leave. Pan Yuanzhou and his wife stared in disbelief, previously unaware of the Wei family's loathsome nature. Truly, adversity reveals one's character. Thankfully, Yi Qingxue had illuminated a path for them. Otherwise, they would have been forced to swallow their pride and suffer in silence. Yi Qingxue was indeed a savior to the Pan family. Pan Yuanzhou dismissed the others, grasping Pan Heng's hand as they strode towards the study. He personally shut the door before inquiring about the details. Pan Heng replied, "Wei Jingtong has indeed embezzled funds. We have located the stash. He lives in abject poverty in the capital. Yet in Qingxue, he maintains a grand estate, replete with several courtesans for his indulgence. The ill-gotten gains are concealed in a cavern halfway up the hillside behind the estate. I have seen it with my own eyes." Pan Yuanzhou pondered. As a minister of war, what could he possibly seek to gain from such extensive embezzlement? The answer was glaringly apparent. Had the crown prince not been overthrown, amassing such a fortune in silver, he could have secretly recruited soldiers, biding his time to usurp power from the duke. The duke's schemes are indeed ever-evolving. Yet, Neither father nor son dared to articulate their thoughts. Pan Hung conveyed to Pan Yuanzhou the reasons behind the Wei family's previous willingness to arrange a marriage and their subsequent forceful withdrawal. Upon confirming Wei Jingtong's corruption, Pan Yuanzhou comprehended the Wei family's abrupt change in stance without requiring further elaboration from Pan Hung. He sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Pan Heng's shoulder. His tone somber. It is due to your father's misguided path over the years that our family faces such formidable calamity today. Fortunately, heaven has favored us by sending Miss Yi to safeguard our clan. Should you serve in the court in the future, exercise utmost caution and refrain from repeating your father's errors. Pan Hung replied, My son shall heed his father's counsel. Time is of the essence. Please, father, hasten to the palace and request the emperor to dispatch someone to Qingxue to seize the illicit goods. We must not allow the Wei family or the duke's men to catch wind of our plans, for our people are still stationed in Qingxue. Very well, I shall prepare myself and enter the palace at once, Pan Yuanzhou declared, his head held high as he strode purposefully towards the study's door, exuding a sense of determination. Previously troubled by the fact that the Wei family's third daughter was betrothed to his eldest son, those concerns had now dissipated. He felt an exhilarating anticipation, eager to witness the Wei family's anguish and pleas for mercy. The Pan family shall not grant them forgiveness. Observing his father's departing figure, Pan Hung could not suppress a smile, suddenly recalling Qingxue. Upon his return to the capital, news of their clandestine meetings had already spread, prompting the Wei family to come forth and annul the engagement. The rapidity of these events was astonishing. He further pondered Qingxue's initiative to suggest riding a horse together. Could it be that before his return, their secret encounters had already been divulged? Was the intent to divert attention to their romantic entanglement, thereby obscuring his true purpose for leaving the capital for Qingxue? If the Wei family had been deceived, it was likely that the duke's men would not take notice either. Why would Qingxue willingly tarnish her reputation to assist the Pan family? A sudden realization struck Pan Hung. Qingxue's proposition to share a horse was sincere, devoid of jest. In that moment, he felt as though he had overlooked something profoundly significant. While he contemplated Qingxue, the citizens of the city were discussing him. Master Pan has not yet wed, yet he brazenly consorts with another maiden throughout the night, a blatant affront to his betrothed. Hence, the Wei family has come to annul the engagement. The marriage contract has been torn asunder. Such were the murmurs among the populace. Even Qingxue, seated in a tea house, overheard the gossip. She had not previously considered the ramifications of the marriage between the Wei and Pan families. So whether Pan Hung and the Wei family's third daughter had indeed called off the engagement was never within her contemplations. However, she too felt that the Wei family's swift withdrawal was rather abrupt, likely indicating that the Duke had begun his machinations to annihilate the entire Pan clan. With one hand cradling her teacup and the other softly tapping the table, she pondered when Dongbai would arrive. Miss, she called. A figure clad in winter white and black appeared at the stairway, hastily approaching her and taking a seat opposite. Their throat was parched to the point of discomfort. Qingxue poured her a cup of tea and gently inquired, What have you discovered? Take your time. She awaited the tale of Qingxue's injury. Feeling no urgency to return to the Marquis' residence, her clandestine affair with Pan Hung required further maturation. Naturally, she also needed to afford various parties some time to prepare for the impending annulling of her engagement to the Prince of Determination. Within the tea house, each patron was absorbed in their own affairs or discussing the most pressing matters of the day, oblivious to the conversation between her and Dongbai. Nonetheless, Dongbai lowered her voice, recounting. The second young master enlisted in the military at the tender age of 12, serving under General Lan, yet remained largely unremarkable until recently. A year prior, General Lan sought to promote several soldiers, and thus the second young master was selected to partake in a campaign against bandits. He exhibited extraordinary bravery, unyielding in the face of danger, taking on the role of a vanguard and achieving great merit. Consequently, General Lan took notice of him and summoned him to his side. Qingxue nodded slightly. This marked a splendid beginning in one's life, brimming with promise. However, Qingxue now merely served as a stable hand in the Marquis' residence, his youthful body marred by a limp housing a spirit dulled by circumstance. She felt no particular affection for Qingxue, nor did she wish to extend her compassion. Yet, the thought of potentially leveraging Qingxue to confront Madame Min sparked a sense of vindication within her. Madame Min deserved a fate befitting a parasite. Chapter 24. Crippled on the spot, Dong Bai continued. General Lan has a daughter, renowned for her beauty and spirited character. As a child, she was often brought to the military camp by General Lan, where she trained alongside the soldiers. Even as she matured, Miss Lan frequently visited the barracks. Following the suppression of bandits, the second son garnered great fame in the military, prompting Miss Lan to seek him out for a sparring session. Coincidentally, on that day, the eldest son also visited the military camp to check on his younger brother, bringing warm clothing in anticipation of the approaching snowfall. The military camp, being a restricted area, was not easily accessible to outsiders. However, the eldest son, holding the position of Deputy Minister of War and being the young lord of the loyal and valiant Marquis, was granted special entry due to General Lan's long-standing admiration for the late Marquis. After a while, when General Lan had to leave on an errand, he allowed the two brothers to converse privately, hoping they could rekindle their fraternal bond after a long separation. However, Dong Bai suddenly paused, his brow furrowed. The subsequent events unfolded in a manner that left everyone bewildered. Ultimately, the second son was accused of bullying Miss Lan, a situation that the eldest son witnessed firsthand. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby soldiers. The eldest son seized the second son and, in front of the assembled crowd, dealt him a severe beating, causing the second son to spit blood. In a fit of rage, he brandished a wooden stick, threatening to end the second son's life as a means of avenging Miss Lan. The blow not only left the second son bloodied, but also crippled him. Qingxue had waited long for Dong Bai to continue, finally asking, "Did the second son not defend himself?" Dong Bai replied he did not. He swallowed his pride and accusations whole. Moreover, I have gathered intel indicating that at that moment, Miss Lan was indeed disheveled, her usual bold demeanor replaced by tears of distress, rendering her utterly pitiable. The uproar was so immense that General Lan could scarcely contain it, leading to the incident being known both within and outside the military ranks. Miss Lan's reputation was tarnished, and to this day, no suitors have come to court her. The second son was returned to the Marquis, where Madame Min and the young lord, wishing to provide an explanation to the Lan family, not only failed to tend to the second son's injuries, but also suggested he take on menial duties. This is why we witnessed such a state of the second son last night. Qingxue stroked her chin thoughtfully. So, Madame Min instructed Qingxue to become a servant, while the eldest son crippled him as a ruse to protect Qingxue from being executed by General Lan for daring to bully his daughter. Had it not been for the swift intervention of the eldest son, who left Qingxue bloodied, he might have faced immediate execution at the hands of General Lan for his transgressions. Yet, Qingxue's demeanor last night did not suggest he had wronged Miss Lan. If he were indeed such a scoundrel, motivated only by self-preservation or the desire to maintain his noble facade, he would have long since confessed and begged for mercy. Moreover, as the second son of the Marquis, having recently achieved a significant military victory, his future was bright. He could have sought Miss Lan's hand in marriage at the general's estate without jeopardizing his prospects, making such reckless actions unnecessary. When Miss Lan visited the military camp, it coincidentally aligned with the presence of the eldest son, a coincidence that is indeed thought-provoking. Another point of curiosity arises. If Madame Min and Yi Cunjin were to punish Qingxue merely as a ploy to secure his safety from the general's residence, then, given Madame Min's disposition, she would surely have discreetly arranged for a physician to tend to his injured leg. After all, Qingxue had already been returned to the Marquis' residence. Even a clandestine treatment would remain unknown to the outside world. Yet, both Madame Min and the young Marquis seemingly allowed him to remain a cripple. Dong Bai, upon learning of Qingxue's predicament, found the Marquis' household exceedingly complicated, devoid of any semblance of purity. She fervently wished that her young mistress would call off the engagement soon. Once autumn deepened and the divine physician was summoned, they would return to Qingxue Manor, never to cross the threshold of the Marquis' residence again. As she spoke, her voice strained. She lifted her cup to sip water when a pair of chopsticks suddenly flew through the air. Reacting swiftly, Dongbai caught the chopsticks mid-flight, her palm reddening from the impact. Had she been a moment slower, the chopsticks would have sent her cup crashing to the floor. Turning to investigate, she noticed an elderly gentleman seated at the central table, observing her and her mistress intently. Clad in simple garments, yet exuding vigor, his eyes sparkled with youthful energy. The force with which he had thrown the chopsticks indicated he was a practiced individual. Strangely, a flicker of anger glimmered within his gaze. What Dongbai noticed, Qingxue also perceived, and what Dongbai missed, Qingxue was still aware of. The old man's gaze upon her resembled that of an acquaintance, his anger reflecting a disappointment akin to that of a mentor towards a wayward pupil. After a moment of contemplation, Qingxue took the chopstick from Dongbai's hand and approached the old man, respectfully offering the utensils. "Uncle, your chopsticks," the old man snorted, abruptly rising and knocking over the long bench behind him, the legs scraping against the floor with an ear-splitting sound. Unperturbed, he turned and strode away, leaving behind 3 words, "Follow me." His pace was brisk, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished at the staircase. Qingxue attempted to pursue, but Dongbai grasped her shoulder, shaking her head. "Miss, he possesses considerable skill. It could be a trap. Fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape fate," Qingxue mused, sensing a secret about the old man that related to her. "I shall confront him. You watch over me discreetly. If any trouble arises, we shall flee." "Understood," Dongbai affirmed. Qingxue hurried down the stairs, where the old man awaited her at the entrance of the tea house. Upon noticing her approach, he swiftly blended into the crowd, weaving through the throngs until they finally reached a secluded alley. Qingxue stepped forward, bowing deeply in respect. "Do you recognize me, uncle? What wisdom do you impart?" The eldest daughter of General Yi, grown so much and yet does not recognize this old man. His tone bore a hint of mockery, tinged with sorrow and anger. Qingxue furrowed her brow slightly. From his words, it could be inferred that he was once a soldier under her father's command, and she had undoubtedly crossed paths with him before. Qingxue examined his visage, his gaunt face, piercing eyes, delicate nose, thin lips, and a long beard. Suddenly, a realization struck her. He was Uncle Tan, who had been by her father's side. Uncle Tan had sustained injuries on the battlefield in his youth, leading him to retire and assist her father with various tasks. He had accompanied her father to Qingxue village and had even taught her archery. However, at that time, Uncle Tan could only demonstrate due to his injuries, which prevented him from fully engaging. Back then, he had no beard, was not as emaciated as he appeared now, and his attire was markedly different, which accounted for Qingxue's momentary failure to recognize him. Feeling guilt wash over her for not identifying Uncle Tan immediately, Qingxue promptly clasped her hands in apology. With her father now deceased, Uncle Tan had been the one who had spent the most time alongside him. Upon seeing Uncle Tan, Qingxue felt as though her father were still present. Uncle Tan, visibly angered, proclaimed, "You should indeed feel remorse. Your marriage to Prince Ding was negotiated at the cost of your father's life. Even in his grievous condition, he remained concerned for your future. Yet you have so recklessly tarnished your reputation by engaging in clandestine meetings with another man prior to your marriage. If Prince Ding were to withdraw his proposal, how could you ever justify this to your father?" With these words, Uncle Tan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, fueled by his fury for Qingxue's father. Should General Ye's spirit be aware, he would surely lament the fate of his beloved daughter, who, upon maturing, had so carelessly brought ruin upon her own honor. Devoid of shame, one can only imagine the regret he would feel for not having taken drastic measures in her youth to prevent such disgrace. Chapter 25. The one whose wounds have healed suddenly perishes in the present day of the great Zhou dynasty. The crown prince's reputation lies in tatters. The esteemed figure, on the other hand, is His Highness the Ding Wang. It is universally acknowledged that Qingxue's clandestine meetings with a man are an act of utter folly, a grave disservice to the Ding Wang, not only ruining her own future, but also tarnishing the dignity of the royal family and the Ding Wang himself. Even Uncle Tan shares this sentiment. Thus, his words carry significant weight. Had Madame Min and her associates expressed such views, Qingxue might have dismissed them as deliberate slanders. However, Uncle Tan is different. He has been the closest companion to her father, unwavering in his loyalty. He genuinely taught her the arts of horsemanship and archery. With her father's passing, Uncle Tan now stands in for him, reproaching her with heartfelt intensity. A wave of sorrow, grievance, and anguish surged within Qingxue, causing her eyes to brim with tears. Yet, she held back her emotions, refusing to weep. After all, the task remained unaccomplished, and she had no right to shed tears. Uncle Tan, unaware of her true intentions, merely perceived the superficial aspects of her actions. It is entirely understandable that he would misinterpret the situation. What is amiss in his desire to admonish her in place of her deceased father? Qingxue approached Uncle Tan, with merely a span of 10 feet separating them. Towards Uncle Tan, she felt neither the resentment that followed a scolding nor anger. Instead, she was enveloped in a sense of respect and gratitude. Unknown to Uncle Tan was the fact that, having grown up in the countryside, despite my status as a young lady of the Marquis' residence and my engagement to the Prince of Ding, was still looked down upon by others. It was not out of a desire to debase myself or tarnish my reputation, but rather due to the collusion between His Highness the Prince of Ding and Madame Min, who sought to coerce me into breaking off the engagement. Uncle Tan gazed at her in astonishment. Could it be that the unpleasant rumors circulating outside were indeed the fabrications of Madame Min and the Prince of Ding? However, I just observed you seated calmly in the tea-house, seemingly unfazed by these rumors. He is a martial artist, possessing a keen sense of hearing that allows him to faintly discern the conversation between Qingxue and Dong Bai, which pertains to the loyal and valiant Marquis' residence. Upon further scrutiny of Qingxue's features, he instantly recognizes her as the daughter of the great general, raised in the countryside. Not wishing to embarrass her in public, he called her aside into the alley for a private discussion. He noted that Qingxue did not appear to be a victim of persecution. Indeed, there is no smoke without fire. Many can attest to having witnessed her riding into the city early in the morning alongside the eldest son of the Pan family. If Qingxue were not devoid of shame, how could she remain seated in the tea-house amidst rampant gossip, displaying not a trace of embarrassment? Could it be that the young lady is deliberately, clandestinely meeting with Master Pan as a means of avenging His Highness, the Crown Prince? Uncle Tan inquired, his brow furrowed. Please let this not be the answer. It is too foolish. Such an approach would evidently harm the enemy by 800 while inflicting 1,000 upon oneself. Qingxue wished to keep her plans concealed from prying eyes. Although they were in an alley, the bustling street outside was filled with passers-by, and she feared that walls might have ears. Thus, she refrained from elaborating further, and simply stated, Uncle Tan, I was overwhelmed by anger and found myself at a loss. My union with Prince Ding was bestowed by His Majesty, and even if Prince Ding were to feel anger, he would not dare to easily dissolve our engagement. So there is no need for Uncle Tan to worry. With a thunderous shock, Uncle Tan was so infuriated that his mind became clouded, fervently praying that it would not be this answer. Yet alas, it indeed was. How could she be so bewildered? How could she possibly be so confused? He raised his hand, intending to strike Qingxue's face. Yet, upon meeting her gaze, he ultimately lowered his hand in defeat. With deep regret, he lamented, If you were my daughter, I would strike you dead this very moment. Who is the Ding Wang? Born to a favored concubine. He is the legitimate son of the late empress after his mother ascended as the consort, with the crown prince deposed and a decree for his assassination issued by the emperor Ding Wang, a man of both virtue and talent. Is a seasoned warrior who has won battles and has often traveled incognito, earning the people's affection. He is a strong candidate for being named the crown prince. In a fit of anger, Qingxue tarnished her reputation. Even if Ding Wang refrained from initiating a divorce, ministers would petition the emperor to arrange a new princess for him. Should Ding Wang and the Empress Dowager wish to end the engagement, they could orchestrate matters to ensure the marriage would dissolve. Qingxue's actions, while self-destructive, harmed no one else and could potentially aid Ding Wang in marrying a dignified lady from a prestigious family. To think that her self-sacrifice was merely a measure of 1,000 lost for 800 enemies was an understatement. Ah, the plight of the Grand General. Had he lived, he would never have allowed you to become what you are today. Uncle Tan, overcome by sorrow, covered his face and squatted down, weeping heavily. Qingxue was affected by his grief and found herself engulfed in sadness as the lively sounds from outside the alley receded like a retreating tide, growing ever more distant. After an indeterminate time, Qingxue spoke softly. "Uncle Tan, I will resolve this matter. When you awaken tomorrow and venture into the streets, you will discover my situation is not as dire as you imagine." Before nightfall, her engagement with Ding Wang would be irrevocably severed, and all her actions would yield significant consequences come dawn. By then, Uncle Tan need only step outside to grasp the entirety of the situation. It was too soon and perilous to explain now. Tears, large as beans, streamed through Uncle Tan's aged fingers as he doubted Qingxue's assurances. Believing she was merely comforting herself, his thoughts drifted back to the Grand General, and his sorrow deepened, compelling him to repeat, "Had your father been alive, he would never have allowed you to commit such folly." Qingxue pressed her lips together, reflecting, indeed, if her father were still alive, Madame Min would not dare to scheme against her. Even if she did, Qingxue could have sought her father's support. But now, she was utterly alone. She had to eliminate as many of her foes as possible within 9 days, ensuring Ding Wang paid the necessary price for contemplating her downfall. Uncle Tan continued to lament. "Your father survived the blades of the battlefield, returning home grievously wounded. The emperor even dispatched physicians to treat him, and his injuries were healing. The doctors assured he was no longer in peril. Why then did he suddenly perish? Why is fate so cruel to the Grand General?" Uncle Tan remained haunted by the sudden demise of the Grand General, recalling how the physicians had confidently proclaimed that he had survived the critical phase and would undoubtedly live. Heaven had not only taken his life, but also demanded the marriage he had secured at the cost of his own blood, leaving an unbearable cruelty in its wake. He defended his homeland without ever retreating a single step, bearing countless wounds in the process. The citizens of the Great Zhou were under his protection, and yet, is this truly the fate he deserves? The last time Uncle Tan experienced a breakdown was upon the death of the Great General. For 9 years, whenever he recalled that the general's condition had indeed improved, only to succumb to an unexpected demise, his heart ached unbearably. Yet he bore it all, suppressing those emotions deep within. Today, upon learning of Qingxue's actions, his heart was shattered with pain. He felt a profound anger, yet found himself powerless against her. It led him to feel that the great general's fate was indeed tragic and unfortunate, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. However, amidst his sorrowful and indignant words, Qingxue captured an unusual message. Suddenly, she grasped Uncle Tan's arm, unconsciously applying pressure. "Uncle Tan, you said that my father's condition had improved, and the imperial physician assured us that he would not die. Yet, he ultimately perished, and quite abruptly at that." Qingxue's voice trembled slightly. Chapter 26: The honor she deserves regarding the circumstances of her father's death. Qingxue was unaware of the specific details. She only recalled that it was an ordinary day when she, along with the villagers, was gathering wool. Suddenly, a group burst into Qingzhou village, revealing that the imperial eunuchs had come to decree her betrothal to the Duke of Ding. On that same day, she learned of her father's passing. In a frenzied state, she yearned to return to the Marquis to mourn him, yet the household forbade her from doing so. All she knew was that her father had perished while saving the Duke, suffering grave injuries that proved fatal. She was merely 8 years old at that time. However, now, Uncle Tan claimed that her father's condition had improved significantly. Even the imperial physician had declared that he was out of danger, yet he ultimately succumbed to death, and in a most abrupt manner. Had Qingxue not endured the persecution from Madame Min and Yi Yabing, Uncle Tan's words would not have stirred such thoughts within her. Having faced death once herself, she understood that on the battlefield, the threat was overt. Her father, being exceptionally capable, could evade such dangers. Yet the back courtyard of the Marquis was fraught with hidden dangers. How could a man of such integrity and valor as her father ever foresee that treachery lurking within the household could lead to his demise? Her father was the pride of the entire Marquis. As long as he existed, so did their honor. The inhabitants of the Marquis's inner chambers, regardless of how much Madame Min loathed him, would never be foolish enough to conspire against his life. Her father was the greatest benefactor to the Marquis, and there were no conflicts of interest between him and anyone in the household. Who could possibly wish him harm? Uncle Tan wiped his tears and continued. At the time of the incident, your father shielded the Duke with his own body, bracing against the enemy's assaults. He was struck in the back by a sword, the blade grazing his heart, resulting in several days of high fever. Yet he was robust, and with the physician's timely intervention to excise the festering flesh, he managed to endure. The fever eventually subsided, and it was then that the physician confidently declared he was out of danger. Your father was a general of the great Zhou, the savior of His Highness the Duke, and the physician devoted himself to his care without a hint of negligence. Each day, your father's condition improved, but one rainy day, your father suddenly developed a high fever that would not abate, and within a couple of days, he had passed away. Uncle Tan wiped his tears once more. The physician speculated that perhaps the festering area had not been entirely cleansed, leading to incomplete healing, and the infection quietly worsened until the great general had once achieved remarkable military feats, and his death filled the emperor with sorrow and rage, resulting in the chief physician being stripped of his position and exiled from the capital, while the assisting physicians were penalized with a half-year salary deduction. It was said that the physician who was exiled took his own life en route. Take his own life? Ye Qingxue's bro furrowed deeper. She harbored no fondness for the residents of the Marquis's inner chambers, and she could not help but entertain a bold hypothesis. If my father was indeed harmed by those within the household, and the primary physician responsible for his care was utterly convinced of his safety, then when my father unexpectedly passed away, the physician would be left in shock, questioning his own medical skills. At such a moment, a physician engulfed in self-doubt, stripped of his position and banished from the capital, would inevitably become the subject of ridicule, leading to a complete breakdown, thus choosing to end his own life. It is also possible that the imperial physician did not take his own life, but was rather a victim of foul play, thus ensuring that the truth behind my father's demise remains forever concealed from others. Of course, this was merely her audacious hypothesis. After all, the inhabitants of the Marquis' residence had no apparent motive to harm her father. Moreover, the physician's deduction was not entirely unfounded. It was conceivable that the festering wound had not been fully excavated, leading to a subsequent high fever that ultimately claimed her father's life. Yet, a voice within Yi Qingxue's heart screamed with fervor, "Your father was murdered. You must uncover the truth and avenge him." Although it appeared that the residents of the Marquis' household lacked motive for her father's death, perhaps it was simply that she had yet to discover it, hiding in a place too unsavory to be seen. Thank you, Uncle Tan, for revealing this to me. Otherwise, I would remain in ignorance about the specifics of my father's death until my last breath. Yi Qingxue spoke, her tone frigid and her demeanor enveloped in an icy fury. Uncle Tan could not help but cast a lingering glance at her. Previously, he had seen her seated in the tea house, listening to the rumors surrounding her, as if she were an outsider to her own plight, believing she had sunk to a level of shamelessness without equal. Now, witnessing her palpable rage, he felt a mix of astonishment and trepidation, for she exuded an aura reminiscent of her father's indomitable spirit in battle. What is the name of the physician primarily responsible for treating my father? Do you know where he hails from? Uncle Tan instinctively replied, "The physician is named Feng Rue, and he comes from Liangsheng." "Very well, I appreciate your insight." Yi Qingxue's tone grew grave, her countenance steely. "I am the daughter of Yi Xiaobai. The offspring of a fierce father cannot be a coward. I shall not bring shame upon my father. If Uncle Tan harbors doubts about my resolve, he may discover the entire truth tomorrow. As for the rest, I cannot divulge all today." With that, she turned and departed with an air of decisiveness. Uncle Tan, observing her retreating figure, sensed in her the unmistakable determination reminiscent of her father's unyielding approach to matters. Slowly rising from the ground, he fixated on her silhouette, pondering whether indeed the daughter of a fierce father could stand as strong. He would await the morrow, though he remained uncertain how to navigate the predicament of tarnishing her reputation. In his eyes, A lady's honor was paramount, making this a dire conundrum. Outside the alley, the streets bustled with life, the air thick with chatter, as rumors of Qingxue's clandestine meeting with Pan Hung continued to swirl. Regardless of time or place, tales of romantic entanglements between men and women were always the most captivating. Even the Duke and Duchess of Yu, consumed with joy over the return of their daughter, had heard the scandal. Absurd, utterly absurd. The Duke of Yu fumed. That young lady clearly stayed out all night to rescue her daughter. How did it morph into a scandal of illicit rendezvous? The Duke was filled with righteous indignation and echoed, "Indeed, those outside do not know the truth and speak recklessly. Do they not realize that such slander could ruin Qingxue's life?" The Duchess summoned her maid to prepare her for a change of attire and grooming, urging the Duke to do the same. "What is your intent, my dear?" The Duke inquired, puzzled. "What am I to do?" "Why, I shall enter the palace to convey everything to His Majesty and request that he personally honors Miss Yi, so that the world may know what a heroine she truly is. She is indeed the savior of our daughters, and I cannot allow her to be tarnished by baseless rumors. Nor can I permit her and her guard to be deprived of their home." Upon hearing this, Prince Yu found it reasonable and promptly replied, "Very well. I shall change my attire and accompany the princess to the palace to explain everything to my elder brother and seek his commendation for Miss Yi. It is widely rumored that the mountain bandits who abducted Princess Rongqing colluded with the crown prince, inciting outrage both within and beyond the court. Thus, the government is taking the disappearance of Princess Rongqing very seriously. When she was rescued, Prince Yu immediately dispatched someone to inform the emperor. However, now that Qingxue has been so unjustly slandered, the couple believes it imperative to personally visit the palace to clear her name through the emperor's words, ensuring she receives the honor she rightfully deserves. Chapter 27. Utterly shocking, this child. At the grand entrance of the Marquis of Loyalty's residence, Qingxue emerged from the carriage, lifting her gaze to the sky where the sun began its descent in the west, signaling the end of midday. She surmised that by this time, all parties had prepared themselves. As she descended from the carriage, the imposing walls of the Marquis' estate towered above her, and the grand entrance was flanked by two majestic stone lions, exuding an air of authority. As she ascended the steps towards the gate, an unexpected shadow lunged towards her, seizing her leg. "Mama, Mama, little treasure has finally found you." The exuberant voice belonged to a small child, filled with excitement. Qingxue looked down to find a cherubic toddler, around 5 years old, chubby and fair-skinned, exuding an undeniable cuteness, particularly with that plump face that invoked a desire to pinch it. However, she quickly deduced that this child was likely procured by Madame Min to deliberately call her mama, aiming to tarnish her reputation by suggesting she bore a child out of wedlock. The atmosphere was bustling with onlookers, all keen to witness the unfolding spectacle. Qingxue contemplated kicking the little dumpling away. Incredible. The young lady has returned to the estate with a 5-year-old child. How scandalous. The cold and mocking voice of Han Yu echoed from within the gates. Having been humiliated the previous day, witnessing the second young lady's beauty ruined by Qingxue, Han Yu had already deemed her the foremost enemy. Thus, she took the initiative to await Qingxue's return at the entrance, eager to report back to Madame Min. However, she never anticipated that Qingxue would return with a child, who boldly referred to her as Mama. What a delightful surprise this was. The little dumpling clung to Qingxue's leg like a stubborn adhesive, turning to Han Yu with indignation. "My mama gave birth to me, so how can she be indecent? You were also born of your mother. Does that make your mother indecent too?" Qingxue brandished a dagger, pointing it at the little dumpling. "If you do not let go, I shall sever your hands. Do you believe me?" The child, seemingly defending her, was also asserting that she was indeed his mother. Nearby spectators began to murmur, pointing fingers at her. The child's appearance served as a dagger to her already tarnished reputation. Self-destructive behavior and the scheming of others were not the same. Madame Min's actions were despicable, dragging a 5-year-old into this conflict. Yet she would not show mercy simply because the opponent was a child. Little Treasure glanced at Qingxue, sensing the genuine anger in her eyes, and reluctantly released his grip, plopping down like a round ball. He stood obediently to the side, looking up at Yi Qingxue with utmost seriousness. But Mama, I truly traveled a long, long way and searched for a very long time just to be by your side. His innocent, crisp voice bore no trace of deceit, surprising Yi Qingxue. Yet, at merely 17, she was not capable of having a 5-year-old child. Han Yu finally seized the opportunity to counter the remarks made by Xiao Bao regarding her mother as propriety. My mother gave birth to me only after marrying my father, fully adhering to the customs. Yet you, an unmarried lady, bore a child. Does that not reflect a lack of decorum? Yi Qingxue, unwavering in her gaze, ascended the steps, gradually closing the distance between herself and Han Yu. Confused by her intentions, Han Yu instinctively retreated as Yi Qingxue crossed the threshold of the Marquis' residence. Dongbai followed closely behind, and even Xiao Bao, with his short legs, silently trailed along. After stepping back a few paces, Han Yu halted abruptly. It was Yi Qingxue who had erred, and it was she who faced the onslaught of gossip. She had come to defend the second young lady's honor. How could she be subdued? With a cold smirk, Han Yu declared, "It is well known that the eldest lady spent the night in private company with young Master Pan, and now she is a 5-year-old child. She is utterly unworthy of being a daughter of the Marquis' house. You have no right to enter through these gates. Furthermore," she continued, "you are unfit to marry the crown prince. If the eldest lady possessed even a modicum of shame, she should find a lake to leap into, ending her disgrace once and for all." Yi Qingxue reached for the whip at her waist, causing Han Yu's pupils to constrict in fear as she instinctively recoiled. However, Yi Qingxue did not draw the whip. Instead, she delivered a resounding slap to Han Yu's face. This unexpected action caught Han Yu off guard, rendering her martial skills ineffective as she endured the blow. By the time she regained her composure, Yi Qingxue had unsheathed the whip. Initially frightened by the slap, Han Yu now hesitated to act rashly. "My worthiness to be a daughter of the Marquis is determined by my father, the loyal Marquis. Who are you to presume to speak in his stead?" Yi Qingxue's voice was sharp and commanding. "As for my suitability to be the crown prince's consort, that is for the crown prince and the emperor to decide. How dare you, a mere servant, presume to intervene?" Han Yu trembled in fear. The accusation was grave. If it spread, neither Madame Min nor the young Marquis could protect her. Ye vin wusimirke derisivedi. Her eyes glinting with mockery as she regarded Han Yu, as if she were a fool. "And open your eyes wide to see the truth. I am of a certain age, and this child is but 5. Pray tell, which family has a girl of 16 or 17 capable of bearing a 5-year-old child? Are you all devoid of sense? A bunch of imbeciles." Her words were not merely directed at Han Yu and the other servants of the Marquis' house. They were also meant for the onlookers outside. The crowd began to grasp the absurdity. Most 12-year-old girls had yet to experience their first menses, making them wholly unfit for motherhood. They had been foolish, genuinely believing that Xiao Bao was Yi Qingxue's biological child. Heat rushed to Han Yu's face in embarrassment. "Mother, do not lower yourself to the level of fools." Xiao Bao interjected, stepping forward to entwine his fingers with Yi Qingxue's. Just as Yi Qingxue was about to chastise him and push him away, she felt a shiver run through her from the icy touch of his fingers. Stunned, she looked at Xiao Bao. His hands were extraordinarily cold, as if made of ice. In her experience with children at the manor, they were usually lively, and, aside from the harshness of winter, their hands were warm as if they were little furnaces. But this child's hands were devoid of warmth, despite being well-dressed in a fur cloak during this early spring. "Who on earth are you? Why do you address me as mother? And who sent you here?" Yi Qingxue ultimately withdrew her hand, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized the child before her. Lady Min surely would not be so foolish as to assign a 5-year-old to her, at the age of 17. If she were to arrange anything, it would likely be a child of 1 or 2 years at most. "I am Little Treasure, and I have come especially for you." "Mother," the child beamed, revealing a row of neat, pearly white teeth. Dongbai stepped forward, grasping Little Treasure's collar and lifting him with a fierce glare. "My young lady has never borne children. Do not tarnish her reputation. If you do not speak the truth, I shall throw you out." Little Treasure appeared bewildered by Dongbai's assertion that his presence was a disgrace to Yi Qingxue's name. After all, He was the child of his mother. What was wrong with that? Unable to articulate his thoughts, he remained unflustered and confidently declared, "Not only have I come, but I have also brought 7 along with me." "What?" Yi Qingxue and Dong Bai exclaimed in unison, astonished. Chapter 28. Did Mother take the initiative to admit her mistakes? Qingxue, it has been quite a while since you last saw Mother, hasn't it? Come out. Little Bao called out towards the door. Moments later, a snow-white wolf leaped forth from behind a grand tree, dashing directly towards Yi Qingxue. Instinctively, Yi Qingxue extended her hands to catch Qingxue's front paws. The wolf wagged its tail in delight, nuzzling its head against her arm to express its longing. Qingxue was a wolf cub that Yi Qingxue had rescued from the mountains 2 years prior, nurturing it with meat and training it diligently. The cub had thrived, proving to be obedient and capable, with its strength comparable to the winter white wolf, each possessing their unique advantages. However, when the family from the Marquis' residence came to fetch her, they cautioned that bringing Qingxue into the Marquis' estate would terrify the women and children there. After all, despite Qingxue's docility, it remained a wolf, and any potential harm it could inflict was a grave concern. Yi Qingxue wished to avoid disappointing her relatives in the capital and acknowledged that Qingxue's mischievous nature and remarkable destructive capabilities, coupled with the fact that the estate was a more suitable environment for the wolf to frolic, compelled her to leave Qingxue behind at the estate. Under the care of Nurse Xing, Qingxue was fiercely protective of its owner, and even the longtime workers at the estate dared not approach it, often displaying fear, let alone strangers. Little Bao was an absolute stranger to Qingxue, so Yi Qingxue pondered why Qingxue would appear here alongside Little Bao and heed his commands so readily. "Qingxue, weren't you at the estate? How did you find your way here?" Yi Qingxue inquired. Naturally, as a wolf, Qingxue could not articulate a response, continuing to nuzzle Yi Qingxue's arm while extending a paw to tap Little Bao. The implication was unmistakable. "Little Bao brought me here." Little Bao beamed with pride. "I went to find it and said I would bring it along. It was so happy, it circled around me a few times before following me." Yi Qingxue offered Little Bao a quiet smile, albeit a cold one, clearly skeptical of his claims. Qingxue had a wild temperament. After an initial skirmish where Qingxue was bested, it had been unwilling to submit until Yi Qingxue had subdued it, withholding food for a few days, and finally offering meat in its moment of despair, which led to its allegiance. Little Bao merely claimed to have brought Qingxue to see her, and it had obediently come. Indeed, the fabrications of a 5-year-old could only deceive a 3-year-old. Little Bao wriggled free from Dong Bai's grasp and approached, taking hold of Qingxue's paw. "Qingxue, tell Mothers what I said true?" Qingxue's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as it gazed at Yi Qingxue, reluctantly nodding in affirmation. Splendid, Yi Qingxue thought. The wolf cub she had raised had been threatened by a 5-year-old child. What extraordinary ability did this child possess that could compel the fearless Qingxue to comply with his wishes? "The young lady has returned to the estate. The family has been quite worried about you. It is good that you are back." Nurse, who approached from a distance, her attention solely on Yi Qingxue, wearing a beaming smile. As she drew near, she was startled to discover a snow-white wolf standing before Yi Qingxue, causing her to tremble in fright. Her smile freezing on her face as she nearly forgot the words she intended to speak. Those who had come to fetch Yi Qingxue had mentioned that she kept a wolf by her side, which was quite fearsome. However, they had successfully prevented her from bringing it back to the Marquis' residence. Unexpectedly, after Yi Qingxue had a falling out with it yesterday, she returned today with this formidable individual. Had I known, I should have swiftly brought Yi Qingxue back and dispatched someone to eliminate this wolf, thus preventing it from becoming her ally. Regret fills my heart for not acting sooner. Fortunately, Madame Min had already prepared for this. Granny, he pulled Han Yu in front of her as a shield, continuing, "Miss, you may not be aware, but you did not return home last night," causing the first madam to fall ill from worry. Now that you have returned, it would be prudent to pay her a visit and reassure her. The thought of her mother falling ill due to her actions struck Yi Qingxue as absurd, recalling the harsh punishment of 17 lashes she had received. Now, to claim it was for her sake seemed ludicrous. Granny, he turned to address the onlookers outside, saying, "Everyone, there's no need to linger. Since our young lady has returned home, she remains a member of our loyal. Previously, her time in the countryside, devoid of guidance, led her to err. However, things have changed. She is back, and her elders shall offer her the necessary instruction. Who among us has not made foolish mistakes in youth? Our young lady is merely young and has erred a bit. I hope you all can understand. Now, please disperse. Granny, he smiled, her voice clear yet laced with calculation, as she gently pushed the door forward. The doorman, seeing this, hurriedly stepped forward and with a loud bang, shut the door, effectively severing the gaze of the crowd from what transpired within. Who could witness how Qingxue met her demise within the confines of the estate? All that the crowd could see was that despite her grave mistake, she was not turned away upon her return, and the housekeeper spoke in her favor. Granny, he nudged Hanyu towards Qingxue, who hid behind Hanyu, revealing only half her figure. Smiling at Qingxue, "Miss, please, the first madam awaits you inside. Your late-night rendezvous with a man shows a lack of understanding, but the first madam has fallen ill for your sake. If you do not visit her, it would be unfilial." Qingxue met Granny He's gaze and could distinctly feel that her words carried both threat and coercion. Despite having engaged in a clandestine meeting with a man, they still desired her to take the initiative in dissolving the engagement, unwilling to bear any stain upon their name, coveting her fiancé while forcing her to shoulder all the blame and disgrace. Truly, this is the nature of the... Yet, Qingxue was not surprised. After all, this was the under Madame Min's dominion. Having provided them with a handle, it was only natural for them to exploit it. One could only wonder what schemes her biological mother, Madame Zhou, had concocted for her. Releasing the grip on Qingxue, she turned to leave, with Qingxue obediently following her. Xiao Bao leapt up, wrapping his arms around Qingxue's neck and playfully tumbling on his back, allowing Qingxue to carry him along. Qingxue's expression remained gentle, seemingly accustomed to this, as he did not dislodge the child. Qingxue observed this scene, her gaze once again falling upon Xiao Bao, imbued with curiosity. The child likely sensed his unwelcome presence, perhaps even the possibility of being cast aside. Yet he clung to Qingxue, knowing he would not be rejected. Such cunning at such a tender age raises the question of his origins. In the village, Qingxue had never encountered this child before. She was familiar with the offspring of the families who labored there, even if she had not met them personally. Yet this child seemed to have materialized from thin air, his hands chillingly devoid of warmth. A sudden thought struck her. Is this child truly alive? Having returned from death, had she inadvertently brought back something sinister, a specter as cold as a ghost, from the underworld to the realm of the living? This notion felt absurd, prompting Qingxue to decide to observe further. Madame Zhou lay pallid upon her couch, her sleepless night rendering her haggard and worn. Upon seeing Qingxue enter her chamber, she propped herself up, and the maid hastily placed a pillow behind her for support. Qingxue stood before the couch, her expression devoid of warmth, her gaze offering no hint of affection. To an observer, they might appear as mere strangers. Yet Madame Zhou reached out her hand, yearning to grasp Qingxue's, who instinctively stepped back, evading the gesture. "If you have something to say, please do so," Qingxue responded with an icy demeanor. Madame Zhou, taken aback by her coldness, sighed heavily. "I heard you were out all night. What if you had encountered ill-intentioned individuals? Are you unharmed?" Qingxue had never experienced maternal tenderness before, and the sudden concern from her mother left her momentarily stunned. However, she quickly regained her composure and retorted, "Strangers bear no grudge against me, and would not easily inflict harm as you have." Madame Zhou appeared taken aback, staring at her in disbelief, before tears began to stream down her pale, drawn face, rendering her a pitiable sight. "Are you blaming me for striking you yesterday? I acted out of concern for your sister's disfigurement, fearing you would be tainted by her misfortune and labeled as a child raised without a mother. I may have been too harsh." Wiping her tears, Madame Zhou's face reflected sorrow and remorse. "It is my fault for not raising you properly, leading to discord between you and your sister, and for allowing you to engage in clandestine meetings with men. If you are at fault, then as your mother, my failure to educate you is an even greater sin." Her tears fell incessantly, a stream that seemed impossible to stem. The weight of her words and actions created ripples in Qingxue's heart, reverberating deeply within her. Chapter 29. Why did you not choose an appropriate time to share a room? Her father loved her with a fierce and rugged affection. The old lady and the maids held their love for her at a distance. Yet Qingxue had never experienced the tender, fervent, and unreserved love of her mother. In her past life, it was for this bond of kinship that she had willingly severed her own wings, stifled her own thoughts, and relinquished the marriage contract that her father had fought for with his life, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. How she wished that her mother's words had been spoken yesterday, before the 17 lashes were inflicted. But after those 17 lashes, she was not only left with scars on her body, but also with a heart full of cracks. Abandoned by her mother at the tender age of 2, she returned to the Marquis' residence, where her mother favored Yi Yabing and never showed her affection. Even when she revealed Yi Yabing's misdeeds and confided that she had merely 10 days left to live, her mother had never believed her. Instead, she turned against her, aiming to strike her down, lest she bring disaster upon the entire household. Indeed, in her previous life, she had never heard such words from her mother before her demise. And yet, in pursuit of this familial affection, she had met a tragic end. Why? After she had torn off the facade and stirred a tempest within the Marquis' residence, did her mother suddenly choose to speak to her in this manner? Did she truly regard her as a daughter? Qingxue was drenched in cold sweat, her heart torn between pain and rage. Although she had prepared herself for this moment, she had nearly fallen into the trap when confronted by her mother. The wounds from the lashes still throbbed painfully. She scorned herself for not having been struck harder. People often stumble repeatedly in areas where they stubbornly cling to their beliefs. Yet she had already lost her life and dignity over this in her previous existence. Was that not enough to awaken her? Qingxue clenched her fists tightly, her gaze towards Madame Zhou devoid of any warmth, replaced only by unending coldness and derision. Madame Zhou's sudden remarks left her perplexed. What was she attempting to achieve? Upon learning of her clandestine meetings with a man, Madame Min had sent Madame Zhou to take the lead. Qingxue had to admit that Madame Min's strategy was astutely aimed at her vulnerabilities, but fortunately, she had reacted promptly. Madame Zhou observed the transformation in Qingxue. Momentarily stunned, her previous words had evidently impacted Qingxue, yet the effect dissipated in an instant. Madame Zhou waved her hand, signaling everyone to leave. As she remained slumped on the couch, gazing at Qingxue with a look of sorrow. 15 years ago, sending you to the countryside was a necessity. If I hadn't tea, your younger siblings would have perished. You cannot blame me for this. You were simply fated to bring misfortune to your sisters. And then? Qingxue remained unmoved. She had grown weary of hearing such words. Witnessing her indifference, Madame Zhou's anger flared. You think your suffering for being sent away was enough? As your mother, having given birth to a daughter who brings misfortune to her sisters, do you think I have not faced scorn, ridicule from the noble women of the capital, or torment from your grandmother? Am I not suffering as well? Qingxue retorted. Then why did you send me to the countryside? You could have simply killed me. After all, I would have been incapable of resisting at that time, wouldn't I? In my suffering, why did you not do so at that time? Were you afraid of being branded as a cruel mother? You see, you cannot bear the vile reputation that would accompany my demise. Yet you blame my unfortunate fate for your own torment. Why did you not choose a more auspicious time to conceive me with my father, allowing me to be born on a propitious day? Were you too eager, unable to wait even a moment longer? Lady Zhou's anger surged as she felt utterly disconnected from Qingxue's reasoning. She raised her hand to strike Qingxue, rebuking her fiercely. Why are you so unreasonable? You dare to speak of my intimacy with your father. How shameless can you be? Do you possess even a shred of respect for both me and your father? Qingxue seized her wrist, preventing the slap from landing. She had made it clear. After the 17 lashes, her relationship with her mother was severed, and her mother no longer held the right to chastise her. Is this what you call disrespect? The lady of the house could choose when to be with my father, yet I had no say in my own birth time. 2 years after my arrival, you dare to blame me for not being born on an auspicious day. Why do you not speak of the sisters in the household being incompatible with my fate? Why not send them away? You abandoned me and still expect gratitude, demanding that I harbor guilt. Have you truly respected me? With a forceful motion, Qingxue released Lady Zhou's hand, causing her to stumble back onto the couch. Lady Zhou, in a fit of madness, attempted to rise but halted midway, collapsing onto the couch, cradling herself as she wept bitterly, her sorrow genuine, not feigned. As tears streamed down her face, she suddenly ceased, lifting her head to gaze at Qingxue, wiping her tears away. The reason I did not end your life in your infancy was that I regarded you as my daughter. What mother could bear to kill her own child? Yes, you bring misfortune to your sisters, but I too have suffered. After many years of marriage, I could not bear your father's son to inherit his title, leaving me without support. Your father passed away too soon, and now the entire manor is dictated by your elder brother and your second aunt, while you and your sister merely seek scraps from their table. Sending you to the estate was my last resort. You were young then, and while you blamed me, I thought little of it. Yet now that you have grown, you must learn to understand my plight. Do you expect me to consider you in every matter, without regard for your sister or my own circumstances? These were the true sentiments of Lady Zhou, heartfelt and sincere. Qingxue had experienced this in her past life. Witnessing how Lady Zhou continually sacrificed herself for her own interests and for Yabing, Qingxue scoffed coldly. So, what is it that you desire from me? If you value the union with the Duke, then you should not have dallied with Xiangzhou at the estate. I merely sought to discipline you. Yet you chose to leave the manor under the cover of night to consort with a man. You fail to reflect on your own behavior and yet resent others for chastising you and attempting to educate you. Madame Zhou fixed her gaze upon her, her seductive lips uttering words colder than ice. Consider my plea, for the sake of not implicating the entire Marquis. You must proactively propose the dissolution of your engagement to the Crown Prince, and subsequently beseech the Emperor for leniency. Madame Zhou's words were earnest, her expression sincere, genuinely imploring Qingxue to cease her actions, to voluntarily withdraw from the engagement and seek her own demise, lest she bring misfortune upon the Marquis. Ye vingso simidet. For Madame Zhou had never truly cared about her actions, as she fundamentally disapproved of her daughter, believing her incapable of any virtuous deed. Qingxue retorted, "What if I refuse? What does the elder madam intend to do?" At this juncture, Madame Zhou had managed to compose herself, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. If you observe what lies upon that table, you shall discern my intentions. Qingxue turned her head, directing her gaze toward the table at the center of the room. She had previously overlooked the items upon it. As she approached, she beheld Chapter 30, truly assisting her in hanging herself. A length of white silk lay quietly on the tray. It is said that when a person's heart becomes desolate to a certain extent, laughter can unexpectedly arise. Qingxue laughed, and her laughter echoed in the silence. When her mirth subsided, she delicately lifted the silk with her fingertips. If I refuse your request to voluntarily annul our engagement and bear all the blame, thus allowing your daughter to pursue my fiancé, you intend to take your own life? Is that correct? Madame Zhou descended from her couch, barefoot, and approached Qingxue with unwavering certainty. Indeed, her younger sister, Yabing, had previously forced her to ingest poison, compelling her to bear the stigma of the broken engagement, only to fail. Now, her own mother was coercing her with threats of death to repeat the same act. This mother would rather die than investigate whether her daughter had indeed committed any disgraceful deeds. She accepted everything Yabing said without question. Could Madame Zhou not have conducted even a modicum of inquiry? Could she not harbor a shred of doubt about Yabing and a flicker of trust in her own daughter? Even the smallest glimmer? Qingxue remained silent, prompting Madame Zhou to snatch the length of silk from her hands. Yabing has not taken your fiancé. Your own folly has led you to be unworthy of this marriage. Releasing you from this engagement is for your own good, for the good of the entire Marquis. Do you wish to wait until the Emperor punishes the Marquis and condemns you, Qingxue, before you find satisfaction? If you do not take the initiative to annul the engagement today, I shall die before your very eyes. Madame Zhou's words were laced with inexorable fury as she moved a chair beneath the beams and stood upon it, brandishing the silk towards the rafters. Once, twice, thrice, Each attempt failed, the silk refusing to loop over the beam, and her pallid face flushed crimson. Qingxue stepped forward, seized the silk from her grasp, retreated a couple of steps, and then flung it over the beam, letting it dangle before Madame Zhou. "There, madam, you may now tie a noose." Madame Zhou glared at her in fury. "Do you think I lack the courage? Do you believe I am merely performing for your amusement?" Although she failed to hang the silk, tying a secure knot was still within her capabilities. With a few deft motions, she accomplished it and then turned her gaze toward Qingxue, the threat still palpable in her demeanor. Qingxue raised her chin defiantly. "Go on. Hang it up. I shall assist you by kicking the stool. I assure you, you shall succeed in your first attempt." Madame Zhou, believing that her threats of death would compel Qingxue to yield, seethed with indignation. "I am your mother, and you wish for my death? Such a desire is a fundamental betrayal of humanity. If I were to perish, the laws of the great Zhou would not permit you to live." Qingxue crossed her arms, leaning casually against the table behind her, observing her mother with an air of indifference. "I've already informed you. I possess only 10 days to live. Oh no, now merely 9. As it was Yi Yabing who poisoned me. Even if the laws of the great Zhou allowed me to survive, I could not endure for long. Of course, you may choose not to believe me, but that is of little consequence. If you are willing to await me on the path to the underworld, then splendid. It shall not be lonely or frightening there. I have no reason to prevent you." Madame Zhou indeed could not fathom that Yi Yabing would poison Qingxue. She only perceived Qingxue's indiscretion and malice. The late nights spent with Xiang Zhou and Pan Heng, along with the ruin of her own beauty at the hands of Yi Yabing, all served as damning evidence. Now, her assistance in her own hanging was also proof. Madame Zhou bellowed, "You ungrateful daughter, a calamity. As the fiancé of the Duke, you have entangled yourself with Xiang Zhou and spent nights in private meetings with Pan Heng. Why do you not take the initiative to sever this engagement? Do you desire to bring ruin upon the entire Ho residence?" Qingxue replied, "Indeed." Madame Zhou felt a tightness in her chest, nearly gasping for breath. "Do you think I dare to hang myself? Very well, I shall take my life now, for you have compelled me." As she leaned forward, her neck became ensnared in the well-tied white silk, her gaze heavy upon Qingxue, awaiting her to bow her head, admit her fault, kneel, and accept punishment. Qingxue seemed to exhale softly, straightening her posture as she approached Madame Zhou, believing her daughter had succumbed to fear and was willing to compromise. Madame Zhou fixed her piercing gaze upon her. Yet, when Qingxue stood before her, she merely stated, "Step aside, madam." With that, she delivered a swift kick, sending the chair beneath Madame Zhou crashing away. Suddenly, Madame Zhou's feet dangled in the air, her neck caught firmly in the silk, choking her. She struggled desperately, grasping the silk with her hands in a frantic bid for survival. However, her arms lacked strength, and with no support beneath her, the sensation of suffocation intensified. Her mind began to blur, her tongue protruded, and her eyes rolled back. She could never have anticipated that as a mother, her death would pose no threat to Qingxue. In fact, at the moment she was about to hang herself, Qingxue had meticulously prepared the silk for her and had even kicked away the stool. It was beyond her wildest imagination. She reached toward the door, desperate for rescue. Although Mama, he and Hanyu had been dispatched to guard outside, they remained attentive to the commotion within, particularly Hanyu, whose skills and keen hearing allowed her to discern every sound emanating from the room. At the moment Madame Zhou's neck was being ensnared by the silk, she kicked the door open, witnessing Qingxue's act of kicking the chair away. Not only did she see it, but those beside her also bore witness. Shock, disbelief, and astonishment. Not only had Madame Zhou not anticipated such an outcome, but even Mama He, who was accustomed to various nefarious tactics, and the ruthless Hanyu, were equally taken aback. Madame Zhou was, after all, Qingxue's biological mother. Observing Madame Zhou's struggle against the silk, Mama He found it difficult to swallow her own disbelief. Initially, she intended to intervene, but was so taken aback that she failed to act. By the time she regained her senses, she had lost the will to rescue. Qingxue was personally driving her biological mother to death, and they were far too feeble to intervene. Once Madame Zhou breathed her last, she ordered someone to report to the authorities, calling for Yi Qingxue's arrest. Thus, wouldn't the engagement between Yi Qingxue and the Duke be effectively shattered? Wouldn't the second young lady have her chance? However, Han Yu did not anticipate this turn of events. Once she realized the situation, she swiftly drew the dagger concealed within her sleeve, severing the white silk ribbon. In the same breath, she dashed forward, catching the descending Madame Zhou. Loyal to Yi Yabing, Madame Zhou was her mother, and seeing her in peril, Han Yu did not hesitate for a moment to save her. Her speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, she accomplished the rescue. Although Mama, who attempted to seize her, she grasped nothing but the empty air, left helplessly watching as Han Yu saved Madame Zhou. Mama, who, filled with anguish, recognized that this plan had failed. Madame Zhou's desperate act did not sway Yi Qingxue in the slightest. Frantic, she turned to seek out Madame Min for further counsel. Madame Min was in Yi Yabing's chamber, having just coaxed her to take her medicine. What? Her mother's life was at stake. It could not compel her in the least. Madame Min was equally astonished, nearly gasping in disbelief. She had presumed that once Madame Zhou pressured her to withdraw from the engagement, Yi Qingxue would readily comply. This would not only delight the Prince of Determination, but also resolve Yi Yabing's marital affairs, rendering tomorrow's betrothal ceremony unnecessary. Yet Yi Qingxue audaciously refused. What grounds did she have to decline? She had instigated a clandestine meeting with an outsider, and word had spread. Why did she still dare to resist? Madame Min was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the situation. Could it be that Yi Qingxue had resolved to disregard all consequences while still wishing to possess the Prince of Determination? If the Emperor were to learn of this, his fury would be unmatched, and the Marquis would face dire repercussions. Did Yi Qingxue even assist her sister-in-law in hanging the silk ribbon? Was she the one who kicked the chair from beneath her sister-in-law during the act? Madame Min, not present at the scene, found it hard to believe Mama Hu's account. Yet Mama Hu affirmed resolutely, "Indeed, second madam, not only did I witness it, but Han Yu and the other servants did as well. It is indisputable. I am not fabricating tales, nor are these mere illusions. Is it true that my sister-in-law is dead?" An icy chill enveloped Madame Min's expression. With Yi Qingxue's formidable skills, if she desires her sister-in-law's demise, who could possibly intervene? Let us report to the authorities and accuse the young lady of matricide. Mama Hu shared the same sentiment, yet her countenance was wrought with sorrow. The elder lady is not dead. She was saved by that girl Han Yu, and the young lady did not interfere. Madame Min fell silent. Yi Yabing was in despair, exclaiming, "What on earth does this wretched girl intend to achieve?" We used Xiangzhou to frame her for impropriety, hoping she would voluntarily withdraw from the engagement, yet she refused. Now she brazenly pursues Pan Hong. Why does she still resist breaking off her engagement with the Prince of Determination? Does she care nothing for her mother's life or the very survival of the Marquis? What could possibly matter to her? Does she not possess a single weakness? Are we truly incapable of handling her? Madame Min stepped forward, embracing her, soothing her gently. "There shall be a way, do not fret. She dares to commit such a grievous error, and her marriage to the Prince of Determination shall be rendered impossible. Since Yi Qingxue refuses to withdraw from the engagement, let her face the consequences." Yi Qingxue's nocturnal rendezvous with an outsider and her coercion of her mother to hang herself. If the Marquis were to eliminate her, it would be a just act of familial retribution. Should we allow the Prince of Determination to become enraged and the Emperor to be incensed, sending people to our doorstep, it would bring nothing but disaster to the Marquis. With a decisive thought, Madame Min had formed her plan. Chapter 31. You are the knife in her hand. What is the third madam doing at this moment? Go fetch the third madam to Qingxue Pavilion, Madame Min instructed. Granny, he complied, and promptly hurried off to summon Madame Wan. After soothing Yi Yabing with a few words, Madame Min made her way to the front hall of Qingxue Pavilion and requested a pot of tea to be brewed. When Madame Wan arrived, she was accompanied by the daughter of her elder sister. Due to her sister's unfavorable marriage, which distanced her from the capital, she had entrusted her daughter to Madame Wan's care, hoping to leverage the support of the loyal and brave Marquis' household to secure a good match for her daughter. The cousin girl was of the same age as Qingxue, but she was a few months older. Madame Min glanced at her and noted her delicate features and slender figure, albeit lacking in the alluring curves that often captivate. She resembled a lotus leaf standing in water, with a straight stem, yet without the vivid charm of flowers. After the cousin girl entered with Madame Wan, she bowed to Madame Min and then obediently stood beside Madame Wan. Once seated, Madame Wan took a sip of tea before inquiring, "Did you summon me for something, second sister-in-law?" Madame Min stole a glance at the cousin girl, who seemed momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, bowing slightly as she said, upon entering, "I noticed the peach blossoms blooming in the courtyard, and I would like to take a look. Second aunt. Aunt, I shall excuse myself for now." Madame Wan intended to call her back, but Madame Min restrained her hand and shook her head. "There are certain matters I wish to discuss privately with my sister-in-law. Children have loose tongues, and what is spoken may transform good words into bad ones if they reach the outside world." Indeed, Madame Wan reluctantly relinquished her intention to summon her niece back and asked, "What is it that you wish to discuss privately with me?" "You are aware of the events at Qingxue courtyard yesterday. The eldest daughter has been disobedient and out of line, which has greatly upset the eldest sister-in-law, leading her to strike her 17 times. This resulted in the girl running away all night." Madame Min continued, "Fortunately, she returned safely, but I cannot fathom how a young lady should bear any scars. I fear she was too consumed by her sorrow to tend to her wounds. Thus I wish to ask you to send her some medicinal soup to comfort her. Yesterday, Granny Lai was killed, and Yaya was frightened. She has grown up under my watch, and now she cannot bear to be apart from me. I must stay by her side, so I must trouble you, my sister-in-law." Madame Min presented a visage of concern and sorrow, even lifting her hand to wipe away a tear from the corner of her eye. Although Madame Wan was not particularly astute, she sensed that Madame Min was not the benevolent person she pretended to be. While her words sounded caring toward the eldest daughter, something felt amiss. If my sister-in-law is too busy, why not ask Granny he to deliver the medicinal soup? If you personally visited Qingxue courtyard, would it not better demonstrate your concern for the eldest daughter? Moreover, the eldest daughter had only recently returned to the household. Having someone close to you deliver the soup would reflect your virtue even more. Though she could not discern Madame Min's true intentions behind sending the soup, years of being sisters-in-law had taught her that Madame Min's heart was not so kind. Lacking the wit to counter her schemes, she chose to remain silent. It seemed Madame Min had anticipated her reaction. Otherwise, she would not have dismissed the cousin girl earlier. Madame Min suddenly grasped Madame Wan's hand and smiled gently. Miao Miao is 12 years old this year, and she has reached the age suitable for considering a marriage. After 2 years of courtship and 2 years of engagement, she will be 16, the perfect time for her to wed. Today, I have asked my sister-in-law to send some medicinal soup to the young lady, as it is in Miao Miao's best interest. The young lady is already engaged in clandestine meetings with men throughout the night. If my sister-in-law does not counsel her, the reputation of the whole residence will be utterly tarnished by her actions. At that point, it will be exceedingly difficult for Miao Miao to find a suitable husband. Let us not even mention Miao Miao. The marriage prospects for our cousin will also be delayed. She is 17 this year, is she not? In 2 years, she will be an old maid. Madame Min slightly squinted her eyes, stating that she would have Granny who prepare the medicinal soup for you, which would soothe the eldest daughter and not disrupt the matrimonial prospects of the other sisters in the household. Madame Wan understood the implications of these words. If she failed to deliver the soup to the eldest daughter, her child would be deprived of a favorable marriage opportunity, and even her niece's engagement would be adversely affected. Madame Min would surely take advantage of this situation. Her influence loomed large, and she wielded absolute power within the household, controlling the matrimonial affairs of the children. Madame Wan realized she was being coerced and had no grounds to refuse. If her sister-in-law could persuade the eldest daughter to acknowledge her mistakes and voluntarily approach the Duke to plead for forgiveness and call off the engagement, it would be ideal. Should she prove obstinate, they would simply urge her to consume the medicinal soup, assuring her that it would restore her health and relieve her pain. This latter statement from Madame Min was, in fact, a veiled suggestion to Madame Wan regarding Qingxue. The potion she provided was the antidote to the lethal poison of the fractured moon orchid, and for the sake of her own survival, Qingxue would likely drink it. However, Madame Wang was unaware of Qingxue's poisoning, and Madame Min had no intention of enlightening her, thus intentionally keeping her words ambiguous. Once Qingxue consumed the potion, she would perish, and the one who acted against her kin would be Madame Wang. What connection would that bear to Madame Min? To be frank, the eldest young lady possesses a fierce temperament, unafraid to take the life of even the formidable Granny Lai, and she dares to bully her own younger sister. I must admit, I harbor a certain fear of her. Thus, I have sent my sister-in-law on this errand for me. Madame Min released Madame Wang's hand and sat upright in her seat. This young lady has offended His Royal Highness, the Duke of Ding, and has trampled upon the dignity of the imperial family. We must counsel her. If our attempts fail, we shall permit her to remain silent. For the sake of safeguarding the lives of everyone in our household. Madame Wang comprehended the gravity of the situation. Realizing that Qingxue's actions jeopardized the lives of all within the Marquis, it was imperative for Madame Min to persuade Qingxue. However, given Qingxue's ruthless disposition, Madame Min felt trepidation towards her, hence the need to compel her to take action. It would not hurt to attempt persuasion. If Qingxue remained obstinate, then she would resort to administering her some medicinal soup. Should Qingxue turn violent, she would flee, incurring no loss. Resolute in her decision, Madame Wang stated, "In that case, I shall visit the Guanju courtyard. Is a medicinal soup ready?" Madame Min called out, an old mama who promptly emerged from behind the door, carrying a small bamboo basket. She approached Madame Wang and opened the basket for her to see. Inside was the medicinal soup that the lady had instructed the old servant to prepare, freshly made and still warm, perfect for consumption. With a kindly expression, old mama who remarked, Madame Wang caught the scent of the ginseng soup, and without suspicion, took the small bamboo basket and made her way outside. Standing beneath a peach tree in the courtyard, Cousin Biao awaited her. Upon her emergence, she refrained from asking many questions, merely desiring to assist her with the small bamboo basket. Madame Wang, feeling anxious, evaded her hand, stating, "I can manage it myself. You, a child, lack the sense of weight. What if it tips over?" Cousin Biao merely smiled and, without further comment, bid farewell to Madame Min. Following Madame Wang towards Madame Zhou's courtyard, Madame Min had just mentioned that Qingxue was present there. After walking a considerable distance and ensuring they were unobserved, Cousin Biao lowered her voice to inquire, "Aunt, what did Madame Min summon you for?" Madame Wang, reluctant to divulge the truth, hesitated, but Cousin Biao added, "It is not that I am being overly curious. Rather, when I quietly glanced back upon exiting into a pavilion, I noticed that Granny He's expression was amiss, and I grew concerned there might be treachery afoot." Upon hearing this, Madame Wang pondered that she was certainly no match for Madame Min. She had never sensed when Madame Min intended to ensnare her, so it might be prudent to discuss it with her niece, seeking her counsel. Thus, Madame Wang surveyed her surroundings to ensure no one was near before pulling Cousin Biao to a secluded spot and, in hushed tones, revealed the entire matter to her. Cousin Biao furrowed her brow slightly. If Madame Min merely intended for you to persuade the eldest daughter or to deliver medicinal soup, why would she resort to threatening you with my marriage? Madame Wang replied, "I think along the same lines, but did she not mention that the eldest daughter is ruthless? Is she not fearful?" Cousin Biao fell into contemplation for a moment, then glanced around, broke off a twig, opened the bamboo basket, and placed the twig into the medicinal soup. Once the twig absorbed the liquid, she removed it and scattered the substance in an area teeming with ants. The ants hurriedly flocked to sample the concoction, which initially appeared sparse, but soon they congregated in a mass. However, after a brief interval, all the ants lay still. Cousin Biao prodded them with the twig, yet it was of no avail. Evidently, these ants had perished. Madame Wang's pupils dilated in horror, her instinct urging her to scream. But Cousin Biao swiftly covered her mouth. "Aunt," she whispered, "Madame Min intends to eliminate the eldest daughter, and you are the dagger in her hand." Chapter 32. I will believe you only if you die before me. Madame Wang's complexion was ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. The young lady held her tightly, saying, "Do not be afraid. You still have me. I will help you." The thought of killing the eldest girl was her own affair. Why must I be the one to act? What a cruel heart she possesses. We are all sisters-in-law. It was already intolerable that she often looked down upon me. And now she wishes me to bear the burden of taking a life. If the eldest girl were to perish, I would surely not survive either. Madame One was both furious and frightened. In the past, no matter how much strife there was among sisters-in-law, it never escalated to the point of life and death. Madame Min could not tolerate the eldest girl, yet she sought to make her a mere executioner. How heartless! I shall confront her immediately and settle this matter. Why should she place me in such peril? Madame One seethed with rage, yet was halted by the young lady. Aunt, do not go. If you confront her, she will merely accuse you of slandering her. After all, you have already carried this basket so far. She could easily turn the tables and claim that after receiving the medicine, you deliberately poisoned it to frame her. What then shall I do? Madame Wan's lips quivered, her face paling once more. Aunt, I have a plan. The young lady grasped her shoulders, urging her to face her. From what I have gathered, Madame Min has not gained any advantage from the eldest girl. In fact, she has been consistently suppressed. Thus, she wishes to eliminate the eldest girl. Consider, Aunt, how many times have you been bullied by Madame Min in the years since you married into the Ho family? Now, her own son inherits the title. She wields complete control over the household. Even the future marriages of our cousins are at her discretion. If she arbitrarily chooses spouses for them, could you possibly resist? Aside from matters of marriage, there are countless daily affairs, the finest fabrics, the most exquisite jewelry, the best food. All the best things are always prioritized for her, and she even seeks to take what is rightfully yours. Yet you are her sister-in-law. You are not beneath her in status. What give her the right to behave thus? For over a decade, Madame Min has had no worthy opponent within the Ho residence. But now the eldest girl has emerged, capable of suppressing her. Why should we oppose the eldest girl? We ought to stand behind her, propelling her forward to confront Madame Min. And then, Aunt, you shall enjoy a life of ease. Madame One suddenly comprehended. Her niece was indeed astute. However, she was beset by another concern. But now that Madame Min has given me the medicine, if I do not deliver it to the eldest girl, my sister-in-law will realize I have betrayed her. How then can I sow discord between them? The young lady inquired. Aunt, having lived under the same roof as Madame Min for over a decade, surely you must possess some leverage that the eldest girl could use against her. Madame One furrowed her brow, deep in thought. The young lady reassured her, do not rush, Aunt. Take your time. A solution will present itself. Madame One pondered over the events of the past 10 years, and suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated her mind. She quickly leaned in to whisper her revelation to the young lady. Excellent. This is a splendid plan, the young lady declared. Now, let us change our attire and then approach the eldest girl. I will guide you on what to do next. I assure you, Aunt, that you will not find yourself in any trouble. After Han Yu rescued Madame Zhou, she gently placed her on the couch. It took a considerable amount of time for Madame Zhou to comprehend that she was alive, that she had been saved. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Yi Qingxue approached her, her expression devoid of any emotion, resembling a grim reaper. What do you intend to do? Madame Zhou was genuinely frightened. She was indeed capable of draping a white silk over her own mother and had once dared to kick the stool from beneath her mother's feet. Han Yu attempted to intervene, but Dong Bai stepped forward, firmly grasping Han Yu's arm and pulling her outside. My young lady has matters to discuss with the madam. Let's not disturb them any further. Han Yu was dragged out, and the door closed again, leaving only Yi Qingxue and Madame Zhou within the room. Having narrowly escaped death, Madame Zhou's emotions were extremely fragile, as if she could no longer endure even the slightest pressure from Yi Qingxue. The more Yi Qingxue advanced, the further Madame Zhou retreated, until she found herself cornered against the wall. Yi Qingxue stood on one leg atop the couch, looking down at her with an overwhelming sense of dominance. Madam, how did my father die 9 years ago? Everyone assumed Yi Qingxue wished to force her mother to death, but she had not forgotten her true objective. By pushing Madame Zhou to the brink of despair, she hoped to extract some truth regarding her father's demise. Madame Zhou blurted out, your father was gravely injured on the battlefield while saving His Highness the Crown Prince and succumbed to his wounds. You lie. My father's condition had clearly improved. Even the imperial physician assured us that he was out of danger. Yet he suddenly died. Did you kill my father? Shocked, Madame Zhou exclaimed. What nonsense are you speaking? Your father was my husband. How could I possibly have harmed him? Have you lost your mind? Qingxue scrutinized her as she broke down in fear, instinctively denying the accusation, and in that fleeting moment, she became convinced that Madame Zhou had no part in her father's death. A faint glimmer of relief flickered within her heart, but before it could surface, she suppressed it, positioning herself sideways on the couch to face Madame Zhou. If you did not kill my father, then what of those who served him? Where are the loyal soldiers of the Zhongyong Marquis? Uncle Tan, who once sustained injuries from my father, should have been enjoying his retirement at the Marquis. Why is there no sign of him now? Your father's death left the Zhongyong Marquis without a leader to guide them back into battle. They felt it meaningless to remain at the Marquis, so they departed. When they left, your second aunt even provided them with a sum of silver. Even Uncle Tan received a considerable amount, enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his days. Is that so? Qingxue recalled Uncle Tan's appearance. He hardly seemed to possess enough silver to sustain himself for the remainder of his life, living instead in evident poverty, as evidenced by his coarse clothing and rough hands. Did those soldiers personally inform you that they wished to leave the Marquis? Did you personally hand Uncle Tan the silver upon his departure? When your father met with his misfortune, I was deeply affected. All matters within the residence were managed by your second aunt. They spoke with her upon their departure, not with me. The silver given to Uncle Tan was also provided by your second aunt, who discussed these matters with me. Qingxue harbored doubts regarding the benevolence of Madame Min, convinced that the family servants had undoubtedly been dismissed by her, and perhaps even Uncle Tan. Would they uncover the truth behind her father's demise? Qingxue remarked, as the elder sister-in-law, you have allowed Madame Min to usurp the authority of the household. How can you place such unwavering trust in her? She appears genuinely kind to your sister, even adopting Jeanner under my name. At the time of your father's passing, it was Jeanner who primarily managed the tasks of breaking the basin, raising the banners, and receiving the scriptures. Perhaps the animosity within Qingxue had dissipated, as Madame Zhou felt their conversation had taken a favorable turn and suddenly grasped Qingxue's hand. After your father's death, I have no biological sons, and thus, I have few aspirations left in this life. I only wish for your sister to find a good husband. Can you calm yourself for my sake? Certainly, Qingxue replied decisively. Madame Zhou's eyes brightened, and Qingxue gazed into her eyes. If you truly believe that Yi Yabing has poisoned me in an attempt to steal my fiancé, I could temper my behavior for your sake. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou's anger surged anew, her disappointment palpable as she retorted, if you were to die before me this very moment, I might believe your words. Otherwise, I shall never believe that Yaya would stoop to poisoning you. She is my daughter, raised by my own hand, and I know her character. If that is the case, what right do you have to demand anything from me? Qingxue's gaze slid from her face to her wrist, her voice cold and mocking. Release your grip, madam, for I find it repugnant. Madame Zhou let go of her wrist, exclaiming, I knew I should not have harbored any expectations of you. If your father were aware of your maliciousness, he would undoubtedly strike you down himself. I harbor no malice towards my father, for he loves me and would choose to believe in my innocence. Qingxue declared, rising from the couch. Please write down the names of those family servants and the location of our ancestral home. I shall send someone to collect them from you later. Madame Zhou realized that conversing with Qingxue was increasingly futile. The more they spoke, the more her anger flared. This daughter seemed better suited to exist in her imagination and memories. Why had Qingxue, having lived in the manor for so many years, not met with any misfortune? Madame Zhou inquired angrily, what do you need those names for? Qingxue turned her back to her, responding, you will write them, as I request. What right do you have to know my affairs? As your daughter, you treat me with such contempt, and I shall never comply. Very well, Qingxue pivoted, revealing a malicious smile. When night falls, I shall infiltrate Qingxue Pavilion and slay Yi Yabing. You dare. Qingxue's smile widened as she leaned closer to her face. I am capable of disfiguring my own sister, engaging in clandestine meetings with men, trampling upon the dignity of the royal family, and even aiding you in a successful hanging. Why would you think I would hesitate? Chapter 33. Delivering the Antidote? The look of hatred in Madame Zhou's eyes, as if she wished for Yi Qingxue's demise, resurfaced once more. However, Yi Qingxue had long since grown accustomed to it and remained unaffected. I will complete it before dusk. I shall send someone to collect it. Please do not waste my time, esteemed madam. With that, Yi Qingxue turned to leave. As she reached the doorway, she pushed the door open, and the figures outside were fixated on her, their gazes converging upon her in an instant. Among those eyes were those filled with animosity, like Han Yu, those filled with fear, such as the maidservants and old women serving Madame Zhou, and those that acknowledged her, like Dong Bai, Xiao Bao, and Qi Zai. As the evening sun cast its golden rays, Yi Qingxue stepped out of the grand entrance. Miss, you are the eldest sister's room. It was difficult for me to find you. Wan Furen approached, carrying a basket, accompanied by her cousin. Upon halting before Yi Qingxue, she addressed her cousin. This is our esteemed young lady. You did not have the pleasure of meeting her when she returned to the manor, but today you finally have the opportunity. The cousin stepped forward and performed a courteous bow. Greetings, young lady. I am Ji Mingwei. Upon hearing of your return, I came specifically with my aunt to pay my respects. Her demeanor was gentle, her smile radiating an aura of purity and grace. Yi Qingxue returned the bow, but chose not to engage in further conversation, preparing to depart. To her surprise, Ji Mingwei grasped her arm. Why are you leaving after just a few words, esteemed young lady? Yi Qingxue furrowed her brow slightly, casting a sidelong glance at her. Is there something you wish to discuss, cousin? Ji Mingwei retreated a half step, narrowing the distance between them, her smile unwavering and tender. The whispers of your nocturnal rendezvous with a gentleman have spread throughout the Marquis, though I am but a few months your senior. I wish to advise you. It is acceptable to tread a path of your own demise, but do not bring suffering upon your family in the process. Her voice was soft, still imbued with warmth, causing onlookers to mistakenly believe she was jesting with Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue responded, as a distant relative merely residing in the Marquis, if you fear being implicated, you are free to leave. She raised her gaze, surveying the pavilions, bridges, and flowing waters. This Marquis, rest assured, I shall eventually bring to ruin. Your father was granted the title of loyal and brave Marquis, resulting in the establishment of the loyal and brave Marquis. I have heard he treats you exceptionally well, often visiting you at the estate. Yet, you intend to destroy the very foundation he built with great effort. Is this how you repay your biological father? Yi Qingxue narrowed her eyes slightly, observing her. You partake of the Marquis's hospitality, and yet presume to lecture me? The Marquis, which my father painstakingly established, has become a place of filth, tainted by those who wronged him. Should I obliterate the Marquis entirely, rooting out those who secretly consume its essence and tarnish its honor? My father would comprehend my actions and take solace in them. The Marquis he built was meant to shelter our family, not to allow villains to sully his blood, nor to tarnish his noble intentions. Ji Mingwei replied, I harbor no intention of lecturing you, esteemed young lady. I still rely on the Marquis for my livelihood. I hope for its prosperity and wish for you to acknowledge your mistakes, apologize, and retract your engagement. Yi Qingxue's gaze was as sharp as a blade, landing on her face. Your existence in the Marquis's residence is indeed pitiable. Hence, I advise you to meddle less in others' affairs and leave the Marquis's house at your earliest convenience. Understanding that Ji Mingwei was not a member of the Marquis's family, Yi Qingxue did not wish to involve the innocent in her grievances. She empathized with Ji Mingwei's plight of living under someone else's roof, and urging her to depart was her greatest act of kindness towards an unrelated individual. Ji Mingwei grasped her wrist tightly, sliding down to kneel on the ground. I can kneel before you, miss. I implore you to show mercy towards us. Yi Qingxue thought, one cannot indiscriminately extend kindness, even to those who are genuinely unfortunate. Just as she attempted to show goodwill, Ji Mingwei retaliated with a powerful blow, leaving her utterly disgusted. Yi Qingxue forcefully withdrew her hand. Get away from me. Ji Mingwei fell to the ground as Madame Wan rushed over with a basket to assist her. Wei, what have you said to provoke her so? She then turned to Yi Qingxue. Miss, has he caused you any harm? Has she? She comes from a humble background and often lacks understanding, easily offending others. I apologize on her behalf. Madame Wan opened the basket, revealing a bowl of medicinal soup. Your second aunt informed me that you were beaten yesterday and hadn't taken any medicine. She was worried you might not endure it. However, she is quite busy caring for Yaya, so she specifically asked me to bring you this soup. Please drink it while it's hot. Qingxue regarded Madame Wan and then the medicine in her hands. Your second aunt mentioned that after consuming this potion, your health will surely improve, and you shall be free from pain and ailment. However, she has one request. After drinking this soup, do not cause any more disturbances. Let bygones be bygones, and embrace the happiness that is rightfully yours. Qingxue's brow furrowed slightly. Was Madame Min so frightened by her ruckus that she sent Madame Wan with an antidote for the fractured moon orchid? The sole condition was for her to remain quiet and not cause any more trouble. She had turned the entire Marquis' residence upside down and tarnished her own reputation. Such actions would undoubtedly have serious repercussions for the Marquis' family. At this juncture, it was implausible that Madame Min would provide her with an antidote. Furthermore, the fractured moon orchid was highly toxic, with no antidote available. Madame Min was unaware of her origins from a past life, and believed that vague words from Madame Wan could deceive her. Madame Wan continued, Your second aunt has stated that you must agree to her request before you can drink this medicine. I believe her request is quite reasonable, and you would comply, wouldn't you? Suddenly, Xiao Bao stood beside Qingxue, speaking in a clear voice, Mother, do not drink that soup. It is poisoned. Do not call me mother. If you must, refer to me as sister. I'm not of an age to bear a child as old as you. Qingxue's voice was icy. How do you know the soup is poisonous? Merely a guess? All right, mother, Xiao Bao replied. In any case, it is definitely toxic. You must heed my words. Qingxue retorted sharply, It is sister, not mother. If you disobey, I shall let Qi devour you. Xiao Bao replied, Though I can call you sister, the soup is indeed poisonous. If you ignore my warning, you will suffer. Qingxue stepped forward, reaching for the bowl of soup, but Madame Wan held it tight, continuing to press her. Will you agree to your second aunt's request? Qingxue delivered a forceful kick to Madame Wan's abdomen, prompting an instinctive release of her grip. Seizing the opportunity, Qingxue snatched the medicinal broth from her hands. Just before Madame Wan fell, Qingxue caught hold of her collar, stabilizing her, and then grasped her chin, forcing a bowl of the concoction into her mouth. Madame Wan struggled helplessly, unable to contend with Qingxue, as the liquid slid down her throat against her will, with only a small amount spilling from her chin. Qingxue cast her aside, and Madame Wan tumbled to the ground, desperately clawing at her throat in a futile attempt to expel the medicine. I only brought you this broth at the behest of your second aunt. If you harbor any grievances, you should confront her instead. Why direct your ire at me? I am, after all, your third aunt, Madame Wan lamented. You torment and humiliate me solely because I am a frail woman. With your abilities, why do you not confront those responsible for your father's demise? Qingxue retorted, gripping her collar once more and yanking her upright, her expression fierce. You claim my father was murdered? By whom? Speak. However, Madame Wan seemed to realize her blunder and quickly sealed her lips, refusing to utter another word despite Qingxue's relentless pressure. Qingxue resorted to pinching her chin to force her mouth open. If you remain silent, I shall pour worms into your mouth. Dongbai, prepare the worms. Madame Wan, horrified, quickly exclaimed, Your father was slain by the enemy forces. If you possess any skill, go to the battlefield and avenge him. What prowess is there in dealing with women of the inner court? She was lying. Qingxue noticed the frantic movement of her eyes, indicating she was concealing the truth. The third aunt must know something. Qingxue's expression hardened further as she spoke in a low voice. The third madam has surely never tasted worms. Dongbai, the more worms, the better. Let her have her fill. Little Bao chimed in excitedly. I will help dig for worms. Chapter 34. A fierce quarrel before death. Qingxue rose and hurried forward, grasping Qingxue's arm once more. Miss, there are many people here. My aunt is, after all, a lady of significance. I implore you to grant her some dignity. Qingxue glanced at Qingxue, noticing the plea in her eyes, and instantly understood. In such a crowded setting, no matter how she inquired, Madame Wang would never divulge the truth. It would only lead to dire consequences. Ji Mingwei's reminder was clear. If one sought to uncover such secrets, it was best to do so behind closed doors. Only in the absence of danger to her life would Madame Wang be inclined to share the truth. Do you seek dignity? You are indeed the third lady of the Marquis' household. I can afford you that much. Dongbai, bring the earthworms to the room shortly. Yi Qingxue seized Madame Wang, dragging her toward side room. Once inside, she unceremoniously tossed her through the door and kicked it shut behind them. Madame Wang was terrified, retreating until she found herself beneath the table, with nowhere left to escape. She raised her hands protectively before her. Miss, I will tell you anything you wish to know. Just please do not force me to eat earthworms. They are so slimy and devoid of bones. The mere thought makes me want to retch. Yi Qingxue crouched before her. Rest assured, Aunt San, as long as you speak truthfully about how my father met his demise 9 years ago, I shall not harm you. Madame Wang glanced toward the door and the window, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and then spoke tremulously. I cannot say for certain what transpired. At the time, the physician declared all was well, yet your father suddenly succumbed to a high fever. I recall the night before his passing. I heard strange cries outside, akin to a ghost wail. Terrified, I sent the servants to investigate, but they reported nothing. My fear escalated, and unable to sleep, I ventured out myself. Accompanied by maids and old women, I followed the sound for quite a distance, yet found nothing. I began to doubt my own senses. In truth, it was merely 2 wild cats that had entered the house, howling atop the roof in a most harrowing manner. Once I confirmed their identity, I felt reassured. The maids and old women went to chase the cats away while I remained behind. It was then I heard a commotion from your father's room. The voice was filled with rage, and I thought to myself, given your father's fever, who would dare provoke him? I crept closer to eavesdrop, only to discover it was your second aunt embroiled in a quarrel with your father. I arrived too late. Their argument had concluded, and I could not discern the specifics of their dispute. In any case, the following day, your father passed away. Madame Wang continued to huddle beneath the table, her eyes wide with trepidation as she gazed at Yi Qingxue. I speak only the truth, without embellishment. The physician speculated that perhaps the infection within your father's body had not been adequately addressed, especially as that blade had grazed the edge of his heart, making it particularly difficult to cleanse. Many have met their end on the battlefield. Your father was most unfortunate. Of course, the greatest misfortune was that he seemed to have recovered, only to be taken so suddenly, like a bolt from the blue. I once harbored suspicions that it was your second aunt who orchestrated the events. Yet after your father's passing, I visited her residence to investigate, finding no weapon of any sort. However, it is true that she and your father did engage in a quarrel. Wasn't there a multitude of imperial physicians attending to my father? How could the second lady have entered my father's chamber in the dead of night without anyone being aware? Your father, formidable as he was, often spent years away at war, and with no son to support your mother, your grandmother favored your second aunt. Thus, the entire Ho residence was under her dominion. It would be quite effortless for her to enter your father's quarters and dismiss any guards. No matter how powerful a man may be in the outside world, once he returns home, the authority often lies with the women. Your father's integrity would naturally lead him to neglect any precautions against your second aunt, wouldn't it? Wan Foreign wore an expression full of hope, seeking Yi Qingxue's affirmation. Yi Qingxue merely cast her a dispassionate glance, remaining silent as she pondered her question. Her father was the pride of the entire Ho family, and as long as he lived, he remained their greatest protection. None within the household would be foolish enough to take his life. However, what if Min Foreign possessed some leverage over him? Could she not seize the opportunity of his grave condition to end his life? As for Wan Foreign's claim of not finding a murder weapon, one must ask who would leave their weapon behind after committing a murder. Yet, it also seemed implausible. Even if her father was gravely ill, he was not incapacitated to the point of being unable to resist an attack. Furthermore, during the physician's examination, they speculated that the pus within him had not been fully cleared, indicating that no knife wounds were found, nor were there any signs of poisoning. If Min Foreign had indeed killed her father, how did she manage to do so? Lacking both motive and evidence to implicate Min Furen and her father's demise. Yi Qingxue felt an unsettling intuition. Her father had been harmed by Min Furen. With her days numbered, she feared that the truth might elude her grasp before her own demise. Thus, she resolved to confront Min Furen directly in the Qingxue pavilion, employing interrogation methods that might compel her to reveal the truth. Min Furen was no stranger to malevolence, having been the architect of her past suffering. Even if she did not slay her father, it would not be unjust for her to perish at Yi Qingxue's hands. Should it indeed be Min Furen responsible for her father's death, then this encounter would serve as a reckoning for both new grievances and old. Yi Qingxue rose, her skirts cascading gracefully to the floor as she strode purposefully towards the exit. Wan Furen, placing her hand over her heart, exhaled deeply as if escaping a near-death experience. Collapsing to the ground, relieved to have survived. Previously, she had harbored a deep-seated fear of the loyal and brave Marquis, envisioning him on the battlefield, mercilessly slaying enemies with his powerful arms and imposing stature, as if crushing an ant. Little did she anticipate that Yi Qingxue, in comparison to her father, was equally formidable. Despite appearing delicate, she possessed a terrifying presence. Realizing that Yi Qingxue had suddenly halted, Wan Furen's body tensed, and she cautiously inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to ask, miss?" Yi Qingxue fixed her gaze upon her. "How do you feel physically at this moment?" Madame Wan had yet to comprehend the situation when a sudden wave of abdominal pain struck her, rendering her visage pale and beads of sweat trickled down her brow. "Oh, my stomach!" she exclaimed, recalling the bowl of medicinal soup she had previously served to Yi Qingxue. Its effects had now taken hold. "Help! It hurts so much. Wei Wei, come quickly and assist me back. Summon a physician." Madame Wan curled her body in agony, extending her hand towards the door, yearning for Qingxue to come to her aid. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxue approached, feeling for her pulse and observing her complexion. It was evident that Madame Wan was not feigning her distress. The potion was indeed toxic. Yi Qingxue was not surprised by the toxicity of the concoction. Perhaps she had disregarded Lady Zhou's warning, prompting Madame Min to react with shock and harbor murderous intent, ultimately leading her to drag Madame Wan's lifeless form to apologize to the Duke and the royal family. What astonished Yi Qingxue, however, was how Xiao Bao had discerned the truth. Chapter 35. Directly binding Yi Qingxue to apologize as Yi Qingxue stepped out of her room. A multitude of gazes converged upon her, seemingly to ascertain whether her hands were stained with blood, confirming the suspicion that she had slain Lady Wan. Ignoring the layered scrutiny surrounding her, Yi Qingxue focused her attention on the small figure of Xiao Bao, who approached with a basket of earthworms in hand. "Look, these are the earthworms I dug up with Sister Dongbai," Xiao Bao declared, his fair face radiant and his eyes bright, devoid of any pretense or concealment. Yi Qingxue found herself increasingly perplexed by him. "Ensign no longer requires the earthworms. Let us seek Aunt Air instead. By the way, is Aunt Air currently with the second young lady at Qingxue Pavilion?" Yi Qingxue inquired, glancing at Qingxue. Qingxue was making her way into the house to find Lady Wan. Upon hearing Yi Qingxue's question, she halted and turned back, her expression taut with apprehension. "Yes, Aunt Air is at Qingxue Pavilion. The second young lady cannot be without her at this moment." After speaking, Qingxue hurried into the house, assisting the trembling Lady Wan to her feet. "Aunt, I shall take you back now. Do not fear, you will be safe." The lethal concoction that Lady Min had prepared for them had been discreetly swapped while they changed clothes. Although the current potion was indeed toxic, it was not fatal. However, to deceive Yi Qingxue and to prevent Lady Min from perceiving anything amiss, the poison had been administered quite forcefully. While it was not lethal, it was sufficiently painful to inflict suffering. Lady Wan stood unsteadily, feeling utterly tormented and weak, her legs quaking uncontrollably. The thought of that deadly potion, had it not been replaced, would have undoubtedly been forced down her throat by Yi Qingxue, filled her with dread, causing her to instinctively grasp Qingxue's wrist. Despite her current state of agony, and having been kicked by Yi Qingxue, she had successfully sown discord between Yi Qingxue and Lady Min, ensuring that Lady Min would now face some restraint. Moreover, she felt fortunate that 9 years ago, she had indeed overheard the argument between Lady Min and the loyal Duke. And when the Duke had suddenly perished, she had genuinely suspected Lady Min and sought evidence. With Ji Mingwei's support, Lady Wan, enduring the pain, wobbled to the doorway, only to be struck by the sight of a dark mass in the courtyard. Why has it suddenly grown so dark? Lady Wan looked up at the sky, which remained clear, with dusk still a long way off. It turned out that the entire courtyard was surrounded by hundreds of guards. Yi Qingxue's path to Qingxue Pavilion was thus obstructed. The multitude of guards, each adorned with swords at their waists, bore stern expressions, exuding an aura of menace that permeated the courtyard. The rear courtyard was primarily occupied by womenfolk who had never witnessed such a formidable display. They fell silent, overwhelmed by the unexpected gravity of the situation. Leading the assembly was a young man clad in a crimson brocade robe, his black boots striking the ground, a white jade crown atop his head. With thick brows, large eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips, his visage conveyed both ferocity and malice. He was none other than Yi Sunjin, the young lord of the loyal duke's residence and an assistant minister of the Ministry of War. He approached Yi Qingxue with an air of overwhelming authority, gazing down upon her. I have been preoccupied with various matters these past few days. Upon learning of my elder sister's return home, I, as her brother, have regrettably lacked the opportunity to pay my respects. I hope you can forgive me. Yi Qingxue smiled. Sir Deputy Minister, you are far too courteous. You could have come to see me alone. There was no need to bring 100 guards to pay your respects. Yet, since they are here, why do they not bow to me? Yi Sunjin's lips twitched slightly, his gaze fixed on the young lady before him. Was she feigning ignorance? Did she truly believe that he had brought 100 guards to block her path merely to pay her respects? Nevertheless, Yi Sunjin had resolved to be a person of reason before arriving, so he raised his hand slightly. Let the guards pay their respects to my elder sister. Following the principle of courtesy preceding conflict, the 100 guards immediately clasped their hands and bowed. We pay our respects to the elder sister. Their voices resonated like a tidal wave, imposing in their presence. Yet, Yi Qingxue's expression remained unchanged. Yi Sunjin continued, I am fully aware of your actions, dear sister. Mother has informed me of everything. You have grown up in the countryside and are unfamiliar with proper etiquette. We do not hold that against you. However, the deeds you have committed are indeed grave errors. Therefore, for your future and for the lives of countless individuals in the Marquis, I implore you to accompany me to the Duke of Ding's residence to acknowledge your mistakes, plead for forgiveness, and annul the engagement. Yi Qingxue replied, Sir Deputy Minister, there is no need for haste. If my transgressions are indeed unforgivable, and if I have sullied the royal family's honor, then the Duke of Ding shall personally come to annul the engagement. Should he not take the initiative to do so, I remain his fiancé. After all, I am your sister. Would it not delight you for me to marry the Duke of Ding? Yi Sunjin's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized her. Just the day before, their mother had sent word about Yi Qingxue's actions, leaving him utterly astonished. Yet, he had thought her merely a girl. How formidable could she truly be? He had assumed that by standing before her with 100 guards, she would comply with whatever he requested. Instead, her words left him speechless and enraged. Did this wild girl possess no sense of shame? To secretly meet with a man throughout the night, refusing to take the initiative to apologize, annul the engagement, and beg for the Duke's mercy. Did she truly expect him to come to her? Was her intellect so lacking, or had her upbringing in the countryside rendered her utterly foolish? Dear sister, having grown up in the countryside, you may not understand that your engagement to the Duke was a personal decree from His Majesty. If you commit such a grave error, and if you truly await the Duke's arrival to annul the engagement, you may also be met with an imperial edict to eradicate your family. Yi Sunjin asserted thus, You must accompany me to the Duke of Ding's residence to plead for forgiveness. Is it truly that dire? Ye Dinwu fein astonishment. Then why have my second aunt and Yi Yabing conspire to poison me, using the antidote as leverage to force me into annulling the engagement and ceding the position of Duke's consort to Yi Yabing? Is this not an act of treason? They require an audience with the Emperor even more than I do. Otherwise, what will become of our Marquis if we are implicated and suffer annihilation? The guards, mates, and servants stood frozen, astounded at the revelation that the second madam and her daughter had conspired to poison Qingxue in a bid to usurp her position as the duke's consort. You fail to maintain your own integrity, yet have the audacity to slander your sister. Mrs. Zhou, having approached the doorway, leaned against the frame and furiously berated Qingxue, expressing her profound disappointment in this daughter who repeatedly fails to amend her ways. Yi Tsunjin gritted his teeth and declared, "Even our mother accuses you of defamation, elder sister. What more can you say? Come with me to confess and annul the engagement, or do not force my hand." Mrs. Zhou interjected, "Jeaner, should she refuse to go willingly, you must bind her and deliver her to the Duke of Ding's residence to plead for forgiveness and annul the engagement. It is as if we, the whole family, have no such disgraceful daughter." The implication was clear. Eliminating her to appease the Duke of Ding would also suffice. Yi Tsunjin had exhausted his attempts at reasoning and wished not to squander further time. He raised his hand, and the guards began to encircle Qingxue. She remained motionless, hearing Mrs. Zhou's voice, frail yet filled with vehement resentment. "Had you heeded my counsel sooner, you would not find yourself in such a predicament now." It was evident that she was convinced Yi Tsunjin would indeed take her away, especially with over 100 guards present. Chapter 36. What belongs to her shall be returned. Indeed, it is shameless for a young lady to act in such a manner, and even more so to show no sign of repentance. A voice filled with disdain echoed from outside the circle of guards. Shortly thereafter, several guards were pushed aside, revealing the second master of the Marquis' residence, clad in a brown brocade robe, who approached. "Jeaner, cease your prattle with her. Bind her and take her to the Prince's residence to confess her crimes. We cannot allow her to drag our entire family down with her." Yi Tsunjin glanced at him with a hint of disdain, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Instead, she signaled to the guards to apprehend Qingxue. The two foremost guards drew their swords and advanced towards Qingxue, followed closely by their comrades, all prepared to seize her at a moment's notice. Dongbai, Qizai, and Xiaobao rushed forward, shielding Qingxue, especially Qizai, whose imposing wolf-like stature instilled a sense of fear in the guards, making them exceedingly cautious. As for Qingxue, she appeared oblivious to the advancing guards, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Xiaowei, the second master. Though his name sounded formidable, his appearance starkly contrasted with it. Tall, yet emaciated, his eyes bore a murky quality, undoubtedly a consequence of his habitual indulgence in the brothels. It seemed as though his very essence had been drained away. "What do you stare at me for?" Yi Xiaowei felt increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze and instinctively stepped back, creating distance between them. "You have committed a grave error, one that cannot be tolerated by society. Our Marquis' household merely seeks to cleanse itself of this illegitimate offspring. We do not wish to bully you." Qingxue advanced towards him, her eyes sharp as daggers. "How could the jade pendant, which my father has cherished for years, be in your possession? Return it to me." Yi Xiaowei wore a tiger-shaped jade pendant, carved from mutton fat jade, which Qingxue had previously seen on her father's person. When her father visited her at the estate, he recounted, "In my youth, I wandered the streets with companions and happened upon a jade shop. I was inexplicably drawn to this pendant, but it was too costly for me at the time, as I had yet to achieve military merit, and our family's finances were strained. I had to forego it, yet it lingered in my thoughts. When I finally earned my first military honor and received a reward from His Majesty, I returned to purchase the tiger pendant. Remarkably, it had awaited my return for 2 years. I did not know if it was because the wealthy did not covet it or if those who desired it could not afford it, but upon my return, it remained. This pendant is indeed fated to be mine. It has saved my life on the battlefield twice. Look closely. You can see the 2 cracks and traces of blood upon it, marks of the injuries it has shielded me from." As he spoke, her father had taken off the pendant to show her, and she vividly recalled the fine cracks and bloodstains upon it. She had helped him put it back on, where it rested close to his heart. Yet, now, that very pendant found itself at the waist of her uncle, Yi Xiaowei. Yi Xiaowei was taken aback. His niece's perspective seemed rather narrow. Was a mere jade pendant truly worth such anger? Her glare was as fierce as if she wished to slay him. I shall not return it. This was a gift from my late brother. If he chose to give it to me, why should I refuse it? Yi Xiaowei clutched the jade pendant and retreated. That pendant, which my father had always kept close, would never be given to you, even in death. It is evident that you stole it from him. How shameless. Yi Qingxue advanced swiftly, demanding, I shall say this one last time, return it to me. Her entire being radiated fury, akin to a vengeful deity, causing Yi Xiaowei to be thoroughly intimidated, prompting him to flee. In an instant, Yi Qingxue drew the long whip from her waist and lashed it towards him, ensnaring his waist and yanking him back, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Writhing in pain and bewilderment. Subdue the young lady. Yi Tsunjin furrowed his brow. Having only heard tales of Yi Qingxue's ruthless methods, he had dismissed them until now. Realizing her adeptness with the whip, the guards rushed in, and Dongbai immediately shielded Yi Qingxue, engaging in a fierce battle with them. Meanwhile, Xiaobao commanded Qizai, charge forth and bite them. Let's see who dares to lay a hand on my aunt. Qizai leapt forward, toppling 2 guards, then swiftly turned to assault another, inflicting wounds upon several individuals in mere moments. With Dongbai's assistance, they managed to create an opening around Yi Tsunjin. Yi Qingxue understood that a chaotic brawl was not a viable solution. She did not wish for innocents to suffer. Thus she directly confronted Yi Tsunjin, preparing to subdue him. Sensing her intent, he reached for the sword at his waist, but was unexpectedly ambushed from behind by Yi Tsunxi, who embraced him tightly, restraining his arm and preventing him from drawing his weapon. Eldest brother, she is too ferocious. She dares to strike even father. Do not take the risk. Let me handle this, Yi Tsunxi exclaimed. He suddenly held onto Yi Tsunjin, further immobilizing him, which infuriated Yi Tsunjin, who intended to shake him off. However, in that critical moment, Yi Qingxue's whip struck him squarely in the chest, the tip grazing his jaw, leaving a trail of blood. I apologize, eldest brother. It was not my intention to harm you. I shall take down our sister. She is far too arrogant. Yi Tsunxi, seemingly concerned for his brother's well-being, released him and pushed him aside. The sting of the whip was excruciating for Yi Tsunjin, and as he stumbled several steps to regain his balance, Yi Qingxue's whip lashed out once more, ensnaring his waist and pulling him back. By the time he steadied himself, he found himself at her mercy, a dagger poised at his throat. Politaman Yi Kunyin. Damn it, Yi Tsunxi, you had better be helping me. Yi Tsunxi appeared terrified, limping towards him yet hesitating, anxiously inquiring, Eldest brother, are you all right? Yi Tsunjin replied, Do I look like I'm all right? As a distinguished vice minister of war, he had always been favored by his highness, the prince, and had inherited a Marquis title, commanding respect wherever he went. Never had he faced such humiliation, especially not at the hands of a girl like Yi Qingxue. It was not only Yi Tsunjin who found the situation unbelievable. Even the hundreds of guards under his command were left dumbfounded. Yi Qingxue's gaze swept over Yi Tsunxi, who harbored resentment towards Yi Tsunjin. Yi Qingxue refrained from exposing him, and instead fixed her gaze upon Yi Xiaowei. Second uncle, will you return my father's jade pendant, or not? Having tasted the earth after falling, Yi Xiaowei, witnessing his son ensnared by Yi Qingxue, struggled to swallow hard, hastily rising to his feet. He removed the jade pendant and wiped it clean on his clothing before presenting it to Yi Qingxue with both hands. I will return it. I will return it. Please do not harm Jiner. After all, he is the young Marquis, the deputy minister of war, and your elder brother. Though reluctant to acknowledge Yi Qingxue as a lady of the Marquis, he deemed it prudent to leverage their blood ties for his son's sake. Upon hearing that old Madame Lai had fallen into Yi Qingxue's hands and had been killed, while Yi Yabing had suffered facial injuries, Yi Xiaowei felt a chill. Yi Qingxue possessed an uncanny ability to exploit the vulnerabilities of those around her, and he feared for Yi Tsunjin's lineage. After all, for a man, that was of utmost importance. Yi Qingxue gazed at the tiger-shaped jade pendant in his palm, noting the cracks and traces of blood still present. This was undoubtedly her father's possession. Dongbai, take it. Dongbai stepped forward and retrieved the jade pendant from Yi Xiaowei's grasp. Reluctantly, he watched it go, for he had heard that this pendant had saved his elder brother's life on 2 occasions, and he had worn it in hopes of attracting good fortune. As the pendant was taken from him, onlookers such as Madame Zhou, Madame Wan, and Ji Mingwei finally came to their senses. Unbeknownst to what Ji Mingwei whispered in Madame Wan's ear, the latter, enduring excruciating pain, lunged toward Yi Qingxue's feet. Chapter 37. The Frightening Secrets of the Marquis. Dear young lady, spare your second uncle and elder brother. After your father's passing, your elder brother inherited the title and took on the responsibility of caring for the entire Marquis. It has not been an easy task for him. If you humiliate him now, how will he continue to manage the affairs of the Marquis? This was a sincere defense of Yi Tsuanjin. Madame Wan continued, your second uncle has also endured great hardships. For 9 years, he has safeguarded your father's weapons and armaments, keeping them hidden within his courtyard and away from prying hands. I recall a dagger, its hilt adorned with rubies, a precious gift from His Majesty, which is also stored in your second uncle's quarters. Your father was celebrated for his victories in battle, receiving numerous rewards of gold, silver, and jewels from the emperor, especially after he sustained grave injuries while rescuing His Highness the Crown Prince. The emperor and empress generously bestowed upon him a century-old ginseng, rare medicinal herbs, 2 boxes of South Sea pearls, and a wealth of jade and jewelry. Your second uncle has kept all of these as cherished memories, a heavy burden to bear. Yi Xiaowei trembled with anger, shouting, Madame Wan, be silent, I shall tear you apart. What? Madame Wan gazed at him in bewilderment. Hasn't your second brother endured these hardships for 9 years? When the emperor's rewards were bestowed, they should have been placed in the public treasury. However, your second brother, unable to accept the death of your elder brother, brought all these treasures into your quarters. He thought that whenever you miss your elder brother, you could take them out, touch them, and remember him. Your second brother has never forgotten the profound bond of brotherhood. It has moved me deeply to this day. Yi Xiaowei shook with rage. Is this truly the moment to speak of brotherly affection? Why not? Madame Wan retorted. The young lady shares a deep bond with her elder brother. If she understands how your second brother has painstakingly protected her elder brother's belongings over the years, she will surely release the young Marquis. Yi Xiaoji. Previously, he had considered Madame Wan to be foolish, lacking the acumen to grasp subtleties in conversation. Now, it was evident that her foolishness was indeed quite pronounced, and at the most inopportune time. He had previously been indifferent, as her folly did not encroach upon his interests. However, now, Yi Xiaowei rushed toward Madame Wan, intent on grasping her throat to silence her. Yet, he was met by the obstruction of Qizai. Madame Wan asserted, I am well aware of the sacrifices your second brother has made for your elder brother. Today, I must express this plainly, so that the young lady comprehends the difficulties he has faced. Yi Xiaowei thought of killing her, genuinely wanting to end her life. But the white wolf before him barred his path. Madame Wan continued, I remember how your elder brother brought back a woman from the battlefield, who, enamored with him, followed him relentlessly. Out of compassion, he took her as a concubine. After your elder brother's death, it was your second brother who brought her into his own courtyard and cared for her. Yi Qingxue grasped the implication. After her father's demise, her second uncle had appropriated all her father's possessions, from weapons to jewels, even to her father's concubine. She recalled that her father had only one wife and one concubine during his lifetime, which was considered exceedingly rare in the households of officials in the Great Zhou dynasty. Moreover, the father, unable to bear the thought of rejecting the young lady, took her as a concubine. The feelings of elders are not for her to judge. However, the actions of her second uncle are truly more despicable than that of a beast. He does not fight on the battlefield and possesses no martial skills. Swords and axes are of no use to him. Yet, the weapons of the father are exceptional, and after usurping them, the second uncle can sell them for profit. Her second uncle, a man who indulges in debauchery, frequents brothels, and is rumored to lavish gold on the courtesans, likely exchanging the money for her father's possessions. You vile scoundrel, you speak nonsense. Such a thing is utterly unfounded. Yi Xiaowei roared, his voice breaking, veins bulging on his forehead. Although Yi Tsuanjin was still restrained by Yi Qingxue and unable to defend himself, his gaze turned coldly toward Madame Wan, exuding a palpable threat. Did I say anything wrong? I merely wish to enlighten the eldest lady about the hardships faced by my second brother. If I have erred, I apologize. Please do not be angry." He recalled how, in the past, his second brother had wished to care for the eldest sister-in-law, but was rebuffed by both the second sister-in-law and their mother, which is why he refrained from doing so. A profound silence enveloped the room, thick with a murderous aura and oppressive hostility, making it hard to breathe. Madame One anxiously surveyed the crowd, bewildered as to what she had said to provoke such stares. Frightened, she quickly withdrew her head and lowered her gaze. Yi Xiaowei trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. "Such a thing did not happen. Your third aunt is fabricating lies. If I had engaged in such acts, would I not be bringing disgrace upon the Marquis? What distinguishes such behavior from that of a beast? My dear niece, do not believe her words." In his final words, his tone approached desperation. Yi Qingxue's dagger remained poised against Yi Sunjin's throat, and she then turned her gaze toward Madame Zhou, who had been watching from the doorway. "Is what the third aunt said true? Have my father's belongings been moved to my second uncle's courtyard? Even my father's concubine is being cared for by him?" Madame Zhou frowned. "I have not heard of such matters. Your father's belongings should have been buried with him. As for Aunt Lu, after your father's passing, your second aunt informed me that she wished to remarry, and I have not seen her since." After a moment's thought, she added sincerely, "No matter how absurd your second uncle may be, he would not stoop to such actions. He held great respect for your father." Yi Qingxue found her utterly exasperating. As the matriarch of the Marquis and the wife of a general, she was blissfully ignorant, utterly detached from the world around her, and oblivious to everything. Yi Xiaowei exhaled sharply, standing tall. "Now that your mother has said this, you should believe me, right? Release your elder brother. He is currently sustaining the entire Marquis. Do not harm him." Yi Qingxue did not relent. "I trust no one but what I have witnessed with my own eyes. Let us go now, while we have the chance, to visit my second uncle's courtyard." "I forbid it." Yi Xiaoji urgently protested, visibly agitated. Yi Qingxue ignored him and pressed forward with Yi Sunjin, but he did not move, and neither did the guards, who continued to block her path. "Yi Yin Musimidet. It seems you wish to witness bloodshed and death, do you not? Let me first draw some blood from the elder brother, so everyone can clearly see who holds the power here," Yi Qingxue declared. With a firm motion, her subordinate wielded a sharp dagger, slicing through Yi Sunjin's skin, causing blood to surge forth. Yi Sunjin grimaced in pain, his pupils constricting as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "To the second master's courtyard." Though he was the biological son of Yi Xiaowei, he had been adopted under the first family's name and could no longer refer to Yi Xiaowei as his father. At his command, the guards sprang into action. Yi Xiaowei vehemently resisted, throwing a tantrum to obstruct their path, but was promptly seized by two guards and taken towards his courtyard. After their departure, Madame Wan collapsed in Ji Mingwei's embrace, internally lamenting with a roar, "This is utterly painful." Just before losing consciousness, she reflected, "My niece Weiwei is truly exceptionally clever. I hope the eldest and the second family engage in a fight soon. Let there be sparks." Chapter 38. Yi Sunjin was utterly astonished. A throng of individuals moved in an imposing manner towards the Wanxiang Hall, which was none other than the courtyard of Yi Xiaowei, not far in distance. The 100 or so guards, initially dispatched to apprehend Yi Qingxue, now appeared to be at her service. In fact, when Yi Xiaowei attempted to flee, he was forcibly escorted by the guards towards Wanxiang Hall. Xiao Bao, riding on Qi Zai, trailed closely behind Yi Qingxue. Suddenly, he exclaimed softly. Yi Qingxue turned her head to look at him and noticed his gaze fixed upon Yi Sunxi. Yi Sunxi, however, had not followed. He remained at the entrance of Madame Zhou's courtyard, limping and hunched over, exuding an air of solitary desolation. Xiao Bao quickly averted his gaze, and Yi Qingxue chose not to inquire further. Upon entering Wanxiang Hall, a rich scent of cosmetics wafted towards them. The matrons attending here were still graceful. The maids possessed notable beauty, and even the young servants had fair complexions. Upon seeing Yi Qingxue arrive, holding Yi Sunjin captive, accompanied by a multitude of guards, their faces turned pale with fright. Yi Qingxue spoke in a low, commanding tone. "Open all the doors. I wish to see what belongings my father has been robbed of and brought here." The matrons, maids, and young servants exchanged glances, uncertain of whether to comply with Qingxue's demand. It seems my words have fallen on deaf ears. I shall trouble my elder brother to convey my message. Return all of my father's possessions. Qingxue declared. Suinjin's face was etched with fierce determination. He was unwilling. Yet Qingxue's knife cut deeper, leaving him no choice. If you push further, I shall sever your throat, Qingxue ominously warned. I only wish to reclaim my father's belongings. What is wrong with that? My elder brother is also a son of my father, yet he fails to safeguard our father's possessions. Such behavior is truly unfilial. This biological father was indeed unworthy of respect. Were it not for his past disgraceful deeds, Qingxue would not have been compelled to threaten him thus. Proceed as the young lady commands. Open all the doors and bring forth anything that belonged to my father. The guards surged into Wanxiang Hall like a tide, opening each door in succession. Ultimately, they discovered that Qingxue had dedicated a large room to house the weapons, jewels, and other possessions once belonging to the loyal and courageous Marquis. Although the room was spacious and free from dust, its contents were sparse. Qingxue felt her rage boiling as she gazed upon the room, recalling how her father's belongings had once filled it to the brim. After 9 long years, Qingxue had sold off the majority of them. It was evident that Qingxue frequently entered this room to select items for sale, leaving no trace of dust behind. Move the remaining items to my Guanju courtyard. No one is entitled to lay claim to my father's possessions. Qingxue commanded furiously. The guards looked towards Suinjin, whose neck was already stained with blood seeping onto his garments. At that moment, he no longer held his defiant demeanor and instructed the guards to heed Qingxue's words. Qingxue said, Dongbai, summon Xiaolu to assist in the relocation of items. You should go to the Wanxiang Hall and check if Aunt Lu is present. Xiaobao replied, I will accompany Qizai to find Aunt Lu, while Sister Dongbai oversees the moving process. Qingxue did not object. After all, Qizai possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell, making him adept at locating both individuals and items. For 9 years, Qingxue had occupied these possessions, and in his mind, they had long been his own. He never feared that his elder brother would miraculously return and reclaim them. However, now that Qingxue had returned, he was compelled to watch helplessly as his belongings were systematically removed, an eventuality he had never anticipated. Had Xiaobai fathered a son to reclaim his legacy, he would not feel the shock and anguish he now experienced. He felt as if his heart were bleeding. Qingxue, your blatant disrespect toward your uncle is nothing short of rebellion and filial disobedience. May you meet a wretched fate. Xiaowei shouted, trembling with fury. Qingxue responded. In my father's lifetime, you relied on his protection, and after his death, you drained him of his very essence. Your actions are devoid of compassion and justice. May you face divine retribution. Xiaowei's face turned pale with rage, his eyes bulging in disbelief. And just as he was about to retort, Suinjin bellowed, Enough! Second uncle! Xiaoei quaked in fear, falling silent, resembling a chastised hound, submissively shrinking to the side. Suinjin addressed Qingxue, Sister Qingxue, as your elder brother. I have allowed you to wield threats, and I have stood by your side in reclaiming our father's belongings. Now that all of his possessions belong to you, should you not show restraint and release me, your elder brother? The esteemed official had erred in his words. It was I who, through my own abilities, subdued you. You were compelled to enlist the guards to assist in the relocation to preserve your own life. The reclamation of our father's relics is not a matter of your permission. It is a result of my own actions, so do not embellish your role. Suinjin was furious, yet he did not wish to delve into such sordid matters, as they reflected poorly on his late father. I am, after all, your elder brother. My request for you to plead for forgiveness before the Duke is not solely for my benefit, but for yours and the entire Marquis household. There is no need for our conversation to be so harsh. From the very beginning, I have regarded you as my dear sister. If you truly see me as a sister, let us wait until the moving is complete and Qizai has located Aunt Lu before we continue this discussion. Suinjin's forehead throbbed with anger, Do you truly believe that second uncle would dare to usurp our father's concubine? Does the esteemed official not realize that he would? He indulges in beauty, often squandering vast sums for it. Surely the official is aware of this? Second uncle may be reckless in public, but he would never dare to encroach upon our father's concubine, and if he did, I would personally sever his hand. Yi Tsuanjin declared resolutely. Our father had a monthly stipend and possessed countless treasures. What woman would he not desire? Why would he engage in such perilous and contemptuous acts? Although his biological father lacks intellect, Yi Tsuanjin could not believe he would be foolish to such an extent. Certainly, his mother and grandmother would not permit such behavior. However, Yi Xiaowei, who stood shivering at the side, instinctively touched his own arm upon hearing those words. Yi Qingxue declared, "Once a minister speaks, his words are as binding as a chariot. Should you falter in your resolve, I shall take matters into my own hands." Yi Tsuanjin snorted disdainfully, unyielding to her threats. Yet in the next moment his eyes widened in horror, his pupils constricting. Little Bao emerged from behind the house, accompanied by Qi Zai, who bore a woman upon his back. The woman was scantily clad, her body marred by bruises and fresh blood that dripped onto the ground. Her long hair flowed freely, unrestrained by any adornment, trailing behind her as she was carried by Qi Zai. Little Bao approached Yi Qingxue and explained she was locked in the cellar, bound and mad when we found her. I had no choice but to have Qi Zai knock her unconscious so we could bring her up. Yi Qingxue had never met Aunt Lu, and Yi Tsuanjin had not seen her for 9 years. Momentarily startled, they could not recognize her. Dongbai returned after moving some belongings, accompanied by Xiao Lu. Yi Qingxue instructed them to lift the woman from Qi Zai's back. Upon seeing her face, "Ye vingunotit her diligate beauty," she inquired of the matron from Wanxiang Hall, "Is this Aunt Lu?" "Yes, indeed, she is Aunt Lu." The matron, intimidated by Yi Qingxue's demeanor, dared not conceal the truth. It was rumored that after the death of the loyal and valiant Marquis, she had remarried. It turned out she had been imprisoned by Yi Xiaowei, hidden away from the world and subjected to relentless torment. The matron trembled as she recounted. It was not constant torment. The second master frequently left home, sometimes for 3 to 5 days, and he forbade us from bringing food to Aunt Lu. She endured hunger intermittently, and eventually, she lost her sanity. A murderous intent ignited in Yi Qingxue's eyes. Chapter 39. Severing his limb, Yi Xiaowei retreated cautiously, his heart pounding with trepidation. For Yi Qingxue was a harbinger of doom. He feared that his hand might be severed, and his only desire was to flee the Ho residence swiftly, intending to return once the tumult subsided. Yi Qingxue did not glance back, yet her acute hearing detected his subtle movements. She thrust Yi Tsuanjin towards Dongbai, then turned, drawing the sword from the hand of a nearby guard, and strode boldly before Yi Xiaowei. Before he could comprehend the gravity of the situation, a sword was already brandished across his chest. Trembling, he stepped back, stammering, "What do you intend to do?" "I am your second uncle." Yi Qingxue regarded him silently, her expression inscrutable. Yi Xiaowei continued, "Your father has long since passed. I am simply fulfilling my duty to keep Lady Lu company. Is there anything amiss with that? Women are most fearful of solitude. Step aside, In a swift and merciless motion, Yi Qingxue severed his right arm at the shoulder, blood spraying forth as he let out a piercing scream. Collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony, desperately attempting to reclaim his dismembered limb. Yet, Yi Qingxue stood before him like an avenging angel, an impenetrable barrier. Yi Tsuanjin swallowed hard, his vision clouded with crimson mist as he truly grasped the ruthlessness of Yi Qingxue. The minister may have been unable to strike against his biological father, but she would not hesitate. Thus, the act of severing his limb was one she would gladly undertake, and no gratitude was necessary. After speaking, Yi Qingxue returned the sword to the guard. The guards, awestruck, were paralyzed. Although they were protectors, they did not often confront death and bloodshed as soldiers did on the battlefield. The decisiveness with which Yi Qingxue acted was a rare sight for them. She turned her attention towards the Wanxiang Hall, her movements deliberate yet commanding, the only sound surrounding them being Yi Xiaowei's anguished cries. Those who wished to survive vacated the hall without hesitation. Xiao Lu, you and Qizai, take Lady Lu back to the Guanju courtyard. Xiao Lu complied, teaming up with Xiao Bao to carry Lady Lu on Qizai's back, retreating to the courtyard's periphery. Yi Yinwu pondered it, reflecting on the profound affection Lady Lu once held for her father. Did she know the true cause of his demise? Alas, Lady Lu had succumbed to madness. Would she ever regain her senses? Retracting her gaze, Yi Qingxue looked once more at the Wanshang Hall. This place was utterly tainted. Who among you will procure a pot of tung oil and a torch for me? Yi Suanjin interjected urgently. Yi Qingxue, what do you intend to do? Your second uncle has already lost an arm. What more do you desire? Ignoring him, Yi Qingxue focused on a servant, who hurriedly set about gathering the oil and torch. Yi Qingxue doused the eaves with the tung oil and hurled the torch into the mixture. Flames erupted, swiftly engulfing the Wanshang Hall. The guards stood in disbelief, while Yi Suanjin's eyes widened in shock. How could she dare to do such a thing? Yi Xiaowei, writhing on the ground, gazed at the towering inferno, momentarily forgetting his pain, staring vacantly until he finally cried out in despair, "My courtyard, my treasures." He cherished beauty and the essence of perfume. The items within were meticulously arranged to enhance his moments of indulgence. But now, they were all consumed by Yi Qingxue's fiery wrath. The flames grew increasingly fierce, compelling the crowd to retreat, ultimately vacating the evening fragrance hall. The sun hung low in the sky, its rays mingling with the firelight, creating a breathtaking yet haunting spectacle. Yi Qingxue delivered a swift kick, sending Yi Xiaowei's severed arm into the inferno. My hand! Yi Xiaowei gasped in horror as he watched his limb consumed by the flames, before collapsing unconscious from the shock. The firelight cast ghostly pallor upon the faces of the onlookers. The doorman arrived in the front hall, momentarily stunned by the chaos, forgetting his purpose until Yi Qingxue and Yi Suanjin directed their gaze towards him. The doorman stammered, It is His Highness the Prince of Ding who has arrived. Please, young lord, go to receive him. Yi Suanjin felt an overwhelming sense of salvation. Indeed, the Prince of Ding was a savior. However, a wave of anxiety washed over him. The prince's visit must pertain to Yi Qingxue's clandestine rendezvous with an outsider. It appeared the Marquis' residence was about to face the prince's wrath. Yi Suanjin bellowed at Yi Qingxue, The Prince of Ding has arrived. Are you not going to summon your people to release me? Yi Qingxue glanced skyward. It was indeed late evening when the prince chose to arrive, far later than she had anticipated. Nevertheless, she was relieved that he had finally come. Dongbai, release the minister, she commanded calmly, unperturbed. Dongbai sheathed his dagger, granting Yi Suanjin his freedom. He shot a cold glance at Yi Qingxue. Though her demeanor was composed, he sensed her underlying trepidation. Yi Qingxue was unyielding towards him and her uncle. She had nonchalantly severed her uncle's hand and ignited the residence, demonstrating her audacity and wild spirit. Yet, her willingness to allow him to meet the prince revealed her fear of his authority. Indeed, the Prince of Ding held a prestigious position, backed by imperial power. To offend such authority could mean not only the end of her own life, but also the execution of her maidservants and wolf from her estate, with the possibility of the entire Qingzhou estate being razed to the ground. Thus, she dared not confront the prince directly. This realization brought Yi Suanjin a sense of relief. At least Yi Qingxue still feared someone. He raised a hand to touch his neck, feeling the warmth of blood. His expression darkened as he retrieved a handkerchief to wipe it clean, commanding, Someone, extinguish the fire at the evening fragrance hall and summon a doctor for the second master. He cast a pointed look at Yi Qingxue, stating, Sister Qingxue would not hinder the efforts to put out the fire, would she? If the flames spread to other courtyards and consumed the entire Marquis' residence, I fear that all associated with Sister Qingxue in Qingzhou would meet a grim fate. Yi Qingxue replied, Rest assured, Minister, should I ever consider destroying the Marquis' residence, I will certainly notify you in advance. Destroy the Marquis' residence? Such audacious words. Yi Suanjin, lacking the time to address her insolence, snorted disdainfully and swept away. Some guards followed him, while others remained to fetch water to combat the flames. Yi Qingxue remained silent, sensing a piercing pain radiating through her limbs. She suspected the lethal poison of the shattered moon orchid was beginning to take effect. Raising her palm, she observed her skin appearing almost translucent, with 2 crimson lines spreading beneath the surface, reminiscent of blood. Indeed, the venom of the shattered moon and ethereal orchid has begun to take its toll. In her previous life, she had endured this torment. Once the crimson lines of blood adorned her palm, death would inevitably follow. Sensing her plight, Little Treasure silently approached her, taking her hand in his. "Mother, sister, your vitality is gravely diminished. You must return to your chamber to rest, or else the poison may erupt, leading to a sudden demise." Yi Qingxue was taken aback. She had confided in her biological mother numerous times about the lethal poison coursing through her veins, yet her mother remained skeptical, as did everyone else. However, how was it that Little Treasure, having only just come to her side, could discern the severity of her affliction? What did his earlier exclamation, as he gazed at Yi Qingxue, signify? What had he seen? Yi Qingxue inquired, "Can you perceive the extent of my vitality?" Chapter 40. The enigmatic Xiao Bao. The house crackled and popped as it burned, with the surrounding individuals preoccupied with extinguishing the flames, oblivious to the conversation between Yi Qingxue and Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao remarked, "Dongbai and Xia Lu possess abundant vitality. However, Mother S vitality has dwindled to half and continues to decline. Hence, she must return indoors to rest." Yi Qingxue reflected on her sleepless night since the poisoning began. Although the deadly fractured moon orchid toxin had reduced her lifespan to merely 10 days, neglecting rest would allow the poison to spread rapidly throughout her body, rendering her unable to survive until then. Therefore, Xiao Bao's insistence on her need for rest seemed reasonable, yet his claim of witnessing her life force diminish left her incredulous. Noticing her pallor, Dongbai surmised that the poison had taken effect and promptly approached. "Miss, let us return indoors." Yi Qingxue had intended to seek out Madame Min to inquire about the dispute with her father 9 years prior, or perhaps to compel Madame Min to reveal the truth through force. However, she realized that such matters must be postponed for the time being. As they departed, no one dared to obstruct their path. Yi Linwu, accompanied by Aunt Lu and her deceased father's belongings, returned to the Guanju courtyard. She had already consumed 5 pain relief pills that morning and could not take any more. Once inside the courtyard, she leaned against the bed, enduring the excruciating pain. Aunt Lu entrusted the arrangements to Chun, Qian, and Xia Lu, as she could no longer attend to them. Perspiration streamed down her face, soaking her forehead and back. Chun Qian brought warm water to wipe her down, while Xia Lu presented her with medicinal soup to drink. Dongbai remained vigilant outside the courtyard, denying entry to anyone. Qi Zi, anxious and powerless, whimpered softly, then lay beside Yi Qingxue, seeking comfort in her presence. Xiao Bao sat calmly in a chair, his short legs dangling, his expression impassive. After a quarter of an hour, the medicinal soup began to take effect, alleviating some of the pain. Leaning against the bed, Yi Qingxue unexpectedly drifted into slumber. Chun Qian took her place outside the courtyard, allowing Dongbai to enter and assist Xia Lu in transferring the deposed prince from outside into the Guanju courtyard. Previously, the courtyard had been guarded by numerous attendants, but upon Yi Qingxue's return, they had been summoned to the residence of Lady Zhou. Seizing the moment of chaos within the Marquis' residence, Xia Lu followed Dongbai's instructions to bring the deposed prince back inside. As everyone else was occupied with firefighting at the evening fragrance hall, the remaining individuals focused their attention on the main hall, enabling them to bring the prince in as per Yi Qingxue's prior arrangements. Once they had settled him into a small room, Dongbai stepped outside, just as Yi Qingxue awoke. He approached her, stating, "The individual you saved last night has been moved into the small room. However, he bears numerous wounds and is currently running a fever, appearing somewhat disoriented. If he remains in this state, he may be in grave danger." Yi Qingxue rose from the bed, and Xia Lu stepped forward to drape a cloak over her, as she had just broken into a sweat and needed to avoid the chill. She wrapped her cloak tightly around her and strode towards the small cottage, with Qi Zai immediately trailing behind her, and Xiao Bao sliding off the chair to follow closely. Yi Qingxue paused, glancing at the child beside her. Who was this boy? Was it wise to let him know that the crown prince was in the Guanju courtyard? Was it dangerous? Xiao Bao promptly clung to Qingxue's neck, as if determined to share their fates, and Qingxue showed no reluctance to accommodate him. Qingxue resolved to take a gamble. Dongbai opened the door to the small room, and Qingxue entered. This was a tiny chamber located behind the main hall, likely once intended as a small Buddhist altar, though it had long since fallen into disuse. The space was cramped, with only a small window, and, as evening descended, no light penetrated, leaving it dim and shadowy. Dongbai went outside to light a candle and brought it in, illuminating the room. Yunzhuo lay on the bed, his garments tattered, revealing a network of wounds beneath. The dirt on his face obscured his features, but his profile hinted at a handsome man, though little else could be discerned. Qingxue placed her palm on his forehead. He stirred slightly, but did not open his eyes. His temperature was alarmingly high. They needed to brew him some medicine to see if it could alleviate the fever, and his injuries required attention as well. Otherwise, even if the fever subsided, the risk of infection loomed large. However, Xiao Bao interjected, stating that merely treating his superficial wounds would be futile as there was blood accumulation in his brain. Unless this blood was dispersed, his life would remain in jeopardy. Furthermore, he had numerous silver needles embedded within him. If they were not extracted, any slight movement could cause the needles to shift within his body, inflicting unbearable pain and constantly threatening his life. Qingxue frowned, her gaze piercing as she regarded Xiao Bao, her eyes filled with curiosity and caution. How do you know there are silver needles in him? How can you tell there is a blood clot in his head? Xiao Bao replied proudly, I can see it with my own eyes. Qingxue felt he was speaking nonsense, her curiosity and wariness about his origins growing. Where do you come from and know his condition so well? Xiao Bao seemed taken aback. Aren't you my mother? Don't you know where I came from? You came from grandmother's womb. So I came from your womb. His tone was one of undeniable certainty, as if that was the only logical conclusion. Qingxue decided not to dwell on the matter further, as the answers eluded her. Yet she found Xiao Bao increasingly enigmatic. First, he discerned that the herbal soup sent by her third aunt was suspicious. Then he noted her dwindling vitality and insisted that she must rest. And now he was revealing the true state of the S-body. Since you claim there is a blood clot in his head and silver needles in his body, how should we save him? Xiao Bao answered with the same air of certainty. Find a skilled doctor, cut open his head to remove the blood clot. Then, incise his skin to extract the hidden silver needles, disinfect him, and that will be that. Qingxue and Dongbai exchanged looks of disbelief. The method was sound, yet they both knew that during this procedure, they would likely perish. Little Bao once again displayed a proud expression on his face. Do not worry. I shall delineate the precise locations of the blood clot and silver needles. As long as you summon a physician to operate at the spots I indicate, he can be saved. This posed yet another formidable dilemma. The identity of the was delicate, and Qingxue's intention in rescuing him was to utilize him against the crown prince and the empress dowager, not to hasten his demise. Thus, she resolved to administer some medicine they had procured from the village to the concealing the fact that a prince was hidden within her quarters for the time being. In her previous life, she had failed to save Yunzhuo, who had survived for 3 more years. Evidently, he possessed a resilient fate, and this injury would not claim his life. Furthermore, Little Bao's claims of multiple silver needles within him and the accumulation of blood in his brain might not necessarily be the truth. Let us first have Chun Qian brew him some medicine to see if it can alleviate his fever, Qingxue stated, preparing to leave. However, Little Bao suddenly grasped her hand, preventing her from departing, and earnestly declared, Mother, you must heed Little Bao's words and save him. He is your husband. Without him, you shall be a widow. Half conscious and half awake, Yunzhuo could only lament. A perfectly good child, yet he insists on playing the charlatan. Chapter 41. He knows everything. Dongbai swiftly moved forward to cover Xiao Bao's mouth, reprimanding him, You little rascal, appearing out of nowhere and calling my lady mother. Thankfully, my lady has shown you mercy, but now you dare to claim that this man is my lady's husband? Speak, who sent you to tarnish my lady's reputation? If you do not speak the truth, I shall sew your mouth shut and cast you out to feed the dogs. Dong Bai's words were laced with a palpable malice. To her, her lady had already endured great misfortune, having been abandoned to the countryside as a child, and upon returning to the Marquis, she was poisoned, left with only 10 days to live. It was too cruel. Now, a mere child was attempting to ruin her lady's name. How could she possibly tolerate it? However, Xiao Bao seemed unperturbed. He grasped Dong Bai's hand, attempting to pull it away, and when he could not, he looked up at Yi Qingxue with an expression that conveyed his unwavering sincerity. Yi Qingxue's heart was still in turmoil, and she momentarily lacked the capacity to discern whether Xiao Bao spoke the truth. On the contrary, Xiao Bao's words evoked memories of her past life. Though she had not married, she had experienced a liaison with a once disgraced crown prince before her demise. They were not wed, yet shared the intimacies of a married couple. But that was in a previous life. Why did Xiao Bao now assert that the crown prince was her husband? What was the basis for this claim? Meeting his clear, resolute gaze, Yi Qingxue said, "Dong Bai, release him." Reluctantly, Dong Bai let go of Xiao Bao, but could not help but scornfully remark, "You little brat. If you continue to speak recklessly, I shall dismember you. Do not think that your youth will deter me." Xiao Bao appeared unfazed. "If you doubt my words, you may consult that limping older brother, the one who previously embraced the Lord Minister, allowing my mother to seize him with ease. Ye Dingu Inuit. His name is Yi Cunc. Do you believe there is something amiss with him?" Xiao Bao replied, "In the leg he limps on, there are 3 tiny silver needles, causing him constant pain. As long as the needles remain, his leg cannot heal. If he attempts to strengthen it, he will only hasten its deterioration. Of course, in addition to the needles, his leg bone is fractured, but it can be mended." Dong Bai exclaimed, "How can this be? He is the second son of the Marquis." When he was returned home, Madame Min had a physician examine him. If there were silver needles in his leg, how could the physician have failed to mention it? Xiao Bao stated, "That is something you must investigate for yourselves. If you wish to verify whether I speak falsely, simply summon him and the physician. I shall draw a diagram indicating the locations of the needles and the broken bone, and you will see for yourselves. Once you confirm my honesty, you may follow suit and rescue my father, that crown prince." Yi Qingxue was taken aback once more. In her conversation with Dong Bai, she had not mentioned the crown prince's identity, yet he was aware. Furthermore, they claimed he is his father. Yi Qingxue knelt down, her hand resting gently on Xiao Bao's shoulder. "Since you are aware of this young gentleman's identity, you must understand that his recuperation here must remain confidential. Otherwise, it could bring us dire consequences. Therefore, I implore you to keep this matter strictly to yourself." Xiao Bao responded earnestly, "As this is the request of my dear mother's sister, I shall certainly comply." Yi Qingxue observed his serious demeanor, which suggested he was not prone to deceit. Yet, the questions lingered. From whence had he come? Why had he approached her? What were his true intentions? Regarding your suggestion to utilize Yi Cunc for verification, I shall arrange that. Once we ascertain the truth of your words, the injuries of that young gentleman, shall be treated as you advised," Yi Qingxue stated. Xiao Bao nodded, resembling a miniature adult. The 3 of them exited the small dwelling in succession. Yi Qingxue instructed Chen Qian to prepare some food for Xiao Bao and Qi Zai, while she tasked Xia Lu with concocting medicine for and sent Dong Bai to the front hall to assess the situation. Before departing, Dong Bai leaned in with concern and whispered, "Miss, do you truly believe the words of that child? Though we have yet to encounter a prodigy, it does not imply they do not exist. They are merely rare. What if he is indeed a gifted child, far wiser than his peers, discovered and sent to us as a spy?" Adults often lower their guard around children. On the opposite side of the spacious room, Xiao Bao and Qi Zai were engrossed in joyful play. Yi Qingxue observed them for a considerable time, perplexed as to who could possibly have assigned Xiao Bao to her as a spy. If it were the Duke of Ding, he would have long since dispatched men to besiege the Marquis, storming into the Guanju courtyard to capture her. Harboring the would indeed be a capital offense. The Duke would not forfeit such an opportunity. Could be Madame Min? She was ruthless and clever, yet ultimately a woman of the inner quarters, lacking the prowess of the Duke of Ding. Thus she could be ruled out. Yi Cunjin and Madame Min were aligned with the Duke. They were unaware of matters that Yi Tsuanjin could not possibly know. I shall summon Yi Tsuanxi, and once his leg is examined to confirm the presence of 3 silver needles, we can ascertain whether Xiao Bao is indeed a spy, Yi Qingxue declared. Qi Zai is one of us. You need not worry as you attend to your tasks. All will be well here. Dong Bai considered her words and found them reasonable. Quietly making her way to the front hall. As she stepped outside, she glimpsed a sliver of the setting sun still lingering atop the mountains. A sense of melancholy washed over her heart. After today, her lady would have but 8 days left to live. Would they be able to find the xiangxi fruit before autumn deepened? In the front hall of the Marquis, Yi Tsuanjin had first changed into a clean set of garments and devised a way to conceal the wound on his neck before making his entrance. The Duke of Ding, adorned in a purple robe intricately embroidered with golden threads and crowned with a purple jade tiara, sat regally upon an enamel chair. Beside him, as before, was Princess Ruijia, her countenance appearing rather grim. Yi Tsuanjin took a deep breath and approached to pay his respects. Your humble servant greets the princess and his highness, the Duke of Ding. There has been a minor incident in the residence, and I regret my inability to extend a proper welcome. I hope your highness will forgive my oversight. The voice of the Duke was clear and measured. Is the incident mentioned by Lord Yi related to the young lady of the Marquis' residence, my betrothed? Yi Qingxue had clandestinely met with an outsider, a gentleman from the Ministry of Rights, Pan Hung. This matter had caused quite a stir, and Yi Tsuanjin harbored no illusions that the Duke could be deceived. Moreover, judging by the expression of the princess, it was evident that she was already aware of the situation. Yi Tsuanjin candidly stated, "Indeed, it is she." The Duke gently placed his teacup down, producing a soft sound. It is widely rumored that the young lady of the Marquis' house has spent the night in secret company with young Master Pan from the Ministry of Rights. Before my arrival, I heard that she had returned home. What does Missy have to say about this matter? What could she say? Yi Tsuanjin's mind raced. The Duke was intent on replacing his betrothed. Would he truly care for Yi Qingxue's perspective? No. The Duke would only be concerned with what the Marquis' residence could offer in terms of explanation, and whether that explanation would satisfy him. Chapter 42. The Duke of Ding's withdrawal from engagement. Yi Tsuanjin took a deep breath. In response to your highness, Miss Qingxue has already admitted to her clandestine meeting with young Master Pan. Just now in the courtyard, I was reprimanding her. However, such a grave mistake cannot be rectified merely by admonishment. Thus, I have punished her by making her kneel in the courtyard. Once her punishment is sufficient, I shall personally accompany her to apologize. It is sufficient that she acknowledges her wrongdoing. The Duke of Ding's expression turned frosty. But does Lord Yi believe that the young lady, knowing she was returning for the purpose of marrying me, would still commit such a grave error? Yi Tsuanjin furrowed his brow, momentarily speechless, for they had failed to fulfill the task entrusted to them by the Duke. The Duke commanded him to rise and continued. In my view, Missy must be unwilling to marry me. Otherwise, she would not have spent the night in private company with another man. Yi Tsuanjin shuddered at the implication, poised to respond, yet was interrupted by the Duke. When I was 12, my father granted me this marriage. I dedicated myself to preparing for the day I could take Miss Yi as my wife. Alas, she has already become acquainted with the eldest son of the Pan family, developing feelings for him. Even if I wished to fulfill my promise and marry her, she would likely refuse. A forcibly wed fruit is not sweet. A life spent in mutual resentment would only tarnish the original intent behind the Duke's request to my father. The Duke spoke, lifting his teacup to take a sip before setting it down, as though resolute in his decision. Thus, I have come today to annul our engagement. I have resolved to grant Miss Yi her freedom. I wonder if Lord Yi can concur with this? Yi Tsuanjin was taken aback. He had anticipated that the Duke would come seeking retribution for the incompetence of the Ho residents, and was prepared to shoulder all blame onto Yi Qingxue. Instead, the Duke revealed his intention to voluntarily dissolve the engagement. This was splendid news. Yi Qingxue had dared to act so arrogantly in the courtyard, holding him hostage, severing his uncle's arm, and setting fire to the incense hall, all while disregarding everyone around her. Perhaps she had relied on her betrothal to the Duke, believing that the Emperor's decree made the marriage irrevocable and her fate as the Duke's consort sealed, emboldening her to behave so disdainfully. The Grand Princess, Perceiving his silence as reluctance, exclaimed in anger, "Miss Ye's actions not only dishonor the Duke, but also trample upon the dignity of the royal family. The Duke has shown mercy by not seeking retribution. His decision to withdraw from the engagement is already an extraordinary act of leniency. Surely, Lord, you would not refuse?" The Duke fixed his penetrating gaze upon Yi Tsunjin, pondering, "What is wrong with Yi Tsunjin? I never wished to marry Yi Qingxue. My desire was for Yi Yabing. Does he not realize this? They failed to initiate the withdrawal, and now I take the initiative to do so. Why does Yi Tsunjin hesitate to agree?" The Duke's heavy gaze bore down on Yi Tsunjin, who startled and hastily replied, "No, no, no. I do not refuse. I was merely contemplating the suddenness of this matter, and whether Miss Qingxue might cause a commotion. However, I have come to realize that it is Lady Qingxue who has wronged His Highness first. As the princess consort has stated, the Emperor and His Highness have shown remarkable magnanimity by not holding Lady Qingxue or the Marquis accountable. The entire household should be profoundly grateful for such clemency. Should Lady Qingxue dare to express dissatisfaction, that would indeed be her fault, and I shall reprimand her for it. Rest assured, Princess Consort and Your Highness." The Duke of Ding rose from his seat and approached Yi Tsunjin, stating, "Lord Yi, remember, it is Miss Yi who has declined to marry into the Duke of Ding's residence, which is why I have come to annul the engagement, thus allowing Miss Yi to remain with Lord Pan." "Yes, indeed," Yi Tsunjin replied. "Since the betrothal ceremony is set for tomorrow and no marriage contract has yet been established, there is no notion of tearing up a contract." However, prior to his arrival, the Duke had penned a letter of annulment, which he produced at that moment, declaring, "Today, with the princess consort as a witness, I hereby dissolve the engagement with Miss Yi of the Yi family." The princess consort, having heard of Lady Qingxue's arrogance and the incident involving a deceased nursemaid, harbored resentment towards her. She had intended to discuss the matter with the Emperor after leaving the Marquis, but was delayed by other affairs. Upon hearing rumors of Lady Qingxue's midnight rendezvous with a man, her disdain deepened. When the Duke personally visited to invite her to annul the engagement, she indignantly accompanied him. Now, witnessing the Duke's annulment firsthand, she felt elated that such a despicable person as Lady Qingxue would no longer have the opportunity to become the Duchess. She declared, "As your aunt and the matchmaker for this engagement, I shall bear witness today as you, Duke Yunxi, and Miss Yi Qingxue dissolve your engagement. Henceforth, both parties shall have no further connection in matters of marriage." The princess consort took the annulment letter from the Duke, unfolding it to reveal his seal and signature where he had formally declared the dissolution. The reasons for the annulment were clearly stated, echoing the Duke's words. He did not wish to claim another's beloved, thus granting Lady Qingxue her freedom. The princess consort inscribed her name in the witness section before handing it to Yi Tsunjin, who likewise affixed his seal and signature in agreement to the annulment. Thus, the matter of the Duke Yunxi and Lady Qingxue's engagement was conclusively resolved. Yi Tsunjin's emotions were tumultuous. Although the engagement had been annulled, Lady Qingxue would no longer dare to act with impunity. Yet the alliance between the Marquis and the Duke's residence had crumbled. Everyone was aware that the Duke was currently the most favored candidate for the heir apparent and might ascend to the throne in the future. Initially, it seemed simple to have Lady Qingxue take the initiative to annul the engagement and allow Yi Yabing to step forward, but unexpected complications had arisen, resulting in the Duke's proactive dissolution of the engagement, leaving the Marquis unable to position Yi Yabing for the union. This matter would have to be contemplated gradually in the future. The Duke sat back down, slowly beginning to speak. At the age of 12, when I first stepped onto the battlefield, I nearly lost my life. The loyalty and bravery of the Marquis of Zhong were instrumental in saving me, and I have always held that gratitude close to my heart, never once forgetting it. Over the years, this prince has perpetually contemplated how to repay the valiant Marquis for his unwavering loyalty. He longed to treat the eldest daughter with utmost kindness after marrying her, ensuring that the Marquis could rest in peace, knowing his daughter would be cherished. Alas, fate has decreed that I am not destined to be with her. Nonetheless, I remain committed to honoring the life-saving grace bestowed upon me by the Marquis. Although my fate with the eldest daughter is forlorn. The Marquis is blessed with a second daughter, and I humbly wish to seek her hand in marriage. I wonder if Lord Yi would acquiesce to this proposal?" Upon hearing this, even the Grand Princess was taken aback. Truly, the esteemed Prince Ding is commendable. Despite being humiliated by the eldest daughter of the Marquis, he not only grants her freedom, but also harbors no resentment, contemplating instead to repay the favor by marrying the second daughter. Such virtue is indeed admirable. It is fortunate that the nefarious actions of the late Crown Prince have been exposed, allowing others to witness the commendable character and capability of Prince Ding. It is widely known that the second daughter of the Marquis is gentle and virtuous, one of the most exquisite beauties in the capital. Raised under the careful guidance of Madame Min, she is undeniably deserving of the title of future Princess Ding, as the Grand Princess joyfully remarked. The second daughter is indeed a rare beauty, having been seen a few times at banquets, and what is even more admirable is her gentle, considerate, and generous nature. Chapter 43. Exchange the fiancé, Yi, regret not. The unexpected turn of events for Yi Tsuanjin was no less shocking than that of the Grand Princess. It was indeed a twist of fate. He believed that the marriage was hopeless, yet now it was the Crown Prince who had taken the initiative to propose it. Yi Tsuanjin knelt once more, hastily expressing, "It is a blessing for my second sister to marry the Crown Prince as his consort. It is also a fortune for our Marquis. I humbly thank His Highness for his kindness towards our family and my second sister." The Crown Prince, pleased by his demeanor, nodded in approval and assisted him to rise, saying, "From now on, our household shall be united. There is no need for you to be overly formal, Lord Yi." After severing his engagement with Yi Qingxue, he turned his attentions to Yi Yabing. This decision served two purposes. Firstly, to repay the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by the loyal and brave Marquis in years past. Regardless of his true sentiments, the perception of gratitude was sufficient. Secondly, although Yabing was the second daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis, she had grown up within the Marquis and was indeed a genuine lady of refinement, worthy of the title of Crown Princess. His marriage was not merely a union with the Crown Princess. It was also a strategic move to secure his future ascension to the position of Crown Prince and potentially the throne itself. His future consort, his future queen, could not possibly be a rough and unrefined woman who had spent her youth in the countryside among sheep. Moreover, a significant reason for his desire to marry Yabing was her undeniable beauty. He had yet to encounter any maiden more exquisite than she. With her oval face, large expressive eyes, crimson lips, elongated neck, and her delicate, fair hands, not to mention her graceful figure, she embodied all that he admired. It could be said that there was not a single aspect of Yabing that he did not find enchanting, casting a spell upon his heart. Yi Tsuanjin rose to his feet, and under the witness of the Grand Princess, the marriage pact between their families was reaffirmed. With the future Crown Princess now being Yi Yabing instead of Yi Qingxue. To avoid any further complications, the Crown Prince promptly penned their betrothal agreement, with the Grand Princess once again inscribing her name as a witness. As they concluded these matters, the sunset cast its final golden rays over the hills, signaling that night was imminent. The Crown Prince had yet to inform the Emperor of his decision to withdraw from the engagement, intending to act first and report later, fearing that the Emperor might oppose or reject his choice. With the arrangements now made, he felt at ease, ready to enter the palace and explain his reasons to the Emperor. It was Yi Qingxue who had brought shame upon the royal family by clandestinely meeting with another man, and even went so far as to murder a maid within the household. His decision to withdraw from the engagement was thus both justifiable and reasonable. Should his father accuse him of disregarding the loyal and brave Marquis's past kindness, he would simply inform him of his engagement to Yi Yabing, for she too was the daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis, and marrying her was an act of gratitude in itself. With his plans firmly established, the Crown Prince prepared to depart from the Marquis and make his way to the palace for an audience. Yi Tsuanjin stated, "I shall escort the Grand Princess and His Highness the Crown Prince." The Grand Princess and the Crown Prince exited the main hall of the Marquis in succession, followed closely by numerous servants and attendants. In the courtyard, a contingent of guards that the Crown Prince had brought along was ready to clear a path for him. forming an extensive procession that led all the way to the carriage awaiting outside the Marquis. The carriage basked in the final rays of the setting sun, its body crafted from golden silk enamel wood, polished to a mirror-like sheen. Even the horse, pulling it, was a rare and magnificent steed, exuding an opulence that deterred one from gazing directly. "Your Highness, the Prince of Ding." Just as the prince was about to step over the threshold of the Marquis's residence, a call echoed behind him, as melodious as a lark emerging from the valley. Instinctively, the prince turned to see a young woman adorned in an ice-blue gown, with a matching blue cloak and an icy blue gem dangling at her waist, gracefully approaching from the corner of the corridor. This was the prince's first time on the battlefield, serving under the valiant Marquis of Loyalty, who ultimately sacrificed himself for the prince. The prince vividly remembered the Marquis's appearance. The unfamiliar young woman before him, with her spirited features, bore an uncanny resemblance to the Marquis, and the prince instantly recognized her as Qingxue. He had expected her to be frail and lacking in grace, having grown up in a rural setting, but instead, she possessed an elegant and well-proportioned figure, even more curvaceous than Yi Yabing. Her striking resemblance to the Marquis's features lent her a distinct air of heroism, while her perfect inheritance of Lady Zhou's alluring lips and dainty nose added a touch of charm. Her tall and graceful stature only amplified her elegance. To the prince's surprise, Yi Qingxue's beauty and poise rivaled that of Yi Yabing, perhaps even surpassing her. Yet, the prince quickly recalled Yi Qingxue's upbringing and her ruthless demeanor, which instantly filled him with disdain, causing him to perceive her features as less appealing and her figure as lacking grace. His heart still favored Yi Yabing, who was both beautiful and kind. Upon learning that the prince had come to annul their engagement, Yi Qingxue stood before him. The prince smiled gently, exuding warmth and courtesy. "The reasons for the annulment have already been discussed with your elder brother. Should there be any uncertainties, Missy may seek clarification from him. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now." He even performed a courteous bow as he bid farewell. Yi Qingxue simply smiled. "Your Highness, are you certain you will not regret this decision to annul our engagement?" The prince looked at her in disbelief, astonished that she would pose such a question. It should be her who felt regret upon his decision to end the distasteful engagement, especially as he had solidified his bond with the one he truly loved. How could he possibly feel remorse? He had discarded an unpleasant union and was poised to find happiness. There was nothing to regret. The entire capital had heard of Miss Ye's clandestine meetings with another man. Did she truly believe the prince was unaware? The grand princess derided. If Miss Ye had even an ounce of shame, she would remain in her chamber, avoiding any embarrassment. Moreover, you should be grateful for the prince's magnanimity. Despite your grave transgression while engaged to him, he has chosen not to pursue your misdeeds. In stark contrast to the grand princess's ire, the prince remained remarkably affable. "Miss Yi, I willingly grant you the freedom to pursue your connection with Master Panhong. From henceforth, our paths of marriage shall diverge, and I shall never harbor regret." Yi Qingxue smiled brightly. "As long as your highness does not regret, that suffices. I ask the grand princess to bear witness to today's events, so that there shall be no denial in the future." With that, she executed a slight curtsy and turned to leave, her posture straight and defiant, entirely unbefitting of someone spurned. The Duke of Ding fixed his gaze upon her retreating figure, narrowing his eyes slightly. Was this woman daring to show him disdain? How audacious of her! The princess, known for her fiery temperament, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "She has truly overstepped her bounds, treating both me and the Duke with such insolence. It is fortunate that this marriage has been called off. The young master of the Pan family must be blind to have engaged in such clandestine meetings with her." Yi Tsunjin promptly interjected, "Your Highness, your reprimand is entirely justified. Indeed, Miss Qingxue has displayed a lack of decorum. I extend my sincerest apologies on her behalf to both your Highness and the Duke. Rest assured, I shall ensure she is properly admonished, so she may recognize her errors." Over the years, the Duke of Ding had been nurturing Yi Tsunjin, facilitating his rise to the position of Deputy Minister of War at a young age, with the intention of having him as a trusted ally in the future. Now, with the engagement to Yi Yabing established, Upon witnessing Yi, Suanjin swiftly acknowledged his mistakes and vowed to discipline Yi Qingxue. The Duke resolved to let the matter slide. After all, she was merely a girl raised in the countryside, possessing a degree of genuine spirit. With a bit of guidance, she would surely improve. The Duke spoke a few words of counsel to the princess before taking his leave. At that moment, he could not foresee that soon enough, he would deeply regret the dissolution of this engagement, lamenting it with a heart full of remorse. Chapter 44. The house search after the departure of the Prince of Ding and the princess. The last rays of the setting sun dipped below the horizon, and an oppressive darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the city of Kyoto. Yi Tsunjin exhaled deeply, preparing to turn back when another carriage emerged from the shadows. Halting before the Ho residence, a young lady clad in a pale yellow dress, complemented by a matching cloak, leaped from the carriage and hurried towards him. Suanjin Gij. The lanterns at the entrance of the residence flickered to life, illuminating the visitor, who turned out to be the third Miss Wei. Her face beamed with joy, and excitement radiated from her. Had it not been for the surrounding servants, she would have surely thrown herself into Yi Tsunjin's embrace. What brings you here at this hour? Are you not afraid of dangers along the way? Yi Tsunjin frowned slightly upon seeing her, feeling somewhat discomfited by her bold approach. He turned and walked into the courtyard, signaling for others to remain where they were. Miss Wei promptly followed him, and they stood together in a secluded corner of the courtyard to converse. There is joyous news at my home. I could not wait to share it with you, Suanjin Gij. She explained, justifying her late visit to the Ho residence. She continued, on my way here, I noticed the Prince of Ding's carriage passing by. His Highness must be here to annul his engagement with Yi Qingxue, correct? Yi Tsunjin saw no reason to conceal the matter. After all, Yi Qingxue had committed a grave error, leading to the annulment. Even if word spread, it would not tarnish the prince's reputation. Besides, since Miss Wei had already heard of it, he simply acknowledged her statement with a slight It seems I was not mistaken. No man can tolerate an unbetrothed fiancé, he who spent an entire night in the company of another man. Not only can His Highness not endure such a situation, but our Wei family also cannot condone it. Therefore, Suanjin Gij, upon learning of Pan Heng's nocturnal rendezvous with Miss Yi, my mother and elder brother took me to the Pan residence to terminate the engagement. The marriage contract has been publicly torn apart, and I am now free of any betrothal to Pan Heng. Miss Wei's heart brimmed with delight as she leaned closer to Yi Tsunjin, who did not shy away, but instead embraced her in return. Wei Jingtong, her father and the Minister of War, though known for his integrity, held a high position and considerable influence in the court, enjoying the emperor's favor. Gaining him as a father-in-law would undoubtedly benefit Yi Tsunjin's career. At such a young age, he had already become the Deputy Minister of War, thanks in part to the support of both the Prince of Ding and Wei Jingtong. Is this truly the case? You are not deceiving me, are you? With your admirable qualities, how could that Pan fellow willingly part with you? Yi Tsunjin feigned disbelief. He was in the wrong from the outset. The decision to annul the engagement was not his to make. Miss Wei nestled into his embrace, visibly content. Suanjin Gij, now that I am free from any engagement, you must hasten to send a matchmaker to propose. She urged, last time, when you took her to the temple, if by chance you became pregnant and could not marry you, I would be utterly despondent. Rest assured, I shall send someone to propose tomorrow. Since I have made you my woman, I shall certainly take you as my bride. For now, return home and ensure that no one discovers you visited my residence after dark. It would be detrimental to your reputation. Suanjin Gij, you must come. I shall be waiting for you at home. Miss Wei Sin lowered her head, her eyes cast down, her face adorned with a delicate shyness. Yi Tsunjin gently kissed her cheek and assured her, you should hurry home. It's getting late, and I cannot bear the thought of you out in the night. Filled with satisfaction from his affection and sweet words, Miss Wei Sin departed, her heart as joyful as if it were immersed in honey, leaving with a bashful gait. As her carriage approached the road leading to her home, she sensed an unusual commotion emanating from her direction. Drawing closer, Miss Wei San was startled to find her home ablaze with lights. What could this mean? A sudden dread gripped her heart upon realizing that a multitude of soldiers had surrounded the Wei residence, their torches illuminating the night sky. Urging the coachman to hasten, The carriage finally reached the entrance, where she spotted the Pan father and son standing at her doorstep. A cold scoff escaped her lips. It was them. Alighting from the carriage, she strode toward the Pan duo with fury, addressing them without an ounce of politeness. "What brings you, Uncle Pan and young Master Pan, to my doorstep at this late hour, creating such a ruckus?" Just as Pan Hung was about to bow in greeting, she cut him off, asserting, "Is it that young Master Pan, feeling humiliated by the broken engagement, has come to stir trouble at the Wei household under the cover of darkness? If you found the annulment shameful, you ought to have restrained your behavior earlier, rather than engaging in clandestine meetings with other women before the marriage was even finalized. Do not forget, my father is the Minister of War. Appear to your father, Minister Pan. Your entourage of guards will not compel my parents to reconsider this marriage. An annulment is an annulment. Even if you and your father were to kneel before me, I could never agree to this union again. I urge you to leave with your guards at once." Her voice was cold and laced with indignation, devoid of any courtesy. Recently returned from the residence of the loyal and valiant Marquis, she was filled with joy, only to be met with the distasteful presence of the Pan family. Pan Hung and his father exchanged glances, fully aware that Miss Wei San had misunderstood the situation. However, they were taken aback by the harshness in her words. It seemed that the gentle and virtuous Miss Wei had not fully revealed her temperament during their earlier encounter regarding the broken engagement. "You are mistaken, Miss Wei San," Pan Hung began, but she interrupted him. "I believe that when our families annulled the engagement this morning, everything had been made clear. Yet, it appears that young Master Pan is indeed a man who clings stubbornly to his desires. Is this how Minister Pan raises his son? It is utterly disgraceful and contemptible. If you do not depart soon, I shall summon my father and brothers to drive you away." Initially, the Pan father and son had felt sympathy for the Wei family, believing them to be victims of Wei Jingtong's actions. However, upon hearing Miss Wei San's words, that flicker of compassion vanished entirely. "Please forgive us, Miss San. We are here on the Emperor's orders and cannot leave without fulfilling our duty." Pan Hang's tone turned assertive. In her fury, Miss Wei San exclaimed, "TSK, have you been so audacious as to seek an audience with the Emperor after your engagement has been annulled? Do you truly wish for His Majesty to issue a decree compelling me to wed into the Pan family? Your shamelessness knows no bounds." In a fit of fury, Pan Hung murmured, "The Emperor has commanded me, along with my father and our soldiers, to conduct a thorough inspection of the estate belonging to the Minister of War." Wei Jingtong. What? Miss Wei, the third daughter, could hardly believe her ears. How could this be? Surely, Pan Hung was attempting to intimidate her. "My father is a man of integrity. How could the Emperor possibly order a search of the Wei residence? Do you think that such threats will compel me to agree to marry you again? You are deluded." With disdain, Miss Wei spat in his direction, and Pan Hung, rendered speechless by her audacity, wiped the saliva from his face, crossed his arms, and replied coldly, "You may go and see for yourself." Chapter 45. Shock and the revelation of Yi Qingxue's actions. A chill coursed down the spine of Miss Wei San as she gazed at Pan Hung, who appeared to be devoid of deceit. An unexpected shiver overtook her. During her return in the carriage, she had discovered that her family estate was besieged by soldiers, not mere guards, and a sense of dread began to envelop her. Upon seeing the Pan father and son present, she instinctively concluded that they had come regarding the annulment of their engagement that morning. After all, Pan Hung was the eldest son of the Minister of Rights. Having agreed to the cancellation in the morning, he might now feel humiliated and thus resorted to deploying troops to intimidate her parents into reinstating their betrothal. He even audaciously invoked the Emperor's name in an attempt to exert pressure on the Wei family, inciting her ire. However, the revelation that Pan Hung now proclaimed, that the Wei residence was being raided under imperial decree, with the Pan family merely executing orders, sent her world spiraling. Miss Wei San nearly lost her footing, supported just in time by her maid. Her initial fury began to dissipate, gradually yielding to a paralyzing fear as the cacophony around her sharpened into clarity. Grasping the maid's arm with such intensity that her fingers nearly pierced the flesh, she implored, "Go inside and ascertain the truth of this matter." "Why, yes, I shall go at once." The maid, shaken by the ominous sounds from within, stuttered and nearly stumbled as she turned to flee. Leaning against the wall, Miss Wei-Sin curled into herself, ensnared in abject terror, unwilling to accept the grim reality unfolding. Heart-wrenching cries emanated from the estate, each piercing her eardrums and stabbing at her heart. In an impulsive surge, she seized Pan Heng's arm and demanded, "Why? Why has the Emperor ordered a raid on my family? This cannot be real. You are all villains, crafting this nightmare for me. My father has served honorably for years, never erring in his duties, earning the Emperor's utmost trust. How could he be subjected to such scrutiny?" Pan Heng replied, "Your father, Wei Jingtong, appears virtuous, yet it is but a fade. In truth, he has engaged in embezzlement, with the current tally of silver alone exceeding 50 million taels, not to mention the other precious jewels and artifacts of considerable worth. The ill-gotten gains are concealed within the Qingxue villa, where father also harbors several concubines. The Emperor has dispatched agents to unearth the evidence and apprehend those concubines. Your father's corruption is irrefutable. Hence the Emperor's command to raid the Wei estate and imprison all associated individuals. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. My father has always been devoted solely to my mother. He has never lusted after beauty. You are deceiving me. Because I broke off the engagement, you seek to tarnish the Pan family's reputation by framing my father. The evidence was planted by you, aiming to ruin my family. Your hearts are so cruel. I curse you to a fate of eternal suffering, to descend into the deepest abyss of hell upon your demise." Pan Heng furrowed his brow and raised his hand, addressing the approaching officers. "This is Miss Wei-San of the Wei family. Seize her and take her along with the others to the prison, awaiting the Emperor's decree." The officers advanced toward Miss Wei-San, apprehending her. Miss Wei-San struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "You cannot apprehend me. My father is innocent, wrongfully accused. His integrity is known throughout the realm. How could he possibly engage in corruption or bribery? Pan Heng, you vile scoundrel, how dare you slander my father? When he is exonerated, I shall ensure that you meet a gruesome fate." Pan Heng's expression turned icy, and he averted his gaze from Miss Wei-San, instructing the soldiers, "Take her away. If she continues to speak recklessly, silence her immediately." Many in the Wei family shared Miss Wei-San's conviction, firmly believing that Wei Jingtong could never be guilty of such crimes. However, when the imperial decree for the search was read, Wei Jingtong was the first to kneel, offering no defense whatsoever. Some in the Wei family thought he was merely upholding his name, believing that the innocent need not defend themselves. The situation took a turn when soldiers unearthed a chest of gold from Wei Jingtong's private latrine, compelling them into stunned silence and tears. The commotion surrounding the Wei family's search and arrests attracted numerous neighbors, all astonished and speechless. Under the Emperor's orders, Pan Yuanzhou and his son led the soldiers to raid the Wei household, with the news being tightly sealed. Duke Ding was completely unaware. At that moment, he was en route to the palace. Upon entering, he had yet to pay his respects to the Emperor when the Queen summoned him to Fengwu Palace. Duke Ding inquired of the matron, "How does my mother know I would enter the palace tonight? What urgent matter requires my presence?" The matron's expression was indeed grave, which heightened Duke Ding's anxiety. Having served the Queen for many years, she would not act so urgently without significant cause. As they walked, the matron remained vigilant, stating, "A serious matter has arisen. Your Highness should see the Queen first. I dare not divulge more, for there may be ears listening." Duke Ding pursed his lips and followed the matron into Fengwu Palace. After greeting the Queen, the matron promptly cleared the chamber, leaving only the two of them. Duke Ding asked, "Why the urgency in calling for me, mother?" The Queen grasped his hand, trembling slightly as she replied, "A grave incident has occurred. The bandits we arranged to abduct Princess Rongqing were ambushed and killed, and the one who did this saved Princess Rongqing." Duke Ding was already aware of the princess's rescue, but was unaware of the identity of her savior. He had dispatched inquiries, but received no updates. Preoccupied with the annulment of his engagement to Yi Qingxue, the Queen then asked, "Do you know that the one who killed the bandits is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, Yi Qingxue? She was also the one who rescued Princess Rongqing?" "What? Duke Ding was utterly taken aback, instinctively rebutting, "This cannot be. She was consorting with Pan Hung all night. How could she have slain the bandits and saved the princess? She is merely a simple, unrefined girl raised in the countryside. She lacks such capability." The queen was not surprised by his reaction, for she too had initially doubted it. Yet the truth remained indisputable. The corruption of Wei Jingtong has also come to light. Today, the emperor discreetly dispatched individuals to Qingxue, where they unearthed his estate and the ill-gotten gains hidden within the caves. The emperor executed this matter with remarkable stealth and swiftness. His informants had received no word. Yet the task was already accomplished. Not long ago, when she delivered soup to the emperor in his study, he, in a foul mood, divulged these events to her. Presumably convinced that Wei Jingtong could not escape justice, he felt it permissible to share the news, thus allowing her to be informed before Prince Ding. Prince Ding's face turned ashen upon hearing this revelation. The stolen riches that Wei Jingtong had amassed were intended for the clandestine support of private soldiers. And now they have been discovered and excavated. Mother, please do not tell me that this matter was also brought to Father's attention by Qingxue. The empress closed her eyes, struggling to come to terms with this outcome. Yet she had no choice but to affirm. Indeed, it was she who exposed Wei Jingtong's corruption to the emperor. She had even located the places where Wei Jingtong concealed his treasures and mistresses, and the emperor's officials had effortlessly retrieved the plunder. Thus, Wei Jingtong's fate was sealed. It was likely that the Wei family was already under investigation, soon to be imprisoned. The emperor spoke slowly. In his lifetime, the Duke of Loyalty and Valor was a towering figure, truly embodying the phrase "one man stands guard, 10,000 cannot pass." Qingxue, being his biological daughter, naturally possessed such talents. It was hardly surprising. Although reluctant to describe Qingxue in this manner, the empress wished for Prince Ding to recognize the truth and acknowledge Qingxue's capabilities. Prince Ding was utterly astonished, his complexion devoid of color, his lips pale. He instinctively retreated until he found himself at the edge of a chair, grasping its armrest as he slowly sat down. He attempted to pour himself a cup of tea to regain composure, but accidentally knocked over the teapot, sending the cup tumbling to the floor. Shards of porcelain and tea scattered chaotically. He paid no heed to the mess, but instead turned to the empress. "Mother, Wei Jingtong is one of ours. If his entire family is imprisoned, will it implicate us?" The empress approached, gently stroking his head to soothe him. "Do not fear, my son. Wei Jingtong has a young son, only 5 years old. As long as we promise to rescue him from execution or exile, preserving the Wei family's lineage, he will not betray us." "Ah, indeed, mother, your thoughts are most considerate." Prince Ding wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yet another troubling thought crossed his mind, causing him to frown once more. "Mother, it is being said outside that Qingxue spent the night in private company with the eldest son of the Pan family. I could not bear it, believing she has humiliated me and tarnished the royal dignity. So this evening, I took the princess and went to the duke's residence, formally annulling my engagement with Qingxue. The annulment letter has been drafted, and to demonstrate my sincere intent to repay the Duke of Loyalty and Valor for his past life-saving grace, I have sought to marry the second daughter of the Yi family. After all, she too is the biological daughter of the Duke. However, now that Qingxue has successfully toppled Wei Jingtong, she has undoubtedly established remarkable merit before the emperor. Moreover, she is the daughter that the loyal and valiant Marquis once designated for the emperor to bestow in marriage. Should the emperor learn of my cancellation of the engagement and subsequently blame me, what shall I do? The empress never held Qingxue in high regard. She harbored greater hopes for Yi Yabing to become the consort of the crown prince. Upon hearing the crown prince's account of the events leading to this, she could understand his perspective. Yet, a pang of sorrow and regret lingered in her heart. If only the engagement had not been called off. Even if the crown prince had indeed come to annul the engagement without the presence of the princess and without a written decree, it would still be manageable. One could simply assert that the crown prince acted in a fit of anger, and upon discovering the truth, one could express deep remorse towards Qingxue, and with a few more words of persuasion, the betrothal might still be salvaged. However, Now the princess serves as a witness, and the annulment decree stands as tangible evidence. Even if the crown prince were to regret his decision and apologize, should Qingxue choose not to forgive, it would be exceedingly difficult to turn the tide. But perhaps they could persuade Qingxue to forgive and no longer dwell upon the annulment. My son, heed your mother's counsel. Proactively seek out Qingxue to apologize, expressing that you acted without full understanding and caused her pain, and that you are deeply ashamed, requesting her forgiveness. She was raised in the countryside, abandoned by her parents and scorned by her kin. If you show her even a modicum of kindness, she will surely overlook past grievances and reconcile with you. Furthermore, having endured a life of hardship, if she could attain the status of crown princess, she would be immensely joyful and would not refuse. The crown prince found the empress's words to be quite reasonable, and his anxiety began to dissipate. He decided that rather than visiting the emperor, he would seek out Qingxue directly. Just as he was about to depart, he recalled Yabing. Mother, after I annulled my engagement with Qingxue, I promptly sought to marry the second daughter of the Yi family, and even promised her a marriage contract. If I am to marry Qingxue by imperial decree, what shall become of the second daughter? Yabing is truly the one I cherish most. The thought of marrying Qingxue instead of Yabing pierced his heart with anguish. Her beauty was exquisite, her eyes radiant. She was meant to smile, not to shed tears. The empress grasped his hand and gently patted the back of it. The immediate priority is to stabilize Qingxue. As for the union with Yabing, it has been a long-standing tradition for sisters to share a husband. Should she enter the crown prince's residence, it would be unjust to deny Yabing the status of a concubine, as that would only reflect jealousy. The crown prince, contemplating that his beloved could only be a concubine and never a legitimate wife, felt an overwhelming disdain for Qingxue rising within him. Mother, Qingxue is indeed a master of strategy. She allows outsiders to circulate tales of her clandestine meetings with Pan Hung without offering any explanations, eagerly awaiting the public's misconceptions to divert attention to such scandalous matters. She secretly rescued Princess Rongqing, eliminating our allies and achieving great merit. Moreover, she orchestrated the silent uprooting of Wei Jingtong by the emperor, leaving us without the opportunity to intervene. It is utterly detestable. The empress also felt great regret. For Wei Jingtong was a pawn she had nurtured for years, envisioning him as a future asset for her son. This piece on her chessboard, cultivated over a decade, was completely dismantled by Qingxue in a single night. How could she not feel anger and hatred? Yet, now is not the time to settle scores with Qingxue. They must first seek to win her over. It is unclear how Qingxue accomplished her remarkable feats. The empress remarked, "My son, you must suppress your feelings of enmity. First, marry Qingxue into the royal residence. In due time, as she becomes your princess and resides in your courtyard, all will be under your command." The Duke of Ding took a deep breath, stifling the deep-seated hatred within him, and after bidding farewell to the empress, he prepared to seek out Qingxue. However, unbeknownst to the duke, as he entered the palace in his carriage, the chief eunuch, Huai Fu, had already set out with a retinue to the residence of the loyal and brave Marquis, bearing the emperor's decree for Qingxue. Due to their diverging paths, the two did not encounter one another. Yi Tsunjin had just seen off Miss Wei San and was on his way to the rear courtyard to inform Madame Min and Yi Yabing about the marriage contract, eager to share in their joy. Yet, the steward at the front door interrupted, announcing the arrival of the emperor's eunuch, the chief eunuch Huai Fu. Yi Tsunjin was taken aback. It had not been long since the Duke of Ding had departed, and now Huai Fu had arrived so swiftly. Surely, the emperor remained unaware of the duke's intention to withdraw his proposal and pursue Yi Yabing instead. Was Huai Fu dispatched to reprimand the Marquis' residence for failing to properly guide Qingxue, leading her to commit such a grave mistake? Did the chief eunuch reveal the purpose of his visit? Concealing the marriage contract within his garments. Yi Tsunjin had no choice but to turn and head towards the front courtyard. Huai Fu had brought a considerable entourage, claiming to convey the emperor's decree, and insisted that Miss Yi attend to hear it. Yi Tsunjin paused, realizing this matter pertained to Qingxue, the wretched girl who had brought ruin upon the entire Marquis' residence. Irritably, he exclaimed, "Then do not delay any further. Go and summon the young lady at once. Chapter 46. Entering the palace, you are in grave danger before long. The entire household of the Marquis knelt in the front courtyard. Yi Cunjin, as the head of the family, knelt at the forefront, with Yi Qingxue, the person concerned, kneeling beside him. However, the imperial edict from eunuch waifu was succinct. Summon Yi Qingxue to the palace to meet the emperor, and it was to be done immediately. The Marquis' household was bewildered, unsure of what this meant. Yi Cunjin stood and discreetly slipped a gold ingot into eunuch waifu's hands, inquiring, "This small token is to invite you for tea. I hope you will graciously accept it. May I also ask, what is the reason for His Majesty summoning my sister Qingxue?" Madame Min and the others craned their necks, eager to glean further details. Eunuch waifu accepted the gold, but replied, "The emperor merely instructed us to convey his message. He did not elaborate on the matter, and we dare not speculate. Please, Miss Yi, prepare yourself briefly and accompany us to the palace." Yi Qingxue was not surprised by the emperor's summons. Given her numerous actions, both the Duke of Yu and Pan Yuanzhou would inevitably mention her before the emperor. Otherwise, the Duke and Duchess of Yu could not explain how Princess Rongqing had been rescued. Likewise, the Pan family could not recount how they discovered Wei Jingtong's embezzlement and swiftly located the buried evidence. Thus, it was only a matter of time before the emperor called for her. Yi Qingxue responded, "Please wait a moment, eunuch. I will change into a different outfit and accompany you to the palace." Although she claimed to be changing clothes, Yi Qingxue merely donned a clean garment, maintaining the predominant icy blue hue. This time, she brought with her the summer green dress instead of dongbai, as her courtyard still required dongbai and shi zai for protection. She feared that if she left unguarded, Yi Cunjin and the others might invade her quarters. The carriage, prepared by the Marquis' household, was lined with thick bedding. As the legitimate eldest daughter of the Marquis, this was her first experience of such opulent transport in both this life and her past. Indeed, in the presence of the emperor's men, Yi Cunjin and Madame Min still sought to preserve their dignity. Long after Yi Qingxue's carriage, following eunuch waifu's procession, had departed, the Yi family remained standing in the courtyard, seemingly struck by a heavy blow, unable to regain their composure. Time passed, and Madame Min approached Yi Cunjin, saying, "It must be the affair of her clandestine meeting with the young master of the Pan family that has reached the palace. The emperor is furious and has summoned her. I fear that when the eldest daughter returns, she will be either dead or grievously injured." Madame Zhou gazed in the direction from which Yi Qingxue's carriage had vanished, the path already engulfed in darkness, leaving no trace of the procession. She murmured softly, "If you had heeded my advice and voluntarily admitted your guilt and called off the engagement, you would not have to face the emperor's wrath now. Do you think that once inside the palace, you can still treat us as you did in the Marquis' residence, with either blows or scolding?" Her tone was laced with a mix of regret and anger. Madame Zhou continued to stare vacantly, her lips moving in quiet lament. "Now that you have been summoned to the palace, your fate is perilous, but this is a consequence of your own making. We cannot be blamed." Madame Min stood beside Yi Cunjin and whispered, "Jiner, should the emperor wish to execute Yi Qingxue, he would likely not spare the loyalty and bravery of the Marquis' household. After all, she has trampled upon the dignity of the royal family, and the emperor would surely attribute this disgrace to our inadequate upbringing. You must hasten to the palace and request an audience. Once summoned, enter with humility, kneeling at every step, and weep bitterly before the emperor, professing your ignorance of Yi Qingxue's lack of decorum. Inform His Majesty of her being deemed a calamity to her sisters since the age of 2, sent to the village for upbringing, and that despite our efforts to guide her, we were unable to do so. In essence, place all blame upon her, ensuring our household remains unscathed." "Very well," Yi Cunjin replied. "I shall ride to the palace at once, requesting an audience. We cannot allow Yi Qingxue to single-handedly ruin our household that we have nurtured for years. You should follow behind her, and once the emperor has summoned Yi Qingxue, you may then seek your audience. Let the emperor vent his wrath upon her first. Only then will your meeting be safer." "Agreed," Yi Cunjin acquiesced, instructing his servants to prepare the horses. He, accompanied by his attendant, made his way to the palace under the cover of night to petition the emperor. After his departure, Madame Min exhaled deeply, reassured that their household would remain unscathed. The fault lay with Qingxue. What connection did it have to the Marquis' household? Her son would surely turn the tide and shield them from disaster. They merely needed to wait at home for Qingxue to be brought back, at which point she would either be lifeless or gravely injured. All her recent transgressions within the Marquis' residence would then be reckoned with. Qingxue would not survive. However, while awaiting Qingxue's return, Madame Min soon learned of the situation regarding the Wei family. Lord Pan, accompanied by thousands of soldiers, had surrounded the Wei household, and the sounds of wailing within suggested a raid. What has transpired? She pondered in shock. Wei Jingtong was known for his integrity, having gained the emperor's trust and favor over the years. Why would he be besieged by soldiers? Investigate further to ascertain the reason for the siege on the Wei family. It cannot be that they have accomplished something significant, leading the emperor to reward them, and their ensuing tears are mistaken for distress, Madame Min instructed. To convince her of the Wei family's wrongdoing was a greater challenge than convincing her that Qingxue could emerge from the palace unscathed. It is worth noting that the Marquis had once saved the life of the Duke of Ding and had achieved great military feats in his lifetime. If Qingxue were to leverage her father's accomplishments, she might indeed evade the death penalty. Thus, the possibility of her exiting the palace unscathed seemed far more likely than the Wei family facing a raid. Soon, an attendant returned with news, stating, "Madam, the Minister of War, Lord Wei, has been accused of embezzlement, with a staggering sum of 50 million taels of silver alone, not including the treasures yet to be calculated. Consequently, the Emperor has commanded Lord Pan to lead soldiers in raiding the Wei household, and all members of the Wei family have been imprisoned." Madame Min nearly stumbled in disbelief. Wei Jingtong, known for his integrity, accused of embezzlement? How could it be that someone renowned for their honesty had embezzled 50 million taels of silver? Not only Lady Min, but also everyone in the Marquis' residence was utterly astonished. If even Wei Jingtong could succumb to corruption, who among the officials in the court could still be trusted? Lady Min suddenly felt an ominous premonition and silently prayed that her son's entrance to the palace would be smooth and devoid of any unforeseen complications. Yi Tsuanjin was capable of catching up with the carriage of Qingxue as it made its way to the palace. However, he heeded Lady Min's advice and deliberately slowed his pace, maintaining a distance from Qingxue's carriage, intending to wait until she had completed her audience before seeking an audience himself. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Qingxue's carriage came to a halt. She and Xia Lu followed, eunuch Huifeng through security, and entered the palace, where a royal carriage was already prepared, specifically to receive Qingxue. Just as she was about to board, a voice called out from a distance, "Miss Yi, please hold on." Chapter 47. The prince kneels and appeals to me. Master Huai Fu promptly led the palace attendants to bow in deference to the prince, who raised his hand and uttered, "Rise." He strode directly to Miss Qingxue, intending to leave the palace, but after exiting the Empress's Fengwu palace, he learned of the Emperor's summons for her and chose to wait for her there. "Miss Yi is my betrothed. I wish to speak with her privately." "Surely, Master Huai Fu would not deny me this request," the prince stated. Master Huai chuckled. "Your Highness, how could I possibly refuse? However, the Emperor is eager to see Miss Yi. If you tarry too long, His Majesty may grow displeased. Will a brief tea time suffice? After a cup of tea, I shall return Miss Yi to you," the prince affirmed, gesturing for Qingxue to follow him. Qingxue scrutinized him for a moment before ultimately stepping aside, leaving the others rooted in place, none daring to follow. Upon reaching the lotus pond, she halted and remarked, "We are sufficiently distant now. If your Highness has matters to discuss, please proceed, lest the Emperor grows impatient." Noticing her icy demeanor, the prince perceived her to be rather haughty. He had come to offer apologies and salvage their engagement. Yet his words escaped him unbidden. "Since you were out last night to rescue Sister Rongqing and sought the hidden lair of Wei Jingtong with Pan Heng, why did you not inform me when I came to annul our engagement? Did you intend for me to be scolded by my father? Your Highness has misunderstood me. I was quite occupied last night, and after my tasks, I was utterly exhausted and fell asleep without knowledge of the discussion surrounding me. Upon awakening, I learned of your visit to withdraw the engagement. I asked you then if you would regret your decision, and you affirmed you would not. What could I do? Ye vingu sikit. Moreover, you did not inform me prior to your visit. It was only through my maid's inquiries that I learned of it. I had no opportunity to refuse your withdrawal, did I? It is a grave injustice to accuse me of orchestrating your scolding by the emperor. The prince studied her expression. The dim light rendered her subtle features indistinct, yet he sensed deceit in her demeanor, akin to a cunning fox. As a woman, she had dispatched several mountain bandits to rescue Princess Rongqing and located Wei Jingtong's cache of stolen goods. He found it utterly implausible that such events had not been premeditated. Nevertheless, the past was immutable. His only recourse lay in remedying the situation. As his mother had said, once she was wed to him, confining her to the inner courtyard would grant him dominion over her fate. Furthermore, with the deadly poison of the moonlit orchid coursing through her veins, her time was tragically limited. She might not even survive until their wedding. Yet, despite this, his reputation still hinged upon Yi Qingxue. If I have wronged you, I sincerely apologize. I hope Missy will not hold it against me, he declared, his demeanor gentle and courteous, speaking to her as though he were soothing a distressed maiden. Yi Qingxue remarked, I am not one to hold grudges, and naturally, I shall not squabble with your highness. The duke maintained a gentle smile on his face, yet within, he scoffed coldly. After all, she is merely a girl raised in the countryside, able to charge forth like a warrior, but lacking in cunning. A few sweet words suffice to sway her. Splendid. The duke's smile broadened. Since I was 12, I have known that you would eventually become my princess. For 9 years, I have awaited this moment, and today, I find you to be a generous and spirited young lady, which pleases me greatly. Ye vingso simidet. The duke seized the moment to continue. Now that our misunderstanding is resolved, let us consider our engagement annulled. Tomorrow, my household shall arrive punctually to present the betrothal gifts, and our union will proceed according to the auspicious date selected by the Ministry of Rites. However, the smile on Yi Qingxue's face vanished at a visible pace, her expression turning frigid as if cloaked in frost. What did you say before leaving the Marquis' residence? You declared that you would never regret the annulment. Furthermore, the letter of annulment remains at the Marquis' estate, and the Princess Rei Jia served as a witness. Though I may be a generous and spirited young lady, it does not mean I will allow you to disgrace me without recourse. I shall not engage in such a disgraceful act. What if, in the future, you were to humiliate me further? Must I swallow such indignities merely because of my good-natured disposition? The Duke was taken aback, disbelief etched across his features. He had assumed that their initial discussions had gone so well, and being a prince, he believed that upon his return, Yi Qingxue would willingly accept her role as his princess. Instead, she not only rejected him, but also expressed herself in such coarse terms, uttering the words of humiliation. Was she truly a lady? Summoning all his strength, the Duke finally restrained his temper and said, I previously misjudged you. Now that the misunderstanding has lifted, I realize my error. Acknowledging one's faults can lead to great improvement. I hope Missy might grant me another chance. After our marriage, I shall treat you with utmost respect and ensure you suffer no indignities. Yi Qingxue's lips curled into a mocking smile. A person who has been schemed against to the point of despair cannot truly feel the weight of indignities, nor can they articulate them. If you are so sincere, might you not kneel before me? The humiliation, an overwhelming disgrace. The veins on the back of the Duke's hand bulged, and he nearly lost control, contemplating an outburst against Yi Qingxue. To make you my princess is already the greatest show of sincerity. As the daughter of a marquis, do you truly dare to demand that I kneel? Can you endure the weight of such a gesture? The warmth vanished from the Duke's countenance, replaced by a chilling fury. Moreover, as a woman spurned an engagement, your reputation will undoubtedly suffer. Should you refuse to marry me, finding a suitable match in the future will be exceedingly difficult. You must understand, restoring our engagement is beneficial for us both. Yi Qingxue inquired, if I marry you, what then becomes of Yi Yabing? You have left her with a marriage contract. The Duke mistakenly believed her to be shaken by his words, convinced she was now contemplating the situation regarding Yi Yabing, thus feeling increasingly confident in his position. On the day of our grand wedding, she shall enter alongside you, and I shall elevate her to the status of a secondary consort, allowing her to regard you with utmost reverence. Of course, this is contingent upon the premise that you survive until the day of our nuptials. The Duke contemplated for a moment before adding, if a young lady is jilted, her life is irrevocably shattered. Iya is your own sister. Surely, you could not bear to see her suffer, could you? The Duke's tone was gentle, yet he spoke with an air of certainty, akin to soothing a somewhat dim-witted lover. What you say holds merit, my lord. Yet if that is the case, why did you so resolutely sever our engagement today? Do you truly care not a whit for the destruction of my life? Before her words fully resonated, Qingxue delivered a swift kick, sending the Duke tumbling into the lotus pond behind him. Help! His Highness the Duke has lost his footing and fallen into the lotus pond. Qingxue's frantic cry merged with the splash of the Duke's fall. How absurd! This wretched couple, intent on annihilating her during the dissolution of their betrothal, now had the audacity to compel her to contemplate their lives? Why did they not simply perish? As the Duke found himself submerged in the frigid water, he remained in a state of utter disbelief. Had he truly been kicked by Qingxue? Had he indeed fallen into the water? This must be some sort of illusion. Chapter 48. Doubtful of her capabilities upon hearing the cries for help, the palace guards swiftly surged forth, one after another plunging into the lotus pond. Before long, His Highness, the Prince Ding, was rescued. Huai Fu was both astonished and alarmed. How could the prince, in a place where he had grown up since childhood, be so careless as to lose his footing and fall into the pond? Qingxue stepped forward. Master Huai Fu, His Highness is no longer in danger. We must hasten to meet the emperor. We cannot keep him waiting. Seeing the crowd gathered around the prince, with his servants and nannies rushing to his aid, and noting that he had even sneezed, Huai Fu felt reassured that there was indeed no threat to the prince's life. Nevertheless, he approached respectfully and remarked, if His Highness is unharmed, I shall escort Miss Yi to meet the emperor at once. Drenched, with a wilted lotus leaf clinging to his hair, the prince cast a cold, penetrating gaze from Huai Fu to Qingxue. She furrowed her brow slightly, saying, Your Highness, one must exercise caution when near water, even in familiar surroundings. One can easily be careless. Falling into the water on such a frigid day must be quite uncomfortable. I should return you home and prepare a bowl of ginger soup as a token of my concern, but the emperor awaits my audience. Please forgive me for taking my leave. After a slight bow, Qingxue turned and departed without hesitation. In the dim light, the prince not only failed to perceive her fluster, but instead admired the elegance of her retreat. A burning desire to tear this woman apart surged within him. The prince thought, his eyes glinting with cold fury as his fists clenched tightly. Yet he found himself at a loss for justification to confront Qingxue. As a dignified prince, to accuse her of pushing him into the water would only invite ridicule, as he had offered no resistance. He cherished his reputation. Thus, he could only swallow this indignation, biding his time for an opportunity to retaliate. Qingxue must perish by his hand, otherwise his resentment would remain unresolved. However, the most pressing matter at hand was her refusal to renew their betrothal. Yet now, Qingxue had followed Master Huai Fu to meet the emperor. What was he to do? There are garments for me to change into in my mother's palace. Take me there, the prince commanded. He needed to confer with his mother on how to proceed. To Qingxue's surprise, the emperor summoned her to the imperial study. Traditionally, the study served as the emperor's domain for state affairs and meetings with high officials, a place where even the consorts were rarely permitted to approach. Huai Fu led the way, first announcing to the emperor, Miss Yi from the loyal and valiant Marquis' residence has arrived. Only upon receiving the emperor's nod did he proceed to escort Qingxue inside. Upon entering the study, Qingxue knelt and bowed, declaring, I, Qingxue, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. She had anticipated feeling nervous, as this was her first audience with the emperor in both this life and her previous one. Merely approaching the study had enveloped her in an overwhelming sense of pressure, knowing that this emperor wielded the power over life and death for all, including the crown prince, Qingxue. At this moment, Qingxue exhibited an unexpected composure, perhaps due to her awareness of the emperor's summons, or perhaps because she had only a few days left to live. What does a dying person have to fear? Undaunted. The emperor's deep voice resonated from above, and after Yi Qingxue expressed her gratitude, she slowly rose to her feet, her head bowed and eyes cast down, unable to meet the emperor's gaze. "Lift your head. Let me see you." The emperor's voice echoed again, still low and weighty. Ye yimu gradually raisit herchin. Her curiosity compelling her to glance at the emperor's visage, only to discover he was different from her imagination. She had envisioned a ruler exalted and imposing, radiating authority without needing to display anger. Yet the emperor before her possessed beautiful phoenix-like eyes that exuded kindness, a prominent nose, and lips that were neither too thin nor too full, handsome, yet lacking in intimidation. Though he had surpassed 40 years, the slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes did not detract from his attractiveness. Rather, they enhanced his aura of benevolence. He resembled a youth who might weep for an ant crushed beneath foot, possessing a heart as fragile as glass. However, when the emperor's gaze shifted towards her, Yi Qingxue promptly lowered her eyes, pondering that the deposed crown prince bore a resemblance to this emperor. After scrutinizing her for a moment, the emperor waved his hand, instructing eunuch Huai Fu to dismiss the others, leaving only the two of them in the study. "Your brows and eyes bear some resemblance to your father's, though you are more beautiful than he," the emperor remarked. This opening line nearly led Yi Qingxue to mistakenly believe that the emperor was engaging in casual conversation. "Thank you for your compliment, Your Majesty." The emperor waved his hand dismissively. At the end of the SI hour today, Minister Pan of the Ministry of Rights entered the palace to see me, stating that they discovered a substantial amount of gold and silver in a village in Qingxue, which was embezzled by Wei Jingtong, and requested that I send someone to retrieve the stolen goods. I inquired how he came to know of this matter, and Minister Pan informed me that it was revealed to him by the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' household, Yi Qingxue. "I wish to understand how you came to know of Wei Jingtong's embezzlement and the whereabouts of the hidden riches in a village in Qingxue." Yi Qingxue did not respond immediately. She remained silent, as if contemplating her words and how best to articulate them. The emperor continued at the Shun hour. "The Prince of Yu and his wife entered the palace to seek an audience with me, informing me of the rescue of Princess Rongqing, and stated that her savior was you. Lady Yi, please tell me how, as a woman, you managed to slay the mountain bandits and save Princess Rongqing." Initially, when Pan Yuanzhou entered the palace to report Wei Jingtong's embezzlement, the emperor had been skeptical. However, as Pan Yuanzhou spoke with unwavering conviction, even offering his own head as a guarantee, the emperor finally dispatched someone to investigate. He was told that the informant was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' household, Yi Qingxue, which left the emperor even more astonished, unable to fathom that a woman could possess such capability. The emperor had been awaiting news from Qingzhou to confirm the truth of Wei Jingtong's embezzlement, only to uncover a plethora of stolen goods. The women residing on Wei Jingtong's estate admitted to his corrupt actions without reservation, before he could summon Yi Qingxue for a thorough inquiry. The Prince of Yu and his wife entered the palace again, and upon hearing the name Yi Qingxue, he found it utterly unfathomable and incredulous. After the departure of the Duke and Duchess of Yu, he commanded Pan Yuanzhou and his son to conduct a thorough investigation of the Wei family. Subsequently, he instructed Huaifu to convey an imperial edict, summoning Yi Qingxue to the palace. Even upon encountering Yi Qingxue, he remained incredulous that the grave corruption of Wei Jingtong had escaped the notice of the court. The abduction of Princess Rongqing by bandits, leaving no trace, had rendered both the court and the populace at a loss. How could it be that a mere woman could resolve such dire matters? The emperor's gaze was imbued with curiosity and skepticism. Yi Qingxue was acutely aware that if her answers did not adequately convince him, calamity would surely ensue. No matter how benevolent a man before her might appear, he could not be divorced from his sovereign authority over life and death. She began, "In response to your majesty, I have resided in the estate of Qingzhou since the tender age of 2, making me quite familiar with its geography. My father had once mentioned the issue of Wei Jingtong's corruption during his lifetime. However, it was merely a suspicion at that time, lacking any concrete evidence. Moreover, his military campaigns left him little time to pursue the truth. Tragically, my father passed away when I was merely 8 years old, leaving the truth of Wei Jingtong's actions shrouded in uncertainty. Nonetheless, I believe my father would not have lightly suspected someone without cause, which prompted me to discreetly gather information regarding Wei Jingtong's conduct. Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. Just days ago, I was able to ascertain his corruption and the location where he buried his ill-gotten gains. Taking a deep breath, Qingxue concluded, "Thus, during this visit to the capital, I beseech Lord Pan to inform your majesty of this matter, so that the corrupt may be apprehended swiftly, restoring a sense of righteousness and tranquility to our grand Zhou dynasty." Chapter 49. The noblewoman disappoints the emperor with her final words. Qingxue's voice resonated powerfully, leaving a profound impact on those present. The emperor could not help but glance at her once more. Qingxue stated, "The location where Wei Jing hides his stolen goods is exceedingly concealed, beyond the imagination and reach of the ordinary person. Thus last night I, alongside the eldest son of the Pan family, ventured beyond the city to seek the treasures of Wei Jing in Qingxue. Upon our arrival in Qingxue, in a bid to save time, I parted ways with young Master Pan. Unexpectedly, while in Qingfeng town, I encountered bandits intent on setting the town ablaze and slaughtering its inhabitants. The kidnapped Princess Rongqing happened to be among them. The Princess Rongqing, merely 7 years of age, was not spared by those brutes who dared to lay their hands upon such a child." Qingxue closed her eyes, her face etched with fury. Unable to endure any longer, she, along with her maidservant Dongbei, devised a plan to infiltrate their ranks, gaining the trust of several bandit leaders. In secret, they dispatched these villains, ultimately rescuing Princess Rongqing and the citizens of Qingfeng town. The emperor gazed at her with newfound admiration. As a woman, she had boldly plunged into peril alongside her maidservant. What a courageous act this was. Not only did she vanquish several bandits, but she also rescued Princess Rongqing. How remarkable that is. Qingxue remarked, "Should the emperor harbor any doubts, he may summon the citizens of Qingfeng town or inquire with Princess Rongqing. If I, as a humble daughter of a minister, utter even a single falsehood, I would willingly accept death as atonement. There is no need for further inquiries. I wholeheartedly believe your words. As the ancients wisely proclaimed, a tiger does not father a dog, and they have not deceived me. Truly, you are deserving of your lineage as the beloved daughter of the loyal and valiant Marquis." The emperor chuckled heartily, lavishing praise upon Qingxue. In fact, after her arrival, he had already inquired with several townsfolk of Qingfeng about the circumstances under which Princess Rongqing was rescued. The prince and princess of Yu had elucidated the matter clearly. What eluded him was merely the underlying logic and the chronological sequence of events. Why, at one moment, the Pan family claimed that she had accompanied them in search of stolen goods the previous night, while at another, the prince and princess of Yu asserted that she had saved Princess Rongqing in Qingfeng town. What, indeed, had she been doing the night before? In this world, how many Qingxue are there? At last, the two questions that had long lingered in his mind have finally found their answers. He summoned Huai Fu and declared, "Lady Qingxue of the loyal and brave Marquis has reported Wei Jingtong for embezzlement, rescued Princess Rongqing, and eliminated 3 bandit leaders, thus achieving great merit. By my decree, she shall be rewarded with 50,000 taels of silver, 100 bolts of shoe brocade, and an additional 100 bolts of various silks and satins." Huai Fu responded joyfully, "Yes, your majesty, I shall attend to this matter immediately." The emperor gestured for Qingxue to step forward, a benevolent smile gracing his handsome features. "Qingxue, your exceptional qualities make it a blessing for Qi to have you as a consort. I hope that your wedding proceeds smoothly. Once the grand ceremony concludes, you shall become my daughter-in-law. At that time, you must be prepared to be a virtuous partner to Qi." The emperor had previously been unaware of Qingxue's exceptional talents, perceiving her as no different from other young ladies of noble families. However, it was only this evening that he realized, despite her being a woman, she is in no way inferior to her father. Yi Xiaobai indeed has a remarkable daughter, and Prince Ding is truly fortunate. From the emperor's words, Qingxue discerned an underlying implication. The crown prince had been deposed, and was now a fugitive. Should he be found, he would face execution. The emperor appeared intent on placing Prince Ding in the role of heir apparent. Otherwise, he would not have expressed such sentiments. Qingxue replied earnestly, "Your Majesty, I fear I may disappoint you. What you may not be aware of is that before I entered the palace, His Highness Prince Ding had already come to the Zhanyong Marquis' residence to call off our engagement." "What?" The emperor was taken aback, quickly furrowing his brow. "This is impossible. Your betrothal to Qingxue was bestowed by me personally, and your father once saved his life. He could not possibly defy my decree or be so ungrateful." Qingxue responded, "Your Majesty, since His Highness has come to formally dissolve our engagement, it seems he is resolutely unwilling to unite with me. Therefore, I too have consented to the annulment. The formal letter of dissolution, penned by His Highness, remains at the Marquis' residence." The emperor's eyes blazed with fury as he declared, "Nonsense! How dare he unilaterally break off the engagement? I shall not permit it. Return to the Marquis' residence for now. I will ensure he provides you with an explanation and will not allow him to wrong you. Your Majesty, I have grown up in Qingxue village and share no affection for His Highness. However, he and my second sister hold a childhood bond, and their feelings are mutual. I would not wish to intrude upon their love. Otherwise, even if His Highness were to marry me, I would only be viewed as an adversary. As a princess, to live in constant vigilance against my husband's resentment would be a most arduous existence, one I do not wish to endure." Qingxue suddenly knelt down. "Since His Highness has called off our engagement, he has sought to marry the second daughter of the Marquis, and he has even written a marriage contract. Thus, I earnestly beseech your Majesty to bless their union." As she bowed her head to the ground, the sound resonated softly, akin to a pebble disturbing the stillness of a lake, stirring countless ripples in the emperor's heart. Initially stunned, the emperor then erupted with rage. "How audacious! Not only has Prince Qi defied my decree and quietly annulled our engagement without a word to me, he now seeks to wed the second daughter of the Zhanyong Marquis. Does Qi even regard me as his father? Summon Prince Ding to me." The emperor commanded furiously. In Fengwu Palace, Prince Ding had already donned a fresh set of garments and relayed Qingxue's response to the empress. The empress was equally astonished, surprised that a girl raised in the countryside would refuse such an engagement. Once she collected her thoughts, the empress urged Prince Ding to leave, saying, "Since Qingxue has gone to meet the emperor, she will undoubtedly inform your father about your voluntary dissolution of the engagement. This matter seems unavoidable. You must leave the palace swiftly and attend to some pressing concern, even if it means donning civilian attire and going incognito. The farther away, the better. In short, ensure that your father's people cannot locate you in the immediate future. After 10 days or half a month, once your father's anger has subsided and he has accepted this situation, I will have someone write to you to return. Mother, please take care and speak favorably of your son before the emperor so that I may return soon," Prince Ding said as he retreated from Fengwu Palace. The empress possesses a profound understanding of the emperor. Whenever she predicts his fury, it invariably comes to pass. She is well aware that although the emperor may appear benevolent and gentle in his daily demeanor, should his hidden anger be provoked, the consequences can be dire. In the past, the emperor had lavished affection upon the legitimate eldest son, Qingxue, the progeny of the late empress. However, once the heir committed transgressions, the emperor did not hesitate to strip him of his titles or to impose the ultimate punishment. The Duke of Ding was reluctant to court danger by confronting the emperor's wrath directly. He needed to retreat and solidify his betrothal to Yi Yabing, allowing the emperor's ire to dissipate with the passage of time. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps from Fengwu Palace when eunuch Huaifu approached with his entourage. After paying his respects to the empress, he turned to the Duke of Ding and announced, "Your Highness, the emperor requests your presence." Chapter 50. The Crown Prince comes to atonement. Both the Crown Prince and the empress were taken aback, instinctively glancing at one another before swiftly averting their gazes. A gentle smile rapidly graced the empress's face as she addressed the situation. "Master Huaifu, please wait a moment. The Crown Prince has just fallen into the water, and the chill has yet to dissipate. Allow me to adjust his attire before we proceed." Master Huaifu bowed and stepped back, patiently waiting at the side. The empress approached the crown prince, smoothing his collar while discreetly whispering, Master Huaifu's swift arrival indicates that your father, the emperor, is already aware of your broken engagement and your subsequent desire to wed the second daughter of the Ho family. Should you choose to conceal the truth at this juncture and stubbornly deny it, it will only serve to further incite your father's wrath and deepen his disappointment in you. When you stand before your father, kneel and confess your transgressions, willingly accepting your punishment. Even if he chooses to reprimand you, it will demonstrate that you are a responsible prince, possessing the fortitude befitting your station. A man's willingness to sacrifice everything for his beloved is not a disgrace. Rather, it reveals the depth of your affection. Perhaps your father will come to see that you are worthy of inheriting the great realm of Zhou. The crown prince inhaled deeply and nodded in acknowledgement. Mother, I shall remember your words. The empress then adjusted the jade tassel at his waist before taking a half step back, her tone calm and steady. Go now, and do not keep your father waiting. Upon reaching the entrance of the imperial study, a young eunuch stationed outside immediately approached, bowing to the crown prince. After the eldest daughter of the Yi family departed, Lord Yi came to seek an audience with His Majesty. He is currently speaking with the emperor, so I kindly ask that your highness wait a moment. The crown prince was taken aback. Lord Yi has also entered the palace to see my father? What could be the purpose of Yi Siyuan Jin's visit at this time? Could it be that he has learned of Yi Qingxue's actions and fears that I, as a prince, might face the emperor's punishment? Is he here to shoulder the blame for the Yi family? With this thought, the crown prince felt a secret sense of relief. Although he had mentally prepared himself to accept his mistakes and face the consequences, the emperor's fury was still a formidable burden to bear. He hoped that Yi Siyuan Jin's presence within might help mitigate some of the emperor's ire. Inside the imperial study, Yi Siyuan Jin knelt before the emperor, maintaining his position since his entrance. The emperor had been seething with anger over the crown prince's broken engagement and his desire to marry another, wishing to avoid all company. However, upon recognizing Yi Siyuan Jin as the elder brother of Yi Qingxue, who had recently accomplished significant feats, he permitted Yi Siyuan Jin to enter the chamber. Minister Yi, what brings you here at such a late hour? The emperor inquired. Yi Siyuan Jin replied, Your Majesty, my younger sister, Yi Qingxue, has been raised in the countryside of Qingzhou. Our parents and even our grandmother arranged for numerous governesses to educate her. However, Qingxue is headstrong and often disregards their teachings, causing much distress to our family. We had hoped that upon maturing and understanding her destiny to marry the crown prince, her demeanor would soften. Yet, it appears she remains true to her rustic nature, acting independently and ignoring all counsel. Though my family is troubled and heartbroken, we are at a loss. I beseech your Majesty to grasp the truth and recognize that Qingxue's actions today were not incited by the Ho family, but rather her own reckless behavior. I implore you to see clearly. Yi Tsunjin knelt on the ground, striking his forehead with considerable force, producing a resounding thud, resolutely severing ties with Yi Qingxue. The emperor gazed at him with a hint of perplexity, remaining silent for an extended moment. As the seconds dragged on, Yi Tsunjin's anxiety intensified, fearing that the emperor would hold the entire Marquis accountable for Yi Qingxue's actions. His heart pounded vehemently, as if it might leap from his throat. Just as he was on the brink of despair, the emperor finally spoke. Does Lord Yi mean to say that Yi Qingxue's actions today are entirely unrelated to the loyal and brave Marquis? Yi Tsunjin realized that such a statement would effectively cast Yi Qingxue into the abyss, likely leaving the emperor with a perception of the Marquis as ungrateful. Yet, what Yi Qingxue had done was an affront to the imperial dignity, a grievous transgression deserving of the harshest punishment. Even the crown prince had severed their engagement. Thus, self-preservation for their house was only fitting. With a steely resolve, Yi Tsunjin responded, Indeed, that is my meaning. Though Yi Qingxue is the legitimate eldest daughter of a Marquis and my dearest sister, her actions are indeed unrelated to our house. Good. I understand now. You may return. The emperor proclaimed in a booming voice. Yes, your Majesty. Yi Tsunjin thought he might have misheard the emperor's tone. Should he not be enraged? Yet, from the emperor's demeanor, he discerned a note of approval and delight. Indeed, Qingxue had committed a grave error, and the emperor must have been furious. Initially suspecting that the Marquis had incited her misdeeds, believing them to be utterly incapable. Now that the emperor understood that the matter bore no relation to the Marquis or to Yi Xinjin himself, the house remained in good standing, and so did he. Thus, the emperor's spirits were lifted. Yi Xinjin's instincts were correct. The emperor was genuinely pleased, albeit for reasons entirely divergent from his expectations. The emperor believed that Yi Qingxue had accomplished a significant feat, and that Yi Xinjin's swift action to distance himself was a mark of integrity. Showing no desire for the accolades or benefits that might arise from Yi Qingxue's actions. Given Yi Xinjin's evident sincerity and the steadfast loyalty of the Marquis, it was only natural for the emperor to honor the house and refrain from distributing Yi Qingxue's merits and rewards among them, to prevent any discontent. As a man, Yi Xinjin aspired to achieve success through his own endeavors. Such ambition was understandable and deserving of support from the emperor. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty. I take my leave," Yi Xinjin said, rising and bowing deeply as he exited the imperial study. The fresh air rushed into his nostrils, filling him with a sense of joy. Fortunately, he had arrived in time to disassociate the Marquis from Yi Qingxue, which had earned him the emperor's favor. The consequences of failure to do so were too dire to contemplate. As he turned, he spotted the crown prince waiting outside. He immediately approached and performed a respectful bow. "There is no need for such formalities, Lord Yi," the crown prince replied. "Thank you, your highness," Yi Xinjin straightened. Noticing Yi Xinjin's favorable countenance, the crown prince inquired, "It seems you had a pleasant conversation with father?" Yi Xinjin smiled lightly. "His Majesty is benevolent and does not hold the Marquis accountable." "That is indeed splendid." This news brought the crown prince considerable reassurance. He promptly passed by Yi Xinjin and entered the imperial study, kneeling and bowing. "I have come to acknowledge my faults and accept punishment from father," Duke Ding declared with resounding authority, bowing 3 times to the ground. The emperor rose, his hands clasped behind him, observing the duke performing the grand gesture of respect. After a considerable pause, he elongated his tone and inquired, "What crime has Duke Ding committed?" Duke Ding took a deep breath, recalling that Yi Xinjin had left the imperial study with a smile, suggesting that his father's wrath might not be as dire as he had feared. He then spoke, "I, your humble son, misunderstood the eldest daughter of the Yi family, believing her to be in a clandestine meeting with an outsider throughout the night, which incited my fury and led me to rashly seek the dissolution of our engagement. This was my first transgression. Furthermore, I have harbored mutual affection for the second daughter of the Yi family, and, without informing your majesty, took the liberty to propose marriage. Having already drafted a marriage contract, this constitutes my second fault. I have failed to honor your past teachings and have disappointed the eldest daughter of the Yi family, who has waited patiently for many years. Thus, I come before your majesty to confess my wrongdoings and humbly request your judgment." After speaking, Duke Ding prostrated himself on the ground. The emperor inquired, "Is there more?" Ding Wang believed he had acknowledged all his faults and could not conceive of any remaining errors. He said, "Please, Father Emperor, enlighten me." The emperor replied, "Lord Zhongyong sacrificed his life to save you. He requested that you marry Yi Qingxue and care for her for a lifetime. As a prince, how can you betray the trust of your savior? Emperor, I, your son, have never forgotten the life-saving grace bestowed upon me by the loyal and valiant Marquis. Moreover, the second young lady is the Marquis's own daughter. By taking her as my wife, I believe I am fulfilling my debt of gratitude to him." Chapter 51. The punishment of 50 stripes. The benevolence etched on the emperor's face shattered into a tempest of fury. "You wretched fool! You have audaciously replaced the designated princess with your beloved, and you still believe you are in the right? How can you face the loyal Duke of Courage?" The crown prince trembled, his already prostrate form nearly kissing the floor. "Father, I have wronged the Duke of Courage. I acknowledge my fault. This matter bears no relation to the second young lady. It is solely my unyielding affection for her that has led me to this grave error. I beseech you to punish me." The emperor turned away, his demeanor as frigid as ice. "You are ungrateful, a creature more beastly than man, and you have utterly disappointed me. Guards, take the crown prince away, administer 50 stripes, and impose a 6-month salary reduction. Without my decree, he is forbidden from entering the palace. The crown prince was taken aback, abruptly lifting his gaze to the emperor. Yet all he beheld was the cold silhouette of his father. 50 stripes. For soldiers in the army, 50 stripes might seem inconsequential. After all, he had once tread upon the battlefield. However, for a prince, 50 stripes represent not merely physical pain, but a profound affront to dignity. The crown prince had always maintained that even if he had terminated his engagement, his transgression was not severe. For it was the rumors concerning Qingxue and Pan Hung that had initially misled him. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to annul the betrothal and seek to marry Yabing. Moreover, he had willingly confessed and accepted punishment, believing that his father would show leniency. He was not just any prince. His mother was the current empress. Yet, now his father had decreed 50 stripes upon him. How could he face anyone again? Everyone would mock him, ridiculing him. In that moment, he completely overlooked the fact that even if Qingxue had never been embroiled in rumors, he had never truly contemplated marrying her. Instead, he had encouraged and condoned the actions of Lady Min and Yi Yabing, using the venom of the fractured moon orchid to coerce Qingxue into bearing the shame of the broken engagement. Now, he alone bore the brunt of the infamy. He believed that since his schemes had failed, he could erase the initial malice, casting himself as the victim, thus feeling utterly wronged and incensed. What's this? Are you dissatisfied? The emperor suddenly turned, his gaze piercingly cold. The crown prince jolted back to reality, quickly lowering his eyes in submission and restraint. I accept the decree. Thank you, father. On that spring night, after enduring the 50 lashes, the crown prince felt an icy chill seep into his bones. Below his waist, his flesh was a gruesome mess, searing with pain as he was carried away from the palace back to the crown prince's residence. The court physician within the estate tended to his wounds, applying the finest healing ointment as he lay on the bed, drenched in sweat from the agony, yet he remained silent and resolute. However, the brightness of his eyes was terrifying, and upon closer inspection, they were filled with a deep-seated hatred. As a royal, he was born into privilege, though the second prince. His mother, concubine Shun, had been elevated to empress shortly after his birth. Leveraging his mother's status, he was ennobled as the crown prince at a young age. Just this year, in collusion with his mother, he had orchestrated the downfall of Qingxue, the legitimate son-born of the late empress, positioning himself as the rightful heir of the current great Zhou dynasty, with a resplendent future laid before him. Yet, he found himself ensnared by the hands of Yi Qingsheng. This was his first fall, and it was at the hands of a woman. How could he accept this? How could he not harbor resentment? The crown prince clenched his teeth, enduring the pain in silence, as he accumulated his hatred towards Yi Qingsheng. This grudge would eventually be avenged. Let Yi Qingsheng understand that her rejection today, her act of casting him into the waters, leading to his father's severe punishment of 50 strokes and a 6-month salary suspension, would become the greatest regret of her life. Then, his thoughts turned to Yi Tsunjin. How had Yi Tsunjin negotiated with the emperor? What had transpired between them? Why had Yi Tsunjin emerged from the imperial study in high spirits, while he faced such a grim fate upon his entry? Had Yi Tsunjin truly not taken any responsibility upon the Zhao Yongho residence? Not even a smidgen? The individual he had been mulling over was now riding a fine steed, accompanied by a servant, returning to the gates of the Zhao Yongho residence. Throughout the journey, Yi Tsunjin's mood had been remarkably light, viewing the day's concerns as perfectly resolved. As the Zhao Yongho residents need no longer fear the emperor's wrath, the engagement with the crown prince had also seamlessly shifted from Yi Qingsheng to Yi Yabing, with whom he shared a closer bond, and naturally, he hoped for Yi Yabing to become the crown princess. Dismounting and striding briskly over the threshold of the residence, Yi Tsunjin discovered that his family had gathered there, awaiting his return. He approached Madame Min with purposeful strides. Second aunt, everything went smoothly. I have distanced the residence from Yi Qingsheng. Whatever actions she has taken bear no relation to our house. However, Madame Min did not share in his joy. Rather, Her expression was fraught with worry. Are you aware that the Wei family has been implicated? Wei Jingtong has embezzled a staggering 50 million taels of silver. What? Yi Tsunjin was taken aback, a chill running through him. At that moment, the sound of synchronized footsteps and rolling wheels echoed from outside. After the steward ventured out to investigate, he swiftly returned with news. It was none other than the favored eunuch Huai Fu from the palace, followed by several horse-drawn carriages, one of which belonged to the eldest daughter. The members of the Zhao Yongho residence exchanged apprehensive glances, perhaps due to the cold wind of the late hour. As they collectively shivered, the fact that Huai Fu, a trusted figure of the emperor, had made 2 visits to the residence in one night, coupled with the sudden raid on the Wei household, left them in a state of trepidation. It should be fine, Yi Tsunjin reassured himself. He had already clarified the separation between the Zhao Yongho residence and Yi Qingxue before the emperor. Even if the emperor were to punish Yi Qingxue, the residents would not be implicated. He could only wonder if Huai Fu was returning with news of Yi Qingxue, either gravely injured or perhaps lifeless. He hoped for the latter. He recalled the moment he entered the imperial study to meet the emperor, who radiated fury. At that time, he had not seen Yi Qingxue, which led him to believe she had already been taken away. It was unlikely that Yi Qingxue would return unscathed. If she had been severely beaten, he could concoct a plan to have her eliminated, claiming she had succumbed to her injuries, placing no blame on the Zhao Yongho residence. The fault lay solely with Yi Qingxue for her disobedience, proving difficult to control. Allowing her to live would only escalate the threat to the safety of the residents. Having come to a resolution, Yi Tsunjin set forth with his family, stepping outside as Lord Huai Fu arrived with his entourage at the gates of the Ho residence. A sudden urgency surged within Yi Tsunjin as he exchanged glances with Madame Min, yearning to witness Yi Qingxue in a pitiful, bloodied state, lamentable and woeful. Congratulations, Ministeria. Congratulations. Lord Huai Fu beamed with delight, proclaiming, Miss Yi, the valiant daughter of the house, has outshone her male counterparts by vanquishing 3 notorious bandit leaders last night, rescuing Princess Rongqing, and aiding young Master Pan in uncovering the stolen treasures of Wei Jingtong, thus achieving 3 remarkable feats in a single night. The emperor has bestowed upon Miss Yi a reward of 50,000 taels of silver, 2 sets of golden ornaments, 2 sets of emerald adornments, along with 100 bolts of shoe brocade and an additional 100 bolts of fine silk and satin. It is my honor to personally escort Miss Yi back to her residence. Chapter 52. Mrs. Min's Jest the Vivid. Gruesome imagery of Yi Qingxue was shattered by a few words from Grand Eunuch Huai Fu, before Mrs. Min and Yi Tsunjin appeared the striking, cold yet intact visage of Yi Qingxue. With a smile, Grand Eunuch Huai Fu continued. The emperor initially intended to commend the loyal and valiant Ho family for their exemplary upbringing of daughters. However, after Yi Shilong's audience with His Majesty, the emperor reconsidered this notion. His Majesty instructed me to convey that a man's aspirations should lie beyond the confines of his household. Seeking fame and fortune through the efforts of female relatives is not befitting of a true gentleman. The emperor greatly admires Yi Shilong's decision to distance himself from the young lady, believing that he will ultimately rely on his own hands and intellect to bring honor and glory to the loyal and valiant Ho family. Therefore, this time, no commendation will be bestowed upon the Ho family. Yi Tsunjin was taken aback by the Grand Eunuch's relentless discourse, his ears buzzing, his mind swirling, unable to discern reality from illusion. He was not alone in this bewilderment. Mrs. Min, Mrs. Zhou, and even Ji Mingwei wore expressions of incredulity, as if struck by a heavy blow. Meanwhile, Grand Eunuch Huai Fu had already dispatched servants to unload 5,000 taels of silver, jewelry, and various fabrics, sending them in boxes to the Guanju courtyard for Yi Qingxue. The palace attendants, delighted to be entrusted with such a task, wore smiles that brightened their faces, their steps light and buoyant. In stark contrast, everyone in the Ho residence was frozen, their spirits as rigid as stone, unable to muster a smile, teetering on the brink of despair. After an indeterminate span of time, Mrs. Min pinched her palm, finally managing a stiff smile as she approached Grand Eunuch Huai Fu. This child, Qingxue, She never informed us of such a monumental deed accomplished last night, a feat so remarkable it leaves us utterly astounded. Grand Eunuch, she continued, as a favored servant of the Emperor, you hold a prestigious position. Surely, you wouldn't jest with us or play tricks at our expense. Even with the rewards being transported to the Guanju courtyard, Mrs. Min still probed Huai Fu, questioning the veracity of Yi Qingxue's extraordinary achievements. Their entire family had anticipated that Yi Qingxue would be gravely injured or even executed for tarnishing the royal reputation. Instead, they awaited the arrival of a wounded Yi Qingxue, only to be met with a triumphant figure who had accomplished 3 monumental feats. Mrs. Min could scarcely dream that her son would ascend so rapidly. Such an honor as a personal summons and commendation from the emperor was unparalleled. Had Yi Qingxue been a male, he might well have been granted an official position by imperial decree. Surely, the second madam is jesting. Huai Fu replied, how could I dare to misrepresent the emperor's will or ridicule the loyal and valiant Ho family? Furthermore, if the young lady's actions last night were unbeknownst to the Ho family, why then did Yi Shilang enter the palace shortly after her? Distancing himself from her accomplishments rather than coveting her glory? It seems rather that the second madam is the one indulging in jest. Mrs. Min felt as though she had been doused with icy water. She was compelled to accept that this was not a nightmare, but a nightmarish reality. The Ho family might have benefited from Yi Qingxue's achievements, yet that opportunity had been irrevocably squandered by their own actions. The agonizing pain of heartbreak is perhaps like this? Madame Min could no longer muster a smile, yet she still exerted herself to maintain a facade of cheerfulness, her voice striving to sound amiable and joyful. Father-in-law has been tirelessly concerned about the affairs of Miss Qingxue this evening. It has truly been arduous. I have arranged for tea and snacks. Please, father-in-law, grace us by sitting down to partake before you depart. Our family has delivered the items, and we must report back to His Majesty, so we cannot afford to delay. We are grateful for the second madam's goodwill. Upon seeing that the items had been successfully moved, Huai Fu waved his hand, preparing to lead everyone away. Yi Qingxue called out to him, stepping forward to present 2 ingots of silver, inviting him to enjoy tea and snacks, while also distributing a handful of golden melon seeds to each palace servant, expressing her gratitude before sending them off. As Yi Qingxue withdrew her gaze, she noticed the members of the Ho residence still frozen in place, their faces etched with shock, unable to regain their composure. Indeed, these individuals had initially intended to use the emperor's hand to either seriously injure her or cause her demise, thereby eradicating her completely. Yet, not only had she survived, but she had also returned, laden with generous rewards, something they could hardly accept. Witnessing their disarray, a wicked smile unfurled across Yi Qingxue's face. However, this smile seemed to draw upon every ounce of her vitality, causing a sudden, excruciating pain. She could distinctly feel the venom of the shattered moon orchid rampaging through her veins. Darkness enveloped her vision as she collapsed into Xia Lu's arms. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, she thought, very well, let Madame Min enjoy her leisure for a few more days. After Xia Lu carried Yi Qingxue away, Madame Min and Yi Sunjin finally regained their senses. Madame Min remarked, last night, did the eldest miss truly not meet with Pan Hung throughout the night? The one who vanquished the 3 notorious bandits, rescued Princess Rongqing, and assisted the Pan family in apprehending the stolen goods. Could she really be our eldest miss? Yi Sunjin replied, I shall send someone to investigate this matter immediately. How could a girl whose reputation was so tarnished suddenly emerge as a remarkable figure who achieved 3 great feats? The entire Ho residence was engulfed in astonishment, their disbelief palpable as they sat in the front hall, awaiting the return of their informants. The night wind howled, stirring the barren branches in the courtyard, producing a rasping sound akin to the muffled cries of an elderly person, unsettling their hearts. Why, despite the clarity of the situation, did they still feel compelled to send someone to investigate? Perhaps it was due to the immense loss, which was too difficult for them to accept. Yet, they could never have anticipated that the messenger would not only return with confirmation of Yi Qingxue's accomplishments, but also the news of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Ding, being punished with 50 strokes and a 6-month salary reduction due to the cancellation of his engagement. Madame Min and Yi Suanjin gasped in shock, letting out a hiss, as if those 50 lashes had been inflicted upon themselves. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, catching them utterly off guard. The wretched Yi Qingxue had not only survived, but had also brought misfortune upon the esteemed Duke of Ding, subjecting him to such a punishment. How had she acquired such prowess? Even after confirming Yi Qingxue's involvement, they still could not fathom when she had become so formidable. Before bringing Yi Qingxue back to they had sent someone to gather information about her. She enjoyed her time with farmers, tending sheep, slaughtering them, and selling them. Notably, her skill in butchering was commendable. However, for the daughter of such abilities were hardly worthy of praise and instead drew criticism. Madame Min exchanged glances with Yi Suanjin, both agreeing that Yi Qingxue did not merit the emperor's accolades. If word of this incident spread, would it not tarnish the reputations of above all, the reputation of the held paramount importance? Safeguarding it equated to safeguarding Madame Min addressed the gathering, announcing that it was late and urging everyone to retire to their quarters. She then summoned Yi Suanjin to her chamber to devise a strategy. If we do not resolve this matter properly, they may harbor resentment towards in the future, he may overlook you for any favorable opportunities. Even when your younger sister marries, it could lead to undesirable circumstances, Madame Min cautioned. Yi Suanjin frowned, recognizing the truth in her words. He recalled the brief exchange he had with Yi at the entrance of Surely, they could not suspect him of colluding with Yi Qingxue against him. The thought sent a shiver down Yi Suanjin's spine. Has Mother devised a good plan? He wondered. Chapter 53. Shocking the entire city, Madame Min's eyes were icy cold. Regardless of the emperor's praise or rewards, Yi Qingxue is unworthy of receiving any. You must swiftly locate your maternal uncle and ensure he enters the palace tonight. Madame Min leaned close to Yi Suanjin's ear, lowering her voice as she cautioned him for a considerable while, emphasizing, if this matter spreads by tomorrow morning, it will be irreparable. Not only will it tarnish the reputation of His Highness the Duke of Ding, but it will also damage our Marquis's relationship with him. Thus, you must compel your uncle to enter the palace immediately. Urge the emperor to rescind his decree and withdraw all rewards given to Yi Qingxue, so as to reverse the situation. Yi Suanjin promptly summoned someone to prepare a horse, rising to take his leave as he bid farewell to Madame Min, only to have her call him back. There is no need to be overly anxious. I noticed that when Yi Qingxue was taken away by Xiao Lu, she had fainted. She will likely endure a night of torment from the poison and remain unconscious. You have until dawn. No, it is already late. You have only half the night left. Go. Yi Suanjin bowed and departed. The servant had already prepared the horse. He mounted it and galloped towards his uncle's residence in the northern part of the city. Upon awakening his sleeping uncle, he recounted Madame Min's urgent instructions and implored him to seek an audience with the emperor at once. His uncle, upon hearing the news, was filled with fury, hastily donned his garments, summoned his horse, and set off for the palace without delay. However, upon arriving at the palace gates, he remembered that it was deep into the night, and the gates had long been locked. Without a summons from the emperor, it was impossible to gain entry. Moreover, who would dare disturb the slumbering emperor unless it were a matter of utmost urgency? Lacking such audacity, his uncle remained at the palace gates, waiting for the doors to open so he could request an audience. Though Yi Suanjin did not approach, he stood at a distance, realizing the difficulty of entering the palace at this hour. Previously, he had managed to see the emperor only because the latter was in session with Yi Qingxue, and he had merely benefited from that circumstance. If his uncle waited there, he would surely be the first to see the emperor when the gates opened at dawn, thus not jeopardizing the overall situation. Yi Suanjin believed that this night, Yi Qingxue and her companions would be in profound slumber, granting them ample time to reverse their fortunes. Yet, the reality was starkly different from his expectations. Although Yi Qingxue lay in a stupor, Dongbai was far from idle. As Yi Suanjin rode away from the Marquis, Dongbai quietly departed with a manuscript and a painting, both crafted by Xiao Lu. Among the four of them, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, Autumn was the most skilled in writing and painting, but alas, she was absent, leaving Xia Lu to take the lead. Xia Lu was rigorous in her expectations of herself and others, while her literary and artistic talents did not quite match those of Autumn. Years of diligent practice had honed her skills to a commendable level. After exiting, Dongbai scaled the wall into the courtyard of the Grand Scholar, deftly locating the scholar's chamber and knocking on the door. The Grand Scholar, having donned his robe, opened the door to find a figure clad in black standing before him. Nearly fainting for shock, Winterby hastily covered his mouth and reassured him, "Do not fear, my lord. I'm merely here to deliver a small report." The Grand Scholar was momentarily taken aback. While the small reports were quite popular in the Great Zhou dynasty, few were aware that he was the mastermind behind them. Yet here was someone who not only recognized him as the creator of these reports, but had also sought him out at such an ungodly hour. Winterby continued, "Today, it is widely rumored that the eldest daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis has been clandestinely meeting with the son of the Minister of Rights, tarnishing the family name and trampling upon the royal dignity. Would you not wish to uncover the truth behind this matter? The truth? Was it not simply a matter of shameless young lovers engaging in clandestine escapades?" The Grand Scholar scornfully mused. Even if there were some unavoidable circumstances behind it, he would rather not learn of them in such an extreme manner, feeling an unsettling chill. Winterby pressed on, "Surely you are unaware? This very evening, the Emperor has awarded the eldest daughter of the Yi family, bestowing upon her a reward of 50,000 taels of silver, along with countless jewels and silks. If you were to publish this news in tomorrow's report, it would surely sell like hotcakes. Moreover, this is exclusive information that no one else knows, which would solidify the report's standing in the hearts of the people." The Grand Scholar scoffed at Winterby's assertions. How could Yi Qingxue and Pan Heng's secret rendezvous be rewarded by the Emperor? Had he lost his sanity? He had already prepared to feature the news of the Wei family's downfall in the morning's report. Not long ago, upon discovering the embezzlement involving Wei Jingtong, he had been shocked but had discreetly traveled to observe the situation, hiding in his carriage to sketch the scene. Tomorrow morning's revelation would undoubtedly astonish the entire city. Seeing his disbelief, Winterby urged him to sit on the steps, the night air cool and tranquil. He gradually revealed the reason behind Yi Qingxue's commendation, leaving the Grand Scholar speechless. "My lord, if you do not believe me, feel free to send someone to inquire at the loyal and brave Marquis' residence. If I have uttered a single falsehood, may thunder strike me." Winterby then presented him with the manuscript and illustrations. "Here are the materials I have prepared for you. Whether to publish them in the report is entirely at your discretion. If you delay, the report may lose its credibility in the capital, especially regarding such significant events." With heartfelt sincerity, Winterby concluded, patting his shoulder before gracefully leaping over the wall and disappearing. The Grand Scholar stood in a daze, pondering how fortunate it would be if his informants possessed such remarkable skills. Returning to his chamber, he ordered candles to be lit and, by their flickering light, perused the manuscript and illustrations. Unable to contain his excitement, he ultimately decided to send his informants to the loyal and brave Marquis' residence to verify the situation. After all, this matter concerned the Emperor, and caution was prudent. Upon receiving confirmed information, he instructed for the manuscript and illustrations to be taken down and worked throughout the night to produce the report, ready to be sold at the bookshop at dawn. Having completed his orders, the Grand Scholar contentedly retired to bed, for the Great Zhou dynasty held court every 5 days, and today was not one of those days. Scandals of a scandalous nature invariably attract attention. Just yesterday, whispers circulated regarding Yi Qingxue's clandestine meeting with Pan Heng, and this morning, as the townsfolk stepped out of their homes, their minds were awash with speculation. Might these two have even conceived a child? Consequently, many eagerly anticipated the latest from the tabloids, hoping they would delve deeper into this affair. Those with disposable income purchased the tabloids, while the less fortunate congregated near the bookstores, eager to glean the latest gossip. To their astonishment, they learned of shocking developments. The Minister of War, Wei Jia, had been implicated in corruption. It was none other than the eldest daughter of the Yi family and young Master Pan who apprehended the embezzler. Moreover, Princess Rongqing had been saved, thanks to the valiant efforts of the Yi family's daughter. The bandit leader responsible for her abduction had 5 accomplices. 3 of them were slain by the combined efforts of the young lady and her maid. Just the night before, a fire and massacre had been averted in Qingxue town by the timely intervention of the Yi lady, who rescued the entire populace. The emperor, in his wisdom, had already bestowed commendations upon her last night. Thus, the rumors of a clandestine rendezvous between the Yi lady and young Master Pan were proven to be nothing but baseless fabrications. They were, in truth, partners in the pursuit of corrupt officials. Meanwhile, Qingxue, who had risen before dawn to mingle among the crowd, absorbed every word with rapt attention, and suddenly found himself overwhelmed with tears. Chapter 54. To stay away is to perish moreover, the bearer of the tabloid exclaimed once more, prompting the crowd to perk up their ears in anticipation. The Duke of Ding, betrothed to Miss Yi, had, without ascertaining the truth, visited the Yi household yesterday evening accompanied by Princess Ruijia, and severed the engagement with Miss Yi. Miss Yi has been jilted by the Duke. A pang of anguish struck Mr. Tan's heart. The bearer of the tabloid continued. The Duke, having developed a profound affection for the second daughter of the Marquis, after breaking off his engagement with Miss Yi, promptly sought to marry the second daughter and has already bestowed a marriage contract upon her, waiting only for an auspicious day to unite them in matrimony. How outrageous! Mr. Tan seethed with indignation. The Duke's actions were intolerable. It was precisely because the eldest young lady had been cast away to the countryside since childhood that the loyal and valiant Marquis, feeling deep sympathy, had beseeched the Emperor to confer the engagement upon her, believing the Duke to be a man of virtue. Yet now, the Duke has shown ingratitude, betraying the life-saving grace of the loyal Marquis. No matter how remarkable the eldest young lady may be, she is still a woman, having been spurned. What hope does she have of finding a worthy match henceforth? The Duke is utterly disregarding her well-being. The bearer of the tabloid persisted. Miss Yi, in her magnanimity, simply advised the Duke not to regret his decision upon breaking off their engagement. A collective gasp arose from the crowd, a mixture of shock and lamentation. Mr. Tan stood in a daze for a long while before suddenly crouching down, covering his face as he wept uncontrollably. Yesterday, he had misjudged the young lady. How could she, the daughter of the loyal Marquis, lead a life of abandon and tarnish her reputation? Now, he realized that she truly embodied the spirit of her father, possessing the same resilient character, and in the face of rampant gossip, she steadfastly pursued her rightful path. Confronted with the Duke's humiliating withdrawal and the subsequent proposal to the second daughter, she maintained her composure and calmly reminded him not to regret his choice. This audacity, this breadth of character, mirrored that of her father. Truly, the Duke is unworthy of Miss Yi. He does not deserve her. Mr. Tan felt an overwhelming sense of relief, grateful that he had heeded the young lady's counsel to await the dawn. This wait not only revealed a different side of Miss Yi, but also provided him with ample solace. General, if you're watching from above, seeing your daughter shine so brilliantly, you may finally rest in peace, Mr. Tan declared, his tears streaming down. In the streets and alleys of the capital, the populace sang praises of Yi Qingxue while vehemently denouncing the Duke. They condemned him for being a nobleman who, without investigating the truth, hastily annulled the engagement, causing grave harm to Yi Qingxue and betraying the loyal Marquis' past kindness. Some speculated that he never truly intended to marry Yi Qingxue. Rather, he sought the second daughter of the Marquis, seizing the opportunity to swiftly break the engagement and pursue her instead. As this narrative gained traction, the public's ire towards the Duke only intensified. As these sentiments began to reverberate throughout the capital, the steward of the loyal Marquis' household, greeted by the morning light, slowly opened the vermilion gates, ushering in a new day at the Marquis' residence. When Yi Qingxue opened her eyes to the dim light of dawn, she realized that day was breaking. She lay still for quite some time, quietly observing the play of light and shadow dancing upon the windowsill. The delicate silhouettes cast by the leaves outside, swaying gently in the breeze. Another day had dawned, and her life's countdown had dwindled to a mere 8 days. In her past life in the village, The sight of sunlight spilling onto the windowsill in the morning would instinctively evoke a sense of renewal and joy within her. Yet now, Qingxue extended her palm before her, noting how the skin on her hand appeared slightly more translucent. The crimson lines within becoming increasingly pronounced and glaring. The present days, well, they too were new and joyful. This was time borrowed from the hatred of her former life, granting her the opportunity to exact vengeance upon her foes. Though time may be short, it was certainly better than having none at all. The blood of vengeance surged through her veins with exhilarating fervor. Qingxue retracted her hand and suddenly sat upright, prompting Chunxian to hasten over and draw back the curtains. She attended to her needs, helping her dress, comb her hair, and wash her face. Regarding her poisoning, Chunxian and the others spoke little, merely delivering medicine on schedule. The antidote could not eliminate the poison, but could alleviate her pain and slow the toxin spread throughout her body. Once these tasks were completed, Qingxue took her seat at the dining table, where Xiaobao and Qizai, having been playing in the courtyard, rushed in at the enticing aroma of food. Xiaobao climbed onto a chair, sitting obediently, while Qizai squatted between Qingxue and Xiaobao. Chunxian brought water to wash Xiaobao's hands before they commenced their breakfast. What of the person in the house? Has the fever subsided? Chunxian replied, after taking medicine last night, the fever has diminished somewhat, but he still runs a slight temperature. The porridge and buns I delivered this morning remain largely untouched. Qingxue glanced at Xiaobao. If what Xiaobao said was accurate, then the deposed prince bore silver needles within him, and blood clots in his brain made it exceedingly difficult for his fever to abate unless the needles were removed and the clots cleared. However, this posed an immense challenge for them at present. The knowledge of the deposed prince's presence here would easily be exposed. Thus he must endure for now. Qingxue had yet to satiate her hunger when Dongbai, with a grim expression, approached from outside. Say, miss, someone from the palace has come to summon you, and it is for immediate attendance. Everyone turned in unison to Qingxue, acutely aware that a royal summons at this juncture heralded trouble. Xiaogu remarked, Miss received a reward last night, and now the palace summons her again this morning. It must be that the Marquis faction has devised some scheme to use the emperor against her. Qingxue smiled, I understand. They will not allow me to live in peace, especially since last night's events have also harmed their ally, the Duke of Ding. Even if only for the Duke's sake, they will seek to confront me. Dongbai said, if that is the case, then you must not go to the emperor's summons. To refuse the emperor's call would only hasten their demise. Qingxue replied, Dongbai, you shall remain at Guanju courtyard, and Xiaogu, you will accompany me to the palace. Both Dongbai and Xiaogu nodded in agreement. Today, Qingxue donned a gown of smoky blue, draped in a matching cloak. As she and Xiaogu approached the front courtyard of the Marquis' residence, they encountered Yi, Sunjin, and Madame Min. The gazes cast upon her resembled those directed at a dying individual. It is evident that they possess an unwavering confidence. Her entry into the palace this time is a one-way journey. The individuals sent to escort her are not the familiar eunuch waifu, but rather two unfamiliar young eunuchs who exhibit a haughty and indifferent demeanor towards Qingxue. The reason for their disdain is simple. They are acutely aware that the emperor, in a fit of rage, summoned them to bring Qingxue to the palace. At the moment they received their orders, eunuch waifu was by the emperor's side, attempting to temper his fury. As Qingxue and Xia Lu boarded the carriage, the eunuchs offered no words of explanation, brusquely instructing the coachman to hasten their departure. Had it not been for Qingxue and Xia Lu steadying themselves in advance, they would have been thrown against the carriage wall. Unlike her previous audience with the emperor, where she was met with kindness, today, as she approached the imperial study, she found herself the recipient of cold stares from nearly everyone. The emperor she encountered once more was devoid of the previous benevolence, resembling a furious lion. Just as Qingxue knelt to pay her respects, the emperor thundered, Qingxue, do you acknowledge your crimes? Chapter 55. I did it, and I do not plead guilty. Qingxue declared, I'm unaware of any crime I have committed. You are unaware? The emperor's gaze bore an even fiercer wrath than before. Are you truly oblivious to your own actions? Qingxue remained kneeling, silently asserting her genuine lack of knowledge. The emperor continued, "Did you not compel your mother to hang herself and even lend her a hand in that endeavor?" Qingxue replied, "Indeed, it is true." The emperor, initially expecting her to deny such accusations given her calm demeanor and claims of ignorance, was taken aback by her admission. "That is your mother. As her child, it would be one thing to show her disloyalty, but to force her to such a desperate act. Qingxue, how cruel you are." The emperor pressed further. "Did you also sever Xiaowei's arm and set fire to his residence?" Qingxue answered, "I did." The emperor narrowed his eyes, reflecting on the past 10 hours, during which he had repeatedly re-evaluated Qingxue. Initially, he perceived her as merely a figure of renown, then recognized her as a woman of formidable strength, and now regarded her as treacherous and ungrateful. With no reverence in her heart, she exhibited no fear, displaying hostility even towards her own mother and beloved uncle. The emperor, filled with a profound sense of sorrow, suddenly found tears welling in his eyes as he choked out. "As the daughter of the loyal and valiant Marquis, having just achieved great merit, I had high hopes for you. How could you bring me such disappointment?" Qingxue was astonished. The emperor had shed tears for her. Was this truly weeping for her sake? No wonder the world spoke of him as a benevolent sovereign. The emperor slowly resumed his seat, looking down upon Qingxue with the gaze of one observing a wild beast devoid of civility, ready to condemn her to death upon confirming her transgressions. When he spoke again, his tone had grown calm and devoid of warmth. "I have heard that just days prior, you quarreled with your younger sister at home, and when a nursemaid approached to counsel you, you murdered her. Do you admit to this?" Qingxue replied, "I admit it." She acknowledged it. The emperor, having been disturbed by the corruption scandal involving Wei Jingtong the night before, had barely slept. Upon rising, he learned that Minister Min awaited an audience, claiming urgent matters had kept him there all night. The emperor summoned him forth in haste. To his surprise, Minister Min had come to discuss Qingxue's recent commendation, asserting that she was unworthy and recounting all her actions since returning to the Marquis. Initially, the emperor found it hard to believe. This was simply preposterous. No matter how deranged Qingxue might be, it was inconceivable that she would commit such heinous acts against her own mother and uncle. After all, she had saved the people of Qingfeng Town and Princess Rongqing. She was a proponent of restoring integrity to the realm. How could she engage in such acts of treachery? However, as Minister Min was a relative of the Marquis, he would not dare to speak so recklessly unless he had genuine insight into the affairs of the household. Moreover, Lord Min expressed that matters pertaining to the inner quarters should not be brought before His Majesty. However, given Qingxue's malicious nature and her countless misdeeds, which are beyond reproach, it is inevitable that they may come to light. Furthermore, Your Majesty has bestowed rewards upon her. Would this not tarnish Your Majesty's illustrious reputation? Indeed, that is the case. The emperor closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, when he opened them again, the agony had vanished, replaced by a palpable intent to kill. He leaned slightly forward, gazing down upon Qingxue with an imposing presence. "Since you acknowledge these 3 matters, are you now aware of your transgressions? Forcing one's mother to hang herself is an act of profound ingratitude. Severing one's uncle's arm and incinerating his courtyard still constitutes a grave disloyalty. To the maidservant beside my younger sister, there's an utter lack of compassion, often resorting to violence and even murder. Qingxue, you have committed an egregious transgression, and the sins you bear are beyond redemption. You deserve to face the most severe punishment. Do you now confess your guilt?" The sovereign's formidable presence was fully unleashed, an overwhelming sense of oppression pressing upon Qingxue's face, nearly robbing her of breath. In that moment, Qingxue gained a deeper understanding of the emperor before her. He might indeed weep for an ant crushed beneath foot, yet this would not prevent him from personally trampling the creature. For a fleeting instant, Qingxue contemplated revealing the myriad transgressions of the Marquis' residence to the emperor, hoping to make him aware that the tribulations faced by the Marquis family were but the consequences they rightfully deserved. Yet, what would follow such a confession? Would the emperor even believe her? Madame Zhou, who has long resided in the loyal and valiant Duke's manor, cannot fathom how Madame Min could be so malevolent in all her dealings. How could the emperor, who governs the affairs of the realm, possibly take her solitary claims seriously in the absence of any evidence? Previously, Wei Jingtong's corruption and her act of saving Princess Rongxing were not easily believed by the emperor, not due to the eloquence of her words, but because prior to her entrance into the palace, Pan Yuanzhou and the Duke and Duchess of Yu had already spoken in her favor. An accusation without evidence is nothing more than a slander. To be of no use to oneself only serves to thrust her into a disadvantageous position. Your Majesty, although these matters were executed by your humble servant, I do not perceive myself as guilty. The true culprits are they. Heaven has not taken them. Thus I am compelled to take matters into my own hands. The emperor's fury surged once more. What did you just say? Lift your head and gaze into my eyes. Repeat what you just said. Yi Qingxue's long and thick lashes fluttered a few times, as if she were steeling herself for something. Suddenly, she raised her gaze, locking eyes with the emperor. Her eyes resembled glaciers, crystal clear yet frigid, yet undeniably resilient. The emperor, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Do you assert that you are not guilty? Do you perhaps believe that the rewards I bestowed upon you last night grant you the liberty to act recklessly before me? Last night's bestowal. Since I can give it away, I can also reclaim it." Upon hearing these words, Huai Fu, standing nearby, trembled slightly and quickly leaned closer to the emperor, whispering softly, "Your Majesty, the news of your bestowal upon Miss Yi last night has already spread throughout the capital. Everyone is praising your sagacity." The emperor's brow furrowed suddenly, indicating that this bestowal could not be retracted. Otherwise, he would not be a sagacious ruler, but rather earn a reputation for inconsistency. Yi Qingxue remained oblivious to their commotion. At this moment, her mind was consumed by the peculiar circumstances surrounding her father's death, suspecting that it may have been orchestrated by Madame Min. She was filled with rage at the thought of her father's belongings being usurped entirely by Yi Xiaowei. Furthermore, the image of Aunt Lu, driven to madness, ignited a fierce fury within her. Even if the emperor decreed her death, she would never confess. Yi Qingxue boldly proclaimed, her eyes aflame with intensity. That intangible fire seemed to emanate from her being, causing even the seasoned emperor to instinctively bow back slightly, unaware of the effect she had on him. Yi Qingxue resolutely declared, "Your Majesty, my actions are driven by a purpose. I beseech you to grant me 2 days, after which I shall present ample reasons and evidence before you. Should I fail, I willingly offer my head." The emperor recalled the rewards he had bestowed upon Yi Qingxue the previous night, which had already spread far and wide. To retract his decree now would tarnish his reputation. Yi Qingxue's request for 2 days appeared to provide him with a graceful exit. However, her egregious disobedience could not simply be overlooked. Delaying her punishment for a couple of days was not entirely unacceptable. Considering her recent significant contributions, he might grant her an extra day. And out of respect for the loyalty of the Marquis, who once protected the nation, another day could be afforded. Altogether, that amounted to 2 days, no more. As the sovereign, he understood that if he allowed such insubordination to go unpunished, it would set a dangerous precedent for future generations, where children might rebel against their parents, and subjects against their rulers. Even if Yi Qingxue possessed the most compelling of justifications, she could not treat her biological mother and elders in such a manner, unless there existed a deep-seated enmity between the Marquis and herself. But that was simply implausible. With this thought, the emperor fixed his gaze upon her and spoke in a grave tone, "If after 2 days you fail to provide me with a reasonable explanation, not only shall I take your head, but I shall also revoke the rewards bestowed upon you last night." He intended to demonstrate to the world that even someone as accomplished as Yi Qingxue could not evade the consequences of her transgressions. "Thank you for your graciousness, Your Majesty. I take my leave." After bowing and exiting the imperial study, Yi Qingxue tilted her head to the sky. The sun had risen, its golden rays breaking through the layers of mist. Chapter 56. Yi Qingxue is quite uncanny. At the break of dawn, Madame Min sneezed violently and inquired of Granny, who, "Have those stationed at the palace gate delivered any news?" "Not yet, madam." It is still early, and even if the eldest miss were to be sentenced to death, it would not happen so swiftly. Please remain at ease. This time, there shall be no unforeseen occurrences, Granny Hu reassured her. To prevent any unexpected developments following Qingxue's summons to the palace, Madame Min arranged for personnel to stand guard outside the imperial gates, ensuring that any news regarding Qingxue would be conveyed promptly. Make sure they keep a vigilant watch and do not slack off. Report any sign of movement immediately, Madame Min instructed. Just then, the steward approached with an unusual expression and a small newspaper in hand, hesitating to speak. Madame Min exchanged a glance with Granny Hu, who promptly stepped forward to retrieve the newspaper. Initially, Madame Min assumed that the steward's peculiar demeanor stemmed from the recent raid on the Wei family, which had made headlines. However, upon reading the contents, she gasped in astonishment as she rapidly absorbed the information. How could this be possible? Madame Min exclaimed, nearly tearing the newspaper apart in her fury. Last night, she had instructed Yi Tsuanjin to summon her uncle to the palace to persuade the emperor to retract his decree and revoke all honors bestowed upon Yi Qingxue. Yi Tsuanjin had successfully accomplished this task, igniting the emperor's wrath, leading to Yi Qingxue being summoned to the palace once more at the crack of dawn. Most matters had been resolved before daybreak. How could the newspaper have disseminated news of Yi Qingxue's honors so swiftly? Who was behind this publication? How could the speed be so astonishing? Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Madame Min asked the steward, "Is this news already causing a stir outside? What are people saying?" The steward replied, "They are praising our eldest miss for her bravery and wisdom, likening her to the valiant lord of the Marquis in his prime. She is rightfully hailed as a heroine." Seeing the steward's proud expression, Madame Min's anger flared, yet she refrained from showing it. Aside from the accolades for the eldest miss, what else is being said? What is the public's opinion on His Highness, the Ding Wang, and our second miss? The steward's initial tension arose from this question. Despite the praise for the eldest miss, the second miss and His Highness were being severely criticized. The second miss was the family's charge, and offending His Highness was out of the question. Reluctantly, the steward softened the truth. People are saying that His Highness acted rashly in breaking the engagement without understanding the situation, displaying utter incompetence and disrespecting the emperor's years of cultivation. He continued, "They also argue that perhaps His Highness had long been secretly betrothed to our second miss and aimed to tarnish the eldest miss's reputation as a pretext to end the engagement. Such malice is truly reprehensible," the steward added. "While it is indeed surprising that His Highness has moved on so quickly from the eldest miss to seek the second miss's hand, they can understand his eagerness to repay the loyalty of the Marquis, deeming him excessively kind-hearted." "Enough," Madame Min scolded sharply, her expression frigid. When did the murmurs of the populace become as gentle as the spring rain of March? The steward fell silent at once, having run out of words. "Granny He, you shall personally inquire about the sentiments of the people outside," Madame Min commanded solemnly. "Yes, this old servant will do so at once," Granny He replied. After her departure, Madame Min summoned Yi Tsuanjin. Upon learning the contents of the pamphlet, Yi Tsuanjin was taken aback, flipping through it repeatedly in disbelief. The matter had stirred considerable uproar. Granny He had not ventured far when she heard the whispers, and in no time, she returned with the public's opinions from Madame Min and Yi Tsuanjin. "We were indeed a step behind." Yi Tsuanjin clenched his fist, exclaiming, "How did this pamphlet acquire such swift knowledge of last night's events?" Madame Min inquired, "Do you not know who is behind the pamphlet?" Yi Tsuanjin shook his head. Not only was he unaware, but his colleagues were as well. There had been attempts to uncover the true mastermind, but none had succeeded. At one point, it was rumored that the emperor himself was behind the pamphlet, which deterred further investigation for fear of losing one's head. Now, Yi Tsuanjin was increasingly convinced that the rumor might indeed hold truth. The emperor was the puppet master behind the pamphlet. Otherwise, how could the events of last night have made it to print so swiftly? The article was not only vividly written, but the illustrations were also remarkably lifelike, as though the artist had witnessed the scene firsthand. "We have not only mishandled the annulment, but have also tarnished the reputation of His Highness, the Prince of Ding." Yi Tsuanjin's words trailed off, a heavy weight pressing upon his chest, rendering his breath labored, as if he might spew blood at any moment. Madame Min gently reassured him. Fear not. Once that wretched Yi Qingxue meets her demise, today's event will be but dust, forgotten within 3 to 5 months. Or at most 3 to 5 years. When the Prince of Ding ascends to the throne, who will dare to mention his disgrace today? Yi Junjin nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. Now, they merely needed to await the return of Yi Qingxue's corpse. Yi Qingxue had driven her biological mother to hang herself, severed her uncle's arm, and killed the old maidservant beside her younger sister. Even having achieved 3 remarkable feats just days prior, the emperor would not spare her. With this thought, Yi Cunjin felt a semblance of calm wash over him as he took a generous sip of tea. Madame Second, young Marquis, the eldest daughter has left the palace, reported a young servant, who had rushed back with the news, still breathless from his haste. Yi Cunjin held the tea in his mouth, as if awaiting the servant's completion before swallowing. How did the eldest daughter leave the palace? Madame Min asked cautiously, concerned that her eagerness might disrupt the flow of fortune. The servant replied, the eldest daughter left in fine condition, having suffered no punishment, departing alongside Miss Yalu. By the time calculations are made, they should be nearing the Marquis. Yi Cunjin found himself unable to swallow the mouthful of tea he had taken, as if a fishbone had lodged in his throat. With an exasperated puff, he expelled the tea entirely. Despite all this, Yi Qingxue remained unscathed. He stepped forward, seizing the young servant's shoulder. Are you certain the young lady left the palace unscathed? Did no one accompany her? The servant, pale as a ghost, stammered in response. Why, yes. She left the palace unharmed, and no one accompanied her. Yi Cunjin had initially thought that even if Yi Qingxue was not sentenced to death, the emperor would at least revoke all her rewards. However, the fact that she exited the palace unscathed indicated that the emperor had not imposed any punishment. The absence of anyone accompanying Yi Qingxue back suggested that the emperor had no intention of rescinding her rewards. What methods does she possess that allow her to evade the emperor's decree of death? Is truly baffling. Chapter 57. Scarred and fearsome. She has returned to life? She is still alive? In the Qingxue pavilion, upon receiving the news, Yi Yabing erupted in a fit of rage, sweeping everything from the small table beside her bed to the floor. Hearing the commotion, Madame Min hurried over, dismissing the servants and instructing Han Yu to guard the entrance, before enveloping Yi Yabing in a comforting embrace. Your face is still injured, and the matters outside are being handled by your second aunt. You need only focus on your recovery. Why create such a disturbance? Madame Min lamented, once possessing a beauty that could rival the flowers. Yi Yabing's exquisite face had been marred by Yi Qingxue. The physician she had secretly summoned was at a loss, and it remained uncertain whether they could find the renowned healer, Xin Cizi, to restore Yi Yabing's former beauty. Contemplating this, Madame Min not only felt an intense hatred for Yi Qingxue, but also a rising panic. What if Yi Yabing's face remained disfigured by the time of her wedding? No, there must be a solution. She would not permit Yi Yabing to enter the Duke of Ding's residence with a ravaged visage, becoming the laughingstock of the entire capital. In despair, Yi Yabing cried, Second aunt, why is it so difficult to rid ourselves of Yi Qingxue? This is the second time you have assured me she could not return to the palace unscathed. Yet she has emerged unscathed once more, receiving abundant rewards from the emperor. And now she is a heroine to the citizens. She has ruined my face and killed my beloved nanny. What right does she have to do this? Madame Min swiftly covered her mouth, whispering, Hush, your injuries are but minor, and you will recover. Do you wish to create a spectacle and earn the disdain of His Highness the Duke of Ding? Yi Yabing was momentarily stunned, fearful even of shedding tears. Madame Min steadied her shoulders, gazing in her eyes, and said, Yaya, please heed your second aunt's words. Last night, His Highness was punished with 50 strikes and is likely still resting in bed. You must visit him. Being a caring and gentle fiancé is your foremost task at present. Do not concern yourself with Yi Qingxue for now. She is currently celebrated as a heroine throughout the city, and her brother has entered the palace to speak with the emperor about her treacherous deeds. Yet the emperor has taken no action against her. This shows that dealing with Yi Qingxue is no simple matter. Madame Min resolved to remain patient, observing for a while, until she could devise a feasible plan to corner Qingxue into a situation from which she could not escape. Moreover, having been poisoned by the fractured moon orchid, Qingxue had only 8 days left to live. Should action be necessary, it would be Qingxue who would be anxious. A person in haste is easily prone to revealing their vulnerabilities. She would wait. Yet Yabing was on the verge of tears. Second aunt. Look at me in this state. How can I visit His Highness the Duke of Ding? For the past 2 days, she had been haunted by nightmares of her scarred face, a terrifying sight indeed. She could hardly accept her current appearance, let alone in front of His Highness. Madame Min replied, when you go out, don a veil and a hooded cloak. Upon completion, wear the curtain hat, even if the wind blows. His Highness will only see the graceful image of you in your flowing attire, oblivious to the scars upon your face. Should the Duke inquire about your condition, you may simply state that your face bears 2 scars, which are not serious, and shall heal in a few days. You wish to preserve the impeccable image he holds of you, thus you would rather perish than unveil your veil. Kindly seek his understanding. A man who senses your profound affection will surely grant you forgiveness. Madame Min spoke with a gentle yet resolute tone. Come, wash your face. I shall arrange for a carriage to take you to the Duke's residence. I have prepared garments and a headpiece for you. Ye yabing sinifit, head dinit. But ultimately, Madame Min's words swayed her. She obediently rose to wash her face. Yet, with her injuries concealed beneath the gauze, she merely dabbed her eyes. Then donned clean attire as instructed, covering her face with a veil, donning a hood, along with a headpiece. Standing before the mirror, Yi Yabing felt a sense of satisfaction with her figure. As long as she did not gaze upon her face, she remained a celestial being. My face will heal. My face will heal. She repeatedly affirmed in her heart, drawing strength from the conviction. My second aunt has always cherished and loved me. She will surely devise a way to restore my face. In Yi Yabing's eyes, her second aunt was nothing short of omnipotent, far more capable than her mother. In many instances of difficulty, her first thought would be to consult her second aunt rather than her own mother. Madame Min grasped her hand and reiterated, Remember, your battlefield now lies within the Duke's heart, not with Qingxue. Leave Qingxue for your second aunt to handle. Do you understand? The matter of Qingxue and the Duke has now shifted to you. We have achieved that goal. Do not engage in conflict with Qingxue at this moment. Although Yi Yabing harbored a deep-seated hatred for Qingxue, the one who had marred her beauty, she swore to avenge this grievance. However, her second aunt's words rang true. Her foremost task was to secure her position as the Duke's beloved. She could not allow other temptresses to usurp her place while she sought to restore her visage. Thus, Yi Yabing nodded obediently and acquiesced. The carriage awaited at the gate of the Marquis' residence. Madame Min insisted that Yi Yabing should enter through the main entrance, dispelling any notion that her injuries were severe, allowing her to pass through the crowd. Yi Yabing complied. Along the way, Han Yu shielded her, while Madame Min instructed the maid Hong Zhu to accompany them, leaving other servants and maids unable to attend to Yi Yabing closely. As fate would have it, just as Yi Yabing stepped out from the flower-laden gate into the courtyard, she beheld Qingxue entering from outside. Although accompanied only by Xiao Lu, Xiao Bao had already stationed Qi Zai in the courtyard, who was now joyfully bouncing beside Qingxue. Yi Yabing's immediate reaction was one of disdain. With this white wolf guarding her, even the most formidable of protectors could not approach Qingxue. How infuriating! Qingxue cast a cursory glance in her direction. The layers of gauze enveloped Yi Yabing's neck and face, rendering her features indistinguishable, even as the breeze stirred the delicate fabric. Yet, given that this was the face she had so maliciously destroyed, Qingxue needed no further observation to ascertain the extent of Yi Yabing's injuries. At present, Yi Yabing's appearance suggested she was on her way to visit the Duke, who had been punished. Truly a poignant display of devotion. How commendable! Although Yi Qingxue did not see Yi Yabing's face, Yi Yabing gazed intently at Yi Qingxue's visage. Previously, she had dismissed Yi Qingxue, never taking the time to truly observe her. However, she now realized that Yi Qingxue's beauty was strikingly exquisite, transcending mere earthly charm. possessing an ethereal allure infused with a hint of aloofness. What was most infuriating was that Qingxue, a girl raised in a humble village, boasted skin as fair and delicate as a freshly shelled egg. Surely, fate had been exceedingly kind to Qingxue. A thought flickered in Yi Yabing's mind. If only this face were mine, if only such flawless skin belonged to me. Suddenly, as if struck by a bolt of inspiration, she trembled with a newfound realization. Chapter 58. The desire for Qingxue's face. My visage has been marred by Qingxue. She owes me a flawless countenance. If my face cannot be restored, let her repay me with hers. Such thoughts consumed Yi Yabing, akin to a ferocious beast swiftly and forcefully occupying her mind. She hastily lowered her gaze, striving to conceal her turmoil from those around her. Qingxue had but 8 days left to live when her life extinguished. Would she still retain her beauty? Furthermore, Qingxue carried with her numerous accolades. To take her face would be tantamount to seizing her glory. Yet, could there exist a remarkable individual capable of facilitating such a transformation? Perhaps it would be prudent to ask Aunt Air to inquire into this matter. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yabing commanded coldly, "Mama Tu, let us depart." Mama Tu and Hongzhu each took an arm, with Hanyu providing protection from the side, while 2 other maidservants and 2 matrons followed closely behind. The group, imposing in their presence, exited the Marquis residence and boarded a carriage en route to the prince's residence. The young prince, endowed with a robust recovery capacity and the finest of medicines, found his wounds nearly healed by the following morning. Yet, the ache in his bones compelled him to remain confined to his bed for further recuperation, requiring the assistance of a dedicated servant even to change his attire. Any slight movement elicited excruciating pain, rendering him almost unbearable. Today, he had no desire to receive visitors. No, not tomorrow or the day after. Until Qingxue had breathed her last, he wished to see no one. Not that vile wretch. The servant, looming, ventured to speak. "Your Highness, the visitor seeking an audience today is none other than the second daughter of the Marquis residence. She is concerned for your well-being and, having just spoken with me, has already begun to shed tears." Upon recalling Yi Yabing's enchanting visage, the prince's heart stirred. The thought of her lovely eyes glistening with tears filled him with compassion. "Open the windows to dispel the medicinal scent within and cover me with a blanket. It would not do for the second daughter to witness me in such a disheveled state," he instructed. Looming hastened to comply, and once the tasks were completed, he personally went to fetch Yi Yabing. The prince anticipated a sight of a delicate beauty, reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, yet the figure that entered wore a veil, obscuring her face. Nevertheless, clad in a pink gown, Yi Yabing's graceful silhouette remained alluring, embodying the slender yet healthy form he admired. "Your Highness." Yi Yabing approached his bedside swiftly, grasping his hand and choking back tears. "It is entirely my fault for failing to handle matters properly, resulting in your grievous suffering." Her hands, soft and fair, exuded a faint fragrance. The prince, having not seen her for some time, felt a wave of longing and wished to lift her veil. "Your Highness." Yi Yabing gasped in alarm, swiftly preventing him. 2 days ago, my elder sister inflicted a scratch upon my face. It is not severe, and it will heal in a few days. However, I do not wish for you to see my unsightly appearance. I want you to always remember me as I once was, beautiful and unblemished. Otherwise, you may find your affection straying. So please, promise me you will not lift my veil and cause me sorrow, will you?" The prince furrowed his brow. Qingxue is indeed cruel, daring to lay her hands upon you. Rest assured, I shall avenge you in due time. He gazed at her tenderly, his tone softening. "You are my betrothed. How could you possibly be unattractive? Who does not know that Yi is the most beautiful maiden in the entire capital? This prince shall never find you lacking." He clasped Yi Yabing's hand tightly. Overwhelmed with joy, Yi Yabing suddenly recalled the visage of Qingxue, who had truly inherited all the virtues of their parents, while she herself had not been graced with her mother's beauty. Yi Yabing composed herself and began to weep softly, her voice as gentle as a whisper. "Your Highness, do you feel any pain?" When Yi came to see the king, he felt an alleviation of his pain. The Prince of Ding remarked, Yet upon reflecting on the actions of Yi Qingxue, his anger festered within him. Regardless of the circumstances, he had successfully exchanged his betrothed, the rural girl Yi Qingxue, for the one he truly cherished. It was only by entertaining such thoughts that he could find a modicum of solace. At the tender age of 12, upon learning that his betrothed was Yi Qingxue, he felt no particular sentiment. The legitimate daughter of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor was indeed a match befitting him, especially considering the Duke's renowned valor in battle. However, upon the demise of the loyal and valiant Marquis, his eldest legitimate daughter, Yi Qingxue, was sent to a secluded estate at a tender age, living much like a village girl. As the years passed, he observed the betrothed of other noble scions, ladies of distinguished lineage, possessing both beauty and grace, and a sense of disquiet began to settle in his heart. Moreover, his companions often regarded him with sympathetic glances, offering words of consolation. "Fear not, your highness, for your noble birthright affords you the privilege to wed multiple stunning concubines and to take numerous beautiful maidens as your consorts. Surely, in the future, even the future queen will not dare to object." Although my friend spoke such words as a form of consolation, he remained deeply unsettled. As a prince, with a mother who is the queen and a future destined for the esteemed throne, how could it be that his legitimate wife is merely a country bumpkin? Moreover, there were those who, out of spite, secretly mocked him by belittling his fiancé's identity, which only served to ignite his fury and deepen his disdain for Yi Qingxue. He resolved, with unwavering determination, to replace his betrothed at all costs. At last, his fiancée is now Yi Yabing, renowned as one of the most exquisite beauties in the capital. The prince could hardly fathom the envy that would ensue when others learned of his engagement to Yi Yabing. She was strikingly beautiful, from her delicate features to her graceful figure. The prince found himself eagerly anticipating the day of their wedding, yearning for the opportunity to revel in his triumph, and to make Yi Qingxue regret her refusal to reinstate their engagement, which had led to his punishment of 50 lashes. "Your highness enjoys teasing me," Yi Yabing softly murmured, raising her hand to gently wipe away the tears at the corner of her eye. "However, hearing you say that brings me great joy." The Duke of Ding grasped her hand firmly, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. "Since you are pleased, allow me to behold your countenance, if you would be so kind." Yi Yabing tensed up, feigning anger as she withdrew her hand. "Your highness had promised me earlier not to make things difficult for me. If you continue like this, I shall truly be upset." Very well, the prince replied. "I shall not provoke your ire. After all, our marriage has already been arranged. On the day of our wedding, I shall certainly gaze upon you to my heart's content. And you must not hide away then." As Yi Yabing made her way back to the Marquis residence, the words of the Prince of Ding echoed incessantly in her mind, stirring her emotions with fervent intensity one moment, and leaving her in a state of disarray the next. Instinctively, she raised her hand to caress her face, only to feel the rough bandages covering it, causing her eyes to darken with a fierce glare. Upon returning to the Marquis estate, she entered through the flower-draped gate and fortuitously encountered Yi Sunjin. She hastily called out to him, instructing the others to remain still, while Han Yu followed closely beside her. She and Yi Sunjin retreated to a secluded corner to converse. "Elder brother, have you made any progress in locating the revered healer, Xiang Siji, whom second aunt entrusted to you?" Yi Yabing's tone was urgent, as if ignited by an inner flame. Chapter 59. As autumn deepens, have you found the divine physician? Yi Sunjin exclaimed with joy. "I was just about to discuss this matter with you. There is hope. My informants have conveyed that the divine physician has entered the capital. Within 3 days, my brother will surely locate him for you." Yi Yabing was elated. Is that truly the case? My brother would not deceive me? It was said that the divine physician roamed without a fixed abode, healing wherever he went. People knew his name, but rarely saw him, making his discovery exceedingly difficult and largely a matter of fortune. "How can my brother possibly deceive you? Is your face severely injured?" Yi Sunjin inquired, reaching to lift Yi Yabing's veil. Since the incident, he had yet to witness the extent of her injuries and could hardly fathom their severity. However, Yi Yabing swiftly evaded his hand, somewhat irritated. "Are you mocking me, brother? Since I am to become the princess consort, my face will surely return to its former beauty. You should wish for my recovery. Only then will your own status rise. Yi Tsunjin, raised under the guidance of Madame Min, had always been taught to be forgiving and magnanimous towards his sister. Throughout their lives, regardless of any conflicts, Madame Min insisted he yield to Yi Yabing and apologize. He had long since grown accustomed to this dynamic, and, without anger, replied, I had no intention of mocking you. I was merely concerned for your wounds. I sincerely apologize. As the pillar of the Marquis and its future hope, Yi Tsunjin understood that Yi Yabing did not genuinely wish to quarrel. Her anxiety stemmed from the matter of her appearance. After his apology, she too expressed regret for her demeanor, and the siblings managed to share a light-hearted moment, dispelling any ill feelings. As they parted, Yi Tsunjin made a heartfelt promise. Await my good news, and I shall find the divine physician for you, ensuring that you become a beautiful bride, entering the Duke's residence. Yi Yabing, feeling somewhat disheartened, simply acknowledged with a soft ahem and departed. On her way back, her mind was still troubled. Surely, as a divine physician, he must possess the ability to restore one's face. Otherwise, how could he be deemed divine? Meanwhile, Yi Tsunjin turned to seek out Madame Min. After dismissing the others, he addressed her, Mother, we have news of the divine physician. Soon, I will bring him to treat my younger sister. Madame Min's face brightened. Excellent, excellent. This is the best news we have received in 2 days. It is said that the divine physician possesses the power of resurrection. He will undoubtedly heal Yi Yabing's face. Yi Tsunjin continued, Mother, there is more good news. While searching for the divine physician, I discovered that Qiushan, who is beside Yi Qingxue, is also seeking him. Madame Min paused, quickly processing the information. Indeed, Yi Qingxue is gravely poisoned and cannot obtain an antidote from us. Those around her will certainly endeavor to find the divine physician. Yet, she regarded this as no cause for celebration. Coldly, she declared, since Qiushan is the only one abroad, let us arrange for her demise, ensuring that Yi Qingxue can never find the divine physician. Yi Tsunjin smiled gently, saying, Mother, your words are misguided. I have already informed His Highness the Duke of Ding, and he believes that not only must we ensure Qiushan's survival, but we must also assist him in locating the fiancé fruit, allowing him to present it before Yi Qingxue. He leaned in slightly, whispering the entire plan into Madame Min's ear. This endeavor requires your utmost cooperation, lest Yi Qingxue detect any hints of our intentions. Madame Min narrowed her eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within. Very well. I shall seek out my sister-in-law at once. This time, she shall not escape. At noon, Yi Qingxue sat in the front hall, perusing a list of names acquired forcefully by Dongbai from Lady Zhou's residence the previous night. Lost in thought, she was interrupted by Xia Lu, who approached and announced, The eldest lady has arrived, Mississippi. In the courtyard, Xiao Bao had ceased running, narrowly avoiding a collision with Qi Zi, who had to halt abruptly. Lady Zhou was not alone. She was accompanied by Granny Kong and 2 maidservants. Yi Qingxue observed them as they crossed the courtyard, stepping over the threshold and entering the main hall, remaining silent. Upon entering, Lady Zhou wore a faint smile, yet the cold demeanor of the courtyard's inhabitants rendered her presence awkward, as no one greeted her. By the time she reached the center of the hall, she stood there, caught in a state of discomfort, unsure whether to sit or stand. Yi Qingxue cast her a dispassionate glance before returning to the list. The names were few, and the information provided by Lady Zhou was scant. Thus, little could be gleaned from it. Initially, she sought these individuals to ascertain whether her father's subordinates had thrived after his passing. If they had not, she would ensure they received justice from Madame Min. However, now she hoped to unveil the truth behind her father's death through them, aiming to bring Madame Min to her knees. She could eliminate Madame Min directly, but what of Dongbai and the others? What those who would watch her grow up in the estate? Must they all pay with their lives for her vendetta? Qingxue, after an indeterminate period, Lady Zhou finally spoke. Yi Qingxue, lost in contemplation, was abruptly interrupted, her irritation palpable as she snapped, Speak. Lady Zhou froze for a moment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she spoke with a quavering voice. regarding the matter between you and Pan Heng. It was a misunderstanding on my part. I have come to apologize." Qingxue looked at her in surprise, truly not expecting an apology from Lady Zhou. The latter stepped forward tentatively, seemingly wishing to grasp Qingxue's hand, but perhaps due to the frigidness of her gaze, she halted abruptly before her. "Previously, when I pressured you to withdraw from the Duke's residence, it was not just my misunderstanding. The entire Ho family was misled. We simply did not anticipate that you would, like your father, be a great hero, undertaking actions beneficial to the great Zhou," Lady Zhou lamented, yet Qingxue offered no response. "Indeed, Qingxue, when I learned the truth, I felt immense pride for you. Your father, in the afterlife, would surely take pride in you as well." Madame Zhou took a step closer, narrowing the distance between herself and Qingxue, yet she still hesitated to make contact. "To send you to the estate for 15 years was truly a last resort. Otherwise, your younger siblings would not survive. There is no mother in this world who does not love her children, dear Qingxue." Madame Zhou's tears fell softly, landing gently before Qingxue. Yet, Qingxue remained unresponsive. Madame Zhou, after wiping her tears away, summoned the two maidservants holding a tray to step forward. "Before you return to the manor, your mother had someone prepare clothing for you, but there has been no opportunity to present it until now. Take a look and see if it pleases you." Madame Zhou picked up a delicate yellow dress from the tray, intending to hold it up to Qingxue. However, Qingxue frowned slightly, and Dongbai promptly stepped forward to obstruct Madame Zhou, saying, "Madam, my young lady never wears delicate yellow. Moreover, the 17 lashes you inflicted upon her have already severed the bond of maternal affection between you. Now, to speak of regret is too late. My young lady is a person, not some insignificant creature. You wish to sever ties at your convenience, yet when it suits you to assume the role of a mother, she obediently becomes your daughter." Chun Qian and Xiaoyu stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of Qingxue. In an instant, Qingxue felt as though the light before her had been extinguished, leaving her enveloped in shadow, her expression concealed from view. Xiao Bao and Qizai stood silently by the door, their presence palpable. Blood is thicker than water. After all, who among us is not erred at some point? Madame Kong spoke, saying, "My dear young lady, you must understand your mother. It is entirely natural that she does not know you well after 15 years of separation. As the days stretch ahead and our interactions deepen, understanding naturally blossoms. Xiaodu, the madam has already wronged my young lady. Instead of seeking to make amends, she demands that my young lady first understand her. What kind of reasoning is this? If the esteemed lady truly wishes to foster a harmonious relationship with our young miss, she ought to have prepared the new garments in accordance with our miss's preferences prior to her return home. Could it be that on the day our miss returns, the esteemed gentleman suddenly becomes aware of her existence, having been oblivious to it before? Now that I am aware of the remarkable achievements of my esteemed lady, I come to apologize, claiming a desire to coexist harmoniously with her. Is this not utterly laughable? This is not a harmonious relationship, nor is it a mother's love for her child. Rather, it is an individual's feigned expression of affection towards those they owe, in a desperate attempt to alleviate their own feelings of guilt and regret. Ultimately, the lady is motivated by her own self-interest. Xiao Lu grew increasingly furious as she spoke, and soon Chun Qian and Dong Bai were equally enraged, resolutely positioning themselves in front of Qingxue, barring Madame Zhou from advancing any further. Granny Kong also felt a surge of anger and was about to voice her thoughts when she was halted by Madame Zhou. What this young lady says is entirely correct. Indeed, it is my inadequacy as a mother, Madame Zhou lamented, wiping her tears once more, but no longer fixating on approaching Qingxue. I have delivered your new garments too late. If you refuse them, blame me. I previously misunderstood you and failed to trust you. If you now choose to ignore me, that is still my fault. Madame Zhou continued. However, I still wish to inform you about the specific circumstances of the few household guards who once followed your father. They were all nurtured and promoted by him. For instance, Tan Shan, who once traversed a 10-mile ambush to rescue your father, bore the wound of an arrow, rendering him unable to return to the battlefield. Similarly, Qin Jisheng, who was still quite young when he first went to war, nearly lost his life. Your father saved him by offering his own blood, ensuring his safe return for medical attention. Furthermore, there are Lu Pan and Xue Lei. Each of them has faced life and death alongside your father in their own unique ways. All of them have been unwaveringly loyal to your father. On the battlefield, they were comrades. Off the battlefield, they shared a brotherly bond. If you wish to learn more about your father through them, seeking them out will undoubtedly yield insights. Yi Qingxue gazed at the names on the list, noting the ages inscribed beside each one, particularly Lu Pan, who was merely 20 when he left the Yi family. Still quite youthful. Just as Lady Zhou seemed poised to speak further, Dongbai suddenly lowered her voice, stating, "Someone is outside. I shall go take a look." Before the words had fully left her lips, Yi Qingxue found that Dongbai had already vanished from her sight, with Qingxue following her out the door. Yi Qingxue furrowed her brow, pondering who could have arrived to elicit such a strong reaction from Dongbai and Qingxue. She slammed the list onto the table and faced Lady Zhou directly, declaring, "You have spoken at length. Yet I shall pose but one question. Do you believe that I am on the brink of death due to the poison concocted by Yi Yabing and Lady Min?" Lady Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. "Yi is not the kind of person to be so ruthless. You have been resentful of me since you were sent to the countryside due to the punishment inflicted upon our sisters. You may blame me for not birthing you on an auspicious day, but you cannot harbor hatred for your sister. She has already suffered at your hands. Do you not think that is enough?" Lady Zhou's voice grew increasingly agitated, her earlier remorse evaporating, as if the fall had reverted entirely to Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue let out a cold laugh, offering no defense. "Chun Qian, escort the lady away. The Guanju courtyard is not receiving guests today." Lady Zhou's eyes turned red with anger as she berated her. "You cannot even tolerate your own sister. You are truly narrow-minded. Despite the accolades of being a heroine from the outside world, you will come to regret this." Qingxue rushed in from a distance, colliding forcefully with Lady Zhou, sending her tumbling to the ground in a heap with Granny Kong and two maids. With a howl, Qingxue frightened them into scrambling to their feet and fleeing in a panic, too terrified to utter another word. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Yi Qingxue and Dongbai had finally encountered the visitor. It was Qiu Shun, who had returned unexpectedly after only 2.5 days. They had assumed she would be gone for 6 or 7 days, so her swift return was quite surprising. Dongbai urgently inquired, "Where is the divine doctor? Have you found him?" Chapter 60. "Miss, I have caused your demise." As the autumn deepened, Qiu Shun pushed the person behind her forward, saying, "This is the renowned physician, Xiang Cizi." Yi Qingxue and Chun Xiadong turned their gazes towards the individual. He stood over 6 feet tall, with a slender frame and prominent cheekbones, suggesting a prolonged state of malnutrition. He appeared to be in his early 30s. A wandering physician, traversing vast distances and facing the hardships of nature, often lacking sustenance. His appearance was not unexpected. He greeted Yi Qingxue with a courteous gesture, and she reciprocated. Dongbai, anxious, implored, "I kindly request the physician to examine my young lady." Xiang Cizi interjected, "I beg your pardon for my rudeness, but I have traveled without nourishment. Might the young lady provide me with some food before I proceed with the examination? The poison afflicting her is not something that can be resolved swiftly." Qiu explained, "Miss, after finding the physician, I briefly informed him of your condition. Due to the urgency of the matter, I brought him here directly, and he indeed has not eaten or drunk along the way." Yi Qingxue promptly instructed Chun Qian to prepare a meal and asked Xia Lu to fetch warm water for the physician to wash his face. Qiu Shan went to freshen up and change her attire, while she and Dongbai escorted the physician to the dining hall. The warm water was soon presented, and after Xiang Cizi washed his face and hands, he took a seat at the dining table where Chun Qian served lunch. Xiang Cizi bowed again to Yi Qingxue before resuming his meal. Remembering what the little treasure had previously mentioned, Yi Qingxue summoned Yi Cunz to join them. Xiang Cizi appeared quite famished, finishing a bowl of soup and devouring 2 large bowls of rice, nearly clearing the entire table of meat and vegetables. Despite his hearty appetite, his manners remained refined, devoid of any rudeness. From his every gesture, Yi Qingxue discerned that he had likely received a strict upbringing. However, when he reached for the dishes, she noticed scars on his wrist. Yi Qingxue furrowed her brow and remarked, "Physician, your wrist." Xiang Cizi chuckled. "As a physician, I often venture into the mountains for herbs, where thorns abound and falls are common. Such injuries are the result of my endeavors." Yi Qingxue nodded in understanding. Once the meal was concluded, Yi Cunzi arrived, limping with his right leg and wearing an unwilling expression, clearly coerced by Dongbai. Upon his arrival, he maintained an indifferent demeanor towards everyone, and Dongbai unceremoniously placed him in a chair, instructing him to sit quietly. Xiang Cizi's gaze scanned Yi Cunzi briefly before he turned his attention to the window. Afternoon, the sun began its descent towards the west, casting shadows of the trees that slowly shifted across the windowsill. Dongbai inquired, "Physician, have you dined sufficiently? May we now proceed with the examination of my young lady?" Xiang Cizi replied, "Allow me to visit the restroom first, and I shall return to examine the young lady." Dongbai offered, "I shall escort you, lest you lose your way." "Thank you, young lady," Xiang Cizi replied politely, rising to follow Dongbai to the restroom. Yi Qingxue watched their departing figures, her brow furrowed in contemplation. As autumn deepens, "Do you truly believe he is the one known as Xiang Cizi? How can you be certain?" Qiushan replied, "When I found him, he was treating a patient on the brink of death, and miraculously, he managed to restore the patient to health. The family can attest to his identity as Xiang Cizi." Xiang Cizi had not been gone long, perhaps only the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. When he returned, Yi Qingxue seated herself upon a chair, resting her hands upon the tea table, as Qiushan draped a delicate silk scarf over her wrist. Gesturing to Xiang Cizi with an inviting hand, "Your expertise is greatly appreciated, esteemed physician." Xiang Cizi stepped forward, preparing to take her pulse, but at that moment, heavy and disordered footsteps echoed from behind the screen. Yi Qingxue frowned. Such sounds could only be produced by one gravely injured. Could it be the deposed prince, Yinzhua? Wasn't he supposed to be feverish and languid in that small room? What could have compelled him to emerge? How could he muster the strength to walk here? Yet if it were not the deposed prince, Yi Qingxue could not fathom who else could approach with such a gait. Her gaze remained fixed on the screen, and soon she beheld a slender yet wounded hand grasping its edge for support, followed by the appearance of the deposed prince. Xiang Cizi's hand hesitated, not reaching for Yi Qingxue's pulse, but instead turning to regard the sudden arrival. Yinzhua? The moment he recognized Yinzhua's face, a look of panic flickered across Xiang Cizi's countenance, as if he had been struck by fear. However, that apprehension swiftly transformed into a brilliant light in his eyes, a glow of unrestrained excitement. "Changshi, I had no inkling that you, once merely the stable man of the Eastern Palace, had become a renowned physician of the realm," Yinzhua remarked, his tone feeble yet laced with evident mockery. "What? The stable man of the Eastern Palace?" The four of them exchanged bewildered glances, particularly Qiushan, who was taken aback by this revelation. She had witnessed this man revive a dying soul, and everyone declared him Xiang Cizi, only to discover he was merely a stable man of the Eastern Palace. Changshi, the stable man, beamed with delight and enthusiasm. "What a stroke of fortune! Your Highness, to find you here, His Majesty and Prince Ding have been searching for you far and wide. Today, you cannot escape. With the prince's troubles, all in the Eastern Palace were doomed to suffer. Those who lived faced death, those who were injured sustained wounds, and those imprisoned languished in their cells." As the stable man, he had spent these recent days in a hellish darkness. Believing hope was lost, he was unexpectedly summoned, masquerading as Xiang Cizi, accompanying Qiushan to the Marquis' residence. Now, having discovered the wanted fugitive, the deposed prince, in their midst, would he not earn immense credit? Not only would he survive, but he would also attain boundless wealth and fortune. How could he not be elated? Suddenly, Yi Qingxue sprang to her feet, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Changshi was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground. He attempted to rise, but Yi Qingxue's foot was already planted firmly on his back. Her voice, as cold as frost, pierced the air. "Speak. Who sent you? And what is your purpose?" Judging by his earlier reaction, he likely had no inkling of the prince's concealment within the Marquis' residence, suggesting that this intrusion was clearly aimed at her. Suddenly, Dongbai's ears twitched as she sensed movement outside, prompting her to swiftly dart out. Chunqian and Xiagu guarded the entrance, while Qiushan furrowed her brow, fixated on Changxi. Instead of answering Yi Qingxue's inquiry, Changxi declared, "Miss Yi cannot take my life. The Xiangxi fruit resides with me. Only I can lead you to the true Xiangxi. If you were to kill me, not only would you lose the fruit, but your own life would also be forfeit." No sooner had she spoken than Dongbai rushed in, her tone urgent as she announced, "There are people approaching. They are from the Hall of the Imperial Guard." The Hall of the Imperial Guard? That signifies the Emperor's men. Yi Qingxue's mind raced with thoughts. Suddenly, Qiushan fell to her knees with a thud, overwhelmed with grief and anger, exclaiming, "My lady, I have brought about your demise." Chapter 61. A murder without bloodshed. The Crown Prince had committed a grave offense, and anyone associated with him had either been executed or imprisoned, facing either death or exile in the future. However, Changxi, serving as a groom in the Eastern Palace, had audaciously impersonated Xiangxi Zi and deliberately allowed himself to be taken to the Hofu-esque Guanju courtyard. The intention was abundantly clear. Those behind this scheme sought to fabricate a pretext that Yi Qingxue was harboring a criminal from the Eastern Palace. The swift arrival of the officials from the Hall of Preserving Harmony served as evidence. Who would dare shelter a criminal from the Eastern Palace, knowing that such an act would mark them as a conspirator of the Crown Prince, punishable by immediate execution upon capture? As Qiushan connected Changxi's identity with the rapid arrival of the Hall of Preserving Harmony, she realized she had fallen into a trap. Someone knew she had sought Xiangxi Zi to procure an antidote for Yi Qingxue, and had thus orchestrated this elaborate ruse to bring about her mistress's demise. It turned out that Changxi's request for a meal, followed by his need to relieve himself, was merely a stalling tactic, waiting for the officials to arrive. Filled with a mix of sorrow and rage, Qiushan bit her lip until it bled. Chuanxia and Dongyi exchanged anxious glances between Qiushan and Yi Qingxue, sweat beading on their foreheads. The mastermind behind Changxi's impersonation had undoubtedly not anticipated that the deposed Crown Prince would be present at Guanju Courtyard. Now, once the officials from the Hall of Preserving Harmony arrived, they would surely discover the deposed Crown Prince's presence, leaving no chance for anyone to escape. Although Changxi currently found himself beneath Yi Qingxue's foot, he remained unfazed, laughing. "I had initially contemplated framing Miss Yi for harboring Eastern Palace criminals, feeling quite remorseful. But to survive, I had no choice. Now it seems, Miss Yi truly has concealed a wanted criminal from the court, and moreover, the very deposed Crown Prince the Emperor has tirelessly sought. This no longer counts as slander, does it, Miss Yi?" His gaze turned menacing as he looked at Yunjua, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression twisted with malice. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, as the heir apparent, you have engaged in an illicit affair with the Emperor's favored concubine. You have colluded with bandits in a treasonous plot. You have even desecrated your own mother's memory by spattering blood upon the statue of the late Empress." Leaning against the screen, Yunjua grasped the edge of it tightly, his fingers nearly embedding themselves into the wood. Changxi continued, "We, of humble origins, have no right to criticize your actions. Yet do you not realize that your various misdeeds have led to the downfall of everyone in the Eastern Palace, while you simply walk away unscathed? Today, you must pay for your past actions and for all those you have caused to perish." He then turned to Yi Qingxue, exclaiming, "And you, Miss Yi, dare to shelter the deposed Crown Prince? You too shall meet your end." Changxi erupted into laughter. Yunjua spat out a mouthful of blood, his grasp on the screen weakening, his body collapsing to the ground. Xiao Bao, who had been attentively observing his condition, patted Qi Zai's head. Qi Zai darted forth like an arrow, and Yunjua collapsed onto it, blood staining its white fur. Xiao Bao cried out in alarm, "Mother, Father's vitality is critically low. We must summon a physician at once, or he shall surely perish." Changxi, however, declared it would be futile to save him. "The officials from the Hall of Preserving Harmony are already at the door, and none of you shall escape." Yi Qingxue perked up her ears, hearing the synchronized sound of footsteps approaching, a multitude of individuals causing the ground to tremble slightly. Changxi sneered, "You cannot kill me. If you do, There will be no one to save Xiangxi, and he shall perish at your hands as well. Yi Qingxue grasped him by the nape of his neck, lifting him off the ground. Where is Xiangxi? Tell me, and I shall spare your life. Qiangxue mocked, even if I refuse to speak. Do you dare to kill me now, missy? With an expression as impassive as stone, Yi Qingxue replied, to ensure the survival of everyone here. I have no choice but to take your life. Before Qiangxue could fully comprehend her intent, her grip tightened around his throat, her slender fingers surprisingly strong, rendering him breathless in an instant. He struggled desperately, beating against her wrist, but her hold was as unyielding as iron, leaving him no escape. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The seasons watching Yi Qingxue with a stillness that rendered them uncertain of her motives. Even Yi Kunci, who was nestled in a chair, sat in stunned disbelief. Amidst the profound quiet, Qiangxi's struggles diminished, his breaths grew fainter, until finally, his head drooped, lifeless in Yi Qingxue's grasp. This method of killing, though gradual, left no bloodshed. Upon concluding her grim task, she released her grip, and Qiangxi's body crumpled to the ground, the once arrogant figure now devoid of any sound. Chunqian, Xiaolu, go outside the courtyard and block the entrance for the guard from the Hall of Audience, Yi Qingxue commanded. The two exchanged glances, their confusion apparent. Yet they refrained from questioning, promptly obeying. Yi Qingxue then turned to Qiushan. What are you still kneeling for? Rise and search for Xiangxi, particularly in the area where you encountered Qiangxi. Qiangxi sought to replace Xiangxi, and thus must have acted against him. Yet Xiangxi was a living person, and Qiangxi had little time. He surely could not have hidden him too well. Understood. Qiushan sprang to her feet, contemplating the situation outside, the corpse before them, and the unconscious. A flicker of concern crossed her mind. What will happen to you if I leave, miss? Yi Qingxue reassured her. As long as our enemies are alive, I shall not perish. Go without worry. Outside the rear courtyard, the guard from the Hall of Audience had already gathered in numbers, making Qiushan's exit difficult. Yi Qingxue instructed Qizai to assist, creating an opening to divert some guards, allowing Qiushan to escape successfully. Meanwhile, in the front courtyard, the commander of the Hall of Audience, Cui Xiao, accompanied by hundreds of guards, had arrived, with Yi Cunjin leading the way. Chunqian and Xiaolu stood resolutely at the entrance. Xiaolu stated, "This is the inner courtyard. May I inquire about the esteemed purpose of your visit? Sir, my lady is resting and cannot receive guests at this time." Cui Xiao replied, according to reliable information. A criminal from the Eastern Palace is hiding within the Ho residence at the Guanju courtyard. I am here by the Emperor's command to apprehend him. Step aside. Xiaolu retorted, "My lady is merely an inner courtyard maiden. How could she possibly harbor a criminal from the Eastern Palace? Such an accusation is too grave and could lead to execution. I implore you to conduct a thorough investigation before proceeding, or my lady may not survive the ordeal." Cui Xiao, if I enter to investigate, I shall ascertain the innocence of your young lady. He gave a slight nod to the guards beside him, who, disregarding the of Chun and Xia, surged into the courtyard. Chun and Xia, however, desperately obstructed their path. Yi Cunjin stepped forward, stating, "If you do not allow Lord Cui to conduct a thorough investigation, your young lady will forever bear the stigma of harboring a criminal from the Eastern Palace. Do you truly wish to condemn her? Step aside at once." Despite the dire situation, Chun and Xia continued to stand firm. Observing this, Yi Cunjin recognized the success of Qiangxi's scheme and secretly reveled in it, thinking that this time, he would surely bring about Yi Qingxue's demise. Capture them swiftly. Do not let them hinder Lord Cui from apprehending the criminal, Yi Cunjin commanded in a low voice. Immediately, guards advanced to seize Chun and Xia, while Yi Cunjin strode forward, leading Cui Xiao and the guards into Yi Qingxue's chamber, their hurried steps betraying their impatience. Inside the room, Yi Qingxue sat elegantly upon a chair, as if she had been awaiting their arrival. Chapter 62. Do not touch him. Yi Cunjin was momentarily taken aback by her demeanor. However, considering that Qiangxi had already entered the Guanju courtyard and that the two maidservants, Chunxia and others, had fervently obstructed their entry, it seemed there was no cause for alarm. Yi Qingxue's current disposition was merely a facade of composure. Yi Tsunjin spoke sharply. Lord Shui has received word that the Guanju courtyard is harboring a criminal from the Eastern Palace, and has come at the Emperor's behest to apprehend him. I implore you, dear Qingxue, to surrender the fugitive. Otherwise, when Lord Shui locates the criminal, none within Guanju courtyard will escape a dire fate. Cui Xiao inclined his head respectfully towards Yi Qingxue and remarked, My apologies, Miss Yi. Yi Qingxue rose slowly, her expression unperturbed, a hint of derision gracing her lips. Having grown up in the countryside, I am rather timid. How could I dare to shelter a criminal from the Eastern Palace? Yi Tsunjin's lips twitched in disbelief. Her swift and ruthless demeanor belied any claims of timidity. If she were to be considered meek, then true bravery would be a rarity indeed. He coldly retorted, Whether or not you are harboring a fugitive can be ascertained by Lord Chui's search. Cui Xiao raised his hand, signaling the guards behind him to advance and conduct a search. Suddenly, Yi Qingxue's voice rang out. Halt! She met Yi Tsunjin's fierce gaze and then turned to face Cui Xiao's frigid stare, inquiring, If you find no criminal from the Eastern Palace within my premises, what then? As an unsupported and vulnerable woman, should you rummage through my quarters and brand me as a criminal's accomplice? How shall I continue to live in the capital? What man would dare to take me as his wife? Cui Xiao replied, If no criminal from the Eastern Palace is found here, your innocence will naturally be restored. Yi Qingxue countered, Who can attest to my innocence? Henceforth, people will only know that my residence was searched. Ye Junjin sneered. Ye Yinwu was evidently anxious, unwilling to allow a search. Yet today, he was resolute in ensuring her demise. Although she had but 8 days left to live, who could predict what she might do in that time, given her reckless nature? If she were to die today, she would not see the morrow. I shall serve as your witness, Yi Tsunjin declared. Yi Qingxue retorted, Will you kneel and apologize to prove my innocence then? Yi Tsunjin narrowed his eyes, incredulous that she would dare to dream such a notion. However, his only desire at that moment was to swiftly condemn Yi Qingxue and hasten her end. So he stated bluntly, For your innocence, what difficulty is there in me kneeling and apologizing? I agree to it. Yi Qingxue immediately gestured, Lord Shui, please proceed. The guards behind Cui Xiao surged forward like a tide, flooding in through the door and scouring every room and corner of the courtyard, leaving no stone unturned. Yi Tsunjin and Cui Xiao did not act immediately. Instead, they surveyed the main hall with their eyes. Suddenly, Yi Tsunjin's gaze fell upon the screen. He strode forward, bending down to touch the ground, where he felt minute particles. Crushing them between his fingers, he discovered they were dried, congealed blood. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, prompting Yi Tsunjin to ponder whether Qingxue had met his demise and if Yi Qingxue had concealed his body. It mattered little. The priority was to locate Qingxue, whether alive or deceased, for it bore negligible significance. Lord Shui, I have discovered traces of blood here, Yi Tsunjin promptly declared. Cui Xiao strode forward, his gaze drawn to the bloodstains that Yi Tsunjin had discerned. Lowering his head, Yi Tsunjin noticed more bloodstains several paces away, cleverly concealed yet insufficiently hidden, likely due to the urgency of the situation. Following the trail of blood, they arrived at a small cottage, its door firmly shut. Standing at the threshold, the two exchanged a glance, both suspecting that the perpetrator from the Eastern Palace might be inside. Upon reaching this point, they sensed the metallic scent of blood intensifying. Their eyes met once more. Cui Xiao rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, prepared to draw it at a moment's notice, while Yi Tsunjin braced himself to force the door open. At that moment, Yi Qingxue approached, declaring, You cannot enter. My kin is inside, injured and in need of rest. Yi Tsunjin cast her a cold glance, dismissing her words as mere nonsense. Did Yi Qingxue truly believe that her statement would deter him and Cui Xiao from breaching the threshold? The occupant within was undoubtedly Qingxue, and he was likely already slain by Yi Qingxue. Once they entered and confirmed Qingxue's identity as the criminal from the Eastern Palace, Cui Xiao would take Yi Qingxue into custody. No matter the Emperor's protection, Yi Qingxue's life would be forfeit. I was unaware that Sister Qingxue had a wounded relative. By rights, your kin are also mine, If indeed a family member is injured, as the elder brother, I should certainly check on them. The latter part of Yi Suanjin's statement dripped with malice. Before he could finish, he sidestepped and forcefully slammed the door open with his shoulder, while Cui Xiao gripped the hilt of his sword and rushed inside. The modest room contained but a single small window, casting it into a dim gloom even in daylight, and the stench of blood was overwhelming to the point of nausea. In the corner, a bed lay with a slightly raised quilt, and the individual atop it faced away from the entrance, remaining oblivious to the commotion. Yi Tsunjin was certain that this person was Qingxue. He strode forward and pulled back the quilt, his hand landing on the figure's shoulder. Expecting to encounter a corpse, he was startled to find warmth radiating from it. Before he could contemplate further, he heard Yi Qingxue's frantic cry, "Do not touch him." At her words, Yi Tsunjin forcefully turned the figure around. Cui Xiao had already drawn his sword, aimed at the person on the bed, but in the next instant, Yi Tsunjin exclaimed in shock, "How can it be you?" Chapter 63. The deposed prince is nearing death. A faint light illuminated the face of the figure on the bed, revealing Yi Tsunxue. His complexion was pale, his hair disheveled, as if he had suffered grave injuries, a stark contrast to the spirited youth Yi Tsunxue remembered. For a fleeting moment, Yi Tsunxue thought he was seeing a ghost. How could Yi Tsunxue be here? Was he not supposed to be in the stables, tending to the horses? Yi Qingxue stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Yi Tsunxue's face, the sound echoing in the room, leaving him momentarily stunned. He glared at her in fury, but Yi Qingxue's anger surpassed his own. "I told you not to touch him. He is an injured patient." He collapsed at the entrance of the Guanju courtyard, and it took great effort for me to bring him back. Do you not realize that moving him could cause him to bleed to death? He is Yi Tsunxue, my cousin, and your own younger brother. How can you be so indifferent to his life and death? What kind of elder brother are you? Yi Qingxue's words came forth like a barrage, leaving Yi Tsunxue defenseless. Anger surged within him as he retorted, "Why was my younger brother injured in the first place? And why did he collapse at the entrance of the Guanju courtyard? That is a question for you and second it. You and she managed the entire Yungying Marquis. Yet you allowed my brother to feed the horses, resulting in him being bitten by a fierce horse, leaving him with no means to call for help before collapsing at my doorstep." Yi Tsunxue suddenly recalled that after the incident with Miss Lan, Yi Tsunxue had broken his leg and was subsequently punished by being made to clean and feed the horses. However, this was a secret of the Marquis, and now Yi Qingxue spoke of it in front of outsiders. How would they perceive him and the Marquis? Instinctively, Yi Tsunxue glanced at Cui Xiao, who was also looking back at him, his brow furrowed, his gaze profound, revealing shock intertwined with a hint of disdain. Yi Tsunxue was indeed the second young master of the Marquis. In the past, even after committing a grave error, he had been spared further punishment. Yet, the Marquis' treatment of its own blood to such a cruel extent, disregarding his very life, was atrocious. What cold-heartedness and cruelty must such actions embody? Yi Tsunxue instantly sensed Cui Xiao's emotions, igniting his own anger, not directed at Cui Xiao, but at Yi Qingxue. "Lord Cui, my younger brother, once committed a grave mistake, nearly ruining Miss Lan's life. Even though the Lan family has chosen not to pursue the matter further, the Marquis cannot simply brush it aside. Otherwise, other brothers or descendants may become increasingly reckless, eager to imitate and harm more people. That would be our sin and that of the Marquis. Our punishment of him serves not only to instill in him the ability to recognize his errors and amend his ways, but also to serve as a cautionary tale for future generations to avoid repeating such mistakes." Cui Xiao, being the commander of the Imperial Guard and accustomed to walking in the presence of the Emperor, was a figure of great importance in Yi Tsunxue's eyes. He was keenly aware that if Cui Xiao spoke favorably of him before the Emperor, his path to promotion would be smoother. However, Cui Xiao merely frowned and coldly remarked, "This is a matter of the Marquis. Lord, you need not explain to me. Our immediate priority is to locate the perpetrator in the Eastern Palace." Having spoken, he advanced to thoroughly search the small dwelling, but found no other suspicious individuals, and then turned to exit. Ye Junjin approached Ye Yinwu. Looking down at her with a fierce glint in his eyes, You lured us here deliberately to mislead us, did you not? You intended for Lord Qingxue to witness the disgrace of our Ho residence, did you not? Do not think that this will hinder our pursuit of the East Palace criminal. Yi Qingxue, you have committed a capital offense today. Even the king himself cannot save you now. Just wait. Yi Tsunjin was convinced that Qingxue was hidden within the Guanju courtyard. Unless he turned to dust and vanished, Yi Qingxue could not escape death. However, as he, along with Cui Xiao and numerous guards, scoured the Guanju courtyard inch by inch, time and again, no trace of Qingxue was found. How could this be? Yi Tsunjin was incredulous. When autumn deepened and Qingxue was brought to the Guanju courtyard, his men were stationed at every exit of the Ho residence. It was impossible for Qingxue to have been smuggled out. If he had truly been taken, he would have noticed long ago. Yet now, while his men found no evidence of Qingxue's departure, he was equally unable to locate him within the Guanju courtyard. Was it haunted? Yi Qingxue sat composedly in a chair, sipping tea. Shall you send someone to procure a few hundred hoes to dig 3 feet into the ground of my Guanju courtyard for the 5th search? She deftly shifted the conversation, adding, however, Sir Vice Minister, if you persist in your search, your younger brother may miss his treatment. If he were to perish, who would be held accountable? Yi Tsunjin, chagrined and furious, suddenly noticed Yi Qingxue clenching her palms, appearing quite anxious. His anger dissipated, and he abruptly said, Lord Qingxue, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. The East Palace criminal is not hiding in the Guanju courtyard. Shall we call this matter to a close for today? Cui Xiao replied. It was the vice minister who claimed that the Guanju courtyard harbored criminals, and now it is the vice minister who cannot locate them. This will surely require your personal explanation to the emperor. Yi Tsunjin responded, that is agreeable. I shall explain personally, without implicating Lord Qingxue. Yi Yinwu Ingtajistit. After the vice minister has escorted Lord Qingxue, do remember to return and kneel to me in apology, restoring my innocence. Yi Tsunjin gritted his teeth. A strained smile plastered on his face as he regarded her. Very well, Sister Qingxue. Your words shall be etched in my memory as your elder brother. Exiting the Guanju courtyard, Yi Tsunjin remarked, Lord Qingxue, my younger brother and Sister Qingxue have never shared any rapport. Yet now my younger brother lies injured in the Guanju courtyard, which defies logic. Thus, I suspect the East Palace criminal may be hiding in the place where my younger brother currently resides. Sister Qingxue has moved him here, both to clear space for the East Palace criminal and to divert our attention. Cui Xiao cast a profound glance at Yi Tsunjin, seemingly at a loss for words. Yet after a moment of contemplation, he replied, Then let us investigate. The group proceeded towards the stables with great determination. Suddenly, Yi Tsunjin turned back to glance at the Guanju courtyard, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He harbored a suspicion that Yi Kunzi had been forced to exchange places with Qingxue, a notion he had previously shared with Cui Xiao. He harbored a lingering suspicion that Qingxue was still within the confines of the Guanju courtyard. Should he arrive at the stable and find Qingxue absent, he would execute a swift retreat, catching Yi Qingxue off guard. Today, she must perish. He commanded all guards encircling the Guanju courtyard to withdraw, granting Yi Qingxue ample time and space to present Qingxue. Just as they departed, Qizai leapt through the window, landing gracefully before Yi Qingxue, carrying a person upon his back. Both the wolf and the man were drenched. As a wolf, Qizai was naturally proficient in swimming, having concealed himself and Yunzhua in the depths of a well in the backyard. The well's entrance was modest. As long as the guards remained above, they would fail to uncover the individuals hidden within. Qizai shook off his wet fur, sending droplets flying everywhere, despite being a wolf. He could not endure prolonged exposure to the frigid water. Little Bout dashed from the backyard, grasping Yi Qingxue's hand. Father has been gravely distressed and has coughed up blood. He has scarcely 1/3 of his vitality remaining. Mother, please save father. Yi Qingxue yearned to rescue him, yet there were no physicians available. The night prior, she had saved hoping he would one day avenge her. However, she had not anticipated that her act of mercy would render him even more perilous. It was known that in a previous life, Yunzhua had survived for 3 more years, ultimately vanquishing the Ding Wang and exacting revenge. The situation was dire, yet suddenly, a commotion emerged from the backyard. Yi Qingxue frowned. Was it Yi Suanjin and Shui Xiao's men returning so soon? It should not have been this quick. She had deliberately mentioned Yi Kunzi to lead Yi Suanjin and Shui Xiao to the stable, thus buying time and opportunity for them to receive medical attention. They should not have arrived so promptly. Chapter 64. The true love seed arrived suddenly. Qizai raised its head and howled. Yi Qingxue was taken aback. Had Qizai arrived? The faint sound drew closer, and as Yi Qingxue turned to investigate, a shadow leapt through the window. Upon focusing her gaze, she was astonished to see a black-gray wolf land before her, bearing a person upon its back, who appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness. The gray wolf turned sideways, allowing the individual to slide off and lie beside Yinzhua. Xiao Bao immediately dashed forward, embracing the wolf's neck. Mother, it is Father's pet. It has been guarding him from the shadows, and its appearance now must signify that Father is in grave danger. Yi Qingxue was surprised to discover that he also kept a wolf as a pet, just like her. Her Qizai was a male wolf weighing 140 pounds, while the gray wolf before her was slightly smaller, estimated to weigh around 130 pounds, likely a female. Miss Qiu Shun, who should have been outside searching for the love seed, suddenly rushed in breathlessly from the backyard. Her face was drenched in sweat, and panic was evident, but upon seeing that there was no bloodshed, death, or violence, she visibly relaxed. Pointing to the unconscious man on the ground, Qiu Shun hurriedly explained, "When I went to find the love seed, this wolf suddenly appeared, led me to the cellar, and that is when I discovered this man. He claims to be the love seed, but before I could ascertain his honesty, the wolf frightened him into unconsciousness and forcibly brought him here." Even now, Qiu Shun felt as if she were in a dream. A strange wolf had appeared, not to harm her, but to guide her to the love seed. Had it not been for the wolf beside Yi Qingxue, she might have truly feared for her life. What astonished her even more was that this wolf was able to find the corner gate of the with precision, smoothly entering through it and making its way directly to Guanju courtyard. Having only recently joined the ranks, Qiu Shun was now quite nervous, fearing that this wolf might be trained by someone else, specifically sent here to harm Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue remained silent and approached the man, pinching his acupoint. After a while, the man gradually opened his eyes and regained consciousness. His gaze was filled with confusion as he scanned his surroundings, still unable to discern where he was. In his bewilderment, he suddenly recalled that before losing consciousness, a wolf had lunged at him. Startled, he instinctively pushed against the ground, retreating until his back met the chair behind him. Yi Qingxue suddenly crouched down, extending her hand before him, revealing her wrist. "Please, sir, help me check my condition." The lineup of people and the presence of two wolves created an overwhelming pressure upon the man. He swallowed hard, reluctant to refuse Yi Qingxue's request, and thus, his hand reached for her pulse. Initially, he didn't pay much attention, assuming it was merely a steady pulse, but upon feeling it, he was taken aback and began to focus intently. As he concentrated, it seemed he was further startled, becoming even more serious, fully engrossed in the task at hand. After a prolonged moment, the man finally withdrew his hand. The young lady has been poisoned by the lethal essence of the shattered moon orchid, leaving her with merely 10 days to live. However, the toxin has already infiltrated her vital organs, indicating that she has been afflicted for at least 3 days. Upon hearing his accurate assessment, the onlookers held their breath, particularly Qiu, who felt a tense unease. Could it be that this individual truly was the renowned doctor, Xiangxizi? She hastily inquired, "Divine physician, is there an antidote?" The man shook his head, a profound sense of regret etched on his face. "It is impossible. This poison is exceedingly tyrannical. Once it enters the body, it gradually erodes the internal organs. Even with medication, one can only prolong the inevitable demise, ultimately failing to preserve life. Moreover, even if one could extend their lifespan with treatment, the poisoned individual would endure excruciating pain, ultimately losing their senses, living in a state devoid of dignity, worse than death itself." As his words echoed in the chamber, A heavy silence fell. No one dared to speak. Chunqian, Zilf, and Xioshan gazed intently at Yi Qingxue, their eyes gradually reddening. Seven's eyes seemed to sense the collective sorrow, remaining silent and motionless. The atmosphere was thick with stillness until Yi Qingxue broke the silence. "Are you truly the divine physician, Xiangxi Zi?" The man rose and performed a respectful bow. "I am indeed Xiangxi Zi, though I do not deserve the title of divine physician. I am merely an ordinary person who travels to where healing is needed." He truly is Xiangxi Zi. The trio, Chun, Xia, and Xiao, felt their sorrow deepen. If even the world-renowned physician was powerless against the shattered moon orchid's venom, then their young mistress was undoubtedly beyond salvation. Yet, Yi Qingxue had already come to terms with this outcome. In her previous life, Yi Yabing and Madame Min had deceived her into believing that an antidote existed, merely delaying her demise. She had clung to life for 3 years, only to be drained of her essence before meeting a bitter end. In this life, she would rather embrace an early death than endure the same torment as before. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingxue declared, "I have 2 friends who are injured. I implore the divine physician to assist in examining them." The crowd swiftly parted, allowing Xiangxi Zi to approach Yunjue, where he knelt to check his pulse, scrutinizing his eyes and various injuries. This young man bears both internal and external wounds of grave severity, and he is currently suffering from a high fever. His condition appears dire. "I advise all to prepare themselves mentally," Xiangxi Zi stated. Yi Qingxue inquired, "If we can bring down his fever, will he be out of danger?" Xiangxi Zi replied, "The greatest challenge lies in reducing his fever. His injuries are too severe, and too much time has elapsed. I can only say that we shall endeavor to try." Little Bao squeezed his way to the front from among the adults. He has a blood clot in his head, and there are silver needles within his body. If you remove these, he can escape peril. Xiangxi Zi looked at him in surprise. "Did you witness the injury to his head with your own eyes? Did you see someone insert silver needles into his body?" Little Bao pressed his lips together. "I understand that you do not believe me, but is there not another injured person in the small room? If you follow my instructions and extract the silver needle from his right leg, you will have faith in me." Xiangxi Zi was taken aback. Yi Qingxue interjected, "Indeed, there is another patient inside. I kindly ask the divine physician to take a look." Xiangxi Zi responded with determination, "Very well." Yi Qingxue instructed Chunxia and Xiaohua to lift Yunjue onto the back of the gray wolf, which subsequently carried him to the bed in the small cottage. Yi Kunci relinquished the small bed and seated himself in a nearby chair. Unbeknownst to the group, Xiao Bao had not followed them in. Xiangxi Zi squatted before Yi Kunci and began to examine his injured right leg. He remarked, "The bone is fractured and has not healed properly, thus hindering your ability to walk normally. I can set the bone, but it will be painful for you." Ye Junci, filled with fervor, replied, "As long as my leg can be healed, I can endure any suffering." At merely 15 years of age, he would rather perish than live the rest of his life with a limp. Xiangxi Zi rolled up his trouser leg, firmly grasped his right leg, and prepared to realign the bone. At that moment, Xiao Bao squeezed through the door, holding a brush and paper, with silver needles embedded in his leg. However, merely realigning the bone would not suffice. The needles must be removed first. Upon glancing at Yi Kunci's leg, Xiao Bao began to sketch on the paper. In a short while, he indicated the precise locations of the 3 silver needles and handed the drawing to Xiangxi Zi. While Xiangxi Zi had previously examined Yi Kunci's leg, he had not felt any needles, as they were too diminutive to be detected through the flesh. Given that Xiao Bao claimed there were needles inside and had marked their locations, Xiangxi Zi pressed down at those spots from various angles. Yi Kunci let out a cold snort, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead, his face turning pale. Indeed, there were silver needles within his leg. Xiao Bao quickly retrieved a small pouch from his person, opening it to reveal a row of sharp instruments that glinted ominously in the light. Yi Kunci's voice trembled. "What were you going to do?" Chapter 65. Unable to contain his shock, it was not Xiao Bao who responded to him, but Xiangxi Zi. "Since there are silver needles lodged in your leg, the only way to extract them is to incise the flesh, allowing for their complete removal, thus enabling your leg to heal fully." Yi Kunci's complexion grew increasingly pallid, beads of sweat forming densely upon his brow. The unexpected pain of injury and the agonizing anticipation of having his leg cut open by another were two entirely disparate sensations. Qingxue reassured him, "Do not fear. My lord, I possess pain relief medicine that will mitigate your discomfort during the incision." Qingxue pressed his lips into a straight line. This was not merely a matter of pain. As a healer, Qingxue bore the weight of a burden, a satchel filled with various medications and instruments. Yet at this moment, Xiaobao's prepared tools appeared more effective. Qingxue instructed someone to gather fire and water, intending to sterilize the instruments in boiling water before proceeding with the surgery. Qingxue promptly sent Chunxian to attend to the preparations. While they were underway, Qingxue administered the pain relief medicine to Qingxue, but upon witnessing the glint of the knife, his face remained ghostly pale and his lips trembled. He struggled to voice his doubt. What if there are no silver needles in my leg? Could it be that the divine physician merely touched the fractured bone, causing such pain? Qingxue replied, "We shall ascertain the truth once we make the incision." Xiaobao nodded solemnly, stating, "Indeed, you shall not perish from the incision. However, should you refuse, your leg will be rendered permanently incapacitated, and you will never rise again. Contemplate this well. Even a child could express such gravity." And at the age of 15, Qingxue felt that further refusal would render him devoid of masculine courage. He bit his lip, ultimately nodding, though the motion was stiff, akin to a marionette. Little did the unfortunate Qingxue know that the serious Xiaobao, advocating for the incision, was merely using him to test his own abilities. If he did not proceed with the surgery, he could not heal his father, Yunzhua. Xiaobao thought this, yet did not reveal it. With Chuanxia and Qiutian stationed outside, the small room contained only the unconscious Yunzhua, Qingxue, Qingxue, Xiaobao, and Qingxue. When a knife was ready, the pain relief had taken effect within Qingxue. Following the illustration provided by Xiaobao, Qingxue made a precise incision in Qingxue's leg. Qingxue turned his face away, gritting his teeth to avoid witnessing the procedure. Blood flowed forth, and Qingxue held a candle aloft to illuminate the scene. Yet no silver needle was found. Xiaobao, clutching the sterilized tweezers, deftly inserted them into the incision and swiftly grasped the silver needle, extracting it with precision. Qingxue could not help but observe Xiaobao anew. His eyes seemed capable of piercing through flesh and blood to locate the needle within, confirming he had not lied. Though she had heard of his abilities before, witnessing it firsthand left her utterly astonished. Qingxue stood momentarily stunned, uncertain whether he was the physician or if this 5-year-old child possessed greater prowess. The silver needle, the size of a hair and 2 inches long, was nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely in the candlelight. Moreover, it was previously concealed within the flesh of Qingxue, making its existence nearly imperceptible, save for the excruciating pain when he walked. Here, another incision was made to extract the silver needle from within. After placing the needle upon the tray, Xiaobao turned to speak to Qingxue, who regarded him as if he were a celestial being. Wherever Xiaobao indicated for him to cut, he complied without hesitation. In truth, Xiaobao's judgment was entirely accurate. 3 silver needles were extracted in their entirety and laid upon the tray, glistening vividly in the candlelight. Qingxue proceeded to apply medicine, realign bones, and bandage Qingxue. By the time all tasks were completed, Qingxue was drenched in sweat, with strands of hair clinging to his face. The analgesic merely alleviated the pain. It did not render him entirely insensible to it. What truly sent shivers through him was the acute sound of the blade slicing through flesh, leaving him drenched in perspiration. Gazing at the bloodied silver needles on the tray, his lips trembled incessantly, his face pallid. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. If he was not mistaken, when his mother brought the physician to see him, it was not for treatment, but rather an opportunity to insert silver needles into his wound. Only then did these needles have a chance to penetrate his leg. Under normal circumstances, such an opportunity was scarce. His mother seemed intent on ensuring he would be left with a limp, compelling him to endure the piercing pain of the needles day and night, making it nearly impossible for him to stand again in this lifetime. "Mother, why must it be so?" to preserve Yi Tsunjin, would she truly condemn him to a life of lameness? Was his existence solely meant to pave the way for Yi Tsunjin? Even though the matter of Miss Lan was ostensibly resolved, must his mother still treat him in this manner? Why? Yi Qingxue observed the tempest brewing in his eyes, the flames of fury igniting within. A slight smirk graced her lips. Another companion had joined her in the quest for vengeance, which was most agreeable. The stable is not a suitable place for recuperation. For the time being, you shall reside in the side chamber of the Guanju courtyard. I shall send Zilv to procure a wheelchair for you, Yi Qingxue declared. Yi Tsunxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he regarded her, lips pressed tightly together, refraining from uttering a word or allowing himself to weep. Yi Qingxue summoned Chun Xian and Zilv to assist in transferring Yi Tsunxi to the side chamber. Chun Xian tidied the room, while Zilv ventured out to procure the wheelchair. The small abode was entirely left to Xiangxi Zi, Xiao Bao, and the unconscious Yunjue, whose gray wolf appeared to be Yunjue's companion, steadfastly guarding the door to the small room. Yi Qingxue called for Qiushan and handed her the list of house generals provided by Madame Zhou. You must venture out now and attend to a task for me. Strive to gather these individuals by tomorrow noon. Everyone you can find is of utmost importance. Qiushan, holding the list, replied, But miss, we require personnel here. Lord Yi and Lord Shui will soon return. And where shall the crown prince take refuge then? Yi Qingxue smiled. I have prepared a return gift for him. He will be too preoccupied to worry. The crown prince will be safe here. Qiushan nodded and departed with the list. Qiuzai stood guard at the courtyard entrance, while Chun Xian and Zilv busied themselves with their own affairs, and Dongbai had left early and had yet to return. At this moment, the entire Guanju courtyard appeared remarkably tranquil. Yi Qingxue returned to her small dwelling, where Xiao Bao meticulously sketched the position and size of the hematoma at Yunjue's occiput, as well as the numerous silver needles scattered across his body. The hematoma was not large, yet remained unresolved, posing a constant threat to his life. The abundance of silver needles was overwhelming, far surpassing the mere 3 used by Yi Kanxi. His survival until now was indeed commendable. Xiangxi Zi found the situation quite formidable and candidly stated, The hematoma is located in the cranial region. It cannot be excised like in other areas, as the risk is exceedingly high. It is highly probable that he may succumb during the extraction. He had initially intended to disperse the stagnated blood using silver needles, but upon attempting it, he found it counterproductive, as the needles merely obstructed his vital energy. Xiao Bao's expression turned grave. Thus, we have no choice but to incise and remove the congealed blood. Otherwise, he will not survive. Yunjue lay in a deep, unyielding unconsciousness, enveloped by an aura of death that permeated the small room, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Yi Qingxue resolutely declared, Let us proceed with the incision. It is the only glimmer of hope. Just as Xiangxi Zi prepared to wield the knife against Yunjue, the gates of the swung open, and a group of individuals entered with great momentum, arriving for the sake of Yi Qingxue. Chapter 66. The matriarch seeks accountability. The individual arriving is none other than Madame Bao, the grandmother of Yi Qingxue. Approximately 2 years prior, she had taken residence in a temple, engaging in vegetarianism and reciting Buddhist scriptures, praying for the well-being of her family. This return was prompted by an early notification from the Ho residence, informing her of Yi Qingxue's impending marriage to the Prince of Ding, which compelled her to embark on her journey back to the capital a fortnight ago. The journey was extensive, and the elderly lady pondered the purpose of her return, to witness her eldest granddaughter's wedding. However, as they approached the capital, she began to hear a plethora of rumors, urging her to hasten her pace until she finally arrived at the Ho residence. Madame Min, Madame Zhou, and others had already gathered at the entrance, eagerly welcoming her inside. Throughout the journey, Madame Min busily informed Madame Bao of the renovations made to the courtyard and the arrangements within the house. Ultimately, she remarked, If Mother finds anything unsatisfactory, please inform your daughter-in-law, and I shall make the necessary adjustments. Madame Bao cast a glance at her, responding with an indifferent tone, I have entrusted the management of this residence to you, and I harbor no dissatisfaction. Yet, her brow furrowed, Her voice lowered significantly. However, during my journey back, I encountered numerous unsettling whispers, all concerning that girl Qingxue. Can anyone elucidate the matter? As Madame Zhou prepared to explain, Madame Min, with reddened eyes, interjected, "Mother, indeed, a grave incident has occurred in the family. Your daughter-in-law has been uncertain about how to convey this. Please, upon hearing it, take care of your health and do not be angered." Madame Bao halted abruptly, her expression icy. "What has transpired? Speak clearly." Qingxue, having grown up in the countryside, has developed a wild disposition. Upon her return home, she has utterly defied authority, engaging in clandestine meetings with a young man named Qingxue, who grew up alongside her. We apprehended them, yet she adamantly refuses to acknowledge her misdeeds. Your daughter-in-law urged her to apologize to His Highness, the Prince of Ding, but not only did she refuse, she also murdered Nurse Lai and harmed the child Yaya, who now tragically wears a veil to conceal her face from the world. Madame Bao's countenance hardened with fury. Such audacity! How has this been allowed? Zhou, as her mother, why have you not corrected her? Madame Zhou was left speechless, and once more, Madame Min interjected. How could I not? My elder sister, in a fit of rage, chastised her, and in retaliation, she forced my sister to attempt suicide. Even when the third sister-in-law sought to show concern, she was poisoned and now lies bedridden, unable to rise. What is more terrifying? Madame Min began to stammer, tears streaming down her face more abundantly than before. What is more dreadful? Speak. Madame Bao Tunde. This matter traces back to my elder brother. After his demise, the weapons remained unused, stored in my husband's courtyard. Upon Qingxue's return, she falsely accused my husband of appropriating my brother's possessions, directly abducting Jin and going to the Wanshang Hall. Not only did she remove my brother's relics, but she also set the Wanshang Hall ablaze, and furthermore, she severed my husband's arm. What? Is it true that the second son's arm has been severed? The elderly lady was taken aback, having heard such rumors on the road. Yet she found it hard to believe. She could not fathom that Yi Qingxue, a mere country girl, would dare to commit such a heinous act. Moreover, this occurred within the confines of where Yi Xiaowei, despite his shortcomings, was under the watchful eyes of Yi Xuanjin and numerous guards. How could Yi Qingxue possess the audacity to sever the second son's arm? Madame Min, wiping away her tears, stated, with such a grave matter at hand, how could my daughter-in-law dare to fabricate a lie? My husband's arm has indeed been severed, and she even tossed it into the flames of the late fragrant hall, leaving not a speck of ash behind. The elderly lady trembled with rage, wishing to tear Yi Qingxue apart on the spot. How could such an event transpire without her facing consequences? Had Jiner not gone before the emperor to seek retribution for his father? Why has he not done so, mother? It is because the emperor has not executed that girl. Qingxue, Madame Min lamented. There is something you are unaware of, mother. During her time in Qingzhou, for reasons unknown, she became acquainted with the Pan family and conspired with them, successfully bringing down the Minister of War, Wei Jingtong, thereby earning great merit before the emperor. Thus, even if we report her actions to the emperor, she would not face execution. Indeed, this wild girl has learned to seek support in advance. Does she believe that we are powerless against her? The elderly lady's chest heaved with indignation. Which courtyard does she reside in? This old woman shall pay her a visit. Let us see if she dares to teach her own grandmother a lesson. No matter how debauched and unruly Yi Xiaowei may be, he is still her flesh and blood. Although there exists a generational gap between her and Yi Qingxue, the severing of her son's arm by his granddaughter renders her an enemy. If she does not vent this resentment, she is unworthy of the title of mother. Madame Min eagerly awaited the elderly lady's return to confront Yi Qingxue, and the latter's words aligned perfectly with her intentions. The eldest daughter is currently residing in the Guanzhou courtyard. I shall escort you there at once. You allowed her to reside in the Guanzhou courtyard? How can such a venomous girl deserve such a fine dwelling? The elderly lady's murky eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury. Madame Min replied, initially, I had no knowledge of her malicious nature. I thought, having grown up in the countryside away from her parents, she was indeed pitiable, especially as she was the fiancé of the crown prince. Thus, I prepared the Guanzhou courtyard for her. However, she has now been spurned by the crown prince, who has turned his affections to Ya, with the marriage contract already penned, awaiting the auspicious day set by the Ministry of Rites for their wedding. Such a marriage dismissal is well-deserved. She is unworthy of such a match, having harmed her own sisters. Now, to have committed such acts as forcing her mother to hang herself and severing her elder's arm, she is even less deserving. The elderly lady, filled with wrath, declared, "This union is rightly bestowed upon Yaya, for she is a true lady of refinement, the only one deserving of the crown prince." Madame Zhou's face turned pale, her composure wavering, and she silently followed the elderly lady towards the Guanzhou courtyard. Unexpectedly, Madame Min suddenly wiped her tears and said, "Eldest sister, although we are fully aware of Qingxue's actions, there is one matter that has long perplexed me, and I hope you can enlighten me." Madame Zhou looked at her anxiously. Madame Min continued, "Qingxue has known for quite some time that the Minister of War, Wei Jingtong, is corrupt, yet upon her return, she did not disclose this matter to us, nor to her elder brother. Instead, she informed the Minister of Rites, Pan, and his son, assisting them in capturing Wei Jingtong, thereby allowing the Pan family to gain merit in front of the emperor. Of course, I do not wish to claim any credit. I merely feel that Qingxue's actions indicate she does not regard the Ho residence as her home, nor us as her family." This realization struck Madame Min belatedly. Had Yi Qingxue confided in Jiner about Wei Jingtong's misdeeds initially, it would have been her Jiner gaining the accolades, not the Pan family. Reflecting on this, Madame Min felt a surge of rage. Fortuitously, she need not take action herself today, for she could utilize her mother-in-law and eldest sister-in-law to deal with Yi Qingxue. Madame Zhou had already harbored dissatisfaction towards Yi Qingxue, and upon hearing Madame Min's words, she did not consider defending Yi Qingxue, but instead felt an anger akin to that of the elder matriarch, even harboring a disdain for Yi Qingxue. She declared, "Qingxue has committed such a grave error. As a daughter-in-law, I dare not shield her in the slightest. Whatever punishment mother decides to administer, I shall not oppose." The matriarch, however, was dissatisfied. "She is your daughter. You should punish her yourself. Do you intend to wait for me to intervene?" Madame Zhou's face turned pale as she pressed her lips together. "I will heed Mother's wishes." Their fury palpable, they strode swiftly, soon arriving at the entrance of Guanzhou courtyard, where they did not call for anyone to announce their presence, but barged in directly. At that moment, Fiancé had just finished shaving the back of Yunjua's head, and he proceeded to boil the blade in hot water once more. He then approached the bedside, positioning the knife against the area of the clot, preparing to strike. Yi Qingxue sat beside the bed, watching intently, her focus unwavering, when suddenly, she felt a tightness in her hand. Chapter 67. This damn fate. Yi Qingxue suddenly looked down, only to discover that the person gripping her wrist was Yunjua. His palm was riddled with numerous scars, and the pads of his fingers bore thin calluses. His hold on her wrist felt akin to being ensnared by a vine, rough to the touch yet imbued with formidable strength, causing her wrist to flush a deep crimson. It became evident that he had always been aware, cognizant of the impending ordeal he was to face. Throughout Yi Qingxue's limited existence, she had never heard of anyone undergoing a cranial incision to treat an injury, and she presumed Yunjua was similarly unacquainted with such a notion. Only Xiao Bao, having pinpointed the precise location of the blood clot, fortuitously encountered the miraculous physician, Xiang Sitsi, which led to the unprecedented method of opening his skull for treatment. Had it been any other physician, they would likely have lacked the audacity to propose such a daring procedure, perhaps even preparing for Yunjua's last rites instead. For Xiang Sitsi, performing a craniotomy was a first, just as it was a first for Yunjua to be subjected to such an operation. Who could say, once his skull was opened and the clot extracted, whether he would still draw breath? So many had perished in their efforts to protect him, and he harbored a multitude of grudges yet to be avenged. Qingxue comforted him, assuring it will be swift. A promise that a single stroke will sever the young master's head. Wei Qingxue pursed her lips. This so-called comfort was more disheartening than reassuring. Was it really the slowness that instilled fear in him? What they fear is the prospect of having their minds laid bare. Some would rather embrace death than endure the dismemberment of their bodies. Moreover, even if they were to be torn apart, survival is far from guaranteed. Qingxue tightened his grip on her hand and said, "Miss, restrain him. I must commence now. The longer we delay, the more perilous it becomes." Qingxue took a deep breath, acknowledged his words, and firmly pressed his hand against the edge of the bed, forbidding any movement. Qingxue struggled momentarily, but soon fell silent, only calling out, "Qizai." His voice was remarkably hoarse and deep, barely discernible. Qingxue inquired with curiosity, "Qizai?" As soon as her voice fell, 2 wolves, one white and one gray, dashed in from outside. The white wolf leaped to her feet, awaiting her command, while the gray wolf sprang onto the bed, positioning itself protectively beside Qingxue, resting its paw gently in her palm. Qingxue grasped its paw, her tense body gradually unwinding, allowing her to release Qingxue's hand. Qingxue stared at the scene before her, momentarily at a loss, as if struck by a thought. She hesitantly called out, "Qizai?" 2 wolves, one white and one gray, simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze at her. The woman named Fiancé, perplexed and bewildered, inquired, "Aren't you two a couple? Why have you bestowed the same name upon your pets? How do you differentiate when you merely wish to call one of the wolves? He and I are not married, nor are we well acquainted." Qingxue's tone was displeased as she abruptly rose to her feet. Upon discovering that Qingxue also kept a wolf as a pet, she found the coincidence rather striking. Yet, the situation became even more remarkable when she realized that both of their pets were named Qizai. Xiangxi became increasingly perplexed. Upon hearing this young master refer to the young lady as mother and this gentleman as father, and witnessing the young lady's urgent concern for the young master's life and death, I was led to believe that you two were husband and wife. Qingxue chuckled coldly. "Do you truly believe that someone of my age could bear a child of such size?" The gaze of Xiangxi flitted back and forth between Qingxue and the little treasure, and he quickly offered an awkward smile. "I apologize. My sole focus was on the condition of the injured, and I failed to consider the matter of age." Hearing the young master refer to the lady as such led me to make assumptions. Qingxue replied, "With Qizai watching over, I shall wait outside. I implore the physician to hasten and open his skull to extract the blood clots within." When she rescued Qingxue, her only thought had been to wield him as her dagger, uprooting the crown prince, the consort, and the forces behind them after her death, avenging the injustices of her past life. However, she found herself deeply averse to the little treasure calling her mother while addressing Qingxue as father. Naturally, she despised the notion of being perceived as a couple with him. Learning that their pet shared the same name only intensified her discomfort, stirring memories of the humiliation she endured in her previous life with Qingxue. She understood that Qingxue was also a victim, yet his eventual betrayal of the crown prince and the consort revealed that he had the capacity to resist, yet chose not to, playing into their hands. In other words, she had first been exploited by the crown prince and Yi Yabing, only to be further used by Qingxue, meeting her end in such a degrading manner. She had no justification to harbor hatred towards Qingxue, nor did she, but she loathed the cruel coincidences that bound her fate to his, as if they were destined to be entwined. It was not that she abhorred the concept of fate itself, but the humiliations of her past life made her reluctant to accept any inherent destiny between her and Qingxue, for such thoughts were but a source of sorrow and ridicule. It was akin to her relationship with Madame Zhou, where they interacted as enemies, yet were bound by blood as mother and daughter, the very woman who had given her life, leaving her battered and bruised. A sharp sound, like a knife slicing through skin, abruptly interrupted ye vin vous réveiller. She turned towards the sound to see Xiangxi had already incised the skin at the back of Qingxue's head. The little treasure remained eerily quiet beside them, exhibiting a calmness that belied his youthful age. Qingxue gripped the paw of the gray Qizai tightly, lying motionless on the bed, as if he were holding his breath, his entire being taut with tension. The small room fell into an instant silence, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air, allowing Qingxue to momentarily hear footsteps approaching from the front hall. Her ears perked up, discerning that more than one person was arriving from outside. Chun Qian's voice hurriedly drifted in. Chun Qian pays her respects to the matriarch. The young lady is resting inside. I shall fetch her. The gray Qingxue's fur bristled, poised to protect Qingxue, while Xiang's actions remained undeterred. Unaffected by the external commotion, the little treasure was equally steadfast. I have already instructed people at the Guanju courtyard. Today, the matriarch returns, and you are to have your young lady greet her in the front courtyard. It would be one thing if she had not gone. But now that the matriarch has arrived, your young lady is still asleep? What sort of behavior is this? It was the voice of Madame Min. Immediately following was the voice of Lady Zhou. There is no need for you to summon her. Someone, go and bring the eldest daughter here directly, and make her kneel to her grandmother to acknowledge her wrongdoing and apologize. This was succeeded by the sound of Chun Qian desperately trying to intervene, followed by a tumult of shoving and chaos. Qingxue glanced at Qingxue, whose head was being forcibly restrained, pursed her lips, and addressed the Gray Seven. You step outside and guard the entrance to the small room. Anyone who dares approach, bite them without hesitation. She needed to ensure that the treatment within this room remained undisturbed. Turning to the White Seven, she commanded, "You come with me." The Gray Seven reluctantly descended from Qingxue's side to follow Qingxue to the door, while she took the White Seven with her. Chun Qian had already been subdued by 2 matrons, and 4 more were intent on pushing through from the front hall to the screen. Qingxue strode forward with the White Seven, and before she could fully position herself, she unsheathed the whip from her waist, cracking it sharply against the ground, which sent the matrons retreating in panic, their faces ashen. In stark contrast, Qingxue's expression remained icy, wielding the whip like a regal sovereign atop a mountain, disdainful of all beneath her. Chapter 68. Blood and Tears. The whip Madame Zhou trembled with fury. Qingxue, how dare you be so audacious before your grandmother? Kneel and apologize. Qingxue cast her gaze over the assembly, resting on her grandmother, who had devoted her life to piety and prayer. The slender neck, delicate brows, straight nose with a slight curve at the tip, and thin lips suggested she had been a beauty in her youth. Yet now, aged and with faint wrinkles adorning her skin, her countenance was marred by an expression of unrelenting bitterness and malice. Surrounding her were all faces that seemed to yearn to devour her flesh and drink her blood. Qingxue toyed with the whip in her hand. Kneeling was out of the question. She nonchalantly inquired, "Do you have something to say?" Those 4 succinct words ignited a seething pain in Madame Zhou's chest. How had she birthed such a calamity? The 17 lashes had failed to extinguish her life. Regret washed over her for not delivering 17 stabs instead, sending her to meet the king of hell, thus sparing the Marquis from her tumultuous presence. Madame Zhou Fumit, Ye Vingsoth, do you think that your accomplishments before the emperor grant you the audacity to disrespect your elders? Even if your second uncle is at fault, you cannot sever his arm. You must provide your grandmother an explanation today. Qingxue replied coldly. An explanation, is it? Very well, allow me to provide one. Aunt Lu, as my father's concubine, has been usurped and mistreated by my second uncle for 9 years. Does grandmother not know of this? Since you are aware, why did you merely retreat to the temple to pray, never admonishing or stopping your second uncle's cruel actions? If you neglect to educate your son, as the daughter of the loyal and valiant Marquis, I shall stand up for my father and uphold justice. This is my explanation. The elderly lady's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated on Qingxue, wishing to rend her asunder. Having lived for so many years and encountered a myriad of individuals, she had assumed that even if Qingxue was somewhat arrogant and fierce, a young woman would never dare to act so shamelessly before her. Yet the old lady was mistaken. Qingxue was utterly disdainful, unaware of who had emboldened her to be so insolent. Was it the emperor's favor? Did she not understand that even with royal recognition, disrespecting one's elders is condemned by the laws of the world? This girl had already broken off her engagement with the Prince of Stability. Thus, there was no reason to retain her. She could be dispatched to the countryside, and a plan could be devised to ensure her quiet demise. They could later claim it was a sudden death, and no one would investigate the truth, thereby preventing her from jeopardizing the entire Marquis. With that thought, the old lady's gaze towards Qingxue turned as frigid as a millennium of ice, a chill emanating from her very core. She spoke. Are you blaming me for raising you without teaching? It is evident that you hold the Marquis in contempt. But do you know that the loyal and valiant Marquis was established by your father through countless battles and sacrifices, recognized by the emperor? You claim to stand for your father, yet you look down upon the very Marquis he fought so hard to build. Very well. Since you did not grow up within its walls, I shall not hold your disdain against you. However, you have driven your mother to despair, even severing the arms of your own uncle. Truly, you are a most ungrateful and disobedient individual. Your actions have brought disgrace upon the, causing turmoil that is beyond comprehension, rendering you even less than a beast. The elderly matriarch spoke with a heavy heart, her words flowing with gravity despite their seemingly gentle delivery. If you were to remain at the, you would utterly tarnish the glory your father fought so valiantly to establish, jeopardizing the future of our esteemed Yi clan. Therefore, you must return to the estate in Qingxue. The matriarch closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feigning weariness and sorrow while forcing herself to remain resolute. You are indeed of the Yi lineage. Your father has passed away, and I shall no longer pursue the transgressions you have committed. I only request that you quietly return to Qingxue. The use of the word request placed her in a position of humility, yet it was laden with aggression, conveying immense resentment and an unyielding spirit of defiance. Any individual of lesser character would feel an overwhelming sense of dread, fearing that their refusal to leave would result in calamity. The matriarch's voice continued, low and frigid, akin to a rusted blade piercing the heart of Yi Qingxue. Your father cherished you dearly, did he not? After each battle, he would visit you at Qingxue. Though he is no longer with us, his noble spirit will forever reside within the loyal. If you persist in your misdeeds here, how devastating it would be for your father's spirit to witness your actions, filled with disappointment. Even if not for the future of the, I implore you, for the peace of your father's soul, to return to Qingxue. The thought of her father's spirit being restless, of his potential disappointment. Could it truly be so? Yi Qingxue's complexion turned pale, her heart seemingly torn into countless fragments, each fragment a pang of pain that rendered her nearly breathless. It cannot be so. This is a den of vice where blood is shed unnoticed. It is here that her father met his demise. Only by fighting back and uncovering the truth could she honor the memory of her deceased father and herself. Restoring clarity to the skies would ensure her father's true peace. You four, gather the young lady's belongings and prepare the carriage to escort her back to Qingxue, the matriarch commanded decisively. The servants, upon receiving their orders, scoffed disdainfully and marched past Yi Qingxue, one of them intentionally bumping into her, causing her to nearly stumble. Instantly regaining her focus, she remembered that there was still in the small room, undergoing treatment for his grievous injury. No one was permitted to enter and disrupt the process. Yi Qingxue seized the arm of one servant, throwing her to the ground with a resounding thud. With a swift crack of her whip, she ensnared the others in succession, yanking them forcefully backward and slamming them onto the floor. The cacophony of thuds echoed in her ears as the matriarch stood in shock, witnessing the servants sprawled on the ground. Yi Qingxue flicked her whip and declared coldly, "This is my father's home. It is my home as well. I am more deserving to reside here than any of you. None shall drive me away." Her gaze swept over everyone, finally resting on the old woman's face, unafraid to meet her eyes. Not only has my uncle usurped my father's belongings, but he has also taken possession of my father's concubine. Aunt Lu was my father's legitimate mistress, not a commodity to be traded. Severing my uncle's arm is merely the beginning. He deserves a fate of 1,000 cuts. The old woman's fury surged like a tempest, escalating to an unbearable intensity. Your father? Huh. He's been dead for 9 years. If his possessions are utilized by others, it is his fortune. You are but a helpless orphan, daring to flaunt your power here? Yi Qingxue bit her lip fiercely, drawing blood in an instant. It was true that Yi Xiaowei was the old woman's son, but her father was also her son. How could she, as a mother, utter such heartless words? The glory of the Duke of Loyal and Brave was earned by her father, and the opulent lives of everyone in the household were his doing. Just because he had passed away, they chose to belittle him, with his own mother leading the charge. His own mother. Yi Qingxue felt a deep sense of injustice for her father, burning with rage. Tears of blood welled in her eyes as she slowly stepped back, disregarding the pain coursing through her body, and raised her whip high towards those before her. Strike them down. Chapter 69. Finding Long, the remnants of thought surged within like an unrelenting flood, bursting forth uncontrollably. Yi Qingxue's whip, akin to a tempestuous gale, soared through the air with formidable force. The elderly lady's eyes widened in horror, her mouth agape, gasping for breath, utterly unable to evade the impending doom. That slender whip, in its rapid approach, transformed into a colossal dragon, seeking the very essence of their lives. The elderly lady felt the chill of death creeping upon her. A most humiliating and disgraceful fate to perish at the hands of her own granddaughter. What a travesty! Madame Min, struck by terror, let out a piercing scream and hastily sought refuge behind the elderly lady, while the others stood frozen, forgetting to react. The whip struck with a resounding crack, and a shrill, agonizing scream pierced the air, sending shivers down their spines. Those immobilized seemed to hear the fabric tearing and flesh bursting open. Pain! Excruciating pain. This was the elderly lady's sensation, yet where did it emanate from? She surveyed her body, only to find the pain localized from her chin to her lips. As she extended her tongue to lick her lips, she tasted blood. Remarkably, no other injuries marred her body, nor had the whip made contact elsewhere. The elderly lady blinked slowly, gradually regaining her senses, only to discover that in the moment the whip descended, Madame Zhou had suddenly leapt forward, embracing her protectively. Thus, the whip had struck Madame Zhou's back, tearing her garments and inflicting grievous wounds, while the whip's tip grazed the elderly lady's chin and lower lip, drawing blood. That piercing scream had come from Madame Zhou. Madame Zhou, whose health had long been frail, especially since the passing of the loyal Marquis, had rarely ventured out. Today, after enduring that strike, she had not even the chance to utter a word before succumbing to unconsciousness. Madame Min, upon hearing the whip fall silent, cautiously lifted her head to assess the situation. The elderly lady struggled to support the fainted Madame Zhou, who began to slide to the side, prompting Madame Min to tremble as she hurriedly caught her. Yi Qingxue stood aghast at the scene before her. The elderly lady had uttered those derogatory words about her father. Yet her mother had taken that blow for the elderly lady? Why would she do such a thing? Did the elderly lady truly deserve this? With her father so belittled, how could she, as his wife, not feel anger and heartbreak? Her mother, who had wielded the whip and struck her 17 times, seemingly wishing for her demise, now stood in opposition to her as she sought justice for her father, selflessly protecting that elderly lady at the cost of her own life. Yi Qingxue's eyes blazed with crimson fury, her grip on the whip tightening, veins bulging, a murderous intent radiating from her entire being. The elderly lady, her voice hoarse and fragmented with fear, cried out, "Someone quickly! Yi Qingxue, this wretched girl seeks to kill her mother, and now she aims to slay her grandmother." Instantly, 7 or 8 guards surged in from outside the door. The elderly lady and Madame Min hastily retreated, supporting the unconscious Madame Zhou, positioning the guards before them, while the other servants and maids stepped back, desiring to distance themselves from Yi Qingxue. The atmosphere became suffocating, as if frozen in time, each person struggling to breathe. Madame Zhou leaned against Madame Min's shoulder, slowly awakening, her gaze toward Yi Qingxue filled with sorrow, disgust, and anger. "Yi Qingxue, how dare you strike even your grandmother? How much longer do you intend to commit such sins? You claim to stand up for your father. Yet do you not realize that laying hands on your grandmother also wounds your father's heart?" The elderly matron finally grasped the situation, trembling with rage as she pointed at Yi Qingxue, her voice sharp. "What are you all waiting for? Quickly seize her. If we do not take her down today, what face will the Marquis' residence have?" Madame Min fanned the flames from the side, her tone piercing. "Hurry, capture her. Do not let her go mad again." The guards, having witnessed Yi Qingxue's ruthless nature firsthand, were filled with dread. However, now compelled, they could only steel themselves and approach her. Yet, Yi Qingxue's movements were swifter. Her whip struck like lightning, lashing out at the 2 foremost guards. The crack of the whip, accompanied by a howling wind, struck their arms mercilessly, causing flesh to split and blood to flow. The two guards screamed in agony and staggered back, dropping their weapons to the ground. Who would dare approach her again? This was the fate that awaited them. Yi Qingxue's voice was cold as ice, her gaze cutting through the crowd like a blade. Even though it was not the first time witnessing Yi Qingxue's violent outburst, Madame Min felt a chill run down her spine. Amid her fear, a thought suddenly struck her, igniting a spark of excitement. Mother, let us report this to the authorities. She has killed Granny Lai, severed her husband's arm, and now seeks to harm you, even striking her own mother. If we bring this to the court in Great Zhou, where filial piety governs, not even the emperor can protect her. The wounds on the elderly matron were all too real, and with so many witnesses present today, should they report this to the authorities, Yi Qingxue would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The elderly lady regained her strength, stating resolutely, "Heed the second madam's words, report this to the authorities, and do so at once." The guards, no longer daring to confront Yi Qingxue head-on, turned and ran outside at once. The elderly matron felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet anger surged anew as she gritted her teeth. "Wretched child, even now you refuse to kneel and repent. From this day forth, you are an enemy, not kin, to the Marquis' residence and the Yi family. When the officials take you away, we shall not utter a single word in your defense. Your fate is sealed." Yi Qingxue found it laughable. When she sought familial affection, they had not regarded her as human. Now that she desired no familial ties, they accused her of disregarding them as kin. What they desired, what they cared for, was merely their own interests, never her, the blood relative among them. Throughout, she had been nothing but an object of their exploitation. Whether she complied or resisted, the outcome remained the same. Thus, even when that whip struck Madame Zhou, Yi Qingxue felt no remorse. Her hatred for Madame Zhou was profound, and such a matron deserved protection. Chun Qian, having wriggled free from the servant's grasp, rushed toward Yi Qingxue, clutching her arm, her eyes filled with concern. What would happen if the elderly matron reported to the authorities? The young lady indeed struck Madame Zhou with a whip, and it was witnessed by numerous onlookers, with her wounds still fresh and bleeding. The old matron aptly remarked that should this matter be reported to the authorities and reach the emperor's ears, the young lady would undoubtedly face execution. However, Yi Qingxue grasped her hand, bestowing upon her a reassuring glance that conveyed, "Do not be afraid." The old matron and Madame Min, observing the subtle exchange between the mistress and her servant, scoffed disdainfully, eagerly awaiting the officials to arrive and take Yi Qingxue away, thereafter condemning her to death. The disgrace of the Hou residence would thus be eradicated. Yet, at that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, revealing that individuals from Madame Min's courtyard had arrived, their faces ashen and expressions frantic. With a thud, they knelt on the ground. "It is dire news. The officials from the palace have discovered a corpse in a room of the second master at Jianyun Pavilion, rumored to be a criminal from the Eastern Palace. After the destruction of Yi Xiaowei's late fragrance hall, he had taken residence in Madame Min's Jianyun Pavilion." Chapter 70. Imprisoning him. Driving the family mad, the lifeless body of Qingxue was discovered at the foot of Yi Xiaowei's bed, and by the time it was removed, it had already grown rigid and cold. Bloodstains marred his body and face, and beneath him lay a bloody dagger. Yi Xuanjin stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Initially, they had retreated towards the stables, but midway, the guards of the imperial court noticed disturbances in the distance and immediately pursued. He and Cui Xiao followed suit, ultimately arriving at Jianyun Pavilion, where they witnessed Yi Xiaowei in a panic, desperately trying to conceal something. Cui Xiao promptly ordered a search of the premises and discovered the deceased Qingxue beneath the bed. "I did not kill him. My arm is broken. I lay here nursing my injury. When I awoke, I found this body beside me. I had no idea who he was." Yi Xiaowei fervently gestured with his remaining left hand, anxious to defend himself. Cui Xiao approached, confirming Qingxue's identity. "If you did not kill him, why did you hide the body beneath your bed?" Yi Xiaowei trembled as he replied, "I was terrified. When I heard the search party approaching, I feared you would misunderstand and think I was the murderer, so I concealed the body." In that moment, Yi Xiaowei belatedly realized the folly of his actions. Even if he were innocent, his choice to hide the body only intensified the suspicion against him. Panic surged within him. He turned to Yi Tsuanjin, pleading, "Tsuanjin, you must believe me. I truly did not commit murder. I would never dare. And with only one hand, how could I possibly have killed him?" While out in the world, Yi Tsuanjin was reluctant to acknowledge Yi Xiaowei as his biological father, having found solace in being adopted by Yi Xiaobai. He had always looked down upon Yi Xiaowei's conduct and wished to have no association with him. However, the gravity of Qingxue's demise was undeniable. Should Yi Xiaowei be accused of murder, it would tarnish both his own reputation and that of the Ho residents. Furthermore, Qingxue was instrumental in his schemes against Yi Qingxue, prompting an instinctive desire to protect Yi Xiaowei. "Master Cui, my uncle makes a valid point. He has lost an arm and is no match for the deceased." Cui Xiao interjected. Though Yi Eri has only his left hand at his disposal, the deceased was frail and had been imprisoned for many days, now fleeing in a weakened state. It is entirely plausible that he could not overpower Yi Eri. Moreover, this dagger belongs to Yi Eri, and both his hands and body are stained with the deceased's blood, not to mention he concealed the corpse. The suspicion surrounding Yi Eri is substantial. Cui Xiao turned to Yi Tsuanjin, his expression grave. "I regret to inform you, Yi Shilang, that based on this evidence, I must take Yi Eri into custody for the sake of uncovering the truth." With a wave of his hand, the guard stepped forward to apprehend Yi Xiaowei. Yi Xiaowei struggled desperately, unable to withstand their grip, crying out in anguish, "Tsuanjin, I swear I did not kill him. You cannot allow them to take me away. You must save me. I am your true father." Yi Tsuanjin furrowed his brow, his heart racing with anxiety. With Yi Xiaowei taken away, he was certain that imprisonment awaited him. Could a common man endure the harshness of a prison? "Lord Cui, there are numerous doubts in this matter. Might you consider my position?" Cui Xiao interrupted. "I am merely acting on behalf of His Majesty. I implore you, Deputy Yi, do not make this difficult for me. Allow me to remind you, as a court official, your duty lies with the Emperor. Do not let your high rank lead you to favor your kin, thus disappointing the Emperor. The fate of the former crown prince has been witnessed by all in the Eastern Palace. Today, the accusations against Yi Eri are intertwined with the Eastern Palace. You must understand that sometimes sacrificing familial ties for the greater good benefits everyone." Yi Tsuanjin stood as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the guards of the Hall of Justice as they took Yi Xiaowei away, unable to utter a word. "What do you intend to do with my son? As long as I am here, none shall take him away." A voice rang from outside. It was the old matriarch. Yi Tsuanjin rushed out, finding not only the matriarch, but also Madame Min and others had arrived. Upon seeing Yi Qingxue, his eyes burned with jealousy. He could not fathom why Qingxue, sent to the Guanju courtyard, ultimately appeared in Yi Xiaowei's chamber in a lifeless state. Even more infuriating was Yi Xiaowei's foolish reaction upon encountering the corpse. Had his mind been consumed by thoughts of women? Cui Xiao bowed respectfully to the matriarch. "I deeply regret this, but Yi Eri is suspected of killing an escaped fugitive from the Eastern Palace. As a junior, I must take him back for investigation. If he is not the murderer, he will undoubtedly be released in due time." The matriarch retorted angrily, "Are you intent on throwing my son into a dungeon? Everyone knows a prison devours its inhabitants without mercy. Will my son emerge unscathed? Until you ascertain that he is indeed the true murderer, you are not permitted to take him. Although my son has been somewhat reckless, he possesses neither the heart nor the courage to commit murder." Cui Xiao remained unperturbed. "I am merely following the Emperor's orders, adhering to the laws of the Great Zhou. If you have any grievances, I suggest you address them with the Emperor. As for the rest, I am powerless." Ah, yes, it was Deputy Yi himself who approached the Emperor, stating that a fugitive from the Eastern Palace had escaped, heading towards the residence of Marquis Zhongyong, whose household is suspected of harboring the fugitive. Only upon hearing this did the Emperor dispatch me to capture him swiftly. Dear Matriarch and others, if you have any questions, feel free to inquire with Deputy Yi. I take my leave." At his command, the guards forcibly escorted Yi Xiaowei away. Yi Xiaowei cried out for help, while the matriarch and Madame Min attempted to intervene. But the guards of the Marquis' residence were no match for the Hall of Justice's guards, who easily repelled them. Cui Xiao issued a stern warning. I advise you not to obstruct the court's proceedings. The consequences are beyond your ability to bear. Deputy Yi, you should comprehend this principle. The matriarch and Madame Min wished to rush forward to reclaim Yi Xiaowei, but this time, Yi Tsunjin personally led the guards to block their path. He commanded with a heavy voice, "Everyone, calm down." The elderly lady was momentarily stunned. She glanced first at Yi Tsunjin and then at Yi Xiaowei, who was being forcefully taken away. Overcome by anxiety, she was unable to catch her breath and fainted. Madame Min hurried to support her, and chaos ensued around them. Yi Tsunjin clenched his fists, his eyes reddening, and suddenly approached Yi Qingxue, towering over her with a piercing gaze, his voice sharp as a blade. "It was you, wasn't it? Are you satisfied now that my uncle has been thrown into prison?" "How could I not be satisfied?" Yi Qingxue replied with a smile. A fugitive from the East Palace ought to remain confined in his cell. How could he have escaped? Surely, it wasn't Minister Yi who intentionally released him? If Lord Cui were to investigate this matter, it would certainly be amusing. Yi Tsunjin's heart jolted. Qingxue had been discreetly released through the influence of the Prince of Ding, directed towards Guanju Courtyard. If Lord Cui were to uncover this, he would indeed be in deep trouble. He had to swiftly dispose of Qingxue's body. At that moment, Yi Tsunjin realized with certainty that it was Yi Qingxue who had killed Qingxue and then placed him in Yi Xiaowei's room. Yi Qingxue daringly executed this plan, knowing that once Qingxue's body was taken by Lord Cui, he would be compelled to eliminate all evidence to protect himself and the Prince of Ding, ensuring that Lord Cui could not pursue the matter further. Thus, the true cause of Qingxue's death would remain a mystery. You truly possess remarkable cunning. Yi Tsunjin ground his teeth, his eyes burning with fury, yet he was forced to suppress his rage. Yi Qingxue smiled charmingly. "Minister Yi, you flatter me. This is merely the beginning. There will be even more thrilling developments ahead." With that, she turned and left, exuding a graceful arrogance. Yi Tsunjin clenched his fists until they creaked, fully aware that she was responsible for Qingxue's death, yet he could not allow Lord Cui to investigate the truth. He could only watch helplessly as she emerged unscathed from this crisis. The most infuriating part was that he had to go and eliminate the evidence for her. Chapter 71. She uncovered the true cause of her father's death as Yi Qingxue stepped into the Guanju courtyard. Bai Qi rushed towards her, its tail wagging like a windmill. She gently patted its head, signaling it to continue guarding the entrance, while she hastened towards the small house. Hui Qi remained steadfast outside, resembling a stone statue, utterly motionless. The air inside was thick with the acrid scent of medicine and the metallic tang of blood, causing Yi Qingxue's heart to leap in her throat. She spoke softly, "I am back." No sooner had the words left her lips than the door swung open from within, revealing Xiao Bao at the threshold, his face as pale as parchment. Could it be that has perished? Yi Qingxue rushed inside. Xiang Cizi stood by the bedside, holding a bloodied cloth, and remarked calmly, "The blood clots have been removed and the silver needles withdrawn. As long as his high fever subsides tonight, he may escape the clutches of death." He gestured with his chin toward Xiao Bao, implying that the young master must be utterly exhausted. The still drew breath, bringing a sigh of relief from Yi Qingxue. She cast a glance at Xiao Bao. The meticulous task he had undertaken must have drained his energy, explaining his wan complexion. A multitude of silver needles lay on a tray, still stained with blood, and as Yi Qingxue observed them, a chill ran down her spine. Her thoughts spiraled. Why did he allow these tiny silver needles to be inserted into his body? Or was it that he felt nothing as they were inserted? That seems implausible. With so many needles, 20 or so, how could he not have sensed them? What ordeal had he endured that permitted these needles to remain embedded in his flesh? Moreover, once these needles penetrate the body, they become invisible to outsiders, shifting with the body's movements. Perhaps they were in a safe position yesterday, yet after a mere shift, they could pose a fatal threat. The individual who employed such a method against him is truly malicious. And the blood clots, if not extracted in time, his life hangs by a thread. Suddenly, her thoughts drifted to the cause of her father, Yi Xiaobai's death. His demise had been equally mysterious. Could he have fallen victim to silver needles as well? But at that time, he had been recuperating, seldom leaving his bed. If the needles had penetrated, they would not have caused swift fatality, unless... What if the needles were poisoned? Yet, that seemed implausible. Surely the imperial physician would have discovered such a thing. Qingxue's gaze swept across the room, landing on the boiling water and sterilized instruments atop the stove, causing her heart to jolt. As she continued to observe, her complexion paled further, and her fists clenched tighter. Qingxue felt she might have uncovered the true reason for her father's death. Yet, evidence remained elusive. She grasped Xiang Cizi's wrist, her urgency palpable as she implored. "Divine healer, I have a patient who has gone mad. Can you cure him?" Xiang Cizi remained silent, lost in thought about how many souls awaited his healing touch within this small courtyard. Was this family engaged in a deadly struggle against one another? Noting his silence, Qingxue stifled her impatience and said, "You must be weary and hungry after such a long endeavor, divine healer. I shall have Chunqian prepare some food for you." Xiang Cizi replied with resignation. If madness is innate, it is beyond remedy. If acquired, the heart-s affliction requires a heart's remedy. I can only resort to acupuncture and medication to soothe her, but whether she can recover is entirely a matter of fate. The affliction of the heart? Qingxue paused, pondering who was the instigator of Lu Yinyang's madness. Was it the death of her father that drove her into an abyss of longing and despair? Or was it the torment inflicted by Yi Xiaowei, which surpassed her capacity to endure, leading her to madness? If it is the former, her father can never return. If it is the latter, once Yi Xiaowei appears, her condition will only worsen. Qingxue clenched her teeth. I implore the divine physician to give it a try. Lu Yinyang was placed in a side room, previously tended to by Chunqian and Xia Lu, who had changed her clothes and washed her hair. As Qingxue entered, she found Lu Yinyang curled up in the corner of the soft couch, still wearing her shoes, her long hair cascading behind her, her complexion as pale as paper, a pallor born of years without sunlight and the relentless toll of suffering. Approaching her, Lu Yinyang suddenly began to scream, seizing a pillow from the couch and hurling it at Qingxue. Go away, don't come near me." Her voice was fragmented and hoarse. Qingxue caught the pillow. Lu Yinyang abruptly knelt on the couch, fervently bowing her head. "I beg you, spare me. Spare me, I implore you. Woof, woof, woof. I will listen to you. I will obediently be a dog. Do not strike me. I will behave. Whatever you command, I shall do." Her screams ceased, her tone now submissive and cautious, tears streaming down her face, yet her gestures of reverence never wavered. Qingxue felt a pang of sorrow. The woman before her, though born to a humble farming family, had once been cherished by her parents and loved ones. She had fallen for her father at the sight of his valiant battles, her heart forever devoted to him. She had traveled thousands of miles to follow him back to the capital, yearning only to be a considerate companion by his side, indifferent to the status of a mere concubine. She had come for love, but now, with her father gone, she had not been protected, and the once pure-hearted girl, driven by love and courage to traverse great distances from her homeland, had been tormented into her current state. Qingxue stepped forward, wishing to support her, but her approach startled Lu Yinyang, who instinctively recoiled, trembling in fear. Unable to contain herself any longer, Qingxue swiftly rendered Lu Yinyang unconscious with a precise strike, laying her gently upon the bed. Repressing her tears, Qingxue turned her back to Xiang Cizi and spoke in a low tone. "I request the divine physician to administer acupuncture and medication to calm her." Xiang Cizi had already observed Lu Yinyang's condition and prepared a prescription for Qingxue, instructing her to send someone for the medicine. Afterward, he produced silver needles, skillfully piercing several key points on Lu Yinyang's body. Xia Lu returned with a wheelchair, and Qingxue instructed her to fetch the medicine. By the time Xia Lu returned, night had fallen, and Chunqian hurried to brew the medication. In an instant, the Guanju courtyard was filled with the sick and injured, teeming with people. Xiang Cizi had completed the acupuncture and had already dined. He had also checked on Yi Cunc's right leg condition. Now, he went to see if the deposed prince's fever had subsided. It had not yet receded, but it had not worsened either. So Xiang Cizi administered another bowl of fever-reducing medicine to him. Upon emerging, he beheld Yi Qingxue awaiting him outside. She stated, "Aunt Lu has already taken her medicine and regained consciousness. Let's go and see her." They returned to the side chamber, where they found Aunt Lu considerably calmer, her gaze much clearer, as if she had awakened fully. Yi Qingxue hastened towards her, seizing the opportunity to softly inquire, "Aunt Lu, I am Yi Xiaobai's daughter, Yi Qingxue. Do you recall how my father met his demise 9 years ago?" Aunt Lu's eyes appeared dazed, her lips murmuring, "Madam Min. Embroidery, the flowers have withered. The general has died." A tightening sensation gripped Yi Qingxue's heart. Just as she was about to press for more details, Aunt Lu abruptly sat up, grasping her hand and staring intently into her eyes. "You are the general's daughter? Do you understand? The general did not perish. Your father is not dead." Yi Qingxue stood in shock, her mind a blank canvas. Her father was alive? How could this be possible? Chapter 72. No longer waiting. She aims to destroy the entire Marquis. Yi Qingxue, in a fit of rage, tightly grasped Aunt Lu's arm, resembling someone unhinged, relentlessly demanding, "Where is he? Where's my father?" Despite having long accepted the stark reality of her tenuous familial ties, she could not relinquish her obsession with her father, the sole relative who had ever loved her. If only her father were alive. "Where is he?" Aunt Lu, in a daze, murmured as she pondered for a while, her expression growing increasingly bewildered. "Indeed, where has the general gone? Just a few days ago, he visited me, urging me to take care of my health and to wait for his return, so we could have a child of our own. Where has he gone?" Yi Qingxue could not help but shake her. "He visited you? Where did he come to see you?" "He came to our home," Aunt Lu replied. "He brought me back to the capital and gave me a courtyard to reside in, declaring that from that moment on, it would be my home. I have been waiting for him. Where could he be? Why has he not returned?" Aunt Lu's demeanor began to spiral into madness once more. She forcefully pushed Yi Qingxue away, barefooted and searching frantically for Yi Xiaobai's figure. Xiang Sitsi sighed and stepped forward, saying, "The general's visit may have merely been a figment of her imagination, not an actual occurrence." Observing Aunt Lu's deranged state, Yi Qingxue felt her heart and body grow increasingly cold. Yet, it seemed Aunt Lu grasped Xiang Sitsi's words, shaking her head vehemently, her eyes glinting with a touch of insanity. "No, it was not a dream. He truly came, holding me and promising he would return to fetch me." Yi Qingxue sighed, realizing that further inquiries would be futile. Aunt Lu's madness had obscured her ability to distinguish reality from illusion, and it was currently impossible to expect her to identify Madam Min. She pondered about the situation in the deep autumn, wondering if they had successfully located the former family retainers, and whether they could provide any substantial evidence. Yi Xiaowei had been thrown into the dungeon, and Madam Min was in a state of panic. She was bewildered by the events that had led to such a dire outcome. While Yi Suanjin had hastily left the residence, his intentions unknown. Initially, he had intended to report Yi Qingxue to the authorities, but with the matriarch's fainting spell and Yi Xiaowei's arrest, the matter had fallen through the cracks. The Marquis was in utter disarray that night. Madame Min had first ensured the matriarch and Madame Zhou were settled, then summoned a doctor for treatment, all while arranging for someone to follow and ascertain where Yi Xiaowei was imprisoned and whether he was suffering. After this whirlwind of activity, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Madame Min, famished and weary, felt her hunger gnawing at her, yet she had no appetite. It was not until the hour of high that Yi Suanjin finally returned home, prompting Madame Min to immediately send for him to discuss matters. "I went to arrange for your father's comfort in prison, ensuring he would not endure too harsh a fate," Yi Suanjin stated. Madame Min inquired, regarding the deceased today, who was reportedly a stableman from the Eastern Palace named Qingxue. Why was he not confined in his cell, but instead appeared here at our Marquis? Yi Suanjin took a deep breath, instructing the guards to stand watch outside and forbidding anyone from approaching. He then recounted the entire sequence of events surrounding Qingxue to Madame Min, who, upon hearing the account, turned pale. Suddenly, she grasped Yi Suanjin's hand with considerable force. "Now that Qingxue's body has been taken away, your second uncle is not the murderer. If we allow the court to investigate further, even if it leads to Yi Qingxue, it could still implicate you. she warned. Yi Tsunjin pressed his lips together. Mother, do not worry. Before returning to the manor, the place where Qingxue's body was stored was flooded, and his remains have been completely incinerated. No one knows the true cause of his death, and naturally, they cannot uncover any connection between him and me. Madame Min paused, suddenly realizing what Yi Tsunjin had been undertaking during his time away from the manor. Her heart filled with concern. This matter has even involved the commander of the court of imperial sacrifices. With the body destroyed, won't the situation escalate? Yet Yi Tsunjin remained composed. If I were to rely solely on myself, the danger would be significant. However, do not forget, Mother, that I have the support of the Duke of Ding, and behind him stands Her Majesty the Empress. Their influence pervades every corner. Even if Lord Shui wishes to investigate, he would find no foothold. This case will inevitably dissipate along with the destruction of Qingxue's body. Madame Min sighed in relief, but soon recalled that it was Yi Qingxue who had placed Qingxue's body in Yi Xiaowei's quarters, sending a chill down her spine. This Yi Qingxue is far more formidable than we imagined. She managed to deliver the body to Jiangyun Pavilion right under your and Lord Shui's noses. Your father is bound to face the repercussions. By the end of her statement, Madame Min was gritting her teeth in indignation. Yi Tsunjin acknowledged, indeed, second uncle will face hardships, but as long as he steadfastly denies any involvement in Qingxue's death, over time, the authorities will be unable to convict him, and he shall be released. And if he confesses under duress? Madame Min queried. Yi Tsunjin, brimming with confidence, replied, I am a current minister, backed by the Duke of Ding. Those individuals would not dare to impose severe punishment on my second uncle. You need not fret, Mother. Madame Min nodded slightly, the weight in her heart lifting, but then the thought of Yi Qingxue returned, causing her heart to ache with fury. You have destroyed Qingxue's body, merely to relieve that wretched Yi Qingxue of her troubles. She certainly knows how to manipulate situations, committing murder and then expecting you to clean up after her. Indeed, the realization rekindled Yi Tsunjin's wrath, wishing nothing more than to trample Yi Qingxue beneath his feet, delighting in the sight of her weeping and begging for mercy like a dog, to find solace in his vengeance. Suddenly, Madame Min fell into contemplation. The poisonous substance-fractured moon, whispering orchid had not yet fully elapsed 3 days since its administration. However, within this short span, one maid had perished, Yi Yabing's face had been marred, and even the Duke of Ding had received 50 lashes. Now, Yi Xiaowei had lost an arm and been imprisoned, while Madame Zhou lay incapacitated in bed, and the matriarch had fainted. In less than 3 days, Yi Qingxue had inflicted such extensive damage upon the Marquis, and she still had 7 days left to wreak further havoc. Madame Min shuddered at the thought. 7 days, once perceived as brief, now loomed large before her. Who could foresee what Yi Qingxue might accomplish in that time? She feared she might utterly ruin the entire Marquis. After all, she dares to strike even the elderly and to take lives. No, it is imperative that Yi Qingxue meets her demise soon, by tomorrow. A cold glint of murderous intent flickered in Madame Min's eyes as she spoke icily. Jiner, I have a plan that will ensure Yi Qingxue's arrogance lasts no longer than tomorrow evening. Even if she does not perish, she shall certainly find herself imprisoned. Yi Tsunjin's blood surged with fervor. Please, Mother, elaborate. I shall comply without hesitation. I have contemplated this thoroughly. Previously, your uncle entered the palace alone to inform the Emperor of Yi Qingxue's malevolence, but the matter did not escalate. The Emperor, owing to Yi Qingxue's contributions, chose to spare her. However, should her misdeeds become widely known, the Zhou dynasty, governed by filial piety, would place immense pressure on the emperor to provide the people with an explanation. In such a case, Yi Qingxue's fate would be sealed. Yi Tsunjin comprehended the gravity of the situation, his eyes suddenly igniting with fervent brilliance. This time, not even a celestial being could save Yi Qingxue. He resolved to seek out his uncle at once, collaborating with other censors to bring Yi Qingxue to justice. Chapter 73. No choices left as night fell. The emperor was preparing to indulge in the company of his consort, having already disrobed. Suddenly, the Grand Secretary Min Xiuxian urgently requested an audience, accompanied by 3 other censors, declaring it a matter of utmost urgency. The emperor, incensed, wondered why Min Xiuxian had come so early that morning and now, at such a late hour, when everyone should be resting. What was Min Xiuxian up to? Dressed once more, the emperor strode into the imperial study, his voice laced with uncontainable ire. Min, my dear minister, why do you seek an audience at such an hour? His tone suggested that whatever news they bore was far from urgent, and he would not hesitate to punish them severely if it proved trivial. Min Xiuxian, undeterred by the emperor's wrath and bolstered by the presence of the 3 censors, knelt, as did his companions. Bowing deeply, his eyes reddened with anger, he choked out, "Your Majesty, I have ventured into the palace at this late hour concerning the matters of Lady Qingxue, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of loyalty and valor." Qingxue again. The emperor's brow furrowed. Over the past few days, her name had echoed incessantly in his ears. While she was indeed capable, she possessed an alarming propensity for trouble, having committed egregious transgressions. The emperor's displeasure was palpable. "Min, I have not forgotten your request. It is merely that the time has not yet come. Do you wish for me to summon Qingxue to the palace and execute her before your eyes to appease your demands?" How bold to unite with 3 other censors to accuse him, the emperor, of inaction regarding Qingxue's punishment. "Your Majesty." Min Xiuxian's voice trembled with profound indignation. She has murdered a wet nurse, driven her mother to hang herself, and severed her uncle's arm. Just tonight, she has struck her own mother unconscious and caused her grandmother to faint from rage. Her crimes are utterly unforgivable. If we allow her to persist in this manner, I fear the entire household of the Marquis of loyalty and valor will be left in ruin. If you do not impose severe punishment upon her, imprison her and execute her publicly, how can the world trust in your reign? How can they find peace? The emperor's heart sank. Just that very morning, he had warned Qingxue, and within half a day, she had committed further atrocities. Was her request for 2 days merely to clear her name or to perpetrate more violence? Despite her recent significant contributions, replenishing the imperial treasury with gold and silver, the emperor could not suppress his growing fury. The 3 censors echoed in unison. "We implore your Majesty to punish Qingxue harshly, lest more innocents fall victim to her malice, and the esteemed reputation of the Marquis of loyalty and valor be irreparably tarnished." Min Xiuxian added, "Your Majesty, Qingxue's actions are treasonous and warrant death. Otherwise, others will follow her example, and chaos will descend upon the great Zhou." This statement struck a chord within the emperor. Today, Qingxue had rebelled against her parents and elders. Should he fail to impose strict punishment, it might embolden other ministers to defy him, leading to disorder in the realm. With tears streaming down their faces, Min Xiuxian and the 3 censors beseeched, "If your Majesty does not execute Qingxue, we shall remain kneeling outside the imperial study, refusing to rise." The number of those who dare to offer counsel has expanded from the solitary figure of Min Xiuxian to a quartet in the present day, who are compelled to kneel outside the imperial study. This leaves the emperor with no viable options. Dongbai followed Yi Cunxin and subsequently Min Xiuxian to the gates of the palace, but upon their inability to enter, she had no choice but to retreat. Yet, she had gleaned Min Xiuxian's intent in bringing the 3 censors into the palace, and upon returning to the Guanju courtyard, she relayed all this information to Qingxue. "They can no longer wait. They wish to expedite my demise through the emperor's hand," Qingxue remarked. "What shall we do, miss?" came the anxious inquiry. In the great Zhou dynasty, the weight of filial piety is suffocating. Children are conditioned to be obedient, enduring grievances in silence. Few dare to defy their parents and elders, and those who do often meet a grim fate. Thus Dongbai was filled with trepidation. Qingxue sat in contemplation beneath the light of the lamp, and, after a moment, spoke. "This morning the emperor summoned me regarding this very matter. Yet, the current sovereign is renowned for his benevolence, having recently achieved a significant merit. He has granted me a reprieve of 2 days. Thus he would not execute me prematurely." She underscored the significance of the term benevolence. Once a person establishes their persona, they may reap benefits from it, Yet they also become ensnared by the very identity they have crafted. The current emperor exemplifies this predicament. The day has drawn to a close, but tomorrow remains. Yi Qingxue asserted, by noon tomorrow, regardless of the outcome, Qiushun will return. Moreover, we have Aunt Lu on our side. Fear not, for I shall turn the tide before the emperor's blade descends. Especially now that she was nearly certain of her father's true cause of death. Min Madam and Yi Tsunxin would no longer be able to harm her. Today had been a day dominated by Min Madam and Yi Tsunxin's maneuvers. Now, it was her turn to strategize. She resolved that Min Madam must perish. Yi Qingxue instructed before dawn, send word that I have learned of the censor's petition against me, and have fallen ill from fear, too terrified to step outside the Guanju courtyard. This will lead Min Madam and Yi Tsunxin to believe their scheme has succeeded, granting me precious time and space before they disrupt the Guanju courtyard. The following morning, the Guanju courtyard enjoyed an unexpected tranquility. However, upon rising, Yi Qingxue noticed that the red thread on her hand had deepened. This marked the 4th day since her rebirth. Including today, only 7 days of life remained. After breakfast, she visited the deposed prince, whose fever had abated. The physician confirmed that he was no longer in mortal danger and merely required proper care. However, the physician lamented, Little Bao is a rare genius. When I operated on this young master, it was he who guided me, pointing out the blood vessels and areas to avoid, facilitating a smooth procedure. The same was true when I extracted the silver needles. Were he to study medicine, he would undoubtedly surpass me in the future. The physician spoke with a mix of admiration and frustration. Yi Qingxue, however, held a divergent view. Little Bao could not merely be labeled a genius, but rather described as enigmatic. She was now certain that he possessed the uncanny ability to perceive the inner workings of the human body through flesh and blood. In other words, his eyes had the gift of X-ray vision. In this world, there exists an extraordinary individual whose capabilities are beyond belief. Had Yi Qingxue not witnessed it with her own eyes, she might have doubted its authenticity. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Ever since Little Bao returned to his chamber to rest last night, he had not made an appearance, neither for dinner nor breakfast. It had been approximately 7 hours since she last saw him, and recalling his pallid visage, which resembled that of a specter, Yi Qingxue felt an unsettling apprehension. I must check on what Little Bao is doing. Before her words had fully dissipated, she had already ventured far outside. However, Dongbai intercepted her path, visibly exhilarated. Miss, Qiushun has returned, accompanied by 3 individuals. Yi Qingxue proceeded to the front hall, where she encountered Qiushun, Uncle Tan, and 2 unfamiliar faces. They appeared both excited and awkward, hastily bowing and greeting. We have met the young lady. In the Jiangyun pavilion, upon receiving the news, Madame Min was utterly astonished. What did you say? The household generals who once followed my elder brother have been located and have entered the Guanju courtyard? In her panic, Madame Min accidentally knocked over a cup of water. That wretched Yi Qingxue, was she not terrified, hiding in the Guanju courtyard and too afraid to emerge? What is her intention in inviting them back? Yi Tsunxin had rarely witnessed Madame Min in such a flustered state throughout his life, leaving him quite taken aback. Chapter 74. They must not be left alone. Madame Min was nearly beside herself with rage. Why are we allowing Yi Qingxue's people to roam freely? Their presence has inflicted so much harm upon us. Yi Tsunxin pursed his lips, responding, Mother, we initially arranged for guards to monitor all entrances and exits. However, she is accompanied by a fierce white wolf that shows no mercy when it strikes. Furthermore, with Dongbai by her side, skilled in combat, how many of our men have been injured and forced to retreat? It is not that we lack the desire to obstruct them. Rather, we are simply unable to do so. Gradually, Madame Min calmed herself, realizing the truth in his words. Previously, her son had led over 1,000 guards to encircle Yi Qingxue, believing it would be foolproof, only to face humiliation when Yi Qingxue took him hostage. Had it not been for their desperate circumstances, they would not have resorted to employing the words of the imperial censor and the emperor's hand to eliminate Yi Qingxue. Heaven knows how much damage to the reputation of the Marquis' residence this scandal could cause, but they had no other choice. Ye Junjin Inwuit. Is it not merely the return of former retainers? Why is mother so agitated? Did they not leave with their compensation? Even if they return, how could it possibly affect us? Madame Min paused, pondering. Indeed, to all appearances, the people from Tanshan had received ample recompense before departing from the Marquis' residence. Even Yi Cunjin, her own flesh and blood, remained oblivious to the hidden truths. What was the reality? It was she who, under the guise of Lady Zhou, had bribed the maidservants around Lady Zhou to humiliate them. As soldiers, with their iron wills, how could they endure such indignity? They left without demanding anything in return. Fortunately, Lady Zhou lay bedridden, and she had dealt with that maidservant. Thus, even if Tanshan returned, they could not confront Lady Zhou, alleviating her worries about the revelations of 9 years past. On the contrary, Tanshan and the others could witness Yi Qingxue's impending execution. As the daughter of their great general, the sight of such an event would undoubtedly pierce their hearts, yet they would remain powerless to intervene. Contemplating this, Madame Min felt a sense of relief wash over her. Let them revel in their momentary triumph. Meeting Yi Cunjin's gaze, she explained, Yi Qingxue is ruthless and seeks to annihilate the Marquis' residence. I fear that if those former retainers reach Guanju courtyard, they might be incited by her to retaliate against us. Yi Cunjin replied, Mother need not worry so. The Emperor's decree for Yi Qingxue's execution will arrive shortly. Once they witness her demise, any fervor they might have will dissipate significantly. If you say so, Cunjin, then I shall not fret, she conceded. Suddenly, Yi Cunjin recalled something, shifting the conversation. Mother, are you aware that my second brother is at Guanju courtyard? Yi Qingxue claimed he collapsed at the entrance and took him inside to recuperate. The tension in Madame Min, which had just begun to ease, snapped back into a taut state, as if a bowstring had been drawn to its limit. He must not remain in Yi Qingxue's vicinity. The color drained from her face as she exclaimed, Cunjin, you must swiftly remove him from Guanju courtyard. He is not to spend too long in Yi Qingxue's company. Yi Cunjin anticipated that his mother might be enraged, yet he never imagined her reaction would be so intense, as if she were gripped by a fatal weakness. The suspicion in his eyes deepened. Lady Min, realizing her overreaction, hastily explained, You must recall how your second brother's leg was broken. Our mother fears he might divulge everything to Yi Qingxue. Now, with the likes of Tanshan and the other warriors by her side, battle-hardened men who are far more resolute and intolerant of injustice, should Yi Qingxue incite your second brother to rebel against the entire Marquis residence for revenge before her execution? What then shall we do? Mother is concerned for your safety. Yi Cunjin paused momentarily, then stood up decisively. I shall retrieve my second brother from the Guanju courtyard at once. He took a few steps before halting, turning back to Lady Min Mother, the divine physician, Xiang Sitsi, whom we have long sought, is likely within the Guanju courtyard. Lady Min was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Ye Junjin elucidated, ye Yingshu iskrevu poisonet. And her aide, Qiushan, has been on the lookout for a healer. Previously, our people located Xiang Sitsi, but he was subsequently abducted. I suspect that Qiushan is the one behind the abduction. Lady Min scoffed. Does Yi Qingxue truly believe that finding a healer will cure her poison? She is utterly deluded. Angrily, she added, when you go to bring your second brother out, take the opportunity to ascertain whether Xiang Sitsi is inside. Yaya needs him. We cannot afford any further delay. After a moment's reflection, she continued, once you find Xiang Sitsi, bring him discreetly, without alerting others. Otherwise, rumors may spread that Yaya's facial injuries are severe, which could jeopardize her future role as the princess consort. This presented a considerable challenge. Yi Cunjin needed to devise a plan before proceeding. He acknowledged with a sound of agreement. Turning, he strode out, his mind resolute that Xiang Sitsi must not be allowed to heal Yi Kunzi's leg. The warriors brought back by Qiushan, apart from Tanshan, were named Qin Jisheng and Lu Pan. Both were quite young, especially Qin Jisheng, who appeared to be around 25 or 26. He must have been merely a boy of 15 or 16 when he first followed the loyal Marquis into battle. Dan Sandimarkt, Jisheng and Lu Pan were initially reluctant to come, but I informed them that the young lady is unlike others in the Marquis residence, possessing the might of a great general, which convinced them to undertake this journey. Qingxue and Lu Pan nodded slightly, not concealing the simmering anger that they struggled to suppress. Qingxue surmised they must have departed in the dead of night to arrive by dawn. She then invited them to dine and enjoy tea, dismissing everyone else before clarifying her intentions. To be candid, I encountered Uncle Tan on the street earlier and learned of the suspicious circumstances surrounding my father's death. Thus, I have been diligently searching for the true cause of his demise. Fortunately, I have made some progress. Tan Shan interjected urgently. Was it not due to a recurrence of an old ailment? Qingxue shook her head. He was the victim of foul play. Therefore, I have summoned you all in hopes that we may join forces to unearth the perpetrator behind this heinous act and ensure she receives the justice she deserves. Tan Shan was taken aback. What method did the murderer employ to bring about the demise of the general? Upon the general's passing, the emperor was furious and ordered a thorough investigation into the cause of death. However, even the court physicians, risking their lives, could not uncover the truth. This was also the reason Tan Shan found the general's death suspicious, but felt unable to pursue the investigation further, especially since they were subsequently compelled to leave the residence of the loyal and brave Marquis. Qingxue inquired, "May I ask you, why did you leave the residence of the loyal and brave Marquis?" The faces of Tan, Qin, and Lu instantly changed. They were evidently reluctant to reminisce, and Tan Shan stuttered, asking, "What does this have to do with the general's death?" Qingxue replied, "Your loyalty to my father was unwavering. That person must have ordered your departure from the Marquis' residence to completely bury the truth behind my father's death." Tan Shan furrowed his brow. "However, it was Lady Zhou who made us leave. She was the general's lawful wife. How did she compel you to depart?" Qingxue questioned. Silence enveloped them, a heavy stillness hanging in the air as the morning light streamed through the window, illuminating their weathered faces. In their eyes burned a suppressed fury that had lingered for years, as if they were about to unleash the humiliation they had endured over the past 9 years. A man named Qingxue clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his voice low and trembling. 9 years ago, Lady Zhou did not personally appear. Rather, it was a maidservant named Sheng who came in her stead. That maidservant, she stood on high steps, gazing down at us, as if we were mere ants. His voice gradually rose, infused with unending rage. The maidservant conveyed Lady Zhou's message, stating that the general had passed away and would no longer be able to take us to battle. Without the general, the Marquis' residence could no longer afford idle people, and even a dog must fulfill its purpose. Tan Shan continued, tears glistening in his eyes. She instructed us to take the silver and leave. His voice choked, barely able to continue. "Young lady, do you know? That silver was tossed onto the ground. We were made to pick it up like beggars." Tan Shan slammed the table, his voice resounding like thunder. "We followed the general through life and death, shedding blood and sweat, only to be met with such humiliation in the end." Tan Shan's tears finally streamed down his face, his voice hoarse. "Young lady, we do not covet that meager silver. We simply cannot accept this. We fought alongside the general for a lifetime, yet we ended up in such a plight. How could Lady Zhou treat us this way? Why? We wished to confront Lady Zhou for an explanation, yet we were obstructed by other guards in the residence, who falsely accused us of disturbing the inner court ladies." As Qingxue listened to their accusations, a fiery rage ignited within her. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. She could envision that scene. For a person of dignity, who had been on the battlefield, to have silver tossed on the ground for him to pick up could easily shatter his pride, let alone being falsely accused of wanting to bully the inner court ladies. They had left without asking for anything, never wishing to return. This tactic was both simple and vicious. Yet now, there was no maidservant named Cheng by Lady Zhou's side. Perhaps this was not Lady Zhou's intention, but rather the work of Lady Madame Zhou once remarked that after her father's demise, she fell ill and entrusted all affairs to Madame Min. Tan Shan and his companions had long followed their father into battle and were unfamiliar with the inner workings of the Marquis' household. They were deceived, believing that it was Madame Zhou who sought to expel them. Ironically, Madame Zhou was fiercely protective of the matriarch and held Madame Min in high regard. completely unaware of the burdens she had shouldered from Madame Min. To this day, Madame Zhou remains oblivious to the heinous acts committed against her by Madame Min and Yi Yabing. Yi Qingxue inhaled deeply, her voice gentle yet resolute. The indignities you have suffered, I, Yi Qingxue, I shall remember. Your dignity, I vow to reclaim for you. Suddenly, Tan Shan inquired, could it truly be Madame Zhou who caused the demise of the Grand General? They are husband and wife. How could that be? No, it was Madame Min who forced you out. Madame Zhou was under the impression that you had returned home with sufficient wealth to live out your days in peace. Entirely ignorant of the truth, Yi Qingxue replied, my father once brought back a young woman from the battlefield, surnamed Liu, Danshan Ramarka Iraka Liu, who later followed your father. Yi Qingxue nodded, but after my father's death, she was driven to madness. She knows the truth behind his murder. Thus, I implore you to visit Aunt Liu and speak of the past, to awaken her. I need her as a hostage to identify the perpetrator. Tan Shan was aghast. How could such a beautiful and innocent girl be driven to madness? We must go at once, he declared, with Qin Jisheng and Lu Pan hastily rising as well. Yi Qingxue looked at them, a warm current swelling within her heart. The hatred within her had long since transformed into a sharp sword, poised to strike at Madame Min's heart when the moment was ripe. She summoned Xiang Sizai and, accompanied by Tan Shan and the others, proceeded to Aunt Lu's quarters. Upon witnessing Aunt Lu's current state, the three were left speechless, their hearts aching deeply. Tan Shan approached gently, his eyes reddening as he softly spoke. Miss Lu, I am Tan Shan. Do you remember me? Aunt Lu huddled in a corner, terrified, offering no response. Wiping away a tear, Tan Shan's voice became tender yet hoarse as he recounted the circumstances of Yi Xiaobai's initial encounter with Aunt Lu. At that moment, a sudden thud resonated from the adjacent room, sending a tremor through Yi Qingxue's heart, causing Aunt Lu to scream in terror. Uncle Tan, you stay here with her. I will investigate, Yi Qingxue uttered before vanishing through the doorway. Chapter 75. The Truth of the Lame. The sound emanated from the east ear room, currently occupied by Yi Sunshi, adjacent to the east wing where Aunt Lu resided. The noise was so thunderous that as Yi Qingxue rushed into the courtyard, she caught sight of two figures hastily darting across the rooftop, only to crash down with a resounding thud behind the house. Yi Qingxue thought to herself that they were likely guards from the estate, their presence on the roof a mystery, perhaps startled by the earlier commotion, leading to their unfortunate misstep. Dongbai had already pursued them. Upon entering the east ear room, Yi Qingxue encountered Yi Sunshi slumped against the wall, utterly disheveled. His hair in disarray, his complexion pallid, with blood streaming from his forehead, staining his face. Bai Qi stood protectively in front of him, panting heavily. Its fur bristled in alarm, still on high alert despite Yi Qingxue's arrival. Yi Qingxue took a moment to absorb the scene before her. It became clear that Yi Sunshi had been ramming himself against the wall in a fit of madness. Initially, his collisions had been somewhat mild, but for reasons unknown, he suddenly surged forward, hurling himself against the wall with all his might. Bai Qi, sensing the danger, attempted to intervene, but the two forces collided against the wall, producing a deafening sound that startled the guards above, prompting them to flee, and with Yi Qingxue's unexpected appearance, their panic escalated, resulting in their tumble from the rooftop. This was Yi Qingxue's deduction based on the unfolding events. She felt her analysis was nearly accurate. At that moment, Yi Sunshi sat on the ground, laughing and crying, bleeding profusely. Yi Qingxue strode forward, grasping his arm firmly, and spoke in a low, commanding tone. What madness is this? Yi Sunshi gazed at her vacantly. Unlike the previous instance when he had feigned affection for Yi Kunji to provoke her, or his rebellious demeanor from the day before, this was an entirely different countenance. Yet, remarkably, his condition today was far better than before. His leg had healed, the silver needles had been removed, and with time, he could walk like any ordinary person. But why then did he continue to spiral into this insanity? When I was lame, I thought that once my leg healed, everything would return to normal, and I could live my life as before, joining the military to pursue my ambitions. Yi Sunshi lamented. His gaze remained fixed on the window, seemingly lost in a reverie of the past. images he cherished and longed for. A bittersweet smile emerged as he finally turned his gaze to Qingxue, blood trickling down his face, laden with profound sorrow. Now my leg is truly healed. The divine physician assures me that with proper care, I will eventually stand and walk normally. Yet what does it matter if my legs can stand? I, Qingxue, shall never rise again. I can no longer step beyond the gates of the loyal and brave Marquis' residence, nor can I tread upon the battlefield, nor can I earn the respect of others. Last night, lying in bed, he had transitioned from exhilaration to a sobering realization, contemplating throughout the night. He suddenly grasped that what had been shattered was not merely a leg, but his entire existence. Undaunted. During his lameness, his greatest torment had been the quest to heal his right leg and regain the ability to stand. Now that his leg has healed, his suffering has transformed into a mire of despair, slowly sinking deeper into the quagmire of his existence. Even if he manages to escape, he remains enshrouded in filth, unable to stand tall, to be cleansed, or to return to the luminous world. Qingxue inquired, "Why was your leg broken in the first place?" "They claimed you bullied Miss Lan and apprehended you on the spot." "This is not the truth, is it?" Qingxue was momentarily stunned, his hand resting on his leg suddenly gripping tightly, his fingertips sinking into flesh. He gazed blankly at Qingxue, utterly astonished that after the chaos he had caused, no one in the whole residence believed him. The last person to trust him turned out to be Qingxue, who had never interacted with him before. What transpired at that moment, compelling you to shoulder all the blame? Qingxue, idiot. Your mother and elder brother first destroyed you, then abandoned you, and ultimately sought to ensure you would never rise again. Do you still wish to conceal this for their sake? A tide of fury and coldness surged within Qingxue, as he recalled his elder brother's indifferent gaze and his mother's hypocritical comfort, his eyes reddening. His throat felt constricted, his voice hoarse. My brother feigned delivering winter clothes. Coincidentally, that day Miss Lan sought me for a spar. My brother intentionally led me away, then bullied Miss Lan. A flicker of anguish crossed Qingxue's eyes as he lowered his head, his voice heavy and suppressed. The circumstances were entirely beyond my anticipation. I was utterly unprepared. I had never imagined my brother could behave in such a manner. He inherited our uncle's title, and he is the youngest minister in the current court, with a bright future ahead. Thus, I was bewildered. It was Miss Lan's cries that roused me. At this point, Qingxue suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fury. Miss Lan implored me not to disclose the matter, for it would ruin her life. She did not wish to be coerced into marrying my brother. My brother instilled fear and disgust in her. She cried vehemently, clinging to me, and all I wanted was to comfort her. My brother committed acts beneath contempt. I felt our entire family owed her a debt. Ultimately, my brother deliberately summoned others, defaming me for bullying Miss Lan, and without hesitation, he struck me with a nearby rod. Miss Lan, the cherished jewel of General Lan, incited his wrath, resulting in a brutal kick that made me spit blood. My fellow officials joined in, each taking turns to strike me. Throughout the ordeal, I was denied a chance to speak. I lost consciousness, and my brother brought me back to the estate. Qingxue closed his eyes, his heart as cold as ash. The accusation of my bullying Miss Lan was thus irrevocably established. Qingxue's gaze turned icy. Suddenly, she let out a cold laugh. "And so, you bear the infamy for Qingxue, have had your leg broken by him, and have been persecuted by your mother with silver needles, ensuring you would never rise again. Now that your leg has finally healed, you contemplate not revenge, not making them regret provoking you, but rather ending your own life? Do you truly believe that your death would evoke their remorse for their past deeds? Do you think your demise could inflict upon them a lifetime of suffering, while they bask in luxury and wealth?" Qingxue trembled all over. He had never contemplated such depth. He simply felt that life was devoid of hope. An overwhelming pain surged within him, and he longed to crash against a wall to quell his suffering. Qingxue scoffed, "You truly embody the essence of Madame Min's good son, the exemplary brother of Qingxue. Even when driven to such extremes, you still wish to sacrifice yourself for their esteemed reputation. I never thought of it that way." Qingxue retorted. Yi Qingxue rose to her feet, asserting, "Your desire for death is precisely what you are doing." At that moment, Yi Tsunjin suddenly sneezed twice. Accompanied by his entourage, he entered Guanju courtyard, proclaiming loudly, "Sister Qingxue, I have come to take my second brother away. It is not prudent for you all to remain together year after year." Yi Tsunxi clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging prominently. Yi Qingxue laughed. "Look, your elder brother is eager to take you away for the sake of our reputation. Perhaps he will even kindly summon a physician for you, only to take the opportunity to saw off your leg, inch by inch." Ye Junji. The phantom pain has already begun. His fists hardened. Chapter 76. Yi Tsunjin endures beatings with Baiqi's assistance. Yi Kunsu took a seat in the wheelchair. He wiped the blood from his face haphazardly and began to turn the wheels himself, following closely behind Yi Qingxue as they exited the east ear room. Standing in the courtyard, Yi Tsunjin scrutinized them with some surprise. Yi Qingxue had actually arranged a wheelchair for Yi Kunsu? Mother's words were indeed correct. Yi Qingxue intends to draw Yi Kunsu into her faction, conspiring against the Marquis' residence alongside her. The coldness in Yi Tsunjin's eyes intensified. Since his younger brother had regained consciousness, he urged, "Come with me, second brother. Do not forget that you are still under punishment and cannot leave the stables. Not even if I am on the brink of death." Yi Kunsu retorted, his voice laced with anger and sarcasm. "What truly transpired on the day you left for the military camp, brother? You are well aware that you have already taken one of my legs. Do you now wish to claim my life as well?" Yi Tsunjin was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing through Yi Kunsu like an icy blade. "Second brother, both mother and I are acting in your best interest. Do not be ungrateful." "In my best interest?" Ye Junsu laughed bitterly, his voice filled with both rage and sorrow. "In your best interest, you tarnish my reputation? In your best interest, you shatter my leg? In your best interest, you confine me to the stables, ensuring I can never step beyond the gates of the Marquis' residence? Is this what you refer to as acting in my best interest?" Yi Tsunjin shot a glance at Yi Qingxue, unwilling for Yi Kunsu to continue revealing the past. Yi Qingxue was a madwoman, ruthless and cunning. Who could predict her reaction upon learning the truth? He stepped forward, seizing Yi Kunsu's arm. "You know well how you were brought back to the Marquis' residence and how you were punished. You have brought disgrace upon the family. If it were not for me, you would have been beaten to death long ago. Do not act out of line. Come with me." With that, he attempted to forcibly hoist Yi Kunsu from the wheelchair, but was utterly unprepared for Yi Kunsu, seated in the chair, to swing his fist and deliver a powerful blow to his abdomen. "Why? You claim to act for my benefit, yet simultaneously seek to destroy me." Yi Kunsu roared in outrage, his forehead wound reopening, blood streaming forth, accentuating his pale visage with an air of madness. Having trained in the military camp since the age of 12, his foundations remained intact despite months of confinement. Moreover, this punch, fueled by boundless grief and fury, sent Yi Tsunjin staggering back a few steps before he barely regained his balance. Yi Tsunjin felt a searing pain as if his insides had been shattered, staring incredulously at his once compliant younger brother. "You dare strike me?" Yi Tsunjin, the firstborn son of the Marquis' residence, had always been the center of attention, burdened with expectations. To him, Yi Kunsu was merely a trifling pawn. Now, this pawn had the audacity to raise a hand against him. Fury and humiliation reddened his eyes as he bellowed, "Have you lost your mind? I am your elder brother. You dare to lay hands on me? Mother will never forgive you." Yi Kunsu paused, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, throughout my life, no matter what transpired, Mother has always favored you. In other households, the elders would generously bestow their prized possessions upon the younger generations. However, in his family, such benevolence was absent. The precious items were always reserved for Yi Tsunjin. In his youth, he felt a profound sense of injustice and caused quite a stir, only to be met with the stinging reprimand of Madame Min, who struck him twice across the face and punished him by making him kneel in the courtyard. During the harsh winter months, this punishment left him vulnerable to illness, and at that tender age, he was frail enough to nearly succumb to it. Should any conflict arise between him and Yi Tsunjin, It was a foregone conclusion that Madame Min would intervene without a moment's hesitation, administering punishment without regard for the circumstances. Brother? Mother? Have you fulfilled the duties expected of an elder brother or a mother? The sense of grievance surged within Qingxue, his eyes tinged with red. At this juncture, do you truly believe you can intimidate or threaten me? He turned to Qingxue, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Sister, may I borrow your whip? Qingxue unfastened the whip from her waist and handed it to him. Upon seeing this, Yitsuinjin's heart swelled with both fury and trepidation. He was acutely aware of the whip's formidable power. What are you planning? Do you intend to use that whip against me? You are but a cripple. Do you possess the ability to do so? Qingxue cracked the whip, ensnaring Yitsuinjin's neck, and with a slight tug forward. Yitsuinjin had no choice but to lurch toward him. Seizing the moment, Qingxue grasped his collar. Brother, do you see my current capabilities? It appears that Mother's favoritism towards you has not entirely served you well. It has rendered you a mere inept, a vice minister of war, unable to contend with a mere cripple. Yitsuinjin's face contorted in anguish as he bellowed. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Release me. I am well aware. I am reclaiming my dignity. I am demonstrating through my actions that you, Yitsuinjin, will not remain on your lofty pedestal forever, and I shall not eternally kneel in submission beneath you. With that, Qingxue forcefully cast him aside. Yitsuinjin fell to the ground. Qingxue swung the whip down heavily, striking him. Yitsuinjin, from this moment forth, my path will be determined by me alone. You shall no longer dictate my fate. Begone! The stinging pain coursed through Yitsuinjin's body as the guards, trembling yet swift, rushed to assist him. He wiped his mouth, his eyes blazing with fierce resentment. Qingxue, do you think that by aligning yourself with Qingxue, you will secure your safety? She is already struggling to survive. Following her will only lead to your demise. Today, your disrespect towards your elder brother and your mother will leave you unprotected. Yitsuinjin slowly retreated to a position of safety, where he halted and raised his hand, signaling for the 7 or 8 guards behind him to charge at Qingxue and Qingxue. Qingxue reclaimed her whip and swept it out, forcing the guards to retreat. Before they could react, Bai Qi leapt into action, attacking and tearing at them. One by one, these men fell to the ground, powerless to resist, and chaos erupted in the courtyard. After an indeterminate amount of time, a young servant rushed in from an unseen corner, whispering something into Yitsuinjin's ear. Gradually, the hostility surrounding him diminished, as if a matter had been resolved. He spoke in a deep, commanding voice, "Everyone, stand back." Once the guards retreated behind him, he cast a fierce glare at Qingxue and Qingxue, proclaiming, "I shall forever remember today's events. In the future, when you kneel before me in supplication, I will show you no mercy." To his astonishment, Qingxue and Qingxue responded in unison, "We are always ready." As their words hung in the air, they exchanged glances, both surprised by the unspoken understanding between them. Yitsuinjin, however, scoffed coldly and departed with his guards. Knowing full well that the emperor's decree to execute Qingxue would arrive before nightfall, the vengeance he sought would not be long in coming. Qingxue stood rooted in place, watching their figures fade into the distance when Dongbai approached from behind the house. Those two were indeed sent by the young Marquis, she informed. They came to supervise the young lady. Qingxue furrowed her brow, recalling Yitsuinjin's various actions and the servant who had rushed forward to whisper to him. Suddenly, she inquired, "Is Xiangxi still at the Guanju courtyard?" Qiushin stepped forward, stating, "I was just about to inform the young lady. Xiangxi mentioned that he has patients waiting outside. He must attend to them, for their lives are at stake." He was in the midst of treating one when he was forcibly abducted, leaving the treatment abruptly suspended. He is uncertain if the patient can survive until he returns. Due to the presence of someone caring for Madame Lu, he had to depart in haste, yet he had only just set off and should not have left the estate. "Do you require his assistance, miss?" Qingxue's brow tightened, a sense of foreboding washing over her. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon her. She promptly called Dongbai over, whispering urgently, "Follow Xiangxi." After conveying her instructions, Yi Qingxue raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with cold determination. Xioshin, prepare everyone to accompany me as we exit the Guanju courtyard. We are about to witness a grand spectacle. Chapter 77. The killing of the acacia seed. The acacia seed did not deceive. He was indeed abducted while in the midst of rescuing others. From yesterday until this morning, he had been tirelessly attending to patients in the Guanju courtyard, so engrossed in his work that he had forgotten about the individual he was supposed to aid. It was only this morning, finally afforded a moment of respite, that he remembered and hastened to leave the Marquis' residence. As autumn deepened, he attempted to exit through the side gate, but winter intercepted him, insisting he use the main entrance. However, before he could step outside, a burlap sack fell from above, and before he could react, the opening was cinched tight, and he was whisked away. In the Qingxue pavilion, Madame Min had only retained Han Yu and Granny Hu by her side, dismissing everyone else. She then instructed Yi Sunjin to station over 100 guards, ensuring that not even an ant could enter, before personally closing the door. Yi Sunjin, standing by the door, furrowed his brow and questioned, "Mother, may I not even remain inside to observe? I have yet to see Yi since her injury." Madame Min pushed him away, saying, "You know how vain Yi is? Even as a child, she would weep at the sight of a single pimple on her face. If she were to see the scars on her face, though not severe, she would be heartbroken. Best you wait outside." Redustantly, Yi Junjin Vitre stationed himself with the guards at the entrance, and eventually, in boredom, departed, leaving the guards to their post. When the acacia seed next opened his eyes, he found himself in a spacious room adorned with verdant green drapes and pearl curtains. The furniture was exquisite, and a subtle fragrance mingled with the unmistakable scent of medicine. Granny Hu placed a brocade stool before him, and Madame Min sat down, tears streaming down her face. "Divine physician, I am truly sorry for inviting you in such a manner." The acacia seed silently absorbed her words. Madame Min, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, wore an expression of helplessness. "My daughter's face has been injured, and we wish to keep this matter private to avoid ruining her life." The acacia seed interjected, "Thus, you have summoned me in this manner, keeping it from the public eye. Has her daughter consulted a physician?" Madame Min felt understood and was greatly moved. "Precisely. I hope the divine physician can comprehend our predicament." Emerging from the burlap sack, the acacia seed had Granny Hu assist in removing it. He shook out his flowing sleeves, unable to discern whether to feel anger or courtesy. "In that case, I shall examine your daughter's injuries." However, Madame Min first led him to wash his hands before parting the pearl curtains and guiding him into the inner chamber. Yi Bing sat upon a couch, still donning a hood, even in the comfort of her home. It had been 3 days since the bandages on her face had been removed. The acacia seed approached. Bowing respectfully, Madame Min, standing beside him, introduced his identity and took Yi Bing's hand, saying, "Yeah, the divine physician has arrived. Your face shall be healed." Yi Bing, feeling anxious, began to perspire in her palms. She wished to remove the bandages herself, but feared causing further harm. So she motioned for Han Yu to assist. The acacia seed offered, "Allow me to remove them, lest the wounds be agitated, which would be detrimental to the young lady." Yi Bing nodded cautiously and, with great care, lifted her hood. What the acacia seed beheld was a face entirely swathed in bandages, with only her eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. As Xiangxi approached, a potent medicinal aroma assailed his senses. He located the edge of the gauze, untied the knot, and began to peel it back layer by layer, revealing a visage marred by grotesque scars, flesh twisted and contorted. Although a physician had attempted to remedy the wounds and administered salves, all efforts were in vain. It was not an exaggeration to describe the sight as harrowing. Even for someone as worldly as Xiangxi, his heart quivered, though he maintained an impassive facade. "How is it?" Yi Yabing's voice was hoarse, her body trembling slightly. Even with Madame Min grasping her hand, she found no solace in the gesture. "Divine healer, will my face ever be healed?" Xiangxi retreated 2 steps, bowing with regret as he spoke. "Miss, your injuries are too severe, having compromised the very essence of your being. I beg your forgiveness. I am powerless to heal you." His words struck her heart like a heavy hammer. causing her to sway dangerously close to fainting. Is it truly so grave? Yi Yabing murmured, suddenly rising to rush to the dressing table, gazing into the copper mirror. This was her first glimpse of herself since leaving the Guanju courtyard. Who was this hideous creature? This scar-ridden monstrosity? The sight nearly made Yi Yabing retch. That face, marred with pockmarked scars, could not possibly belong to her. She shattered the mirror in a fit of rage, shards slicing into her hand, blood gushing forth. Look again, she shouted, turning to seize Xiangxi's collar, her voice bordering on madness. Are you not a divine healer? Can you not bring the dead back to life? Why can you not restore my face? Why? Xiangxi allowed her to tug at him, his demeanor calm. Miss, a physician is not a deity. Your injuries. Silence. Yi Yabing screamed hysterically. I refuse to hear this. You must heal me. You must. Madame Min stepped forward, her brow furrowed with worry. Divine healer. We have gone to great lengths to find you. You must restore my daughter's face. Do you know who I am? I am the daughter of a Marquis. The most beautiful woman in the capital. The future princess consort. Yi Yabing clutched Xiangxi's wrist tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. Yet, she seemed oblivious to his discomfort. Her expression frenzied. Do you know His Highness the Crown Prince? He is the future heir, yet for my sake. He is willing to break off his engagement with my elder sister, even enduring 50 strikes as punishment. Other women in the capital are consumed by jealousy of my beauty. Driven to madness, her tone grew increasingly sinister. You must restore my face to its former glory, or I will kill you. Xiangxi understood the significance of a young woman's visage and empathized with her anguish. Yet he could only respond, I too wish to heal your face. But I am utterly powerless. The flesh upon your face has already necrotized. Even a deity could do nothing. Necrotized? Yi Yabing longed to touch her face, yet hesitated. Her hand, once lifted, clutched Xiangxi again in desperation. Then give me a new face. My sister has a lovely countenance, flawless skin. You can transfer her face to mine. Xiangxi furrowed his brow. Perceiving the madness in her eyes, unwilling to engage further, he sought to extricate himself from her grasp and depart. Yet Yi Yabing seemed to grasp at the last thread of hope, clinging to him desperately, while Xiangxi found himself unable to break free. As a renowned physician, you possess the ability to alter faces, do you not? Yi Qingxue has marred my visage. Thus she must repay me with her own face. It is only fair. Xiangxi, being merely a doctor, wished to remain uninvolved in the entanglements of others. Moreover, the practice of face-changing was indeed a transgression against moral integrity, something he had never desired to learn. However, his senior sister was quite intrigued by this art. In her pursuit of such knowledge, she had caused the demise of numerous young women. He vowed never to partake in her misdeeds. Furious, Xiangxi declared, there exists no such medical practice as face-changing in this world. At least, I have never heard of it. With all his strength, he finally shook off Yi Yabing's grasp. Stumbling a few steps, she was fortunately caught by Madame Min, preventing her fall. Aware that his earlier actions were excessive, he recognized that it was only natural for a woman whose beauty had been ravaged to descend into madness. Thus, he bowed once more, saying, I apologize, my lady. Whether it be treatment or face-changing, I possess neither capability. However, life is long and should not be solely dependent on one's appearance. I hope you can come to terms with this matter soon, lest you remain trapped in despair over your disfigurement, unable to find solace or joy in life. Xiangxi bowed deeply and stepped back before turning to leave. Yi Yabing stood frozen in place, her hand finally brushing against her own face. Once smooth and delicate skin now lay uneven and coarse. Was it true that her face could not be healed, that it could not be exchanged? She was destined to be the future princess consort. She had invested so much effort to attain her position. How could she endure disfigurement at this moment? Suddenly, Yi Yabing laughed, her voice chilling. Since you cannot heal my face and have witnessed my current state, do not blame me. Her tone became icy as she commanded. Han Yu, eliminate him. Chapter 78. On the brink of submission, Han Yu advanced with her sword drawn, its brilliance akin to lightning, infused with a chilling intent to kill. Aimed directly at Xiangxi's vital point. Madame Min watched with wide eyes, unable to intervene. until the tip of Han Yu's blade was poised to make contact with Xiang Cizi. Stop! Madame Min finally commanded, causing Han Yu's sword to halt abruptly. Mere inches from Xiang Cizi's back, the sword's aura rippled through his garments before dissipating swiftly. Had Madame Min's intervention been even a moment slower, Xiang Cizi would have already become a lifeless corpse. Though Han Yu's sword was now still, she did not retract it, leaving Xiang Cizi's life hanging perilously in the balance. Remarkably, he exhibited no fear, slowly turning to face her. The sword in Han Yu's grasp was now aimed at his heart. Madame Min stepped forward, her demeanor stripped of any pretense of politeness, replaced solely by an icy resolve. Xiang Cizi, you claim to be powerless to heal the wounds on my daughter's face, and I am inclined to believe you. Xiang Cizi remained silent, listening intently. Madame Min continued, yet you are aware of the art of face changing, are you not? Perhaps you consider such practices detrimental to your moral standing and refuse to engage in them. That is of no consequence to us. We will not force your hand. However, there must be others who excel in this art. Am I correct? If you divulge their identity, we shall grant you your freedom. Abgarelai perceptible Frauen Crossetian Cizi's brow. Yi Bing suddenly turned her gaze to Madame Min, her earlier expression of despair transforming into one of hope. Second aunt, is it truly possible that such practitioners exist? How can you be so certain? Madame Min's smile radiated confidence. Because when you mentioned the art of face changing, I observed a flicker of resistance in Xiang Cizi's countenance, as if anger simmered beneath the surface. Clearly, he holds this medical practice in contempt. Were it not for the existence of such techniques, and were he unaware of who possesses such knowledge, he would not have reacted in this manner. A jolt of realization struck Xiang Cizi. This lady possessed an astute and discerning eye. Her earlier allowance of Han Yu to approach him with deadly intent was a calculated move to compel him to reveal the identity of those versed in such arts. Yi Bing glared at him, her voice sharp and hoarse. Xiang Cizi, since you are aware of this art, why do you refuse to disclose it? Is it Yi Qingxue who has coerced you? How much has she offered you? I could provide you with double. Do not forget, I am destined to be the crown princess. If you choose not to assist me, know that no matter where you flee, my people will pursue you relentlessly. All those you cherish, or who cherish you, shall meet their demise. Xiang Cizi laughed heartily, his demeanor carefree. In this vast world, there are indeed myriad wonders. I have heard of the art of face changing, yet I have never encountered anyone who has succeeded in such endeavors. This practice is truly a transgression against moral integrity and will undoubtedly incur divine wrath. If you wish to live in peace, it would be wise to avoid such vile practitioners. Upon his refusal once more, Yi Bing narrowed her eyes, her voice turning harsh and shrill. Xiang Cizi, do you not fear death? Even if you are unafraid for yourself, or your family, will you watch them perish because of you? They would bleed for you, and even in death, you would find no solace. What peace can you speak of? The heartbroken one lamented, alas, I am but an orphan, and the only master and sister I had are both deceased. Yi Bing, overwhelmed with rage, felt her chest heave violently. I do not compel you to exchange faces. I merely seek to know who possesses such medical skills. Why must this be so arduous? Her voice shattered at the end, brimming with despair. You, a healer with a compassionate heart, alleviating the suffering of the world, why can you not see my anguish? The stubbornness regarding a flawless visage nearly brought Yi Bing to her knees, yet she was halted by Madame Min. The heartbroken one sighed. It is precisely because I perceive your suffering that I cannot allow other women to endure the same fate. He stood tall and resolute, declaring, even if you were to dismember me, I would still assert that I am powerless. On the brink of collapse, Yi Bing cried, it was Yi Qingxue who marred my face. Now, I merely desire hers. What is wrong with that? Why will you not grant me this exchange? She rushed forward once more to tear at the heartbroken one, yet he remained unmoved, stating, this is a grudge between you two, and I shall not interfere in the affairs of others. Madame Min stepped forward, grasping Yi Bing's hand and pulling her away from the heartbroken one, sneering, I see it clearly. You possess unyielding pride, unafraid of death or torture. But what if I grant you a fate worse than death? The heartbroken one merely gazed at her in silence. Madame Min commanded, Han Yu, seize him sever his limbs, and gouge out his eyes. Then confine him in a large vessel. This was the intent, to create a living corpse. Though her tone was calm, it was frigid, resembling snowflakes drifting in winter, instilling an unsettling belief that she was not merely threatening, but was indeed prepared to act. After issuing her command, she withdrew with Yi Yabing, allowing Han Yu space to subdue the heartbroken one. Unfazed, he scoffed lightly and turned it apart with utmost grace. This unexpected demeanor caused Madame Min to furrow her brow, realizing that he truly was one who would not shed tears until faced with the grave. Han Yu raised her sword again, aiming to strike the heartbroken one. Both Madame Min and Yi Yabing fervently wished for this blow to draw forth blood and compel him to kneel in supplication. However, just as Han Yu's sword was about to graze the heartbroken one's robes, he suddenly raised his hand, sweeping his wide sleeves, a powerful gust brushing Han Yu's cheek. Stunned, Han Yu's body froze, and she collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, leaving Madame Min and Yi Yabing in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. They knew Han Yu was formidable, yet now she lay defeated without having been touched. The heartbroken one, you have resorted to poison. Madame Min quickly reacted, rushing to assess Han Yu's condition. Though Han Yu had not lost consciousness, she was utterly weakened, having dropped her sword, rendering her incapable of rising. Madame Min interested Han Yu to nurse. The heartbroken one coldly regarded them, saying, I merely return the favor in kind, since you delight in inflicting harm. Do not expect me to be courteous. Though he is kind-hearted and dedicated to healing the world, it does not imply that he can be arbitrarily bullied. This recent act of toxicity serves merely as a minor admonition. Should you dare to act recklessly again, taking lives at will, the consequences shall not be so trivial. Upon finishing her statement, Xiang Cixi elegantly flicked her wide sleeves and strode towards the door. Madame Min and Yi Yabing turned pale, both thinking, they must not allow Xiang Cixi to leave so easily. Otherwise, in this vast world, where could they find someone skilled in the art of face-changing? Especially Yi Yabing, who was more anxious than anyone, for she was to marry the crown prince and could not possibly present herself with such a disfigured visage. You cannot escape. The courtyard is swarming with guards. Madame Min declared sternly, no matter how formidable you are, can you truly contend against 100 guards? Previously, 100 guards have been summoned to secure Qingxue Pavilion, preventing anyone from entering and witnessing Yi Yabing's disfigurement. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to apprehend Xiang Cixi. She could not believe that Xiang Cixi possessed enough poison to incapacitate 100 guards simultaneously. However, as soon as her words fell, a tremendous crash echoed from outside. Bang! 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 The grand doors of Qingxue Pavilion were being violently assaulted. After 3 thunderous impacts, the doors swung open, and Madame Min was left in shock as the guards surged in. Yet, this was not the most terrifying part. Chapter 79. Yi Qingxue exposed her. The most terrifying sight was Yi Qingxue leading the charge at the forefront, flanked by Bai Lang on her left and Dong Bai on her right, while Qiu Shun and Xiao Lu followed closely behind. The moment the door was breached and they surged inside transpired in the blink of an eye. Within that fleeting instant, Min Fu's thoughts raced. Who is so reckless as to dare slam into the gates of the Qingxue Pavilion? Are those guards utterly useless? Why did they not intervene? How could they be guards from the Marquis' residence? Are they attempting a rebellion? Where is Jenner? That despicable Yi Qingxue. How dare she lead the way? What has transpired to bring about this chaos? Her thoughts cascaded one after another, too rapid to be articulated by Min Fu. Upon witnessing Yi Qingxue at the forefront, she was left utterly speechless, an unsettling premonition stirring within her that something dreadful had transpired. Having heard rumors of assassins within the Qingxue Pavilion, she had summoned everyone to breach the door. Yi Qingxue stood firm at the entrance, her voice ringing clear, almost laced with laughter. It was none other than the miraculous physician, Xiang Cixi, who had entered. I should have anticipated this, considering the second young lady's facial injuries. Hence, Xiang Cixi must have come to treat her scars, correct? This implies that upon entering the Qingxue Pavilion, Yi Qingxue, under the pretense of an assassin's presence, had incited the guards outside to break down the door, fearing for the safety of Min Fu and Yi Yabing inside. Of course, this was predicated on her having disguised Dong by and deliberately creating an atmosphere of fear nearby to earn the guards' trust, thus persuading them to breach the door. Yi Qingxue raised an eyebrow. Is the divine physician departing? Has the second young lady's face become irreparable? Indeed, with such grievous injuries, even a deity might be unable to heal them. Let's not trouble the physician any further. Xiang Siji quickly moved to Yi Qingxue's side, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally feeling safe, Min Fu was indeed excessively ruthless. Yi Qingxue remained composed. Second young lady, do not be too disheartened. In time, you shall grow accustomed to this visage. After all, the young ladies of the Marquis' residence do not rely solely on their looks, do they? The guards who had rushed and fixed their gazes upon Yi Yabing's face, each one struck dumb with disbelief. The renowned beauty of the capital. The second young lady of the Marquis' residence was now marred with scars, her flesh grotesquely twisted, a visage utterly ravaged, an appalling sight. In the midst of profound shock and fury, Min Fu finally grasped what was amiss. The bandages on Yi Yabing's face had been removed, and without a veil to conceal her head, her entire countenance was now exposed to the onlooking guards. They had seen it all. In a flurry, she attempted to shield Yi Yabing's face, but the latter had already crumbled, collapsing into her embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Tell them to leave. Tell them to go. No, kill them. Maya must kill them. Min Fu held her tightly, her complexion paling as her hatred for Yi Qingxue surged to a peak. There were no assassins within the Qingxue pavilion. It was merely the second young lady employing a unique method for facial treatment. She had not been disfigured. You have all been deceived by Yi Qingxue. She seeks to ruin the Marquis' residence. You must capture Yi Qingxue at once. The guards turned their gaze toward Yi Yuanjin. Long before the door was breached, a servant had been dispatched to summon Yi Yuanjin. Upon his arrival, he chanced upon the distressing sight of Yi Yabing collapsing into Madame Min's embrace. The grievous wounds marring Yi Yabing's visage were unmistakable, sending his heart racing in alarm. How could her injuries be so severe? If His Highness the Crown Prince were to discover this, it would spell disaster for the loyal and valiant Duke's residence. Yi Yuanjin swallowed hard, casting a glance at Yi Qingxue, who offered him a cold yet undeniably beautiful smile. In that moment, he comprehended the unfolding scenario. When he had led a contingent to stir trouble at the Guanju courtyard, intending to forcibly extract Yi Yuanxi, Yi Qingxue had already been aware of his feigned distractions, aiming to investigate and abduct the fiancé child. It was she who had marred Yi Yabing's face, fully cognizant of the gravity of her injuries. Thus, Yi Qingxue had pretended to facilitate his abduction of the fiancé child, purposefully creating a commotion to mislead the guards into believing there were assassins within Qingxue Pavilion, inciting them to crash through the door. Yi Qingxue's motive was clear, to unveil Yi Yabing's disfigurement to all. For days, Madame Min had concealed the secret of Yi Yabing's ruined appearance, only to have it thoroughly exposed by Yi Qingxue. This stratagem had rendered Yi Yabing's existence a living torment. Yi Yuanjin glared at Yi Qingxue, struck by the juxtaposition of her exquisite face and the malice of her heart. Madame Min bellowed, Yuanjin, what are you waiting for? Seize Yi Qingxue at once. She aims to ruin the reputation of the second miss. Her wickedness must be met with severe retribution. She continued, shut the main gate. No one is to enter, and we shall execute Yi Qingxue here. She added, she severed the arm of the second uncle, forced my mother to hang, and caused my grandmother to faint from distress. She deserves death. The emperor's decree for her execution will come in due time. To execute her now is merely to act preemptively, saving us from imperial intervention. Last night, she had realized that as long as Yi Qingxue remained alive, she would inflict greater harm upon the Duke's residence. To her dismay, her fears had materialized, as news of Yi Yabing's disfigurement spread further than she had anticipated. God knows how arduous it had been to keep this secret over the past 3 days, even seeking a renowned healer in secrecy, fearful of drawing attention. Yet, Yi Qingxue had exposed her. At that moment, Madame Min longed to personally flay Yi Qingxue alive, to see her suffer 1,000 deaths. Yekun Yin's gage mit Madame Min. and they both understood her intent: to close the door and prevent further knowledge of Yi Yabing's disfigurement from spreading, thus preserving the possibility of concealment. Furthermore, with the gate shut and no aid for Yi Qingxue, their numbers would render her escape impossible. Yi Tsunjin issued a commanding decree: "Obey my orders. Close the doors of Qingxue Pavilion. Today, the loyal and valiant Duke's residence shall cleanse its ranks, and no one is to disturb us." 100 guards surrounded Qingxue Pavilion, yet only about 20 had charged in so far, with others still outside. Upon hearing the command, they promptly advanced to secure the entrance. Upon witnessing the turmoil, Yi Qingxue gently patted Bai Qi's head, prompting Bai Qi to leap forth and assail the guards, their anguished cries echoing in the chaos. Yi Qingxue remained steadfastly rooted in place, a serene smile gracing her features. Yi Tsunjin, observing her demeanor, was filled with a murderous intent, yearning to rend her asunder at that very moment. Brandishing his sword, he charged towards Yi Qingxue, bellowing, "I shall slay you and cleanse thee of its blight." Yi Qingxue deftly wielded her long whip, ensnaring his sword. Yi Tsunjin faltered momentarily, his face flushed with rage, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed forward. Yi Qingxue matched his strength, striving to disarm him, resulting in a stalemate where neither could prevail. Previously, in the Guanju courtyard, Yi Tsunjin's defeat at the hands of Yi Kunsu stemmed from his unpreparedness for an assault, compounded by his desire to escalate the situation, allowing his men to infiltrate the courtyard in search of Xiang Siji. He was no mere incompetent. Otherwise, he would not have garnered the favor of the Prince of Ding. With a flick of her whip, Yi Qingxue smirked coldly. "Yi Shilang, I bear good tidings. Before arriving at Qingxue Pavilion, I sent word to the 6th Prince's residence, informing him of a grand spectacle at the Loyal and Valiant today, inviting him and the princess to witness the event. It is quite possible that they are already awaiting outside. Were I in your position, I would be contemplating how to appease the royal couple, rather than engaging in this futile display of bravado and absurdly claiming you wish to take my life." Yi Qingxue laughed with abandon. "Even if you truly believed you could slay me, this is hardly an opportune moment for such an act, esteemed Shilang." Yi Tsunjin's veins throbbed with fury. "You, a mere woman of the inner chamber, could summon the 6th prince? Preposterous. Do you think your words can intimidate me into retreating, allowing you to escape unscathed? Dream on." Not only did he harbor disbelief, but Madame Min and Yi Yabing shared his sentiments, wishing fervently for him to lead the guards in executing Yi Qingxue, offering her blood as a tribute to the beauty that Yi Yabing had lost. Just then, the doorman rushed in, exclaiming, "Young lord, the 6th prince and the princess have arrived." Chapter 80, Setting a Trap for Madame Min. What? Yi Tsunjin exclaimed, his face paling, while Madame Min and Yi Yabing stood frozen in shock. The cause of their alarm was none other than the 6th prince, a close confidant of His Highness the Ding Prince. If the 6th prince were to learn of Yi Yabing's disfigurement, it would not be long before the Ding Prince found out as well. With a ghastly complexion, Yi Tsunjin inquired, "What did the 6th prince ask?" The doorman, trembling with trepidation, replied, "The 6th prince inquired if there were any grand performances at the Marquis of Zhongyong's residence today." Undoubtedly, Yi Qingxue had invited them to witness a spectacle, and it was only natural to inform him that the show was most remarkable, hence the 6th prince's curiosity. For the 6th prince, it was merely a casual question, but for Yi Tsunjin, Madame Min, and Yi Yabing, it was a piercing mockery. Yi Qingxue's smile grew more pronounced. "I forgot to mention to Minister Yi that, as a woman of the inner chambers, I could not summon the 6th prince myself. Thus, I extended the invitation in Minister Ye's name." Yi Tsunjin's decorum and composure shattered completely. Gritting his teeth, he spat at his sister, wretched girl. However, Madame Min gradually regained her composure. Aware of the gravity of the situation, she recognized the urgency of welcoming the 6th prince and his wife in the front hall. The matters of the inner chambers needed to be suppressed for the time being, lest they escalate further. Even if they harmed Yi Qingxue, the repercussions would be dire, and the truth of Yi Yabing's disfigurement would inevitably be exposed. Having come to this realization, Madame Min's countenance turned ashen. She closed her eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, Her gaze was as cold as a sharpened blade. Suanjin, send Yi Qingxue away. You must proceed to the front hall to greet the sixth prince and his wife. Leave these guards and the Qingxue pavilion to me. Filled with rage to the point of anguish, Yi Suanjin understood the necessity of making a choice. He sheathed his sword and, with a bow to Madame Min, acquiesced. With a fierce glare directed at Yi Qingxue, he lowered his voice. You won't survive long. Await your fate. I will tear you to shreds. That depends on whether you possess the ability, Yi Qingxue retorted haughtily, defeated foe. Yi Suanjin felt the urge to kill her once more. In his entire life, he had never been so consumed by the desire to end another's life. But Yi Qingxue had achieved that effect on him. Ultimately, he merely scoffed and swept away in anger. Outside the Qingxue pavilion, he took a few guards with him while the remaining ones stayed behind, awaiting Madame Min's orders. Without her permission, no one was allowed to step into the Qingxue pavilion. Once Yi Suanjin departed, Yi Qingxue remarked, Fiancé, we should leave as well. Don't you have acupuncture to perform on Aunt Lu shortly? After this session, she should be well. She must know how my father met his demise 9 years ago. With that, Yi Qingxue turned to exit, with Bai Qi clearing the way for her. The guard stood in orderly rows, none daring to impede her passage. Xiao Lu, Qiu Shun, and Dongbai followed closely behind, ever ready to protect and attend to her. Xiangxi was momentarily taken aback. When had he ever claimed that another acupuncture session would suffice for Aunt Lu's recovery? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought quickly. The Qingxue pavilion was too perilous, and he hastily quickened his pace to catch up with Yi Qingxue. Yi Yabing was consumed by rage. Not only had her rival Yi Qingxue intruded upon her sanctuary, but she was now able to depart without so much as a scratch. Even her elder brother and second aunt were powerless against her. Was she a demon? Yi Yabing failed to notice that Madame Min, who had once tenderly embraced her, had stiffened upon hearing the news that concubine Lu would recover after acupuncture. How could concubine Lu, tormented by Yi Xiaowei for so many years, possibly improve? What shall we do, second aunt? So many people have seen my face. What now? Yi Yabing's voice interrupted Madame Min's thoughts, snapping her back to reality. Moreover, the renowned divine physician Xiang Sizai cannot even cure my visage. How can I hope to marry Prince Ding? He will surely disdain me. Like a child, Yi Yabing wept in Madame Min's arms. And Yi Qingxue, she has ruined me. Will this be allowed to pass unpunished? I cannot accept it. I refuse to accept it. Madame Min steadied her shoulders, urging her to remain calm. Do not panic. A solution will emerge. If you lose your composure, your entire life will be thrown into chaos. She guided Yi Yabing to a chair, pressing her down gently. Be still for a moment. Once your second aunt has dealt with these matters, she will inform you of the next steps. Old Madame, he had already brought a veil to conceal Yi Yabing's face, rendering her visage invisible to all. Madame Min stepped into the courtyard, where approximately 20 guards awaited. She assured them that Yi Yabing bore no scars. What they beheld was merely her unique method of facial care. Then, before the assembled crowd, she executed the guard who had been closest to Yi Yabing, the one who had scrutinized her face most intently, plunging a dagger into him. With blood on her hands and a frosty gaze, she warned, let it be known, should anyone dare to claim that the second young lady's face bears any blemish, their fate shall mirror his. Once the word spreads, I care not who it is, all present today shall meet a grim end. She commanded the remaining 19 guards to step forward. Instructing each to memorize the faces of their comrades while ensuring Old Madam, he recorded their names to create a comprehensive list before allowing the deceased guard's body to be removed. Madame Min directed Old Madam he to address the bereaved family, advising them against causing a disturbance. Provide them with 200 taels for burial expenses, thus purchasing this life. Should they continue to protest, let it be said that Yi Qingxue was responsible for his death. Old Madam, he complied and set about her task. The Qingxue pavilion finally fell into silence. Madame Min approached Yi Yabing. From Xiang Sizai's reaction, I am convinced that there exists someone skilled in the art of face changing. However, he seems reluctant to disclose this information. Perhaps the process requires a life to be taken, which he is unwilling to acknowledge. Or perhaps Yi Qingxue has forbidden him from speaking, She harbors a deep hatred for us and desires your visage to remain unchanged. Nevertheless, my dear Yaya must be the most beautiful girl in the world. Thus, even if I must search to the depths of the earth, your second aunt will surely find a master of face-changing for you. You shall wed into the Prince Ding's household in your most resplendent form. Yi Yabing clasped Madame Min's hand, overwhelmed with emotion, for not long ago, her world had crumbled. Yet now, Madame Min had rescued her from the depths of despair, allowing her to once again feel the gentle warmth of spring. As for Yi Qingxue, Madame Min recounted in detail her efforts to persuade the emperor to execute Yi Qingxue. Rest assured, as long as the emperor does not consent to her execution, your uncle and the others will remain kneeling outside the imperial study. Yi Qingxue's audacity is unforgivable. The emperor will not spare her. By nightfall at the latest, the decree for her execution will be issued. There are but a few hours left. How splendid! Yi Yabing's excitement surged, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Yi Qingxue is finally to meet her end. However, dear aunt, I find her face quite pleasing. Could you possibly preserve her visage for me? No, Madame Min replied decisively, but her tone soon softened. Silly child, once Yi Qingxue is executed, she will be deemed a criminal. If you were to take her face, you would carry her burden of guilt. I shall find you a woman even more beautiful than Yi Qingxue, regardless of the cost, to exchange faces with you. But before that, there remains a crucial task, one that must ensure Aunt Lu does not awaken from her slumber. Chapter 81 On the other side. Yi Tsunjin hurriedly arrived at the front hall, drenched in sweat. The sixth prince, adorned in a resplendent white robe with golden trimmings, sat elegantly on a chair made of golden silk nanmu, sipping tea. From a distance, he appeared youthful and handsome, exuding an air of charm. Beside him sat the sixth prince's consort, dressed in a delicate gown of pale yellow. Yi Tsunjin hastened forward, kneeling to pay his respects. Your Highness, esteemed consort, I regret my failure to extend a proper welcome. I beseech your forgiveness. The sixth prince smiled. Are you perhaps preparing a splendid performance for me and the consort? If so, I might be inclined to pardon your oversight. Yi Tsunjin replied, Indeed, that was the intention. However, a young lady from the troupe fell ill unexpectedly, and the manager is currently occupied with finding a replacement. Might your Highness and the consort be willing